What have I done? What you're about to see is over 11 hours of strategy for the game Twilight Struggle. I don't know what I was thinking. This may be the longest board game strategy guide of all time. I didn't really look it up. For those of you who love Twilight Struggle, there is nothing else. This is it. For those of you interested, I'd like to try something. Before you go to bed, just press play on this one and let it run. 3/4 of it will be done by the time you wake up in the morning. And I would just love to see what happens. I doubt I'll do anything like this again, but for those of you out there that enjoy it, please take a moment to subscribe, to like the video, or even consider becoming a member of the channel and supporting our work. And now, without further ado, Twilight Struggle, the movie. What happens in the early war sets the tone and the trajectory for the rest of a given game of Twilight Struggle. There are some key things to keep in mind for both sides. The early war deck is the smallest the draw deck will be all game. Because of this, the cards should become very familiar to you after a few playthroughs. Moreover, many times in turn 3 you can utilize your knowledge of the early war deck to know with virtual certainty, by process of elimination, some of the cards that your opponent holds. Also, the cards that make up this deck will be seen repeatedly through the entire game, so understanding their effects will be important. But let's start at the beginning, the setup. The start of each game includes a variable setup for Europe itself, where each side chooses how they would like to start out there. There's a standard setup for both sides that, while perhaps uninteresting, will give players the best start overall most times. For the USSR, it is to put 4 influence in Poland, which helps prevent the US players scoring a quick and easy Europe domination, 1 to top up East Germany, and the last influence in Austria, Yugoslavia, or perhaps Czechoslovakia. Austria gives access to Italy or West Germany should influence placement there ever be of interest, Yugoslavia to Greece and Italy, and placing it in Czechoslovakia will give access to East Germany if necessary later, or that influence point can just be redistributed via the Destalinization event. Of course, there are other setups that offer some interesting variation, the most commonly known being the COMECON trap, which uses the COMECON event card along with unconventional initial influence placement to give the USSR a chance at realigning the US completely out of continental Europe, striking West Germany and Italy with this tactic. It is a high-risk option, however. To do this, leave 3 influence in East Germany, place 4 in Austria, and 2 in Yugoslavia. After that, you headline COMECON, gaining you control of Austria and Yugoslavia, and this should give you an opportunity to realign both West Germany and Italy at +1. Be aware that there are many ways for the American player to counter this. For the American player, 7 influence must be placed. Commonly, 4 influence is placed in West Germany and 3 in Italy. There is little reason to vary from this setup unless the US player holds Marshall Plan in hand and is looking to use it as a turn 1 headline. If that's the case, you can get away with placing 3 influence in West Germany, 2 in Italy, 1 in Turkey, and 1 in Greece, the latter 2 giving the American control of 2 important non-battlegrounds after headlining the event. There is another setup that has been debated online, which is to leave West Germany empty at setup, which can be done if the US player fears the Blockade event due to having a low ops hand, or if there is a fear about being hit with the Red Scare / Purge and Blockade combo. It apparently isn't as risky as it initially seems, especially if you have Truman Doctrine in hand, and it certainly is unconventional. In that case, you could try 4 influence in Italy, 1 in Greece, 1 in Austria, and 1 in Turkey. Remember that the US has a bit of an advantage in that the American player can see not only the cards in hand for the first turn, but in going second, can react to the Soviet influence placement in Europe. The tone of the early war is that, generally speaking, the USSR is on the offensive, expanding aggressively into the 3 regions that matter in the early war: Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. The US will generally be on its heels responding to the expansionist threat of the Soviet Union. If we look at a breakdown of ops, this is what we find. There are 7 1-ops cards in the early war deck, 2 of them neutral, 2 of them American, and 3 of them Soviet. Players will also find 12 2-ops cards. 2 of these are neutral, 4 of them are US events, and 6 of them are USSR events. There are 11 3-ops cards, 5 for the US and 6 for the USSR, and 5 4-ops cards, 2 of them neutral, and 3 of them are US events, for a grand total of 84 operations points. The neutral event cards provide a total of 14 ops. There are 14 Soviet cards that provide a total of 33 ops, and there are 15 US cards that provide 37 ops. What this means is the average hand in the early war should have 17.7 ops. Once you subtract the headline and hold cards, that leaves somewhere around 13 to 14 operations points available per turn. Then we have 3 scoring cards, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. These cards mean that these regions are going to be the primary focus of the early war. The ramifications of the first turn are especially important. While Europe will tend to lock down in a fairly predictable way, Asia tends to be contested in the first turn or two. A mistake early on can cost a player dominance in Asia for the rest of the game. There are some great cards that the USSR can headline. The most obvious is Red Scare/Purge. This is especially punishing in the first turn, as the US needs as many operations points as possible to stem the Soviet tide and get a foothold in Asia and the Middle East. Socialist Governments is also a great choice, weakening the US position in Europe from the outset of the game, necessitating a response. It might also potentially help your odds of success should you decide to coup Italy in the first action round. After that, Suez Crisis is a solid choice, as it will, with the help of a successful coup in Iran, eliminate the US entirely from the Middle East. Arab-Israeli War is okay for this purpose as well, although there's only a 50% chance that it will work. Other than that, Vietnam Revolts is a solid option to help the Soviet player to easily win the race to Thailand that is a hallmark of the early war. In the first action round, if playing conventionally, the Soviet player really only has 2 options that make sense, either coup Iran or make a play for Italy. I'm a big fan of the Iran coup, not only because the odds are generally better, but a successful coup of Iran will deny the US player access to Pakistan, Afghanistan, and later India, which is very valuable, as well as endangering the US position in the Middle East. After the first card, the USSR will have some idea of the direction in which they should proceed. A successful coup in Italy might mean going for France. Otherwise, Europe will get quiet pretty quickly. If there was a successful coup in Iran, there will be an opportunity to expand eastward through Pakistan and India, hopefully joining up with a simultaneous expansion westward after Vietnam Revolts or Decolonization is played. The Middle East should be pretty tough for the Americans, especially after the Nasser event is played, which basically gifts Egypt and Libya to the Soviets. In some games, the US will even lose access to the entire region if they're not careful, and if a little unlucky. For the US player, you will have to do a lot of things all at once. You'll need to focus on taking Thailand, protecting Israel, protecting West Germany against cards like Blockade, getting and holding on to South Korea, and trying to snag Libya, among other things. If the Soviets had a strong coup in Iran, don't bother trying for that and focus on other priorities. However, if their coup is weak, I think it's worth going for a counter coup to keep Western Asia open to you. Since the initiative is with the Soviets, the US simply needs to survive the early war, trying not to fall too far behind in board position and victory points. Players should be mindful of how the deck balance can be influenced. Playing your opponent's starred events, while painful in that moment, rebalances the draw deck to be more in your favor at the time of reshuffling. This can make things a lot harder for your opponent on turn 3, as it is more likely their hand will have a bunch of your events to mitigate, and you will also likely have an easier hand to play. It is hard to do this as soon as the deck expands in the mid-war, as your efforts are more diluted. The other regions of Central and South America and Africa have no scoring cards in the early war, and so must be lower priority for the first 3 turns. For both players, it would be nice to say that there will be extra operations points available to begin to establish positions in the rest of the world, but in practical terms, there will be enough going on in Europe, Asia, and in the Middle East to keep you occupied until the mid-war. The Asia scoring card, card number 1. Asia is made up of 6 battlegrounds and 15 total countries. And for most of turn 1, it's going to be the focus of both factions. For the USSR and the United States, Europe is going to get bogged down pretty quickly, especially once the DEFCON drops below 5. And the USSR has some advantages in the Middle East, which are going to limit what the US is going to be able to do there. And because it's in the early war, we don't really need to worry about the Americas or Africa at this point. Your focus should be mainly in Asia. In the early war, the fate of Asia will be decided, oddly enough, by what happens with Iran. Normally, the first move the USSR does will to coup Iran. Sometimes it's Italy, sometimes it's a different move, but in general, the first move will be USSR coup on Iran. If it is a success, and especially a strong success, then basically that makes Pakistan and India and so forth very vulnerable to the Soviets. Now, it's very likely whoever wins Iran will be able to move into Pakistan and India without too much trouble. From that point onward, the two main battlegrounds that will be contested will be South Korea and Thailand. Japan is essentially American-held, even though it isn't, controlled at the beginning of the game. The US-Japan card will essentially wipe out any Russian influence in Japan, so it's never a good idea to play into Japan because that one event card can wipe out any support that has been built up and give control of the country to the Americans. Now, if Iran is just shifted weakly to the Soviet side, the Soviets will have to defend Iran very likely, and in many cases will invite a counter coup on the part of the United States. Now, in many ways, Thailand is the most crucial battleground in Asia because it is particularly vulnerable with only a 2 stability. The US has easy access due to Australia. However, the USSR has some great events to help them to break into that part of the world. These 3 event cards will be the key Russian cards in the early war that will allow them to have access to Asia. So Thailand really is a crucial battleground, with Japan basically decided, North Korea decided, and potentially South Korea decided as well if the Korean War event doesn't work out in the favor of the USSR. Then Thailand becomes that swing battleground state that you will be fighting over for pretty much the entire game. A quick word on the Formosan Resolution event, which can affect the Asian scoring card because it turns Taiwan into a battleground country until the US plays the China card for the first time after the event is played. This is very unlikely to influence play. Taiwan's very expensive in terms of ops to spend to control, and given the fact that it can be so easily negated in a later play, it's really not worth it for the US to do much with this particular event, but it is something that could factor into the Asian scoring. When it comes to controlling Asia, one of the wild cards is the Indo Pakistani War card, and the only way to basically ensure that Pakistan or India are safe is to shore up their neighbors in order to affect the die roll. So plays like that will effectively hinder, if not negate, the Indo Pakistani War card. India is never totally safe, but you can basically prevent Pakistan from falling victim to this card, and it will be locked down pretty effectively. Now, one of the important but standard moves on the US side that can be very effective is to use your last action round, as the US always goes last, to use your last action round to basically break control in a key battleground state. And what that will do is that will force the Russian player on the next turn to either fix the damage that's been done here or to give up their battleground coup that they normally would do in their first action round of the new turn. Now, players will find that Asia typically becomes pretty locked down and pretty static, especially as you enter the mid-war. And that's just because typically DEFCON is at 2 or 3, and you're not going to see the same dramatic shifts in the region because there is just simply no coups or realignments possible. Now, typically, the cards that are really going to make a big difference in Asia in the mid-war will be the cards that are centered around the China card, and basically giving the players a chance to use the China card and then take it right back. So for example, you can see here in the Nixon plays the China card. If the Russian player has the China card, the US player receives it face down and unavailable for immediate play, but it is back in their hand ready to be used the following turn. The most powerful of these is the Ussuri River Skirmish, which basically allows the US player to claim it face up and ready to go, so you can have get to the opportunity to use it, and then play the Ussuri River Skirmish to take it right back and use it again. If the US already has the China card, then adding 4 US influence in Asia, no more than 2 per country, can be very powerful in terms of breaking up control of, because you don't need to worry about paying the extra op to break the control. So it can be very powerful, and that is one of the better US events in the game, in my opinion. Another card that can be powerful is Brush War. There are a few other game changer kind of events where it can break a bit of the gridlock and swing some battlegrounds your way. But for the most part, Asia is going to be locked down, and you're going to be distracted. By the time you get to the mid-war, Africa and South America and Central America open up. And so there's just a lot of other parts of the world where you can spend those ops and those events. So for the most part, you want to play for Asia in the early game, in the early war, and get as much control or at least a gridlock, and that way you can at least make sure that the opponent isn't gaining ground on you with this crucial region. Another card that can affect the scoring of Asia is Shuttle Diplomacy. Now, as a US player, I wouldn't likely spend this for the event because those 3 ops are way too valuable to be used elsewhere. However, if the USSR player has played that and given me that event, it's not a bad thing. It may have a small amount of effect in the scoring. It really depends on where things are at. Certainly, if out of the 6 battlegrounds, if the US is down 4-2, then it really is not going to make any difference. However, if it's even, if the battlegrounds have been split and the U.S. happens to have more countries under their control, then it can swing the scoring a few victory points to your favor. So it's not a bad event, but I wouldn't prioritize it as far as making sure that you play it for the event as the U.S. player. Interestingly, in the late war, there are no events that directly affect anyone's position in Asia. So there are events that can benefit, but they're not specific to Asia. So in many cases, you're going to find Asia as locked down as it was in the mid-war, with similar opportunities to shift control, mainly by placing influence, mainly by events like Brush War or the use of the China card. There's some debate online as to whether it makes sense for the US to headline the Asian scoring card on the first turn. And the consensus seems to be that it doesn't make a lot of sense unless you don't have any other good cards to headline. And I would agree with that. The momentum that you can gain from a great headline in the game can be far more valuable to you than getting the Asian scoring card out of the way. So unless you have nothing else better, I would hold off from headlining the Asian scoring card in the first turn. This has been an overview of how to use the Asian scoring card in Twilight Struggle. Also, we looked at the region in general, how the influence develops typically over the course of the game, The European scoring card is the scoring card that both sides pay the most attention to. There are 5 battlegrounds and 21 countries in Europe. It's going to be very hard fought because if you can control Europe, which means you have control of all the battlegrounds and the most countries overall, you can win the game with an automatic victory. And that's going to mean that people are going to be on the lookout for that, and they're going to try and mitigate that as best as possible. We're going to teach you some things about the European region and the scoring card and how best to use it. One of the interesting things about the Europe region is that even though it's the highest value region, it's actually typically not scored for many points. It's usually divided fairly evenly throughout most of the game. In fact, Europe tends to stay very static throughout the game because it can only allow coups and realignments at DEFCON 5, which is usually a very short-term situation, but also the stability values are very high compared to other regions. A big carrot that's dangled in front of a lot of Twilight Struggle players is to get Europe control, where you would control every one of the battlegrounds and more countries overall. In reality, even at high-level play, a win by Europe control is very rare. One analysis found that only 2.2% of the victories in Twilight Struggle were as a result of Europe control, and that was at high-level play. In fact, every one of those was achieved by the USSR. In fact, one of the pieces of advice out there is that if you see a player going for Europe control, because of the high op investment required to actually achieve it, in many cases you're actually better off taking that opportunity to expand in other parts of the world and probably win by victory points before Europe is even scored. If you're down and look like you might be out, it might not be a bad idea to try for Europe control. It could be a way that you could actually pull a win out of a certain loss. It is a very high-risk strategy, but certainly worth a try and likely very fun. At the beginning of the game, each side gets some ops to start in Europe, and I'm going to show you some of the standard setups. This is a standard USSR setup, and there's not usually much reason to change much from this standard. East Germany receives 1 more influence, and Poland gets 4. Yugoslavia gets 1. That's to grant access to Italy and Greece, and that gives you some options as far as getting into those more affordable Mediterranean countries when you're vying for European domination, if not control. The standard US setup has 4 influence going into West Germany and 3 influence into Italy. The extra influence in Italy is important because Italy is vulnerable to a first turn action round 1 coup, which could change the face of Europe pretty quickly, so you're doing what you can to mitigate that, especially in games now where the US typically has 1 or 2 extra influence to place as part of either a bid for sides or just agreed upon by the players. Iran may not be the juicy coup target that it usually is in a standard game. Another possible setup is something called the COMECON trap, and that's if the USSR finds they've got COMECON in their opening hand, they can set the ops up like this, and what this allows them to do is they headline COMECON, which allows them to boost the influence in Austria and Yugoslavia. They would get a couple more influence in Eastern Europe. I'm just keeping it simple for the illustration. But then this would allow them to actually do realignments against West Germany and Italy with a +1 modifier. The end result, or the goal is to remove US influence entirely from those countries. And because the United Kingdom is far away, it's going to take a couple of turns before they can actually get back into West Germany and Italy. And that's assuming they have the ops to contest it. So it certainly can make for a very interesting option, especially if it works out for the USSR. Some players may ask why the 4 influence in Austria, and that's because a savvy American player that's familiar with this gambit might take one of the influence and put it in Austria, and that would negate the +1 modifier, would instead make it 0. The extra op there can be boosted by COMECON to regain control of Austria and to make the ploy work. A great opening move against a standard US setup is to headline Socialist Governments. This allows you to take down Italy's influence by 1 or 2, and thereby increasing your odds greatly in an action round 1 coup. Also, you can reduce the influence in West Germany, make that potentially a trouble spot that the United States is going to have to defend, or even reduce the UK by 1, which is a very key territory for the United States, and force them to repair that damage. No discussion of the European region would be complete without discussing the card Blockade. Now, Blockade is a very powerful card in the hands of the USSR. The US player has to keep a 3 op or more card in his hand as long as this card is out there. The consequences of forgetting or misplaying or being forced to lose all influence in West Germany can be very, very significant, and can certainly potentially lead to the USSR controlling Europe and going for the auto win. Realistically, the goal in Europe is domination. It's not control. It's such a long shot to get control that it's really not something that you can consider unless the cards really fall your way. But domination is certainly possible, and the key to this is going to be France and the Mediterranean countries, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Turkey along the bottom of the region. Now, a lot of US players will not play into France early because of these 2 cards especially. The Suez Crisis just removes US influence, so if the US has 1 or 2 influence in France, they can be completely wiped out of there. De Gaulle leads France, removes US influence, but more importantly adds a USSR influence. And that is really the way that the USSR can get into France and begin contesting that battleground. The other options are basically to either move through West Germany or Italy, which does take extra ops to do so. Another possible route into France for USSR is via Algeria, and that's if the decolonization card has been played and they've placed an influence in Algeria, then they can move into France from there. It's not necessarily a bad idea to play some influence into France in the early war, despite the existence of cards like the Suez Crisis and de Gaulle. And the reason is that those cards may have already gone past, they may have been used for ops by the USSR, or you may have spaced one or both of those cards, and having control of France can score you some points when the European scoring card comes up. If you over-control France, it can also mitigate a lot of those negative effects of those events. A key defensive card for the US player is the Marshall Plan. Not only will this allow the US player to get a head start in controlling the Mediterranean non-battlegrounds that are key to staving off control or domination from the USSR, such as Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Turkey. They are very low stability countries, but they're also very cheap to gain control in. The Marshall Plan also allows the US player to shore up allies like the UK, which are vulnerable to events like the Suez Crisis, or it can even help gain control of Canada, which will allow the NORAD event to come into play if you're playing with that optional card. Now, one of the questions is, what about headlining the European scoring card in the first turn? Well, for the USSR, sure, it doesn't really matter. It may free up an action round for later, and it doesn't really have any negative effects. And especially with defectors out there, it may actually, be a waste of that card. For the US, it is a little bit more risky because of a card like Socialist Governments. If the USSR happens to headline Socialist Governments, it can certainly swing Europe towards the USSR and give them some victory points they didn't otherwise deserve. In the mid-war, Europe's going to be pretty static overall. What you might see is an ops war for France, where if the Truman Doctrine card has been and gone, you might see each side bidding up, pouring influence into France in order to try and take control. What you might also see is Italy is a vulnerable target to brush war. So the controlling player is going to want to shore up the neighbors of Italy in order to minimize the effect of a brush war, and hopefully the opposing player will just simply choose a different target with better odds. John Paul II, elected Pope, is a great card to set up the late war for the US. It can be used preferably in the last action round for the event in the last turn of the mid-war, or if you can carry it over until you know you've got some good cards in the late war in hand, then that would be really the best use of it, because it pairs with a lot of cards like Solidarity very well. A nifty move that can be done by the American player in the mid-war is to play salt negotiations on the last action round of a turn, and to use that event to reduce DEFCON by 2 and take the ABM Treaty card back. That card can then be headlined on the following turn, and because of the DEFCON drop that happens every turn, you can take the board situation from DEFCON 2 to DEFCON 5, and then you can hit Europe with either a coup or some realignment rolls with 4 ops. The late war is when Europe begins to swing back towards the US, and the reason for that is mainly these 4 events. You've got Solidarity, Tear Down This Wall, Chernobyl, and East European Unrest. And these cards allow the US to start breaking down what the USSR has built in Eastern Europe. Now, the USSR has cards like the Reformer to help defend against this sort of thing, but basically the tide is beginning to turn against the USSR, and it's going to be very hard for them to hold their position unless they were extremely dominant leading up to this point. Interestingly, a card from the early war can have the biggest impact in the late war. If the Warsaw Pact card has not left the game, then it becomes much more powerful for the USSR in the late war. And that's because it can basically undo all the work that the US player has done to get into Eastern Europe. And it can either wipe it out by removing US influence or by adding USSR influence. So this is a card where one might not think of it being a late war card, but in fact it can be played to a huge benefit at that time. Another consideration that you might not have thought of is shoring up Czechoslovakia. It doesn't seem like a very important territory when you are normally playing, but one of the advantages that it has in the late war is that it can be a great reinforcement against alignment rolls in neighboring countries where it has connections. And so it can be a nice little buffer to prevent the US realigning influence out of East Germany and Poland, and perhaps even another neighboring territory. The Middle East scoring card and the Middle East region in Twilight Struggle. There are 6 battlegrounds and 10 countries in total that we need to worry about. This is going to be a very contentious region, and even though it leans towards the USSR, a good American player is going to work hard to mitigate this scoring card and limit the USSR in their quest to get to 20 victory points. We're going to take a look at this region, where best to play, and how to minimize or maximize this scoring card for your side. If there's any region that's biased towards one side or the other in this game, it's the Middle East. There's so many events and game effects that benefit the USSR for most of this game. The US goal really is just to avoid USSR domination or control. Let's look at the early war. There's basically 4 aspects that you need to consider. The first is what card the USSR headlines on the first turn. If the USSR headlines the Suez Crisis card, then it's very likely that they're going to choose to remove the 1 influence from Israel. This effectively cuts off the U.S. from any access to any of the states in that western half of the Middle East, and makes Iran especially vulnerable and important to the American player. If the USSR headlines the Arab-Israeli War in the first turn, there's a 50-50 chance that the American influence in Israel will be replaced by Soviet influence. And this effectively, again, cuts off the U.S. from any of the states on the western half of the Middle East and makes Iran very, very vulnerable. The second aspect that the players are going to have to consider is the effect of the coup in Iran. It's a very common play for the USSR player to do a first action round coup in Iran. They may go for Italy. That is another option as well that has become popular. But the traditional move is to coup Iran in the first turn with a 4-ops card. And that can potentially flip Iran to Soviet influence and basically cut off the U.S. from access to Asia from that direction. If the Soviet coup is a weak one, if their role is poor, then the U.S. is more or less obligated to coup Iran back. And at least as long as DEFCON allows, this will go back and forth. One role that can be a bit of a disaster for the U.S. is a role of one on this coup, assuming the USSR uses a 4-ops card. And the reason for that is that the U.S. influence will be removed, and this effectively, again, cuts off the United States from access to Asia along that path. It's very hard to get back into Iran at that point. Now, this is a card that the U.S. player never likes to see, Nasser. Nasser adds 2 USSR influence in Egypt and removes half of any U.S. influence in Egypt. And that can usually give the USSR, if not control, then at least a head start on control in Egypt. And certainly this card will dissuade the US from playing too much influence into Egypt. It's a card that's impossible to send to space without a card like Containment in play. So at some point, Nasser is going to be played. Egypt is the gateway to Libya, an important battleground for both players. And so in many ways, this Nasser card and when and how it comes out is going to determine the fate of Egypt and Libya and how those countries are going to look influence-wise. There are another 2 key territories in the Middle East in the early war, and they may not look like much, but one of them is Lebanon and one of them is Jordan. Lebanon and Jordan are important because they can offset the effects of the Arab-Israeli War by minimizing the die roll that is required to succeed. So if you have the ops to be able to spend, and certainly I find that if you are forced to play the Arab-Israeli War, taking an op and putting it into Lebanon is a good way of mitigating the event. Whatever you do with the other op is fine. If you have the ops to take Jordan as well, then it is a way to really protect Israel, which is a key battleground, especially once you're able to add the influence to Israel to get it to control. It can be a very important territory to hold back the USSR in their scoring of the Middle East. Jordan is also the best route for the Americans to get to Saudi Arabia. So basically, there are 3 scenarios we're looking at for the Middle East and how it will play out. The first scenario is that the U.S. loses the back-and-forth coup battle for Iran and is out of the eastern part of the territory. They can still hang on to the west. Maybe they play into Lebanon, maybe they get a hold of Libya or Jordan and maintain their presence there. In the second scenario, the U.S. keeps Iran and maybe even scores a sneaky domination from controlling, say, Lebanon or maybe Jordan as well as Iran, and preventing the USSR from grabbing a battleground early. If the Middle East scoring card comes out at an early point, it might be worth some decent victory points for the American player. Or there's a third scenario which the US player probably doesn't want to talk about, and that is an early Suez Crisis card, perhaps headlined by the USSR, followed by a successful Iran coup, and the US is out of the region entirely. They're forced to coup their way back in just for presence. The mid-war can be even tougher on the US player, with such great USSR events like the Muslim Revolution and OPEC. Muslim Revolution can remove influence from key battleground countries like Libya, like Egypt, and other countries such as Jordan, and essentially decimate the US position in the Middle East in the mid-war. The OPEC card is just as bad, but for different reasons. It can allow a lot of scoring if the USSR controls Egypt and Iran and Libya and so forth, and Iraq. It can easily give the USSR 3 or 4 victory points, and it really is like scoring a domination in a region, except it's only for the benefit of the USSR. So the USSR player in this part of the war is in a very good position to not only hold on to the Middle East in presence, but also score for domination or control. As the US player, you really have no choice but to send these two cards to space one way or the other. One of the few US mid-war events that benefit them in the Middle East is the Sadat Expels Soviets card. It's a one-op card, which means that it's very hard, if not impossible, for the USSR player to send it to space. It will happen at some point if the game goes long enough. And essentially, Sadat removes all USSR influence from Egypt and gives the US a boost of influence, hopefully, so the US can take control. It's a very useful card and one of the few events that benefit the US in the mid-war, in the Middle East. Another decent mid-war event for the United States in this region is the Camp David Accords. Not only does it help with an extra victory point, but it gives influence in Israel, Jordan, and Egypt. It can help the U.S. to re-enter the region and offset cards like Muslim Revolution or Nasser. Another benefit of Camp David Accords card is that it blocks the Arab-Israeli War event, which means that the American player can safely pour influence into Israel, hopefully gaining control. And at that point, it's going to be a rock in terms of keeping U.S. presence in the Middle East and allowing expansion into Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, even Syria, and expanding from there if they so choose and if the cards allow. Another card that affects the scoring of the Middle East in the mid-war is Shuttle Diplomacy. Now, usually the USSR is up 4-2 in battlegrounds, and so it doesn't have any effect. If the region happens to be tied 3-3, and the US happens to have more total countries under their control, obviously it can be a beneficial card. As the US, it's never really useful to play it this for the event, but if the USSR player plays it, they might as well take advantage. There's no harm done. So what's the outlook for both sides in the Middle East in the mid-war? Well, usually the USSR will keep some sort of combination of Iran, Iraq, and perhaps Saudi Arabia, or Egypt, Libya, perhaps Israel if they get lucky with the Arab-Israeli war card. Typically, the USSR will get an easy domination in the Middle East. Control is possible, but it's a little bit harder to accomplish. For the US, the goal is simply to survive in the Middle East in the mid-war. Libya can be a big help. Obviously, you want to play through Egypt to get there if you can, even if you end up losing that influence to Nasser at some point. And playing Sadat and getting another battleground like Israel, that's enough to stop Middle East domination and that's what your focus needs to be. In the late war, the USSR player can count on their old friends Muslim Revolution and OPEC to make a reappearance. The US does have some reinforcements with the AWACS sale to Saudi if you're playing with that optional card, and with North Sea oil, which blocks the OPEC event. Giving up 3 ops to play these events might not be that enticing, but these are the tools that the US player has been given. So if it's important for you to protect your position in the Middle East, certainly these cards should be considered for their event. When you take into account the late war events that benefit the USSR in the Middle East, the US player needs to reconcile himself to the fact that the USSR domination in the region is very likely to continue, and the US goal should be to maintain presence, hopefully offset and mitigate some of these events as best as possible, and basically limit the damage. It can be a tough go for the American player in the Middle East, especially as the Cold War drags on. So what about headlining the Middle East scoring card in the first turn? Well, if the game is being played with the extra influence for the United States, then it can be an amazing headline for the US player. If the extra influence is placed in Iran, that will score presence for the US player, and with the extra battleground, it's worth 4 victory points as a headline, which is great, especially in the early war. It certainly gives the US player a big boost. Otherwise, headlining the Middle East scoring card in the first turn isn't going to result in victory points for either side, and so as the US player, it can be a good thing to free up a play later on, and they can play more ops in their first turn at that crucial time. Today we're going to look at Duck and Cover, which is a card that is very intriguing. It can actually change the gameplay quite a bit. It can be used effectively by both the US and the USSR player, and so today we're going to look at how each side can use this card to their advantage. Despite this being an American event, this is actually potentially a great event for the USSR. The reason for this is because it allows them to place 3 influence or use the 3 ops, and at the same time degrade DEFCON 1 level, which effectively and most commonly is used to stop the US from getting a battleground coup on their turn. It does give the US some victory points though, so you have to take that into consideration. In addition, it can limit the amount of mill-ops that both sides get, so you're going to need to put that into your calculus as to whether it's a good card to play at that particular moment. In many ways, it's good to think of Duck and Cover as a card to use early when the DEFCON is at 4 or 5, something like that, to limit the victory point cost. If you use this card to degrade the DEFCON 1 level from 3 to 2, it does hand the US 3 victory points, and again you have to be careful of the mill-ops effect as well. If you're unable to make those up, it could be a much better card for the US. Here's an example of how to use Duck and Cover to great effect as a USSR player. Let's say it's the beginning of turn 2 and the USSR headlines De Gaulle leads France, so that reduces the influence in France by 2 and adds a USSR influence. A follow-up of Duck and Cover will allow them to play the 3 ops into France to take control, and will simultaneously lower DEFCON, likely from 3 to 2, which means that the US player does not get their battleground coup elsewhere in the world. Another interesting play is, let's say that the Iran coup fails, and the US player, thinking ahead, decides to put influence elsewhere on the board because they want the last opportunity to coup Iran before the DEFCON drops to 2, and that becomes impossible. So what the USSR player can do is, say, use that Duck and Cover card to coup Iran. Hopefully it works this time, and that will lower the DEFCON to 2, which will mean that the US player will not be able to have the last coup of the turn as they had planned. Another interesting play is that if the US player plays SALT negotiations and improves DEFCON to, let's say, 4, then you can use duck and cover to boost your influence, say, in Thailand, and then because the DEFCON degrades back to 3, it protects your newly gotten gain. This can also be effective if you find yourself at DEFCON 5 and you want to protect a country like Thailand from a coup. So you could use the duck and cover card to coup a battleground country, and then DEFCON would drop to 3, which would limit your opponent's options. Now you also have to be careful. Duck and cover is what you call a DEFCON suicide card, which means that if you are forced to play it at the wrong time, you can accidentally trigger nuclear war and lose the game. So if you ever find yourself at DEFCON 2, you can safely send this card to space. There are other creative ways that the USSR can use duck and cover. Now, I came across this example online, and I'm not sure as to its effectiveness overall. I mean, there's some debate on that and so forth, but I think the mindset that it gives you is a good one, in that it keeps you open to the various possibilities that this card affords you. So, for example, let's say on the last action round of turn 3, the US decides to create a dilemma, to present a dilemma to the USSR player playing into Colombia. Now, on the next action round of the next turn, the USSR has the option of either coupping Colombia and missing out on that first turn battleground coup opportunity, or they can coup a battleground state as they normally would on the first action round of a new turn. However, this would allow the US to then play into Venezuela and potentially expand further into South America, or they can coup and give that opportunity to the US. So it's kind of, it's a dilemma. It's a classic move on the US part. The idea is to create confusion on the last action round so that the USSR player has to make a tough decision. Either take a battleground coup and lose South America, or coup Colombia and then give the battleground coup to the US. So in this case, you could use duck and cover to coup Colombia. In that case, that would degrade DEFCON likely down from 3 until 2 and would prevent the US player from getting that first battleground state coup that they were counting on. So it's that kind of mindset of how to use this card creatively to protect your gains and stymie the US player overall. Another state where this could potentially work is Lebanon, where you could coup with duck and cover, drop the DEFCON to 2 to protect your gain there and also prevent the US from coupping a battleground elsewhere. Another interesting combination you might not have thought of is actually a combination of headlining Vietnam revolts as the USSR. This would allow you to move into Vietnam and then following that up with duck and cover and using this card as for a coup on Iran. That would drop the DEFCON to 3, which would mean you could move into Thailand completely unopposed. Duck and cover can be used very creatively by the USSR. Basically, though, what it allows is for the USSR to coup a battleground and drop DEFCON by 2 when that is useful. Also to do a move of any sort and still degrade DEFCON by 1 level, which again can be useful to lock the US player out of coupping and getting mill-ops. Also locking down regions that would otherwise be troublesome for the USSR player. Basically, for the US player, duck and cover is a great 3-ops card. You may not want to use the event because especially in the early war, 3-ops is very valuable and you may not want to give those up. But if there is an opportunity to drop DEFCON to protect an area or to prevent the USSR from making a coup, that is potentially something to look at. The best use of it might be in the headline, especially in turns 2 and 3, which would prevent the USSR from using their battleground coup advantage in the first action round and also get you a few victory points. Duck and cover as a headline can also potentially win you the game in the early war. If, for example, DEFCON is at 3 and you play duck and cover as a headline, that degrades DEFCON 1 level. If the USSR player happens to have CIA created and is trying to dump that out of their hand, as that's a potential DEFCON suicide card, they may unintentionally create a DEFCON suicide situation, because the US can conduct operations as if they played a one-op card. So if the US conducts operations as a coup in a battleground state, then because that happened on the USSR headline, the USSR is given the credit for ending the world. In other words, they lose the game. So it can be kind of a cheap win in many ways, but hey, a win is a win, and especially as the US player, who is generally seen to play at a disadvantage in this game, I'll take any win I can get. Duck and cover becomes a much riskier headline play in the mid and late wars because of cards like We Will Bury You. If the USSR player happens to headline this card and the DEFCON is at 3, as it normally is mid-game, the DEFCON would drop 1 level for the USSR card, and then the US card Duck and Cover would drop it to 1, and you would commit DEFCON suicide. So you have to be careful about that. There are potential cards in the deck that can cause DEFCON suicide, and so you do have to be careful in the mid and late war. Another late war card that can cause the same issue as We Will Bury You is the Soviets shoot down KAL-007. It's a very unusual headline for the USSR. However, if they are playing three-dimensional chess and they figure you're going to headline Duck and Cover, then it's a way for them to force you to commit DEFCON suicide. So just be careful of these cards, and remember that in the early war it's safe to headline Duck and Cover, but mid and late war you want to think twice and just make sure that these cards have already passed, or you don't have to worry about them otherwise. Today we're going to look at the early war card 5-Year Plan. And this is a really interesting event. In many cases, people feel that it's actually a USSR event in disguise, and we're going to talk about why. So the event text of the 5-Year Plan card says, the USSR player must randomly discard 1 card. If the card is a US associated event, the event occurs immediately. If the card is a USSR associated event, or an event applicable to both players, then the card must be discarded without triggering the event. And this opens up a very intriguing option for the Russian player, and why it's viewed in such a positive light is that if the last card you have in hand happens to be a scoring card, this card, when this event triggers, allows you to discard the scoring card without having to score it. So it's a way of getting rid of an unfavorable scoring card easily from your hand. In fact, there are some players that think if you are the USSR player and you get this card in hand, you should hold it through the first turn, second turn, like as long as you possibly can because of this advantage. So the way that this works would be you'd play this card for the ops, and then when the event happens, you would discard your last card, which is the unfavorable scoring card you've been looking to avoid for your whole hand, and it is discarded to no effect. On the right, we have some very annoying US event cards. These are low ops cards. They can't be spaced very easily, and in many cases we're forced to play them and therefore suffer the event. However, if you look to the left, there is the 5-Year Plan card, and this can be used to mitigate these events in a very interesting way. For example, let's look at OAS Founded. Now, on its own, if you're forced to play this card, it gives the US 2 influence in Central America and or South America, and you are only given 1 ops with which to respond. So this can be a problematic event for the USSR player. However, with 5-Year Plan, you can actually get 3 ops to respond with. So the way this works is when you have a situation where you have 5-Year Plan and OAS Founded as the last 2 cards in your hand, you would play 5-Year Plan first, the event happens first, and with only 1 card in hand, OAS Founded becomes the obvious discard. The event is triggered, and the US places 2 influence in South America. Let's say they do this. Then, once that event has been completed, the USSR player has 3 ops with which to respond. And so they can potentially disrupt the actions of the American player and leaves them in a much better spot than it would have otherwise. 5-year plan can also be used to mitigate a very annoying US event called Sadat Expels Soviets. You're probably familiar with it. And the way that you can mitigate that with 5-year plan is that if you have these 2 cards in your hand, save them for the last. And so it'll be in the last action round, and you would play 5-year plan. The random discard would be, of course, Sadat, because that's the only card you have left in your hand. That triggers the American event. Now this would be very annoying, except instead of having 1 op to respond with, if you played the card by itself, you now have 3 ops to respond with, and so you can actually move right back in and retake Egypt. Another US card that can be mitigated in this way is the Truman Doctrine. And so you do this in a similar way. You'd save these 2 as your last 2 cards in hand in the last action round. You play 5-year plan, and that means, of course, that Truman Doctrine is your only possible discard, and so the US will take their event. However, once again, you have 3 ops to respond with, and so you can get right back in there if you're in an ops war for France or something like that. There's a risk to 5-year plan, though. If you have an American event that happens to be a DEFCON suicide card for you, then essentially 5-year plan becomes unplayable, because if you do play it, that will result in you losing the game as the American event happens, and the American does a coup in a battleground or whatever to drop DEFCON to 1. Because the American event happened on your turn as a result of your play, as you are the phasing player, then the responsibility of ending the world falls to you. So you have to be careful that you don't end up with an unusable card if you possibly can. Now you can play it early in the round, and that will still carry some risk, but if you have multiple cards in hand, because it's a random event, there's a chance that the DEFCON suicide could happen, but the more cards you have in hand, you can run the risk of just having the American draw a different event card, and things are mitigated. So these are some of the main uses that the USSR can make lemonade from lemons and turn this US event into a great opportunity. The US player is mostly going to use this card for its ops value. Early war ops are very valuable to the US player. A 3-op card is worth its weight in gold, so to speak, so you're going to probably take this for the ops. However, there are certain situations when you might want to use it. For example, if you're pretty sure the USSR is holding a DEFCON suicide card, something like CIA created, and you want to put some pressure on, you might consider headlining this card and therefore cutting down their hand size so that they're forced to play it. Especially if the China card is in your possession, it can be a really powerful play. Also, if you just want to cut their hand size down, so that they're forced to play out their whole hand, including some of your events, usually in turn 2, you have a pretty good idea of what they have in their hand. It's not totally guaranteed, because there will be a handful of cards still left in the deck, but you'll usually have a decent idea of what they might be holding, and so you can do something like that to cut their hand size and just make life very inconvenient for them, especially, once again, if the China card has been played by the USSR player and it is in your possession. They don't have any way of protecting their hand. Because you can force the USSR to cut their hand down, it may actually force the play of the China card, which, if you're looking ahead and you really want to take the China card away from them and have it in your possession going into the next round, then this is an opportunity to force their hand to give you that China card. Also, a timely play of the event of 5-year plan might allow you to neutralize a card like War Games, which can give you a chance to prolong the game, perhaps make it to final scoring where you can take your victory, or also neutralizing a scoring card that might be unfavorable to you. Now, it's a bit of a random thing. However, if you can draw something like that out, if you know either the USSR players holding it for later on or what have you, it can be a great event to draw those out and neutralize them so you don't have to deal with them otherwise. In the early war, if you have a chance to use this event to draw either decolonization or destalinization, which are two of the more powerful USSR events in the early war, if you can force the USSR to discard those to no effect, that can be an incredibly powerful and useful play. So sometimes having just a knowledge of the cards that are likely to be held in the USSR hand can be a great guide as to whether to use this card or not. The use of the event on this card becomes even more attractive if you happen to be under Red Scare or Purge. If the USSR has, say, headlined this card, then it's only essentially 2 ops that you're losing by using this event. And so the opportunity to wreck the Soviet plans, I think, will be well worth the exchange of 2 ops. It certainly slows the Soviets down in a turn when they're hoping to gain a lot of momentum from this headline event. Perhaps one way to look at this card for its event is as a headline, and generally that's probably the best time overall to use it. One of the risks that you can run is that if the other side has duck and cover and DEFCON's at 2 and you play this card for the event, that can be DEFCON suicide on your part. So certainly that is a card that you're going to want to keep an eye out for. Make sure it's in the discard pile or in your hand before you use this card, because it might cost you the game. Some have compared 5-year plan to another US event from the mid-war called Grain Sales to Soviets. And basically, I'll do a quick comparison here. 5-year plan is considered to be the worst event, just overall. Number one is because you're giving up 3 ops points when you take the event as opposed to 2 for Grain Sales to Soviets. Also, just in terms of flexibility, the USSR player must randomly discard with the 5-year plan. Grain Sales to Soviets allows you to choose the card and either play it or return it. So you don't need to trigger the event, and there's you can take the ops if you like. It might do nothing, but you can at least have the flexibility of choice. So overall, Grain Sales to Soviets is a better event if you're looking to mess with the USSR's plans. Overall, what's the utility of the 5-year plan for the US player? Well, as I said earlier, you're going to use it mostly for the ops value. However, timed correctly and in certain circumstances, it can be a great disruptive force on the Soviet plans. So you don't want to count that out. The China card. Outside of some of the scoring cards, perhaps, this is the most important and perhaps pivotal card in the game of Twilight Struggle. But how to use it? What's the best way to take advantage of its unique nature? We're going to take a look at that from each side, from the Soviet and the US side, and show how each player can take advantage of the opportunity this card provides. The China card is truly unique in Twilight Struggle in that both sides will get a chance to use the China card multiple times per game. The principal use of the China card for either side will be 5 ops in Asia, because if you use all 4 China card ops in Asia, you get a bonus 1 operations value. And so many times it will be used as a power play of sorts to make sure that you can overcome a fair amount of enemy influence, take some territory, and lock down Asia as best as you possibly can. And the China card is a great opportunity to do that. For the Soviet player, a headline or play of Vietnam Revolts followed by the China card will result in the only opportunity in the game for either side to play 6 ops in one play. And all the ops have to be spent in Southeast Asia. However, if this is the case, you can see that even if the American player over-controls Thailand, if you spend all 6 operations points in Thailand, you can make a run for controlling Thailand and taking it eventually from the US player in this powerful play. In fact, this is representative of a very common use of the China card in Asia. It's a play I like to call over the top. And I'm not sure if anyone remembers the old Sylvester Stallone movie that I'm referencing here. It's actually an arm wrestling movie. And basically it allows you to wrestle control of a country away from the other side. Basically, you would play the China card and use all 5 ops in Asia. And if a country like Pakistan or Thailand or Afghanistan or what have you is not over-controlled, in other words, the stability and the influence match, then you have an opportunity to basically power your way in to the territory and flip it to your side. Furthermore, if you feel as though you have momentum on your side, for example, if either side is under a quagmire or bear trap, you can use the China card to essentially destabilize otherwise stable countries like North Korea, for example, which has a relatively high stability number. And if the other player isn't able to follow up right away, you can just happen to steal control of this territory from the other player. Another very common use of the China card is in what we call protecting your hand. So for example, if you have a handful of enemy events and you really don't want them to happen, the China card is a way for you to protect your hand. So for example, if I was the Soviet player and this was the hand that I had, and I had 2 action rounds left, it could be a big problem because CIA created could be a DEFCON suicide card. No one likes the voice of America on the Soviet side. Of course, the American side loves that card, but it's just it's an awkward card because it can really cause a lot of damage. So without the China card, the Soviet player would be forced to play both events. But with the China card, the China card can be played first or second, and then we could send the voice of America into space and get rid of that. Hanging on to CIA created for the next turn, and when hopefully circumstances are better, and we can safely play this card without prematurely ending the game. This is especially important if I, as the Soviet player, for example, am forced to discard a card due to the American play of 5-year plan. And that leaves me 1 card short. I can't carry a card over to the next turn. And if I had 3 action rounds left, I would be forced to play CIA created, which would likely lead to DEFCON suicide. However, if I have the China card, that also protects my hand against a card like 5-year plan, forcing me to play out every single card and possibly saving the game. Another example of this from the American side is, for example, if the player had Destalinization and Decolonization, 2 great Soviet events, and didn't want to play them. And knowing that normally we can hold back a card, the China card would allow them instead to hold back 2 cards, hopefully until after the turn 3 reshuffle, after which time these can be spaced or otherwise gotten rid of, and that would mean that these cards would not likely enter play until after the turn 7 reshuffle, when they're much, much less effective. Although each side can benefit from protecting their hands with the China card, for the Soviet player especially, it protects against events like the 5-year plan and later on grain sales to Soviets. In general, the Soviet player should hang on to the China card for as long as possible, not just through turn 1. And this is basically the reason why, is these 3 American events here, Duck and Cover, 5-year plan, and CIA created. There's various combinations and permutations which can really hurt the USSR, as in can cause a DEFCON suicide to happen, say as soon as turn 3. And that's simply because if you have, say, the American player headlining duck and cover, maybe 5-year plan comes out, and suddenly you're forced to play CIA created, having the China card can prevent that situation, as I explained earlier when I talked about protecting your hand. So something that's very important to consider, especially in the early war. At the end of the game, which is at the end of turn 10, the player holding the China card scores 1 victory point. Now in reality, that essentially means 2 victory points because you're denying that victory point to the other side. So essentially it's a 2 victory point swing. This 1 victory point could potentially be the difference between winning and losing. The only exception is that if by using the China card in the last turn, you swing a region to your side to the point where it scores you more victory points, then you're better off to use the China card for that. Sometimes the China card's going to be going back and forth every single turn if it's especially wide-ranging and wide-open game. If it's a very conservative game, you might find one side or the other hanging on to this for dear life. Either way of playing the China card is fine, as long as you make sure that you're not giving away the China card for no reason. Remember, it's tremendously valuable for more reasons than just the ops. Sometimes, and especially later on in the game once Asia has become locked down, the China card can be a great 4-ops card. And especially if you know that a region is potentially on the verge of being scored, any and every op that you can scrounge up can be extremely valuable for when that scoring card comes out. The only downside is that it does give the other player 4 ops to use next turn. The player that has the China card can benefit from the flexibility that the card provides. It allows you to plan your hand more reliably, more effectively, more predictably, and basically in a game where there's lots of events to throw you off your balance, this is something that allows you to keep your poise. As far as events that interact with the China card, we have the Formosan Resolution in the early war, and realistically this is not a very effective event for the American player to invest 3 influence in Taiwan when there's so many other places that are far more important. This card's event is generally pretty ineffective. However, if you're the Russian player, you may want to play the Formosan Resolution for the event after playing the China card, which limits the damage as far as having the Taiwan territory in play as a battleground country. Mid-war brings some very interesting event interactions. First of all, the Cultural Revolution. For the Soviet player, they can claim the China card face up and available for play from the US player, so literally taking it out from under them. If the USSR already has it, they gain a VP, which probably isn't worth it overall, but certainly as a way to steal the China card back, especially after you've just played it. That can be very demoralizing for the US player. Nixon plays the China card, and this results in one of 2 effects. If the US has the China card already, gain 2 VP, which in some cases is well worth doing, depending on the board situation and such. Otherwise, the US player receives the China card back from the USSR player, face down and unavailable for immediate play. However, this can be very effective on the last action round of a turn. It would steal the China card right back and likely disrupt some Soviet plans. The Ussuri River Skirmish card is the real monster in the mid-war especially. This is one of the best American events, period. And basically, if the USSR has the China card, the US player can claim it right back, face up, ready to go. And if the US already has the China card, they can add 4 US influence in Asia, no more than 2 per country. Now please note, that means that influence can be added regardless of adjacency and regardless of control. So in other words, you can place an influence in a country and you don't have to pay the normal extra op if a country is under your opponent's control. So it can be very powerful, and this is an event that very likely, if the Soviet player gets it, they're going to want to throw it to space as soon as possible. Fortunately for both players, all these cards can be likely sent to space if necessary. So here's a nifty strategy that the American player can use with the Ussuri River Skirmish card. So let's say, for example, this is the board situation, and you'll notice that the Americans are kind of locked out of Asia in a big way. So they happen to have the China card face up and ready to go, and they decide to play the Ussuri River Skirmish for the event. And so because they have the China card, they can add 4 US influence in Asia, no more than 2 per country. And so they can then, let's say they drop 2 influence each into both Thailand and Pakistan. And this basically breaks control of those countries that the USSR was enjoying. Now, unless the USSR has a lot of ops, they're forced to defend one or the other of these countries, and this means that in many cases the US can not only get a toehold, but they can also gain control of one of these countries. Even if the USSR happens to counter with a lot of ops, remember that the American player has the China card available and can go, as I explained earlier, over the top to make sure that they gain control of at least one of these places. An obvious use of the China card is to either break or gain domination in a given region, especially in Asia. This becomes especially important if you haven't seen a scoring card yet. For example, if you haven't seen the Asia scoring card and you're entering turn 3 or turn 7, you know it's going to be there and your opponent has it. So best to use the China card to, as I said, break or gain domination of the region, and it is a very powerful card to give you that ability. Sometimes having the China card can be powerful in and of itself. It can be used as insurance or it can be used as a threat, knowing that you can deploy that card and its ops at any time to disrupt whatever plan your opponent might have. Sometimes the effect of the China card is greater than you might think. Generally, it's a good idea for the Soviet player to hang on to the China card in turn 1, likely playing it in turn 2 to influence whatever is going on in Asia at the time. An effective way to think of the China card is that you're essentially handing 2 victory points to your opponent by giving it to them, which certainly would be the case at endgame scoring. However, I think that mentality is useful in that as long as the card is being used to open up a potentially greater opportunity of at least 2 or more victory points, then you're justified in playing it. Otherwise, you're best to hang on to it. Another great use of the China card is if you notice your opponent is distracted or has priorities elsewhere, play the China card, flip a key battleground, and then follow up with the appropriate scoring card. And that is a great use of the China card ops. Another potential use of the China card as the Soviet player is, for example, if you happen to be dealt a very low ops hand in the first round, you might want to consider the China card to coup Iran in the first first action round. The first coup on Iran really is the key to getting into Asia in any meaningful way and slowing down the US in that regard. And it is a very key opening play. So you could use it for Italy as well to kick off the game, but certainly it is worth considering if you get dealt an especially poor hand. An interesting combination that I came across involving the China card also involves a card called the Cambridge 5, which is an optional early war card for the Soviets. Now let's say the Soviet player headlines this card in the first turn and discovers that the American player has the Asia scoring card in hand. The event says that the USSR player may then add 1 influence in any single region named on one of these scoring cards, and so the Soviet player takes 1 influence and puts it in India. Now, this grants them access to some key battlegrounds in Asia, and knowing that the Soviet player has the China card, this could be a big problem for the American player. So likely the American player, knowing that the Soviet player knows they have the Asia scoring card, is going to have to score Asia early. And even though it doesn't score many points either way, it gives the Soviets the advantage knowing that the American momentum is going to be stalled in the early going with having to play this card. And so it might potentially lead the Soviet player to gain some momentum that the American player would have to deal with, and would essentially put the American player on their heels from the very beginning. In the mid-war, this is going to be the main event you want to avoid, is the Ussuri River skirmish. If you're not able to space it, in many cases it's better to give up the China card than to allow the US to take the half of the event, which says that they can add 4 US influence in Asia, no more than 2 per country, can really throw off the balance. And certainly if you've got a good position in Asia, it can really disrupt things. So in many cases, it's better just to give up the China card when the effect can be much less pronounced. Generally, it's unwise for the Soviet player to play any influence into Japan, and the major reason for that is this event card, the US-Japan Mutual Defense Pact. And this means that it essentially hands control of Japan over to the Americans regardless of the situation, regardless of how much influence you have there, etc. So one play that you might consider in certain circumstances, especially if you've seen the US-Japan Defense Pact card go past, if it's after the turn 3 reshuffle and it happens to be in the discards, you may choose to use the China card influence to take over Japan. And this really should only be considered if you think you can win the game by scoring ahead of turn 7, certainly when things get reshuffled. And it is a bit of a risky play, but if the timing's right, if you're far enough ahead, it can potentially be the play that helps you to score domination in Asia, or even control, and gives you the game. As the American player, they have 2 great events that allow them to claim the China card back from the Soviet player. Now, you just have to be careful that you're not spending an action round playing playing an event to take the China card, which then needs to be spent in a future event. So there's certain kind of combinations you can look for that improve this situation. Now, there are a few powerful combinations that the American player should look out for when it comes to these great events. So the first is the Ussuri River skirmish. Great use of it is to headline this when you have the China card already in hand. Basically, that will allow you to add 4 influence in Asia, no more than 2 per country, to break up control in various spots, cause a lot of damage and a lot of disruption, and then follow up on your first action round with the China card. And those 5 ops can be devastating as a follow-up to this headline. Another powerful combination is to play the China card in the second last action round, and then finish off the turn by playing Nixon plays the China card. And that gives you the China card right ready to go for the beginning of your next turn. There's very little that your opponent can do to block or affect either of these plays. The China card can be a great final card for the US player. At the end of turn 10, basically in the last action round, the China card can be very powerful because those 4 or 5 ops can swing a region from presence to domination, take away victory points from the other side. If you math it out right, it can be enough to win you the game. So as long as you remember that essentially by playing the card, you're essentially handing your opponent 2 victory points because of the point that you don't get and the point that they get for having the China card at the end of the game. As long as you take that into consideration and you math it out, if you are able to use those ops to swing a region and get you more points that way, then absolutely do it. A great example of the final action round, final turn play by the US player might look something like this. And it's just spending the China card ops to place influence in a way that breaks up control of a couple of battleground states held by the USSR. And that in effect cancels out the 2 victory point swing that playing the China card at this juncture would give the Soviet player, because they would lose 2 battlegrounds and therefore the scoring on those 2 battlegrounds. So essentially this in and of itself is a neutral play. However, if it causes, in this case, the US to have presence and the Soviet player loses domination or presence, then it is obviously an even greater play in this case. So if you see the opportunity, even if it's not flipping a battleground or stealing a battleground in any way, even if it's just disrupting control of key battlegrounds in key areas, this can justify the final action round play of the China card, and it can be an amazing play and a game-winning play. The Socialist Governments card allows the Soviet player to remove up to 3 influence in Western Europe, no more than 2 per country. It is a powerful event, no question, but how can the Soviet player use it to the maximum effect? How can the US player mitigate it? This is what we will explore in today's video. First, let's look at the strategy for the USSR. Obviously, Socialist Governments makes a great turn 1 headline because the US will be obligated to try and repair the damage to West Germany and potentially Italy if you don't coup there and if they haven't over-controlled it. This buys you 2 action rounds in a row where basically you will get the opportunity to do a battleground coup, for example in Italy in round 1 and Iran in round 2, or just get the Soviet steamroller underway by snapping up lots of territory. Either way, the American player will start off the game on their heels. And this is true even if you are playing the US with an extra op at the start, as that extra op usually goes to reinforce Iran, not Italy. A great follow-up to a headline of Socialist Governments is duck and cover. And the reason for this is because in a standard USSR setup, with an influence in Yugoslavia, after playing Socialist Governments, you can just place the 3 influence in Italy, and because the DEFCON drops 1 level, that is protected from a counter coup on the part of the US. And the victory point sacrifice at that DEFCON 5 is only 1 victory point, so the cost is quite low to gain control of Italy. And this is great because if you're using the standard setup, this allows you to take control of Italy without the risk of a die roll, and yet still allows the potential of an Iran coup in your next action round. Really, for the USSR, Socialist Governments is a great headline no matter what the circumstances. Follow up a headline of Socialist Governments with Europe scoring in the first turn and rack up the points. Reduce the UK to hamper the use of the special relationship card, especially after NATO is in effect, or remove control of Canada to prevent NORAD from firing after your battleground coup on action round 1. France can also be attacked with this card. Lots of possibilities. If you don't headline it, it's less useful as the turn progresses, and you may be better off just using the 3 ops. If you do have it later in the turn though, you might choose to play it for the event in the last action round, which would dissuade the US from doing their usual last action round play, which is using their ops or an event to set up a dilemma for you in the next turn. The US might be compelled to repair the damage you do in Europe instead. The US player will typically space this one, but if they have to play it, they usually have to play it just to replace the lost ops. So it's a bit of a lost turn, but it may just be necessary. And hey, at least you got it and not the Soviet player, so you have some control as to when it comes out. Only make sure you have access to replace the influence. For example, here, if the event happens and these 2 influence are removed from Italy, the US has no direct way to put those influence back into the country. And they would have to either go through France or through Austria, some other way of getting there, which may be too late. In that case, take the card for ops first if you're vulnerable, and boost the countries as necessary before letting the event happen. This way, you can get back into the territory you may have just lost. In this example, this is another way you could use the operations points to prevent a complete loss of Italy. If you're under the Red Scare Purge card, Spacing it may be the only realistic option because the ops that you get from the card won't be enough to undo any damage done. Especially in the early war, this card is worth holding on to until late in the turn, just in case the Soviet player has Blockade in hand. I can't think of a better early war card to discard as a result of the Blockade event. This event is especially powerful because it is not a starred event and will return a few times through the game. It is a perennial threat, and the USSR player will be sure to make the most of it. If possible, the US should over-control the battlegrounds in Europe the same way the USSR should to mitigate John Paul II becomes Pope or Eastern European unrest. Try to over-control them well ahead of time if the scoring of Europe will be affected, so you don't have to worry about that nasty Socialist Governments headline. The Late War Iron Lady card is a bad US event, but at least it can prevent future plays of the Socialist Governments card. If it's the late war and you have socialist governments in hand, you might want to hold on to it until late in the hand or even carry it over until the next turn, as the USSR player is very likely to trigger the Iron Lady event if it comes up. If you then happen to get the Iron Lady card, you can always send socialist governments to space and play Iron Lady for the ops. So, in a nutshell, the USSR can make great use of this card throughout the game, especially as a headline. The US needs to figure out how to mitigate this nasty event, often having to deal with it many times per game by over-controlling in Europe and making sure that influence removed does not cut off access to key countries. Fidel is an event that brings both access to Central America and a smile to the Soviet player's face. It's a card the American player feels overly compelled to mitigate. In real life, Fidel Castro changed the course of the Cold War. Will he have the same effect in your game? This is our examination of the Fidel card in Twilight Struggle. For the USSR, Fidel is the main path to getting into Central America. It gives you control of one of the 3 Central American battlegrounds, and if you can pull off a coup in Panama, some liberation theology, or just some investment and influence can easily give you domination in the region. Cuba is one of the few countries on the board that are vulnerable to realignments. A lot of times, this will be one of the main instances of the rarely used realignment action as the US tries to get Fidel out of power. So it's not a bad idea to expand into Nicaragua or Haiti to make it a less tempting target and to allow the opportunity to go back in there if your influence is removed. It's easy to overlook the fact that Fidel can turn CIA created into a DEFCON suicide card because it gives the US a battleground country which can be targeted for a coup at DEFCON 2. CIA created can be neutered if, when played, there is no available battleground to coup to end the game. Also, Central America isn't going to be scored until at least turn 4, so the value of having Russian influence in Cuba at an early stage is pretty low. Therefore, arguably, it is better to use the ops in the first turns and maybe look to play it early in the mid-war. But in doing so, you have to take the risk that he may not turn up in your hand and may be spaced or otherwise cancelled by US play. And it's just for those reasons that the US should consider playing the Fidel card for ops in the first and second turns. It opens up CIA created as a potential DEFCON suicide threat, and you have plenty of time to realign Cuba at a later point, as it's unlikely the USSR is going to prioritize putting influence into Haiti or Nicaragua in the early war when ops are better spent elsewhere. Even if you send him to space, Fidel is likely to turn up again very soon. After turn 3, when the reshuffle happens, by all means send him to space. This way he's unlikely to return until after the turn 7 reshuffle, and at that point he is much less valuable to the USSR, who probably already has influence in Central and South America through the use of other cards. But keeping the USSR player out of Cuba denies him or her at least 2 victory points every time Central America is scored, one for being a battleground state and one for being next to the United States. If you know Fidel is not going to turn up for a while, you may want to make a play for Cuba, especially if you have the Central American scoring card in hand or if you know it's coming up soon. Because Fidel could be fished out of the discard pile by SALT negotiations, there's some risk to that strategy, but then again, there's risk in many facets of life. The American player can opt to realign the USSR out of Cuba. It can be done even at DEFCON 2 and has the benefit of being next to the United States, which can neutralize the +1 modifier for the USSR having more influence. If you happen to use the 2 ops on the Fidel card to try and immediately realign the USSR out of the country, smarter people than I have calculated that it's a 34.88% chance that the realignment will remove the influence completely from Cuba. You can use a card like Puppet Governments to take Haiti or Nicaragua, which would boost your odds, although the value of that is debatable, especially since that is going to clearly signal your intentions to the USSR, who can easily coup you out of those unstable regions. One option is to take a spare op to place influence in Nicaragua in the last action round of a turn, which presents the USSR with the choice of doing an action round 1 coup in a battleground country or doing a coup in Nicaragua, a non-battleground country, to hamper the realignment of Cuba and conceding the first battleground coup to the US. So, as the USSR, play this card for ops in turns 1 and 2 and for the event anytime after that. As the US, don't fear Fidel. Play him for the event early and look to realign him out or leave him there as a DEFCON suicide threat. Vietnam Revolts is one of the key cards that gets the USSR into Southeast Asia. But is it worth playing for the event, or are the ops too valuable? How can the US deal with this event, or do they even need to bother? That's what we will examine today. For the USSR, the timing of this card is everything. It is a solid turn 1 headline, perhaps the best one for the USSR in the early war, and it's valuable enough that you probably want to play this for the event at some point in the first 2 turns if you can. The problem is, it doesn't stay valuable forever. The main benefit of this event is that it allows you to quickly get to Thailand to establish control before the US does. The US usually moves up through Malaysia to Thailand, which takes some time and signals their intention. If you can follow up a headline of Vietnam Revolts with 3 or 4 ops into Thailand, it's going to be very tough to counter, especially with the extra ops points you have in that turn for counter coup. If you're worried about the US doing a counter coup, you can wait until the track gets to DEFCON 3 before playing the card for the event. The risk of this approach is that it does give the US time to get to Thailand via Malaysia, but even if they do, if you're willing to use the China card, you can usually go over the top to grab control. The card provides a decent advantage with the extra ops as long as they're spent in Southeast Asia. The USSR is generally only going to use this bonus in Thailand. One power play you can do is to play this card for the event and get the bonus operations point in Southeast Asia. Follow up with the China card to go over the top in Thailand and over control. This is the only combination that will give you 6 ops in one card play. But be careful and have a sense of urgency. Asia tends to get locked down at some point in the early war, and Thailand is usually under the control of one of the powers after turn 2. This basically means that you can get to a point when playing this event is actually pretty useless. If this event doesn't get played before turn 3, or if it gets played during the mid-war, it will be pretty ineffective by that point. Arguably, after the Southeast Asia scoring card is played, it really doesn't have much value at all, and you are far better to take the ops. Headlining this card in turn 1 will give you domination instantly in Asia. This basically means 5 victory points if the US makes the mistake of trying to dump the Asia scoring card as a first turn headline to get it out of the way. For many reasons, it's a much weaker move to headline this and follow up with USSR play of the Asia scoring card on action round 1, but depending on your hand, it might be an option worth considering. And you can headline it and do your usual coup in Iran. Sometimes this isn't feasible if you have bid for sides and the US has an extra influence or 2 in Iran. Arguably though, Vietnam Revolts is a better headline than Socialist Governments, followed by the Italy coup, because there's less luck involved. If the US tries to get you out of Vietnam with a coup, He only has a 1 in 6 chance of getting the only truly effective result, which is erasing your influence in Vietnam entirely. And if you get any other result, you can counter coup with +1 or just move into Thailand as planned. Alternatively, you can headline this card and then play influence into Thailand and Laos, Cambodia. If the US coups Thailand, then you can come back with a vengeance with +1 to your counter coup strength. This can be even stronger if you use the China card, and this would likely give you a strong position in Southeast Asia for the rest of the game. As this would drop the DEFCON to 3, Thailand would be protected for a while by DEFCON restrictions. Also, in this instance, you have other neighboring countries that can help you to get back into Thailand if you need to. As a side benefit, Laos gives you additional insurance against a brush war on Thailand in the mid or late war, makes it harder to push you out of Southeast Asia, gets you a victory point when the Southeast Asia scoring card is played, and gets you one step closer towards India if you need it. Headlining this card and then following up with a coup of Iran or Italy with duck and cover will allow you unfettered access to Thailand. Don't forget to over-control it. This gives the US a coup at DEFCON 3 and a victory point, but that's a small price to pay for potential control of Southeast Asia and Thailand. Another reason to headline this one is because it's not the end of the world if it is blocked by defectors. For the US player, if you get this card in hand, you can safely play it on the last action round of your turn for minimal effect. Just make sure that you have already taken Thailand. Obviously, don't play into Vietnam if this card is still out there, unless for some reason it will help with Asia scoring or Southeast Asia scoring right away. Either you have the scoring card in hand, or you know the USSR has it and has to play it. But realistically, there are usually plenty of other low-risk, alternative non-battlegrounds that you can play into for control. If the USSR headlines Vietnam revolts, be careful you don't end up in a coup war over Thailand or Vietnam. Remember that the USSR has a bonus op point that applies to every coup attempt, and they have the China card in reserve if they need it. On the face of it, at a glance, Vietnam revolts is a pretty average event for the USSR. However, further analysis shows that it's actually one of the best headlines that the USSR can play, especially in the early war, and is key to gaining control of Southeast Asia. For the US player, this is an event that is relatively easy to mitigate if it turns up in your hand. However, you need to make sure that you take it into account when planning your Asian strategy against the USSR. If I'm introducing someone new to Twilight Struggle, Blockade is one of those cards that I feel morally obligated to let them know about. It can be absolutely devastating, even game-winning, if the US player forgets about it or is forced to suffer the consequences of its event. Today we will look at the best ways to both use and mitigate this card. First of all, let's take a look at Blockade. It's a Soviet event, a one-op card, and the event states that unless the US player immediately discards a 3 or more value operations card, eliminate all US influence in West Germany. It takes some skill to use Blockade well. For example, it is an event made weaker by headlining it or playing it early or midway through a turn. It's much more effective played in the following way. Assume that the US player has not forgotten, nor will they forget about Blockade. Assume that they have a card, likely a Soviet event that they didn't want to play anyway, like Destalinization, held back so they can get rid of it when you gleefully play Blockade on them. So, timing is everything. Here are the best options. Option number 1. Play it for ops, hoping to catch the US off guard later on in the game. Number 2. Play late in a round when the US player is under Red Scare/Purge. This can be very powerful because it can potentially be unstoppable if the US has a weak hand. Number 3. Count the cards and play it when you know that the US player is not holding any strong cards. No matter what, it is best played later on in the turn, preferably in your last action round. Another roundabout way to get a benefit from the Blockade card is to use it to cut down the US hand size to where they have to play Decolonization or Destalinization against their will, which is most effective when the US does not hold the China card. If you play this in the first 2 rounds, then it guarantees that Destalinization will be back before the turn 3 reshuffle. The US strategy is simple in this case. Have a 3-ops card in hand until Blockade has been played. Yes, it's that simple, but it is also that serious. You do not want to lose West Germany due to this event, as it can put tremendous pressure on you to hold France and Italy, which are notoriously unstable in this game. If the USSR plays it for ops in the early war, do not forget about it and hold on to a 3-ops card every round in the mid-war. If you get it in your hand, it's generally better to just trigger it and get it out of the way. Make sure that you discard a 3-op or more USSR card event to at least offset the negative impact of Blockade. In some cases, Blockade can help your cause by getting rid of a nasty event that you really don't want to trigger. If you don't have a card with enough ops, then you have to be okay with holding it over to the next turn. And if you're forced to discard Destalinization or Decolonization, which are both cards you would prefer to get rid of after the turn 3 reshuffle, you're going to have to deal with that too. If you have the space in your hand, you may want to hold it over until the mid-war when you can use it to get rid of a nasty USSR event like Muslim Revolution. A sneaky play using Blockade is when you have a 3 or 4 ops card in hand and Truman Doctrine. Play Blockade on your second last action round. Frown visibly, squeeze out a tear, and then remove all of the influence from West Germany. Use the 1-op that Blockade provides to replace one of the influence lost. When the USSR gleefully jumps on the opportunity with a 4-ops card, play 3-ops into West Germany in your last action round to tie him. This sets up a giant influence arms race for the following turn. The surprise comes when you headline Truman Doctrine and remove all Soviet influence from West Germany, and you regain control. Now it is time for the Soviet player to tear up. A wise Soviet player should be very cautious about Blockade if the Truman Doctrine card is not out of play yet. I have pulled this off in real life, and I do recommend it. If you really get stuck and you are forced to play Blockade with no 3-op card to discard, it is recommended that you play it on your very last action round of the turn. You can mitigate the damage by making sure you have influence in an adjacent country beforehand and brace yourself for an influence race. And if you're lucky, your opponent might discard Containment in an effort to minimize that event for them, thereby allowing you to play a 2-ops card to satisfy Blockade's event condition, or space Blockade if you have to. The great player Riku Rikkonen has put together another possible option, which is if the US player has Blockade and either Destalinization or Decolonization in hand on turn 1, it might be worth considering an opening setup that leaves West Germany entirely empty of influence. Why? Basically, this allows you to play Blockade without discarding any cards, and allows you to hold on to Destalinization or Decolonization until after the turn 3 discard. The USSR is then faced with a dilemma: either coup Iran as usual, or take control of West Germany with a big 4-ops play. To me, this play is much more viable in the case of using the standard game rules, as opposed to the usual US handicap of 1 or 2 extra influence, which would make the decision for the USSR much easier. However, as with anything else in this great game, it depends. The Korean War was an important event in the Cold War, and it can be just as pivotal in a game of Twilight Struggle as the battle for Asian domination progresses through the early war turns. Here's how both sides can make the best use of this card. This card is a great threat, effectively making the US hesitate about playing influence into South Korea until it has passed. It definitely loses value as the game goes on, however, as Japan and possibly Taiwan fall under US influence, thereby making it a long odds role for success. Strangely, the nature of the Korean War card means that it's usually worth taking South Korea by influence play instead of by this event, as it removes the luck element. A 4-ops card will allow you to do this outright. You may consider it a reasonable play and a fair deal that using the US-Japan Mutual Defense Pact card for the 4-ops essentially gives you the fair trade of South Korea for Japan. It's a decent way to mitigate the event and keep the balance in Asia. If the US then decides to compete with you on influence there, the threat of the Korean War card remains hanging over their head. The US player risks losing all of their ops with a lucky die roll for the USSR. So in many cases, the US will likely just concede South Korea to you. If you decide to trigger the event, the 2 victory points and the 2 military ops are a welcome bonus to your victory roll, even if you might only be flipping 1 US influence. For the US player, it's usually best to let this event happen as soon as you possibly can. The card works best for the USSR as a threat, so the faster you can remove it, the better. And if you trigger it early in the game and you happen to win the Korean War event, then you can use the 2 ops to safely take control of South Korea. If you lose the Korean War event, you can still put the 2 influence in there and get ahead in the race for control. Either way, it's likely better played later on in your turn, such as the last action round. There usually isn't time or ops to build up South Korea's neighbors deliberately in the early war to offset that die roll. Certainly, you can build up those countries as the game progresses, but the best you can hope for in the meantime is that the USSR triggers the US-Japan Mutual Defense Pact card before you can get to the Korean War card. Also, prematurely piling ops into Taiwan and Japan will signal that you have the Korean War card and will likely result in the USSR just using the China card to take control of it outright. It might be worth putting 1 op into South Korea just so the USSR can't take control of the country with a single 4-op play. But do so understanding the risks involved. This might cause the Soviet player to play the China card to go over the top and to gain control of South Korea that way. If that happens in turn 1, that can be great for the US, as it would allow the American player to hold on to decolonization or destalinization until after the turn 3 reshuffle, and give them the China card, which would allow them to go over the top in Thailand or Pakistan if the USSR doesn't over-control them. If the Korean War card ends up being held until after the turn 3 reshuffle, then you're probably safe to play into South Korea for control, as it's not a likely SALT negotiations card candidate and may not turn up in time to make any difference at all, assuming the die roll involved is even favorable to the USSR. Along that same line, there is a school of thought that says that if you get the card in hand as the US player, it's actually a great idea to play into South Korea for control and space the Korean War card after the turn 3 reshuffle, basically guaranteeing that you're not going to see this card again until after turn 7. There is some merit to that, and it certainly seems better if the USSR places any influence in South Korea before the event triggers, but it obviously does depend on the circumstances, such as whether you do not have another candidate for the space race that turn. You can also go for broke and place influence in South Korea with the threat of the Korean War hanging over your head. The only time this might make sense is if Asia is about to be scored, and or if you control Japan and or Taiwan already, mitigating the die roll. It could be an even more attractive play with the Formosan Resolution event in effect. So in summary, you're likely going to see one of 3 situations in South Korea. Either the USSR takes it outright with ops, Or the war happens and the US wins, and the US uses the ops on the Korean War card to take control of South Korea. Or the war happens and the US loses and spends the ops to make it 2-1, likely resulting in the USSR spending a big card to gain control. Other variations are possible, of course, but this is likely what you will see. So in summary, for the USSR, play it for ops to keep it as a threat for as long as it makes sense. And for the US, either play it as soon as you can to get it over with, or play into South Korea with influence and space the Korean War card so that you don't see it until after turn 7. The Romanian Abdication card is a non-event, relatively speaking, for both the US and the USSR. That doesn't mean it can't have some value though, and we will discuss that here. How does this event work? Well, quite simply, if either side triggers the event, all US influence in Romania is removed, and the USSR gains sufficient influence in Romania for control. Because the US typically doesn't have any influence in Romania, what this usually means is 3 Soviet influences placed in Romania, and that is the end of the event. For the USSR, it is usually best to take this card for the 1-op. The event doesn't really do much to help you, as Romania is so far behind the Iron Curtain that it's hard for the US player to contest it even if they wanted to. However, there might be some uses that you hadn't thought of that are worth your consideration. First of all, it does give you a European non-battleground, which might be useful in scoring Europe domination in the right circumstances. It can also be useful as a headline when Defectors is potentially lurking out there and you are worried about it blocking your event, or if you really have nothing else to headline. Finally, it can also give you influence which can be redistributed with the Destalinization event at a later point. If Destalinization has already been played, it is likely better to just take the op. Taking the op in the early war also keeps the card in play, which slightly tilts the overall composition of the draw deck in your favor after the turn 3 reshuffle, which is never a bad thing. There is also one interesting US combo that you do need to keep an eye out for, and I'll detail that now. For the US player, this card is generally totally safe to play and to let the event trigger. In fact, triggering the event makes other cards like Independent Reds more useful to you. If you're going to play it, you might want to hold off until later on in the turn in case Destalinization is played by your opponent. You don't want to give the USSR easy ops to reposition. It's better to make it a bit of a tougher choice. And there is a useful combo that is not worth pursuing directly, but it is a nice indirect consequence of play. After Romanian Abdication is played, the card Independent Reds can take on some extra value. If the Independent Reds event triggers, play the ops into Romania, which leaves it at 3-3. This typically improves on most times Independent Reds is triggered, where it only gives you 1 influence somewhere. Afterwards, if the Truman Doctrine comes out, you can remove the Soviet influence from Romania. This gives you US control of a non-battleground country neighboring Mother Russia, which means it scores an extra victory point every time the European scoring card is played. Again, it's not something to be directly pursued as it really isn't worth that much effort, but if the cards fall in your favor, it at least adds some value to your cause. So in summary, Romanian Abdication is an event that adds a little bit of value to the USSR and is a pretty safe event for the USA to play. The Arab-Israeli War card is a sometimes powerful, sometimes inconsequential event card that must nonetheless be reckoned with by an American player in the early war. With the power to flip any US influence to Soviet influence, it can discourage early play into Israel, which is the Middle East's most stable battleground. Let's take a closer look at how this card can and should be played. Taking a quick look at the event, we basically have a die roll which is at best 50-50, but with some potentially serious consequences. If the USSR rolls a modified die roll of 4 to 6, they gain 2 victory points and replace all US influence in Israel with Soviet influence. And either way, they get 2 military ops for the track. The die roll is modified by subtracting 1 from the roll for each US-controlled country adjacent to Israel and for US control of Israel itself. This card is ideally used as a turn 1 headline, which can then be followed up with the usual coup of Iran in the first action round. At that point, the USSR has a good chance of eliminating US influence entirely from the Middle East. Even if it doesn't succeed, this card doesn't leave play, so it remains a threat throughout the game until the Camp David Accords event is played. Because the US is going to try to affect the die roll by controlling Israel's neighbors, you may want to take control of those countries first so you can keep the threat of the Arab-Israeli war hanging over the US player's head. This means that the US player will hesitate to control Israel, especially with the Suez Crisis event card also out there. Israel is valuable not only because of its high stability, but in many games it is the last line of defense for the US in the Middle East, and it also happens to be the only Middle Eastern country that is not affected by the Muslim revolutions card. If Israel is surrounded by a couple of US-controlled countries and your odds of winning are highly reduced, it's likely best to just use this card for the ops. Early on, you are going to want to defend against this card primarily by placing influence into Lebanon, Jordan, or even Egypt for control. This improves your chances of hanging on to Israel, and also makes it harder to be completely dislodged from the Middle East, which is a real risk for the US player in this game. Because of the high stability of Israel, it's unlikely that either side will have the ops to spare to control it early on in the game. That is a good thing for the US player, because even if you lose, it would generally only flip 1 influence. That said, you want to win the Arab-Israeli war instead of lose it. This is usually done by taking the ops first and placing 2 influence in a neighboring country or 2, and then letting the event happen with reduced odds for the USSR to win. Lebanon is useful because it's cheap to control, but it can also be a reasonably attractive coup target for the USSR, who may be interested in hurting your chances with the Arab-Israeli war card, and also in gaining domination in the Middle East. Lebanon is vulnerable to the Marine barracks bombing event in the late war, but the Middle East might be dominated by the USSR by then anyway. Jordan is better in some ways because it is a 2-stability country and is therefore harder to coup successfully. If you can spare the ops, it is usually worth the investment. It is also a pathway to the battleground state of Saudi Arabia. One of the countries that is most tempting to play into is Egypt, as it is a battleground state. However, the event card Nasser makes this a riskier proposition, as you may lose influence and control of the country as a result of that event. One of the main reasons Egypt remains a solid choice, though, is because even after the Nasser event, you still have a pathway into the battleground country of Libya. At the same time, because of the risk of a coup, placing influence in Egypt to offset the Arab-Israeli war card would best be done at DEFCON 2. The main reason why the US player would want to play influence into Israel's neighboring countries is not only to modify the die roll for the Arab-Israeli war card, but also, if the war is lost, influence placed in neighboring countries would allow the US to re-access Israel and to again compete for control of that important country. Also, as a side note, it's also important to pay attention to the connecting lines that are sometimes a bit hard to see on the Twilight Struggle board. For instance, Israel is not connected to Iraq. That is one of those things in the Middle East that you need to pay attention to. Also, Jordan is not connected to Egypt and that sort of thing. So you want to make sure that the lines connect the countries so that you don't make a mistake or make plans based on a false assumption. So for the USSR, With the potential to knock the US out of the Middle East entirely, the Arab-Israeli war card is potentially a very powerful event. However, if Israel has been shored up and its neighbors have been controlled, then the card is best taken for ops. For the US player, the Arab-Israeli war card is a bit of a pain in the neck, but ultimately is mitigatable through the use of influence in the surrounding countries and eventually in Israel itself. Losing the Arab-Israeli war early on does not have huge consequences, and Israel remains up for grabs as one of the best countries to control in the Middle East. COMECON is a somewhat unremarkable card for the event, except for the fact that it has got a high-risk, high-reward maneuver named after it, called the COMECON Trap. We will examine this and other strategic tidbits in more detail here. First of all, the event. COMECON is a Soviet 3-op card that, if played for the event, allows the Soviets to add one USSR influence in each of 4 non-US controlled countries in Eastern Europe. So how useful is this event for the Soviets? Well, not that much. The event itself doesn't provide much help as the influence is pretty scattered. And so it can only be used as an inferior version of the Warsaw Pact event. It might come in useful if the Chernobyl event is played in Europe in the late war to bolster some of your holdings in Eastern Europe, but other than that, the event is only really useful in providing influence that can be moved later with the Destalinization event. That is, aside from the gambit known as the COMECON Trap. The setup here requires something of a perfect storm, but can be devastating if it is pulled off successfully. If the Soviet player has COMECON and some other safe high ops card in hand, you can set up your European influence so that it looks like this. 3 influence in East Germany, 4 in Austria, and 2 in Yugoslavia. If the US uses a standard setup, then it is a perfect opportunity to spring. With this setup, headline COMECON. Take the event and boost the influence in Yugoslavia up to 3. Then in your first action round, you can do realignment rolls with your high ops at a +1 modifier. If you get lucky, you can remove the US entirely from continental Europe, leaving only the UK as a real bastion of American influence. This gives the USSR a real shot at Europe control and thereby winning the game quickly and easily. A careful observer might feel that 4 Soviet influence in Austria at the start seems like a bit of overkill. However, the reason for this is because a perfectly reasonable setup for the US might be something like this if they see the COMECON Trap coming. This setup would prevent control of Austria even after the COMECON event. And so that's why having 4 there initially will allow, with the COMECON event, to boost that to 5 and then give the control of Austria that's required to pull off the maneuver. The gambit can also be performed with Warsaw Pact, but the general thinking is that this card should be preserved if possible for late war use, in case the gambit doesn't pay off. You do give up the standard first round action round coup of Iran though, so please keep that in mind. Hopefully the US player will be hurriedly putting influence into France to regain access to Italy and West Germany, and will be properly distracted by that, meaning that the Iran coup could happen in a later action round. If the US player gets COMECON instead and plays it, use 2 of the influence to bolster Poland and East Germany. The other 2 influence can be used to add to any European countries where you might be close to control. But it may not matter that much where you put it, especially if Destalinization is soon to come out and you will be reassigning that influence elsewhere. As the US player, it's important to stay alert for the COMECON trap setup, and after that, this card becomes pretty benign. Now there's actually many easy ways to block this gambit. The first one is to headline Marshall Plan, which would allow you to potentially prevent control of Austria and set up plenty of adjacencies that would allow you to re-access West Germany and Italy. Another way to block the gambit is to use the setup that I had mentioned earlier and place 1 influence in Austria. This will allow you to re-access West Germany and Italy if they both get realigned out. You can also headline Defectors, which cancels the COMECON event that is crucial to making it work. You can headline East European Unrest, which allows you to deplete influence in the key countries required. It's not a complete block, but it would mitigate the threat. You could headline Duck and Cover, which drops the DEFCON and prevents realignments in Europe. This is a bit of a subpar play because those 3 ops are so valuable for the US in the early war, but it is another way to stop the COMECON trap. You can headline CIA Created and use your 1 op that the event provides to do a weak coup in North Korea or Iran or some other such battleground state to drop DEFCON and prevent realignments in Europe. This is frankly a bit of a waste of this great card, but it will work in a pinch. Independent Reds could also work as a headline to mitigate but not eliminate the threat, as it would allow you to match influence in Austria. The realignments could then proceed only at a 0 modifier. Red Scare Purge can limit the number of roles the Soviet can take. Obviously, it's not a complete block of the maneuver, but it can obviously potentially limit the damage. This is a bit of a weird one, but you could use Truman Doctrine if you put 2 influence in Austria, and that you could then use it to remove the influence in Austria and prevent the COMECON trap that way. You could also headline Europe Scoring, which would give you a victory point or whatever, but you'd have to be brave enough to deal with the potential negative consequences of the gambit later. This would at least get the Europe Scoring card out of the way and kick the can down the road, so to speak, and hopefully you can wrestle control back of your battleground states in Europe. I came across some fairly extreme setups that some people had suggested. For example, 1 influence in West Germany, 3 in France, and 3 in Italy as an alternative setup of influence to block the COMECON trap and limit its impact. Or another unusual alternative might be 4 influence in Italy, 2 in Greece, and 1 in Austria. This setup actually lines up with the alternative setup of leaving West Germany completely empty, and that eliminates the risk of the blockade event. It allows re-accessing the battleground states of Italy and West Germany via Austria and Greece, and gives a potential non-battleground state that can stave off Soviet domination of the region. So there are lots of ways to defend against the gambit, and if you see a lot of influence in Austria and Yugoslavia, you should brace yourself for it. Odds are you will have at least one of the cards I mentioned before that will help you to mitigate it, and there are those alternative setups to consider. So in summary, as a Soviet player, the COMECON trap can win you the game quickly and handily if you can pull it off. It's best used against other players that are not watching this series of videos, or who have just never come across that kind of setup before. If you're not using this opening gambit, then the Soviet player is generally best to take COMECON for ops. For the US player, this can safely be taken for the ops value with minimal consideration given to interactions with other card events. Nasser is an event that the American player must always be alert for, and the Soviet player absolutely loves to see. We're going to take a look at how both sides can manage this card well. Let's first take a look at the event. This is an early war Soviet one-op card. The event allows the USSR to add 2 influence in Egypt and to remove half rounded up of all US influence in Egypt. So for example, if the American player had 3 influence in Egypt, the play of the Nasser card would add 2 Soviet influence and remove half rounded up of the American influence. 3 divided by 2 is 1.5, rounded up is 2, so the US player loses 2 influence when the Nasser event is played. In practical terms, this event typically results in a 2-0 Soviet control of Egypt. Also common is a 2-1 Soviet advantage in the country if the American player had already played 2 influence into Egypt for control. Access to Egypt is good, and the fact that it allows access to Libya is even better. Both are tough for the USSR to get to otherwise. If you can play the event before the US has a chance to play into Egypt, it should give you both crucial battleground states. As such, Nasser can be a great headline, especially in turn 2 or 3 when the DEFCON is likely to begin the turn at 3. This means that after your battleground coup in action round 1, DEFCON drops to 2 and Egypt is safely yours, at least for a while. If the US has locked down Egypt and Libya for some reason, or you got there already by coup and Nasser just won't be effective, then by all means play him for ops so he remains a threat. Get him to help you take back Egypt if circumstances change later in the game. It can certainly be used to counteract the Sadat card in the mid-war. For the US, this event generally means that the USSR is going to get a leg up in Egypt and likely Libya as well. You'll have to wait until there's a good coup opportunity, but more likely for the Sadat expels Soviets event. In anticipation of this event, many US players will hold off on playing into Egypt and instead play into Jordan or Lebanon as part of their strategy to minimize the effect of the Arab-Israeli war card. But they may be missing out on an opportunity. If DEFCON drops to 2, it is worth playing 2 influence into Egypt. The reason why is because Nasser won't get rid of you entirely with his event. In fact, you will have at least an action round to retake Egypt or grab Libya. If you get Nasser in hand, it might be tempting to use the UN intervention event card, or if Containment is in effect, to send him to space. But the problem is that he will come back at some point, and especially if it's after Sadat or the Camp David Accords event, he could still cause you a lot of trouble. So you can play him, which gets him out of the game on your schedule and not on the Soviet schedule, with the view that if you play the card as a headline or early enough in the turn, it can give you an easy 2 stability battleground state to coup. This can be valuable in getting you some mill-ops, which might otherwise be hard to come by. But here's the recommended play. Play the Nasser event card on the last action round after having played into Egypt with 2 influence. This gives the USSR a quandary, and you can likely come out ahead in the deal. There are really 3 options then available to the Soviet player. Number 1, they can coup Egypt on their first action round of their new turn. This means that the Soviets are not able to coup somewhere else of equal or greater importance. Second, they can coup somewhere else in the first action round of the new turn. This allows you to simply place influence, enough to take control of Egypt on your action round. Third, they can simply add influence to gain control of the country. If they do this, you will get a chance to coup Egypt or somewhere else of equal or greater importance and gain control there. So in summary, Nasser is a great Soviet card that is part of the event infrastructure that allows the USSR to gain domination in the Middle East. While he can be eventually neutered by Sadat, it is almost always going to be taken for the event by the Soviets. For the US player, don't be afraid. Nasser is annoying, but not the end of the world. You should play 2 influence into Egypt despite the fact that he might be lurking in the draw deck or in the Soviet hand, and make a play for Libya instead. Just don't forget that he's out there. This card is an interesting one. For the USSR, even though it is an early war card, it actually is much better as a late war event. And for the US, the sooner they trigger it, the better. Some subtle play will change the effect this card has on the game, but I will delve into more detail on the card first. Let's take a look at the event. Warsaw Pact Formed is a 3-op starred early war event for the USSR. If played for the event, the Soviet player can remove all US influence from up to 4 countries in Eastern Europe. Or, the USSR player can add 5 influence in Eastern Europe, no more than 2 per country. This event is also one of the prerequisite events that allows the US-NATO event to occur. The Soviet strategy for this card is pretty simple. There's no question that of the 2 options offered in this event, the first option is by far the best effect that this event can have. The fact that you can remove all US influence in Eastern Europe from 4 countries is an amazing and powerful effect. Please note that this event removes said influence even if the US controls the country in question. This is a massive event, like an American Truman Doctrine event card, only better. I have come across people in my research talking about being newer to the game and having as much as 15 influence wiped out in the late war by this single card. If there is a single moment when flipping a table is justified, this is it. The only thing is that the US player likely will not play much into Eastern Europe in the early war. This means that even though it's listed as an early war event, it is much more powerful in the late war to offset inroads that the US can make with such American event cards as Solidarity, Chernobyl, John Paul II elected Pope, East European Unrest, and Tear Down This Wall. So the USSR player is better off to play this card for ops in the early and mid-war, with the hope that it comes out in the last 3 turns of the game. In my research, I've come across instances where people have held on to this card from the early war just so they could play it in turn 7 or 8. This is a bit extreme, but there's no question that it is better to use it as late as possible in the game. Keep it in the deck as long as possible. You only get to use it once. The threat of it coming out at some point can act as a huge deterrent to an aggressive US player as well, who might otherwise try to make a grab for your Eastern European states. If you get the card after the turn 7 reshuffle, then hang on to it just in case as a defense against some of those mid and late war US cards mentioned earlier. If the US gets this card first and plays it, say, in the early war, then place the extra influence to bolster Poland and East Germany. And put the extra anywhere where it can give you control, like potentially Yugoslavia, where a standard Soviet setup will have an influence point, or maybe in Czechoslovakia, where it can potentially help against a late war realignment role in Europe. As the US player, if you draw this card in the early war or even in the mid-war, before you have started to heavily invest in Eastern Europe, count yourself lucky. Played early, the Soviet player will be forced to take the 5 influence, which doesn't do much for the USSR other than bolster some battlegrounds that were already under control and provide some influence that might be reassigned elsewhere with Destalinization. But even more importantly, it denies the USSR a great late war event that can be very damaging to your position. Not only that, playing the Warsaw Pact enables the NATO event, which protects countries where you have control from being realigned or having a coup, which helps to solidify your position in Europe. Another minor benefit is that it can give you more free influence with a play of independent Reds, which can give you a further foothold in Eastern Europe, especially since your ambitions there will no longer be under threat from this event. So very simply, as the USSR, take this card for ops in the early war, play it for ops or hold on to it in the mid-war, and use the effect devastatingly in the late war. In the right circumstances, this is one of the better Soviet events in Twilight Struggle. As the US player, trigger the event as soon as you can and get this card out of the game. The event itself is actually pretty neutral as far as you're concerned, as it gives benefits to both sides, and you can certainly put those 3 ops to good use in the early war. This event is a great Soviet event, but as it turns out, it isn't so bad if it turns up in the US hand. We're going to take an in-depth look as to how both sides can benefit from this card. So how does the event work? It's pretty straightforward. This card is a Soviet-starred event, otherwise worth 3 operations points. If played for the event, the US loses 2 influence in France, and the USSR gains 1 influence there. It also cancels the effect of NATO for France, which means that it can be vulnerable to coups or realignments. For the Soviets, it's important to realize how important France is to Europe's scoring. France on its own is worth a 2 victory point swing, and if it helps you to get domination, it can be worth as much as 6 victory points. De Gaulle leads France as your main opportunity to get a foothold there. And even control. It also grants you access to Africa from a different direction. Algeria is an important African battleground country because of its above-average stability. If you have the opportunity, take it. Let's take a look at the 3 scenarios in which this card would be played. First of all, let's take a look at a France that is empty of influence, or at least is not under someone's control. If you can get access to France from either West Germany, Italy, or Algeria, a powerful move is using the 3 ops of the De Gaulle leads France cards to just take over the country. You don't need to use the event necessarily, and if you can keep it in the deck, it's a good insurance policy against future American play in France. If the Soviets already control France, use this card for ops. Keep it in the deck, and once again use it to protect France if the Americans try something down the road. If the Americans control France, keep in mind that this event is really only worth 3 ops. This is easily repaired by the US player on the next action round. If you're going to make the most effective play for France, then use this card as your headline and play some ops in action round 1 to gain control. This costs you the battleground coup in action round 1, but depending on the overall board situation, it might be worth giving it up. Funnily enough, this isn't a bad card to draw as the US player. As we did with the USSR, let's look at the 3 likely scenarios in which this card would be played. The first scenario is that France is empty. This is likely the case in the early war, before you've had a chance to play there, or if you've been a victim of the Suez Crisis event card. If this is a case, play the event first. Since there is no US influence to remove, it simply adds 1 Soviet influence into France, and then take the 3 operations points, play them as influence into France, which gives you a 3-to-1 advantage. If the Truman Doctrine hasn't come out yet, the USSR risks getting into an ops war that it may well lose very badly. If DEFCON happens to be at 5 when your action round comes along, you may want to play this for the event and then use the ops provided by the card to realign the Soviet influence out, possibly giving you a realignment roll or 2 after that. If the USSR already controls France, then you can let the event happen because it doesn't matter. Take the 3 ops and use them well. And if you already control France, you can use the ops to place the influence in France and then let the event happen. Your influence advantage remains the same at the cost of a dead action round. In fact, there are many people that think that American players should play into France knowing full well that this card is out there. Now you have to be careful about Suez Crisis as well, but if you control France and lose 2 influence, you can win the influence war, especially if you have Truman Doctrine in hand. The only downside for you is that this card gives the Soviet player access to Algeria, which is otherwise very hard for them to get to. It's hard to block, and it's hard to spare a lot of ops in the early war to start shoring up Africa. If you can afford it, and if the USSR is distracted elsewhere, then take control of Algeria if you can. Another potential downside is if you get this card in hand when you are under Red Scare or Purge. You can't offset the event anymore with the ops. It might not be a bad idea to play it later in the turn if this is the case, preferably in the last action round, hoping that the USSR doesn't have a lot of time and ops to take France, and hope for the best next turn. If the Soviets decide that France is high priority, they might decide to put a pile of influence in there in their first action round of the new turn, and in exchange let you have the first battleground coup in action round 1 of the next turn. You may also fall victim to a Suez Crisis event or Socialist Government event before you get to play again. If any of that is the case, you might need to simply give up on France and move on to other things, and a first-round battleground coup might be a fair trade-off. You can then make your focus on taking control of more European non-battlegrounds in order to deny the Soviet player domination of Europe. De Gaulle is also a potential space race candidate that can kick the can down the road if you'd like. Things may look very different in the mid-war, and his impact might be greatly reduced when he returns, although there's no guarantee of that. So for the Soviets, the card is best used to get a foothold in France and potentially control of the country, or as an insurance policy and lingering threat that the American player needs to keep in mind. For the American player, the 3 ops will be valuable, and it isn't hard to turn the situation to your advantage if you get Charles de Gaulle in hand. If you fall victim to this event card from the Soviet side, it may mean that you have to focus on other priorities than controlling France. This card is very thematic to the Cold War, but its effect, while seemingly very advantageous, needs to be balanced carefully against the overall goals of the players. Let's take a look at how to use it well. The event itself is about as straightforward as it can get. This is an early war neutral card worth 1 operations point that, if played for the event, advances you 1 space on the space race track. It's important to remember that this does not count as an attempt on the space race for the turn. And let's take a look at the space race track for a minute to look at the advantages that it provides. The first box you can advance to is Earth Satellite. It gives 2 victory points to the first person to advance here and 1 victory point to the second. You need to spend a 2 ops card and you need to roll a 1 to 3 in order to advance. The next box is Animal in Space. You need a 2 ops card and you need to roll 1 to 4 to get here, and this allows you to play 2 space race cards per turn until your opponent catches up and enters the space themselves. After that, we have Man in Space, which awards 2 victory points to the first side to enter, but none to the second place finisher. It requires a 2 ops card and rolling 1 to 3. Then comes Men in Earth Orbit. Again, you need a 2 ops card and a roll of 1 to 4. This is quite a powerful stage to be at because the opponent must choose and show their headline card first, allowing you to then choose an appropriate headline with full knowledge. After that, it is Lunar Orbit. It is worth 3 victory points to the first side to enter it and 1 victory point to the second. It requires a 3 ops card and a roll of 1 to 3. Next is the Eagle or Bear has landed. You need a 3 ops card and a roll of 1 to 4 to advance here. Being in this space allows a player to discard 1 held card, which is potentially quite valuable. Then comes Space Shuttle. It is worth 4 victory points to the first side to enter it and 2 victory points to the second. It requires a 3 ops card and a roll of 1 to 3. And finally, although it is rare for anyone to get here, the last space on the track is Space Station. It's worth 2 victory points to the first player to enter it and 0 for the second. It requires a 4 ops card and a roll of 1 to 2. It allows the player to take 8 action rounds, which is obviously a huge advantage. If you're ever going to get the most value out of the Captured Nazi Scientist card, this is it. For either side, grabbing 2 victory points by being the first side to advance on the space race track is going to be one of the main advantages of this card in the early war. Typically, though, this advantage is short-lived, as the other side will likely advance at some point, recouping 1 VP. Beyond that, advancing to the 3rd space on the space race track opens up the possibility of spacing a 2nd card in the same turn, which would also be very attractive. In fact, if you get this card in hand, you may want to space a card early in the turn to try and get a jump on those victory points, and then use Captured Nazi Scientists to advance to Animal in Space right away. But do remember that every action round and every operations point is valuable in the early war, especially for the US player. Players might think that 1 operations point isn't much, but a play into Malaysia by the US player, for example, or playing 1 influence into India to set it up to be controlled in a future action round, is a valuable use of a single operations point. That 1 operations point can grant you access to new parts of the board. And if the US is under Containment, or the USSR is under Brezhnev Doctrine, or if you use the ops to play into Southeast Asia the same turn that Vietnam Revolts has been played, the ops become even more attractive. As a headline, it works pretty well, especially if you really don't have a better option, or if you're afraid of defectors canceling your event as a Soviet player. As noted earlier, this card doesn't use up your space race card for the turn, so make sure you time things properly. You don't want to use it to advance on a space that's easier to advance on naturally. For example, use it on one of the spaces where you only advance on a 1 to 3 instead of a 1 to 4. There is a risk that playing this card to get ahead in the space race opens up another card like One Small Step, which can boost your opponent to a victory point box ahead of you unintentionally. The other aspect of the space race that newer players don't consider is that the ops requirement for the space race goes up the further you move along the track. It is a clever mechanic that makes the space race a double-edged sword. This means that you can enjoy the benefits of advancing along the track, but the downside is that you might not be able to use the space race to get rid of a nasty enemy 2-ops event. This can be especially tricky for the Soviets, who otherwise have to trigger awful events like Voice of America or grain sales to Soviets, among others. We're going to cover the space race track in great detail in a future video. Stay tuned for that one. I have to mention a funny scenario that I came across in my research. It's a move that's interesting, but not likely to be recommended by anyone. It's an opportunity for a player to advance 5 spaces on the space race track in a single turn. So if you were in the starting square of the space race track with the, in this case, the USSR 1 space ahead of you in Earth satellite, then in the mid-war, if you had the card One Small Step, you could play that to advance 2 spaces on the track, followed by Captured Nazi Scientist. And then if you spaced 2 cards and rolled well, you could get as far as lunar orbit in a single turn, and that would be very lucky. And if you do succeed both times, you've just achieved one of the fastest technological advances in history. Congratulations. So for either player, getting this card in the early war is basically an event worth 2 victory points, but you may want to play it for ops if the opportunity is there. This card is an important one in the early war for the American player and can potentially have a big impact. How does the Soviet player deal with it? Let's take a look. This card is a starred 1-op American early war event that, if triggered, removes all USSR influence markers in one uncontrolled country in Europe. The word uncontrolled is key here, as the US player cannot remove influence from a country that is even under American control. It's also important to note that if there are no options for the effect of the Truman Doctrine event, the event still triggers to no effect and the card is removed from the game. For the Soviets, this card is a threat that you need to keep in mind. I would never recommend getting into an ops war where you're both competing for control of a certain country by each adding influence if you don't have its whereabouts accounted for. If you're careful and don't leave many options for the American player to use this event by over-controlling the key countries in Europe, the threat of this event is minimal. And if you see it in your hand, it's very easy to mitigate. Just make sure that you control the key countries and don't leave too many spare influence in uncontrolled ones for the US to remove. The US play of independent Reds makes this event a little more impactful, so play Truman Doctrine as early as you can and get it out of the deck. That way you don't have to worry about it anymore when expanding your interests in Europe. If you really can't play it because of board circumstances, 5-year plan can be of help. Save 5-year plan and Truman Doctrine for the last 2 cards and let the 5-year plan event happen. This will trigger the Truman Doctrine event, but will give you 3 ops to deal with whatever the consequences are. For the Americans, this event is something you can build to. Try to lure the Soviets into competing for control of France, for example. See if you can find a way to make it useful for you, because if you save it for later and it ends up in the Soviet hand, it's easily mitigated and you lose out. A very common approach is to use ops or an event to break control of a European battleground in your Action Round 7, and then follow up with a Truman Doctrine headline. If you can pull it off, this can be devastating. I remember getting into an extensive ops war in East Germany, and I pulled this exact maneuver, I think removing 6 or 7 Soviet influence in the process. Some players have noted online that you can use it to remove influence that would otherwise be available for Destalinization. I think it's something to keep an eye out for, but in general it's not an extremely helpful effect without exquisite timing. If it's useless to you, then you may as well take the 1 operations point and hope it will circulate back to you later, hopefully when there's a juicy opportunity available. If it survives to the late war, it can be very helpful in combination with all those great US late war events that reduce Soviet influence in Europe, like Tear Down This Wall or Chernobyl. But even a mid-war event like John Paul II becomes Pope can make this card event devastating. So in the end, for the Soviets, this card is something that is easily mitigatable if it turns up in your hand, and otherwise just something to be aware of. Don't get into unnecessary ops wars if you don't know the whereabouts of this card, and you should be fine. For the US player, this is a powerful event that you can hopefully build towards over the course of the turn, and maybe even grab control of a key European battleground in the process. It's an event that gains power as the game goes on, and if you use it, is hardly much of a sacrifice given that it is only a 1 operations point card. This event, while quite thematic, is a bit of an odd duck. There are certainly times when the event is worth going for, but when exactly? This is what we will look at today. This event is a neutral 2 ops early war card where the player of the event chooses to sponsor the Olympics. The other player may either participate or boycott. If they participate, each player rolls a die, with the sponsor adding 2 to his roll. The high roll gains 2 victory points. You re-roll ties, and the sponsor maintains their +2 advantage during that reroll. If the other player chooses to boycott, DEFCON is degraded 1 level, and the sponsor may conduct operations as if they played a 4 ops card. Please note that these 4 ops are subject to reduction by Red Scare Purge if that had been played previously by your opponent. One might not think of it, but this is a potentially dangerous card in that the event may result in DEFCON suicide. If you were to play the event at DEFCON 2, your opponent will boycott the event, and when DEFCON drops, you will lose the game because you are the phasing player. In other words, you were the one that played the card, so you are responsible for global thermonuclear war. Nice. If you play the card when DEFCON is greater than 2, your opponent will never boycott and give you the 4 operations points. So for you, it ends up as an event that gives you a chance to earn 2 victory points, with the downside being that your opponent may walk away with them. Your odds are actually pretty good of winning the games, around 80% or so, but is it worth it? That's a bit of a risk that most players are not willing to take, and they will simply use the 2 operations points, which can benefit your side guaranteed. The only exceptions might be is if it prevents a win of the game, a war game scenario, or if you're really down on points and need the help. It could be used as a headline, although that has its risks as well. If your opponent headlines a card that drops DEFCON like Duck and Cover or We Will Bury You, then it can lose you the game, as I mentioned before, and headlining it ultimately doesn't even guarantee you the victory points. You'd have to be pretty desperate for those victory points, or you really can't have much else better in hand as an alternative. That said, for the USSR, it can be a decent first-turn headline. The US player will have to choose between lowering DEFCON to protect Italy and the rest of Europe, but giving the Soviets 4 juicy operations points in exchange, or likely giving the Soviet player 2 victory points to add to their early game momentum. If you are close to winning the game, as you can see in this example, you might be able to force your opponent to boycott and give you those 4 operations points in exchange for keeping the game going, so you might benefit from the event that way. So in summary, for either player, this card is probably going to be used for the 2 operations points most of the time. However, taking the event generally gives you a pretty good chance at 2 victory points, which might be important at certain points in the game. However, you need to remain vigilant and not accidentally trigger a DEFCON loss on your part because the opponent chooses to boycott the Olympics. That's not a pretty way to lose a hard-fought game. Because of my first name, this is a card that I have a certain affinity for. The NATO event is hardly one to worry about, or is it? Let's learn how each side can best use this card. The NATO card is a 4-op American event that requires either the Marshall Plan or the Warsaw Pact event to have been played before this event can be triggered. The event itself prevents Soviets' coup and realignment roles in US-controlled countries in Europe, effectively duplicating the DEFCON restrictions that normally apply to Europe, but at any DEFCON level. This event also prevents the Brush War event from being played on any US-controlled countries in Europe. It's also useful to note that this event improves the effectiveness of the Special Relationship card as well. And keep in mind that the event card De Gaulle Leads France cancels this effect in France, and Willy Brandt cancels it for West Germany, although realistically this does not have much effect on gameplay. For the USSR, this event is a pretty mild one. DEFCON is rarely at 5, which would allow the coups and realignments to take place. But obviously, you want to play it before Marshall Plan or Warsaw Pact comes out if possible. But even if the event triggers, this is basically 4 operations points at minimal cost. Obviously, if you have this card in hand and Marshall Plan or Warsaw Pact have already been triggered, you will want to play this after Brush War, if Italy is a potential target or if you have Special Relationship in hand. For the US player, although there are some people online that charitably call this event nuanced, this is a pretty terrible event overall, and you will find yourself playing it for ops 99.9% of the time. This event is more useful in preventing realignments in Europe than coups, to which countries like West Germany and potentially France are much more vulnerable. The only country vulnerable to coups in Europe is Italy, and preventing coups there is also mildly useful. Preventing a brush war in Italy is a nice side effect, but hardly worth giving up 4 ops for. It is much more useful for you to control neighboring countries like Spain, Portugal, or Greece, or France, not only to gain or prevent European domination, but also to make the odds of a brush war so long that the Soviets will look to targets other than Italy. The boost to the Special Relationship event card is also nice, but again, not worth giving up those ops for. Better to have the Soviet player give you this effect as at least a small price to pay for getting those 4 operations points. Some people say that if you can, play Marshall Plan or Warsaw Pact as early as possible, so then at least NATO will trigger when the Soviets play it, and that means you at least get something out of it. I think this is a card that is generally worth keeping in the deck if possible, because you don't get too many American early war 4-ops cards, so don't rush to get it to leave play. If given the choice, if the cards were in hand, I would play this card first, then Marshall Plan or Warsaw Pact, and I will always take it for ops. So in summary, for both sides, this is a safe card to play for ops almost all of the time. It's not a totally useless event, but the event is not one that either side really needs to worry about too much. Take the 4 ops and use them wisely. Independent Reds is not an impressive event, but it does offer some surprises that one might not expect. Let's take a look. The card is a US 2-op starred event. If you trigger the event, the US may add sufficient influence in one of Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, or Czechoslovakia to equal USSR influence in that particular country. If there is no influence in any of these countries at the time the event is triggered, no US influence is placed and the card leaves play. From the perspective of the Soviet player, this event is not much of a threat. If you get it in hand, make sure you don't place influence in any of those countries before you trigger the event if possible, or use the Destalinization event to move the influence away ahead of time. There are some early war events that you need to keep in mind with regard to this card. Warsaw Pact formed, COMECON, and Romanian Abdication should be played after Independent Reds if possible, while the Truman Doctrine should be played before. And don't let this event stress you out to the point of sending it to the space race. The US is not going to challenge you in the early war in Eastern Europe anyway, and even though this card is only worth 2 operations points, those are valuable in the early war. For the US, this card will be used for ops most of the time, as those early war ops are just too valuable. If you know the Soviets are about to play European scoring though, you could use this event to cut the Soviet country count in advance of that play, although that's a pretty marginal use of the event. Otherwise, you should make sure to play one of the events I mentioned earlier that places influence in Eastern Europe so that you will at least get something out of this event when it happens. It does gain some additional clout if it makes it to the late war, then mixes in with all those other great US events that help to wrestle control of Eastern Europe away from the Soviets. The best single use of this event would be in combination with the Truman Doctrine after the Romanian Abdication event has been triggered. Save Independent Reds for the last action round, play it for the event to match the influence in Romania, and then headline Truman Doctrine at the beginning of the next turn. This gives the US control of Romania, which, as it is next to the homeland of the USSR, provides a victory point during European scoring. Other than that, likely the best play is to use the operations points and maybe save it for the late war, where it can be marginally more useful. So in summary, for both sides, this is an early war US event that neither side will lose sleep over. Situationally, it can be useful for the American player, but otherwise it is generally pretty safe for the Soviet player to trigger. This card is hands down the best US early war event, and maybe of the game. It's no secret that this is a card the US wants to play early. But what about the Soviets? How can they manage this card? Let's take a look. This event is powerful, allowing the placement of up to 7, yes 7, influence with a single card play. It is an American starred event card that otherwise provides 4 operations points. Triggering the event allows the US to play 1 influence in up to 7 Western European countries that are not under Soviet control. So what can the Soviets do about this one? 4 ops in the early war can be great, but at what cost? The first instinct is to send it to space, which certainly becomes more attractive if you are under Red Scare Purge. The 4 ops are hard to give up, but depending on the situation might be desirable or even necessary. The second thing that can be done is to control the two stability countries like Turkey or Greece, or even Spain, Portugal. While it's unlikely you'll get all three under control before this event is triggered, it would certainly send the American influence to other higher stability countries that are much less valuable because they take more influence to control. The third possibility is playing it along with UN intervention, which is obviously the best option, but requires having UN intervention in hand, which is never guaranteed. If you can avoid triggering Marshall Plan until later in the game, it is much better for the Soviet player. Essentially, it wastes the benefit because in many cases the US will only be topping up countries that they already control, or adding influences to countries that don't matter, as the balance of power in Europe will be more locked down and a card like Marshall Plan isn't going to change the equation. Don't forget to play NATO first if you have Marshall Plan or even Warsaw Pact in hand, as you generally don't want to trigger NATO sooner than you have to. Although the devil's advocate in me says that it's not a bad idea to get two high ops American cards out of play to skew the deck in your favor ahead of the turn 3 reshuffle. For the US player, this is one of the best turn 1 headlines you could think of, especially as it means you can actually change your opening setup to allow for it. Control of the two stability countries of Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Turkey can prevent Soviet domination of Europe and save you a boatload of victory points. If you can keep control of France, it may give the US domination of Europe, which is a great place to start the late war from. The Marshall Plan gives you a great head start in each of these places. So let's take a look at some different opening setups. If you're playing with a 2 influence handicap for the US, and if you have Marshall Plan in hand, you can set up with 3 influence in West Germany, 2 in France, 3 in Italy, and 2 in Iran. Then, when you headline Marshall Plan, it sets up a potentially horrific European scoring for the Soviets. With 4 influence now in Italy, winning a coup there will be very tough unless the Soviets have headlined socialist governments. The only exception to that might be if you had de Gaulle leads France in hand, in which case you would likely go with a more normal setup for your Marshall Plan headline, and then play de Gaulle later to leave France at a 3-1. And from there, overprotecting Italy and France will basically mean Europe will be under your control for the rest of the game, and the Soviets had better hope for an early win before the late war arrives, along with those deadly US events that impact Europe. An alternative setup that is completely viable would be 3 influence in West Germany, 2 in Italy, 1 in Greece, and 1 in Turkey, which gives you a head start in 2 of the 2 stability Mediterranean countries, which can stave off Soviet domination of the continent. The other advantage to playing Marshall Plan early is that it empowers the NATO card, which in turn empowers cards like Special Relationship. Is there a downside to headlining Marshall Plan as the US and going all in on Europe early? Well, perhaps. Opinion seems divided on that. There are some downsides. Going strong into Europe means you have less ops to spend in Asia and in the Middle East. And this means that the USSR is less likely to compete for Europe early and will spend more ops in those regions, and perhaps beyond. You may be overcommitting to a region that, if the Soviets use the 5-year plan card to get rid of the European scoring card they have in hand, might not be scored until much later. And a Soviet headline of Socialist Governments followed by European scoring can still be problematic. Also, if the Soviets see your initial setup, they may realize that there will not be Defectors played as a first-turn headline, so they can headline Red Scare Purge, Destalinization, Decolonization, or any other nasty card they choose. If you really want to do something sneaky, set up for an obvious Marshall Plan headline, whether you have it or not, and then play Defectors anyway. Guaranteed to enrage the Russian Baron to flipping the table on the first turn. And a US headline like Middle East scoring, especially with a 1 or 2 op influence handicap, which gives you Iran, might just be better. There's no question that in later turns, though, this event becomes less and less helpful to you as countries fall under control by either side, and the impact of those 7 influence becomes much less. So if you're going to play it early. Here is the recommended list of where to place the influence that you get from this event. First of all, the 2 stability countries of Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Turkey. Next, top up West Germany and Italy. Then top up Canada in anticipation of the NORAD event, if you are playing with that card. Next up, top up the UK in anticipation of the Suez Crisis event, or to replace influence lost already by that event. Then, France, especially if you control it already or if you have plans to control it soon. France may have higher priority than this depending on the game situation. And then finally, Benelux and Denmark, because these are 3 stability countries that have an outside chance of being controlled by you at some point. The 4 stability countries like Norway and Sweden, or even Finland and Austria, just take too much influence to control, even after the bonus influence that the Marshall Plan provides. So for the Soviets, try to kick the can down the road on this one. Strongly consider sending it to the space race, but if you can't, see if you can position yourself so it won't have as great an impact. For the US, this is one that you will want to take the event and as soon as possible, preferably at some point in turn 1. 4 ops is a lot to give up, especially in the early war, but this event is just too darn good to waste, especially as it becomes less effective as the game drags on. Indo Pakistani War is an event that you will either celebrate or hate depending on where things are in the game. It has the potential of beginning a massive turnaround for one side or the other in Asia, or it can be the last nail in the coffin. Let's take a look at this interesting event. The card is an early war 2-ops neutral card. Triggering the event results in an invasion of either India or Pakistan by the other. Roll 1 die and subtract 1 for every opponent-controlled country adjacent to the target of the invasion. Player victory is on a modified die roll of 4 to 6, and that player adds 2 to the military ops track. If the player wins the Indo-Pakistani War, the player gains 2 victory points and replaces all opponents' influence in the target country with his or her influence. The text of this card can be very confusing for new players. I find it's helpful to think of the target of the invasion as the one that you want to flip to your side, as it doesn't really matter that the other country is the invader, at least in game terms. Also remember that Pakistan and India can act as neighboring countries to mitigate the die roll, even though they are the countries involved in the war. It also doesn't matter if the player who triggers the event has any influence in either of those countries. The invasion happens independently of who controls them. A player can even play the card for the event when they control both, simply if they want the military ops or potentially the victory points. This card can be a big deal early on in the game. The threat of having India or an over-controlled Pakistan flip to the other side is quite consequential, and some people joke that it always seems to work for your opponent but never for you. So in general, if you're going to play for control of that part of the board, you're going to want to not only take Pakistan and India but their neighbors as well. A side effect of this card's existence is that Afghanistan becomes more attractive to control than it might otherwise be. Anyone looking to control the Pakistan and India duo will likely want to play a couple of ops there. Afghanistan is also valuable to the US player as it is next to the Soviet homeland and is therefore worth 1 victory point when Asia is scored. It's attractive to the USSR as well because it's easily accessible and it can potentially tip the country count into domination territory in Asia. It also means that the other neighboring countries, Burma and Iran, take on additional value as a means of lowering the odds of this card succeeding for your opponent. Controlling Burma also happens to add a victory point when the Southeast Asia scoring card is played, and control of Iran adds a battleground country in the Middle East, so there are other benefits to controlling the neighborhood. If you control all 3 neighboring countries, Pakistan is safe from this event. India, however, is always at risk, even though the odds are pretty good if you control Pakistan and Burma, that 5 out of 6 times it's going to be okay. but never rule out a lucky die roll on the part of a player who decides to swing for the fences. Or sometimes a desperate US player might find this card useful just to get the military ops, as mentioned earlier, to avoid giving up those victory points at the end of the turn. This is available if there's no other option, even if the invasion at that moment is basically a lost cause. I would say that this is a pretty marginal use of this card though. Likely the 2 ops are way more useful when played elsewhere. And sometimes both countries are either vacant, especially in the early war, or are already under your control and the event doesn't have any real use at all. In that case, the 2 ops are perfectly welcome. Sometimes your opponent will get the card and you'll just have to endure the die roll and hope for the best. Another big risk aside from losing control of key Asian battleground countries is that your access to that region might be cut off. If Iran is over-controlled by your opponent, it's going to be pretty tough generally to get back into that area as the United States, for example. For the USSR, it might just be too darned expensive if the Americans get an upper hand in that region. One interesting combo in the mid-war is in combination with brush war in Pakistan or even Burma. A lucky roll here means a follow-up with Indo Pakistani War, and it can mean a pretty dramatic moment and potentially a big swing in fortunes. It's a big gamble though, and it depends on everything going right, but if you're going for broke, it's something to think about. If the USSR finds the Indo Pakistani War card in hand, you can drive east directly after a successful coup in Iran without having to worry about it. Just remember to shore up Afghanistan and Burma at some point later. It's not a bad idea for the US to spend an op early on to gain some influence in Afghanistan. If later on you lose the Indo Pakistani War or even have a coup go awry in Iran, then it allows access to both those countries. On the whole, the US is the side more likely to take this event, mainly for the military ops if there are no other ways they can be gotten, and the additional chance of gaining control of an Asian battleground as well as 2 victory points. It's really not a big sacrifice for 2 operations points. For either player, this card needs to be reckoned with. It's a destabilizing event that prevents Asia from ever being completely locked down. Plan for it, and with a little luck, you'll be fine. This is one of my favorite cards to get in hand as the American player. It's too bad it's just a one-time event. But can the Soviet player do anything about it? Let's take a look. Containment is an early war US 3-ops card with a start event that, when triggered, causes all further operations cards played by the US that turn to add 1 to their value, to a maximum of 4. It's important to note that the additional operations point that is added to a card might mean it is now possible to send it to space where otherwise it would not be, and that a 2-ops card can be discarded to satisfy the requirements of the Blockade event, or Quagmire, for example. It is always better for either player to find this event card in their hand, rather than their opponent's. For the Russian side, this card is relatively easy to mitigate. You just play it in the last action round of your turn. Sure, it gives the US player an extra op on their last card, but all things being equal, it's not really that bad. Be happy that it's in your hand and not in your opponent's. For that reason, this isn't a card that you want to space, just in case it ends up in the American hand, ready to use as the headline. For the US player, this card is simply awesome. It is one of the best headlines of the early war, along with Defectors, Marshall Plan, and perhaps Red Scare Purge. This should always be headlined if possible to get the maximum value out of it, unless you have a mitt full of 4-ops cards or scoring cards or events you really want to play. If you do find yourself in that situation, you can likely hold it until next turn. Regardless, this can mean an extra 5 ops or more for the American player over the course of the turn. If for whatever reason it survives until later in the game, it can be even better because you get to play an extra action card, which potentially means 1 more operations point. You generally don't want to use this one for ops, just in case it ends up in the Soviet hand, where it will be effectively neutered when they play it on the last action round of their turn. One play to look out for is that if you haven't seen Containment and it is turn 3, the Soviets are likely holding it to their last card play, Make sure that you save a good card for your last action round, knowing with reasonable confidence that it will be bolstered by this event. Don't hold a 4 ops card for last, for example, as that will mean the event will have no effect. Also, if turn 3 arrives and you haven't seen Red Scare Purge, it's very reasonable to assume that this will be the Soviet headline, and if you have Containment in hand, you can cancel out that effect. Interestingly, this card, if timely, can result in a completely different mid-war situation for the US, which is normally on its heels in the early war, but with some good luck might come out of the early war in reasonable shape. So in summary, for the Soviets, this card is very easily mitigated by saving it to the last action round and giving you 3 ops to work with ahead of any American play that is boosted by this card. For the Americans, this is pretty much a mandatory headline unless the hand you've been dealt doesn't really benefit from the boost, in which case you should do everything you can to hang on to it for next turn. This card is a great event for the US player, especially given that it's a card where nothing is lost by playing the event. But even more importantly, it can be a deadly event for the Soviet player, and it's very important that the USSR knows how to deal with this one. Let's take a look at why such an innocuous-looking event can be so dangerous. CIA Created is a one-op early war starred US event that, if played for that event, allows the US player to look at the Soviet player's hand and then take an action as though they had played a one-op card. This can be a very dangerous card for the Soviet player, though that might not be as obvious to someone newer to the game. The risky part is the second half of the event, which allows the US an operations point even if the Soviet player played the card and triggered the event. So if DEFCON is at 2, a coup in a battleground state, whether it succeeds or not, will lower DEFCON to 1, which will lose the Soviet player the game. This is something that might seem confusing to newer players because even though the US player did the coup to lower DEFCON, it happened on a card play by the Soviet. Therefore, in game terms, it is considered to be the Soviet player's action that lowered the DEFCON to a game-ending 1. So how does the Soviet player deal with this? Well, because it is a one-op card, it can be difficult to send to space, unless Brezhnev Doctrine has been played. The best option is to play it where there are no battleground states available to coup during the early war. At the beginning of the game, the only 2 battleground states that have any influence in them outside of Europe, Middle East, and Asia are in South Africa and Panama, and in both cases the influence there is American. If the Soviet player can play the card either when DEFCON is higher than 2, or, if DEFCON is at 2, when there are no available battleground states for the US to target, the effect of this card can be sizably mitigated. Obviously, it's better to play this later on in the turn when you have less cards to reveal to your opponent, but this has to be balanced with the risk that CIA Created can just plain ruin your game and your day. Fidel is one of the main cards you need to worry about here. If the US player chooses to play this event before CIA Created is triggered, that would give the US a perfect target for a battleground coup that could win them the game. If you draw this and you do have influence outside of Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, then you have to do a lot of mitigation. If you want to choose the safe option, you can play it in your first action round, giving up the first battleground coup opportunity and having to show the American player your whole hand. Otherwise, if you have the American event nuclear subs, CIA Created won't lose you the game for that turn. Just save both cards for late in the turn to minimize the effects of both. UN intervention will also work, but hopefully you don't need the space in your hand to hold any other US events over to next turn, as that will be out the window. Or you can just hold it from turn to turn until you see a good opportunity to get rid of it. Realistically though, it might just be best to take your lumps and play it on the first action round of a turn. It's not great for you, but it's a small price to pay to stay in the game. As the US player, this should almost always be played for ops before the turn 7 reshuffle. You want to make sure that the Soviet player has a chance of picking it up and having to deal with it. After turn 7 though, they're not going to draw it again, so you might as well use the event as you will still get the operations point and get to see the Soviet hand into the bargain. It makes for a decent headline at that stage, although there may be plenty of better ones in your hand at that point. One might consider headlining it in turn 1 with the justification that they can get the jump on the Soviet player's goals for that very important turn by viewing the cards in hand, and can place an influence in Afghanistan or Pakistan to offset the common and important Soviet opening, the Iran coup. Alternatively, one could use the operations point in a small battleground state coup to lower the DEFCON to 4, which protects Italy. It's interesting, and some people swear by it, but it is ultimately more worthwhile as a potential DEFCON suicide card down the road. Between the turn 3 and turn 7 reshuffles, you could use this as a headline, especially if you need to play an op somewhere to shore up an important area or to drop DEFCON ahead of the first Soviet action round. I would still recommend that you lean towards leaving it in the deck, but circumstances may demand flexibility on your part. Also, you have to consider that the Soviets may then only draw this card back up between turns 7 and 10, and it may not be quite as impactful at that point. And don't forget that when the mid-war begins, the US gets a bunch of cards added like grain sales to Soviets, Nixon plays a China card, Ussuri River skirmish, and ones from the early war like 5-year plan that reduce Soviet hand size and limit his ability to mitigate CIA created. If you can turn any of these into a combo, it could guarantee you will win, as the Soviets will not be able to avoid playing it and committing DEFCON suicide. Interestingly, the fact that this card exists makes playing the Fidel card and triggering that event in turn 1 or 2 a little more tolerable, as it means that CIA created becomes potentially deadly. If you haven't seen it by the time the cards have been dealt for turn 3, you know that the USSR has it, and you might even consider headlining Fidel in that case, to avoid him dumping CIA in his first action round, and hopefully leaving him with quite a massive quandary. In summary, the Soviet player needs to get this card out of the deck as safely and as soon as possible, even if the cost is letting the US see their entire hand. Sometimes it's either that or losing the game. And the US player has some flexibility with this one, although generally I would recommend using it for ops until at least turn 7, after which you should use the event 100% of the time. This is an interesting card, the only one that affects Japan all game. It is a potentially powerful event which can help steer the course of Asia in the early war. How can each player optimize its use? Let's find out. The card is a starred 4-op US event that, when triggered, places enough American influence in Japan to gain control. And since Japan is a 4-stability country, that typically means this event places 3 influence. Also, from the moment this event happens, the USSR may not attempt coup or realignment roles in Japan. This was not normally much of a threat anyway for the US, but effectively this locks down Japan for the American player for the rest of the game. To be fair to your opponent, this is definitely one of those events you should warn a brand new player about ahead of time. For the USSR, this card essentially makes Japan a lost cause, and as such means that the event card can be played without regret. Alternatively, for those 3-dimensional chess players out there, this card could be sent to space knowing full well that the American player is unlikely to play any influence into Japan because of this card, and therefore would be one Asian battleground country down for a good chunk of the game, especially if it goes to space after the turn 3 reshuffle. It goes without saying that, if possible, you will want to hold on to this card until after the Korean War event or Asian scoring card has been played, so as to keep the US player at a disadvantage with these 2 cards. For you risk takers out there, if you happen to get this card in hand and you know the Asia scoring card is going to happen, you might consider playing the China card to take control of Japan in one shot, and then send the US-Japan Mutual Defense Pact to space, which, if done in turn 3, can give you a potential Asian domination for a long while, until maybe turn 7 and beyond. It can net you a lot of victory points, especially if you remember to count Japan as a territory adjacent to the US, which isn't really obvious on the board. And you have a 50-50 chance of drawing it later on and burying it again. But realize you also have a 50-50 chance of losing your investment as well. It's an example of Soviet opportunism at its finest. As the USA, this card provides an interesting dilemma. It's arguably best to play this for ops. Play 3 ops into Japan to control it, and then you can play 1 op elsewhere. The card then remains in play as a safe 4-op card that will potentially return to your hand, and as insurance against the Soviet player trying anything in Japan, as unlikely as that is. On the other side of the ledger, because Japan is already under your control, it would then be a safe 4-ops card for your opponent to play if they get it first, and it could furthermore be a bad stroke of luck to get that card with a later play of Missile Envy. If you are stuck for a headline, it makes for a decent one, albeit an expensive one. 4 safe ops seems like a lot to give up in the early war. If you are in turn 3 though, and the agent scoring card is sure to happen, the value of this as a headline goes up quite a bit. Either way, I think it makes sense to get the Japan situation resolved no later than turn 3 so you can move on to other areas of concern. So in summary, for the USSR, a flexible approach is best. If the ops are desperately needed, you can trigger the event without stressing about it too much. Otherwise, you might consider sending it to space if the situation is right. If you can make the US player scrounge 3 ops to shore up Japan so they're not short 1 battleground state in Asia, and in the meantime neuter a pretty great event, that is not a bad thing at all. For the US, similarly, you can be flexible with this card. It might really boil down to your style of play in the end, and how comfortable you are with risk. Playing the event is safe and sensible, while playing it for ops is a little more risky, even if you use it to control Japan. The Suez Crisis card is certainly an annoying event for the US player to deal with, even though it can be mitigated to a large extent. So what can the Soviet player do to get the most value out of this one? Let's take a look in more detail. The Suez Crisis event is a Soviet-starred 3-op card that, if played for the event, allows the Soviet player to remove a total of 4 US influence from France, the United Kingdom, and Israel, removing no more than 2 influence per country. For the Soviet player, this is a good event that can cause the American player a lot of inconvenience. Its best use is to help remove all US influence from the Middle East at an early stage in the game. In the best case scenario, a turn 1 headline of this card, which removes the influence from Israel, followed by a successful coup in Iran, will remove US presence from the Middle East, which is going to be a great distraction for the American player, especially right as the game begins. There aren't a lot of opportunities for the US player to get back into the Middle East until the mid-war, especially once the DEFCON reaches its usual level of 2. Arguably, this is a better headline than even Red Scare Purge in turn 1 because of that fact. After a successful coup in Iran, if the US player doesn't make an immediate move to expand to Lebanon, Jordan, or even Egypt, you can play this card for the event and achieve essentially the same effect in a later action round. Once the US has expanded some influence into neighboring states, this event loses some of its bite. It's not bad as a way to contribute to a play for an American-controlled France. You could headline this and then follow up with directly placing influence in France for control, for example. It can also help to negate the triggering of the special relationship card, which can be pretty impactful after the NATO event has been played. Or it can be simply used to be a jerk and score a sneaky Europe scoring with advantage. Again, typically with this Suez Crisis headline followed by the European scoring card. Other than that, the 3 ops are welcome for any other purpose deemed necessary or useful at that moment. For the US player, this card isn't so bad if you get it in hand. Strictly mathematically, this removes up to 4 influence but only gives you 3 operations points to replace them. But most of the damage can be mitigated as long as you handle it intelligently. First of all, make sure that you expand out of Israel to Lebanon and/or Jordan first. This is your insurance policy against the card being played by you or against you, so you can maintain presence in the Middle East. Israel isn't that important at this stage, as you rarely have the ops in the early war to invest there. Second, the UK is not that impactful, except in the cases of attempting to score Europe domination or to play the special relationship card, and, as explained earlier, the special relationship really only becomes impactful after the NATO event is in play. You can reinforce the UK in advance of this by using one of the influence provided by the Marshall Plan event. Otherwise, the ops will be replaced there eventually. The Soviets will not be taking over the UK anytime soon. And it's important to time the playing of this event with having no influence in France. If you have this card in hand, that's usually easy to do. Even if you have influence there already, the 3 ops can be used to replenish the influence lost, even if it basically means a lost turn. If you get surprised by this event when you have influence in France, you'll just have to deal with that, just like you would deal with the De Gaulle leads France card. Be mindful of any time when the play of this event might be especially harmful and over-control France if necessary. Most times for the US player, the play of this card essentially becomes a dead action round, but I think it's better to get it out of the deck rather than send it to space as a general rule. You don't want it coming back as a Soviet headline down the road. So in summary, for the Soviet player, this is a pretty good headline, especially combined with some other cards or operations. At its worst, it is still an inconvenient event for the US to deal with, or a solid 3 ops card. For the US player, this is a card to be mindful of, but one that can be worked around. There are a few of these Soviet events in the early war which most times end up in a dead action round, but that's the way the early war goes for the American in this game. Today, we look at the East European Unrest card, which is the mirror opposite of the USSR's Socialist Governments event. This card can be pretty powerful and must be handled with care. Let's take a look at it in more depth. First of all, the event. This is a US 3-op early war card. If the event is played during the early or mid-war, the US player can remove 1 USSR influence from 3 countries in Eastern Europe. If the event is played in the late war, the US player can remove 2 USSR influence from 3 countries in Eastern Europe. Obviously, this card can be troublesome for the Soviet player. In the early and mid-war, the effect of this can be entirely mitigated by the 3 ops provided by the card, resulting in a dead action round. Even then, East Germany and Poland are really going to be the only countries you might be worried about, and so overprotecting these 2 battleground countries makes a lot of sense. Cards like COMECON and Warsaw Pact can help with this. If Eastern Europe is sufficiently full of influence, you could take the hit and use the ops elsewhere on the board. In the late war, this card is going to be hard to play. Send it to space, especially after the turn 7 reshuffle. This is a card that brings a smile to the American player's face. It's not that effective in the early and mid-war, especially as the influence in Eastern Europe is largely irrelevant outside of Poland and East Germany, both of which are likely to be loaded up with Soviet influence in preparation for this event. Still, it's not bad to use this event to whittle away the Soviet influence. If the USSR has placed an influence in Yugoslavia to get access to Greece, Italy, and Turkey, playing this event can be a good idea to remove that access. If your Soviet opponent has been sloppy, you could use this in your last action round to threaten an advantageous Europe scoring. This is particularly effective on turn 1, forcing the USSR to anticipate this and compensate, potentially giving you the first battleground coup of the game. Also, in combination with the Truman Doctrine, this card can be powerful. Play East European Unrest on your last action round. And then follow up with a Truman Doctrine headline the next turn to wipe out all Soviet influence in a state, preferably in either Poland or East Germany. The late war is when this card really shines. It is one of the key cards that will help you dismantle Soviet influence in Eastern Europe, along with cards like Tear Down This Wall, Solidarity, and Chernobyl. Because it allows you to break USSR control, you don't have to pay any extra ops to place influence there. This means that if the USSR is prevented from playing any influence in Europe because of the Chernobyl event, or perhaps they are stuck in the Bear Trap event, East Germany and Poland are very much at risk. This can mean American control of Europe and potentially winning the game outright. Don't let this card disappear into the turn 7 reshuffle, as you may not see it again. Hang on to it for the late war if you possibly can. Also, see if you can play this card twice in the late war, for example using the Star Wars event, and this card can be absolutely crushing. For the Soviet player, this event is a mild annoyance in the early and mid-war, and then an absolute 4-alarm fire type threat in the late war. Plan for it if you can, and don't underestimate it. For the American player, you will likely be taking this card for ops during the early and mid-war, and then using the event to crush the Soviet dream of world domination in the late war. If you can manage to play it twice in the late war, you're going to be very difficult to beat in this game. Decolonization, quite simply, is one of the best Soviet events in the entire game, especially as it can be used as early as turn 1. The US player will need to mitigate this one for sure. Let's take a look at things in more depth. The event is a 2-op Soviet event that allows the USSR to add 1 influence in each of any 4 African and/or Southeast Asian countries. This is truly a great event for the USSR, and it never leaves the game. Because it is an early war card, it can be played multiple times throughout the game, and allows the Soviets access to regions that they would otherwise have trouble getting to. It's especially potent as a means for the Soviet player to get influence around the globe when you couple it with the Destalinization event. The US doesn't get an equivalent card like Colonial Rearguards or Puppet Governments until the mid-war. One of the big questions that immediately comes to mind with this event is, where do you place the influence? Obviously, it depends where you are in the game. Generally, you're going to play more influence to Asia early and more exclusively to Africa as things progress. For example, Thailand is an early game target, provided it is safe to do so. It's not particularly useful to play 1 influence into Thailand when DEFCON is at 4 or 5, when the US can jump on it with a potentially powerful coup. But if DEFCON is at a safe level, this is a no-brainer if the US doesn't have access to Thailand. However, if they have access, some influence in Malaysia for example, the China card will come in handy as your main defense against the US desperately piling into Thailand after you have decolonized there. Even if the US already has a lot of influence in the region, putting an influence into Thailand is never a bad idea, as it might come in useful later on for access to the region or to close the influence gap a bit. For example, if you can lower the difference in influence to 2, you can threaten using the China card to go over the top there and to snatch control of Thailand when the timing is right. Also, grabbing some of the Southeast Asian countries like Indonesia can not only help with gaining or staving off enemy Asian domination, but also can be useful when the Southeast Asian scoring card comes out. Playing into Malaysia, and then later playing another influence there for control, not only helps with the Southeast Asia scoring, but can do something to seal off the region if the US hasn't moved northward from Australia in time. Even if the DEFCON allows it, Malaysia's stability makes it an inconvenient coup target. And playing into Laos, Cambodia can be a decent speed bump to slow US expansion. And of course, moving into Burma gives you access to India, and control of Burma helps out in defending against an Indo Pakistani War. After that, though, playing into Asia, except perhaps to reinforce Thailand, is less impactful as the game progresses, especially if you already have a good amount of control there. After Asia is more locked down, Africa is a better target as there are many battlegrounds available and you can control a lot of them with one influence. This means that you can more directly get to African domination, and it can help you to overcome the head start the US gets there with South Africa. Decolonization also gives you access to all of Africa, which otherwise would be potentially awkward to get to from either France or the Middle East. Here, though, DEFCON considerations also play a part. Decolonizing into Africa at DEFCON 3, 4, or 5 generally gives the US some juicy targets for coup. You can, however, usually coup him right back if the American imperialist doesn't get a great role. Angola should be your first target for decolonization. This gives you access to Zaire and Botswana, which can give you domination in Africa or the opportunity to realign South Africa and lock the US out. Algeria is also useful as it is a high stability African battleground and gives you access to France if you need it. After that, Nigeria is your next play. It is hard to get to Nigeria by normal means because you can only get there by playing through non-battleground countries that are easily couped. Don't be afraid to place some influence in Africa in the early war, as you jumpstart your position there for when the African scoring card becomes available in the mid-war. When headlining decolonization, always keep the US Defectors event in mind. You don't want this valuable event cancelled. If you don't know where Defectors is, play decolonization during a regular action round. This means that this card might not be an ideal turn 1 headline unless you happen to have Defectors in hand. For the US player, Decolonization and Destalinization are the two cards that you want to hold until after the turn 3 reshuffle if possible. After that, send them to space. If you have to choose between the two, Decolonization should be the one that you carry over and send to space. It is just too valuable to the USSR and how it can affect future scoring in Africa and in Asia. Destalinization at least requires pulling influence from somewhere else and is a starred event and leaves the game right afterwards. In order to mitigate this card, make sure that you prioritize getting to Thailand as soon as you can. And also get to Angola and Zaire, though it might seem an unwise use of limited early war operations points. Both are an investment in your future and will ensure that you're competitive in both Asia and Africa going forward. Also, be aware that the influence placed by this card can break control of up to 4 countries, so if the game is in the balance, you may want to over-control some countries in a select and strategic way. So for the USSR, take this event early and often. This is one of your better events in the entire game, and you're going to want to take advantage of it. And for the USA, you're going to want to hold on to this card desperately until the turn 3 reshuffle, and then send it to space. After that, do your best to mitigate what you can. Red Scare Purge is a card that is actually disheartening when its effect is applied to you, and absolutely thrilling when you're able to drop it on your opponent. It's a pretty straightforward card, but there are some subtleties to it that need to be taken into consideration, and we will look at them here. The event is very straightforward. This is a neutral 4-op early war card which, when the event is triggered, reduces all further operations cards played by your opponent this turn by 1 to a minimum of 1. So in other words, 3-ops cards become 2-ops cards, etc., and there is no effect on 1-ops cards. This is arguably the best event of the game for either side, although its effectiveness depends on the hand of your opponent. If they have a bunch of high ops cards that they were looking to do a lot with, it's a great play. If they happen to have a bunch of scoring cards and one-op cards, or if they weren't planning on using many ops this turn because they have a decent number of playable events, this event will be much less effective. But regardless, it puts your opponent into heavy mitigation mode. It's especially effective if you have the good fortune to be able to play it twice in the early war. This card will have three main areas of effect. The first is in its interactions with events. For example, dropping Red Scare Purge on someone and then hitting them with Quagmire or Bear Trap can be absolutely devastating if they have a low ops hand. This combination can result in a player missing multiple action rounds if they don't have any cards with high enough ops values to discard. A move like this could cost someone the game as the momentum shift gradually becomes too much to overcome. The Soviets can play Red Scare Purge and follow up with Blockade, possibly forcing the US to lose their influence in West Germany. I find that these interactions are best activated towards the end of a turn where the opponent's hand is depleted, as they may have felt compelled to use up some of their high ops cards to respond to the threats and pressure that Red Scare Purge has allowed you to exert throughout the turn. For example, to return to the interaction with Blockade, if you play Blockade on your last action round, it means that the American player has to have saved up a 4-ops card for last, and they may not have even been dealt one in the first place. This interaction can also be seen in the case of Suez Crisis or De Gaulle leads France, where the ops the card provides can normally be reliably used to mitigate a lot of the damage caused by the event. The second area of effect is on the space race. Because dropping the ops value of some cards that are normally safely sent to space bring them below the required minimum ops threshold, it can greatly complicate an opposing player's turn. Suddenly, cards like Decolonization, Grain Sales to Soviets, and Voice of America cannot be sent to space and have to be either held or played. This means that you may have some great events coming your way this turn that otherwise would not, especially if your opponent has any DEFCON suicide cards in hand that require holding. The third area of effect is simply in lowering the operations points available to your opponent for the whole turn. At its most effective, this means that your opponent will have up to 6 or 7 less operations points to work with, and it can represent a big shift in momentum for you. In some extreme cases, this card can be directly traced to one player or the other losing the game. Certainly if the US gets hit with this card in turn 1, it can make winning the game an uphill battle, as the USSR already has early game momentum that is only enhanced and accelerated by the play of this card. After you play this event, go all in and play as aggressively as you can. Don't waste the opportunity this card gives you to create many threats all over the place. Your opponent may not be in a great position to respond. If you don't have the ability to be aggressive, it's better to either hold on to this card or to just play it for the 4 ops, which is still pretty good. Overall, this card is best used for the event as long as you can maximize its potential with an operation point onslaught of your own as a follow-up. The United Nations is represented here with the UN intervention card. It's nice to have in hand as it can certainly get you out of a jam, but it has its downsides too. Let's take a look at this one closely. UN intervention is an early war one-up neutral event card. A player can play UN intervention along with a card that contains an opponent's associated event. That event is then cancelled, but you can use the operations value of the cancelled event card to conduct operations. The cancelled event card returns to the discard pile and does not leave the game if it is a start event. This event cannot be played during the headline phase. It's good to note that the UN intervention card cannot be played along with one of your own events or a neutral event card. If that's all you have in hand, the UN intervention card cannot be played. This is important with regard to the We Will Bury You USSR event. This event, for either player, is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it's nice to cancel an opponent's harmful event, but it comes at a cost. One part of that cost is a reduced hand size, which might mean that you can't hold a card over to the next turn. The other part of that cost is that neutralizing a starred event card with the UN intervention event means that it does not leave the game as it normally would, so it can come back to bite you later. It's a pay now or pay later kind of thing, and as painful as it is, sometimes it is better to pay now and get it out of the way instead of having it turn up in your opponent's hand unexpectedly. It's arguably better to send a bad opponent event to the space race, where it can contribute to other potential benefits, like victory points or being able to see an opponent's headline before you choose yours. But UN intervention does give you flexibility. It's obviously better to play this card with higher ops event cards, but you can also use it to neutralize dangerous enemy one-op events that cannot be sent to space. And it's obviously better to play this card with unstarred enemy event cards, but you can also use it to neutralize nasty starred event cards if you really can't live with their effects. And it's obviously better to use this card to cancel a DEFCON suicide event card and get out of a jam, especially as some of those cards are low ops and can't be sent to the space race. UN intervention has two main interactions, both in the mid-war and both with Soviet events, and both require the UN intervention card being in someone's hand that same turn, which, in my experience, is rarely the case. The first one is with the U-2 incident card. If this event is triggered, it gives the USSR 1 victory point. If the UN intervention event card is played by either player later on that turn for the event, the USSR gains 1 extra victory point. This card is generally pretty easy to work around for the US player. Simply play UN intervention before playing the U-2 incident card, or hold either until next turn. This interaction is good for the Soviet player, who will certainly play UN intervention after the U-2 event, as it offers an extra benefit in addition to canceling an American event card. The other interaction is with We Will Bury You. It demands that the US player plays the UN intervention card for the event the next action round, or give the USSR 3 victory points. Obviously, the US should play UN intervention after this card event comes out, but that requires UN intervention to be in hand. One doesn't even have time to draw it up using the SALT negotiations event card, so there's really nothing you can do about it. This is a card that you can carry over for a couple of turns just in case a really bad event turns up in your hand that you would want to cancel. But it does limit you in that other cards cannot be held instead. And it only cancels 1 card, so it won't do much if you get a mitt full of bad events. So only do this if it makes sense with the board state and the cards you have. Destalinization is one of the big events for the Soviets in the early war. It can set the Soviet up to win, so the US is going to really have to know how to manage this one. Let's learn how. This card is a Soviet 3-op starred event card which features the following event. The USSR may relocate up to 4 influence points to non-US controlled countries anywhere in the world. No more than 2 influence may be placed per country. For the Soviet player, this card is one of the most important events for you in the early war, but it is really about getting access to important areas that are hard to get to. For that reason, you should use this event to get yourself established in the regions that become relevant in the mid-war, especially the Americas. Outside of the regions that come into their own in the mid-war, the only spot you should normally consider for placing influence might be Thailand, if it is a tight race to get there and you have somehow been locked out thus far with savvy American play. This card pairs especially well with the other powerful Soviet early war event, Decolonization. If that's the case, you can use Decolonization to get into Southeast Asia and Africa, and Destalinization to get into Central and South America, with South America being the priority. If you don't have Decolonization, you will likely want to split the influence between Central and South America and Africa, with the likely targets of Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, or Chile in South America, and Angola or Algeria in Africa. Venezuela, Brazil, and Argentina are important because they are otherwise hard to get to, and Chile is great because its high stability dissuades a US coup. While South Africa would be a creative choice, likely resulting in an influence battle, Angola is the most important battleground in Africa, both because of the access it gives you and the fact that it hinders access for the US. And Algeria gives you access to France. Though if France is uncontrolled, you may want to place one of the influence directly there if it serves your needs. Alternatively, if you want to play it safe, you can place the influence in a way which resists realignments, like 2 in Venezuela and 2 in Brazil. Central America is less of a priority simply because there are other ways in there. The Fidel event, for example, gives you access to Cuba. Panama is a great coup target until reinforced, and there are other events in the mid-war that grant you easier access. There's also the risk that any influence placed in Mexico will be easily realigned out because of its proximity to the United States. Where do you take the influence from in the early war? Well, Finland is an easy answer, and the earlier play of other cards like COMECON, Warsaw Pact, and Romanian Abdication can provide the rest. These cards can also reinforce areas afterward that you had to draw down in order to satisfy the conditions of Destalinization. There are other options as well. You could bring over influence from countries where you won a coup especially decisively. Also, you can pull influence from regions that have already been scored, with the goal of replenishing the influence before the scoring card comes up again. But don't miss the opportunity to relocate the full 4 influence, even if it hurts you in the short term. This event is simply too valuable to be stingy. Now, you may not want to headline this in the early war, as the risk of the Defectors event blocking it is substantial. Also, it's unlikely you will want to headline this in turn 1, because the success of this event depends on DEFCON being at 2 on the next American action round. This is so you don't suffer from an immediate US battleground coup, which gifts the Americans some military ops and possibly a key battleground state. The big enemy of Destalinization is the voice of America, which can undo all of its good work. Lucky US realignment rolls are also potentially a problem. Make sure that you follow up and reinforce your influence placements as soon as you possibly can. For the US, this is a card like Decolonization that you want to hang on to until after the reshuffle that occurs on turn 3. This is not a small thing, as in the long term, the access that this card provides the USSR can cost you the game. Make it a priority and take your lumps in the early war if you have to. If this event happens later, it generally is much less effective. If you do happen to have it in your hand after turn 3, just send it to space. If you find it in your hand after turn 7, you're pretty safe to play it for ops. In summary, this card opens up the globe to the USSR, and the options are truly dizzying. There are some targets for the influence that do jump out as relatively obvious, although don't be afraid to also take advantage of surprise and opportunity. For the US, this is an event that you want to avoid, at a cost if you must. If your opponent gets it, see if you can realign him out if you can afford the ops, or take advantage with a coup if you can. If you are lucky enough to get it in your hand, hang on for dear life until turn 3 and then space it. The Nuclear Test Ban card is a fairly limited event for either side, and those 4 ops sure can be useful. Let's take a look at how either player can make the most of this card. Nuclear Test Ban is a 4-op neutral early war card. If you play this card for the event, you earn victory points equal to the current DEFCON level -2. For example, if the DEFCON is at 3, this would give you 1 victory point. After that, DEFCON is improved by 2 levels. In other words, in this case, move the DEFCON marker towards DEFCON 5. This event is pretty useless for both sides. Since DEFCON sits at 2 most of the time in this game, it would generally net you 0 victory points if you were to play the event. Even if you were to play it at DEFCON 5, it would net you 3 victory points, which is not really a fair exchange for 4 operations points, especially in the early war. The best reason for triggering the event is if you have DEFCON suicide cards in hand and need to get rid of them safely. The 2 DEFCON level improvement is usually good enough to allow you to get rid of at least one of them before your opponent lowers it back down to 2. The other reason you may play this for the event is if DEFCON is high and those victory points make a difference. Perhaps you are in game-winning position where those victory points win you the game. Perhaps you are vulnerable and those victory points can help you to come back from the brink. Perhaps you are looking to prevent your opponent from playing the War Games event if you suspect that it might be in their hand. You may consider this card for a headline to improve DEFCON and open up opportunities for realignments or coups. For example, if the previous turn ends at DEFCON 2, improves to DEFCON 3 with the beginning of a new turn, playing this card will then move the DEFCON to 5, which allows for coups and realignments in Europe, for example. It would give you a victory point into the bargain as well. But realistically, almost all of the time, both players are going to be playing this one for the 4 operations points. They're just too valuable, not only in the early war, but throughout the game. Formosan Resolution is an awkward event for the American player to benefit from. Is it worth playing for the event? Or are 2 ops more than enough compensation for giving it a pass? We're going to find out the answer with a bit of analysis. This card is a 2-op US event that, when the event is triggered, turns Taiwan into a battleground country for scoring purposes. The status is only temporary, however. Please note that this event is not cancelled when Asia is scored like Shuttle Diplomacy, as some mistakenly believe, but instead when the US plays the China card. For the USSR, this event is pretty much a non-event. It might factor in occasionally, especially when the battlefields in Asia are tied 3-3, but you can usually play this card for the ops without fear because the US is not going to have the operations points available to take control of Taiwan in the early war. If you want to be cautious, play it after the Asian scoring card has passed by and you'll be fine. It's very hard for the US player to hold on to the China card long enough for the Asian scoring card to come around again. The worst case scenario is that it can give the US domination in Asia where the battlegrounds might otherwise be split down the middle, but this doesn't happen very often. For the US player, this is a tough event to incorporate into your play. It's not inconsequential, especially if Asia is hotly disputed, but it certainly is better if your opponent plays it to trigger the event for you. The problem is that in order to get anything out of this event, you have to spend at least 3 operations points to gain control of Taiwan. In the early war, that is a prohibitive cost. Especially if it is an event that you are looking to trigger yourself to benefit from the Asian scoring card, you would play an action round playing Formosan Resolution for the event, foregoing the 2 operations points that it provides, another action round playing 3 ops into Taiwan for control, and then another round playing the Asian scoring card. That's a big distraction that can take you away from other areas that need attention. There is some justification in controlling Taiwan in order to offset the Korean War event, so if the game seems to be going your way and if you have the ops to spare, it's not a terrible play. And you also get to decide when the event ends by timing your play of the China card that cancels it. But arguably, you'd want to score Asia twice with this event and effect in order to get the most mileage out of it, and that's a tall order. If you can work it so that you get domination in Asia, it's worth 5 victory points to you, which is not bad at all. But this card is so situational that you really can't make it part of your long-term plan. So in summary, for the Soviet player, Formosan Resolution is nothing to fear. If you need to, you can mitigate this card by timing it properly, and in general, you can take the ops safely. For the US player, this card is not without some positive effect, but it's best if the USSR triggers it for you and gives you a nice bonus battleground country at a not insubstantial cost. When you get the card in hand, unless circumstances dictate things differently, you should just take the operations points. Defectors is one of the early war's most memorable event cards. In the headline phase, there's no question that the Soviet player is taking this card into consideration. But what's the best way for the US to get the most out of this event? We'll take a good look at it now. First of all, the event. Defectors is a US 2-op early war event card. This event can be triggered in the headline phase by the US, in which case it cancels the USSR headline event, including scoring cards. The cancelled card goes to the discard pile. It's important to note that if Defectors is played as a headline by the US, it will always cancel the Soviet headline card, regardless of the ops value, which would normally determine the order the headline cards are resolved. If Defectors is played by the USSR during a Soviet action round, the US gains 1 victory point, unless the Soviet plays the card on the space race. If for whatever reason the USSR plays it as a headline, Defectors effectively cancels itself and there is no effect. For the USSR, this card is definitely something to keep in mind if you don't know where it is. It can really hamper your plans in the early war, especially if your turn hinges on headlining key events like Red Scare Purge, Decolonization, or Destalinization. More importantly, it can mess with your mind somewhat as it does make your planning less certain. As the game progresses, it is less of a threat as it comes out with less regularity, though it is still an unpleasant surprise when it does. For that reason, you might want to pick a more middling headline if you worry that Defectors might be coming. This is part of the bluffing involved in the game, but understand most US players headline Defectors right away if they have it in hand, almost by default. You can take advantage of that tendency to have them cancel a headline that doesn't really matter to you all that much. How about a nice game of 3-dimensional chess? A neat trick you can do is, if you know the US has Defectors, which will be the case if you haven't seen it yet and if it isn't in your hand in turn 3, you can headline a scoring card or event that is unfavorable to you in the hopes that the US will thoughtlessly headline Defectors, which is typical behavior on their part. If you get lucky, you can get away with discarding a scoring card that would have cost you a lot of victory points, or get rid of an event that would have been tough to mitigate that turn. There is a risk to this play obviously, but if you can tolerate the downside that would result if the US decides to play Defectors for the ops that turn or hold on to it for a future turn, it can be worth the gamble. If you get it in hand, do what you can do to hang on to it until after the turn 3 reshuffle, so that you don't have to worry about it until much later in the Cold War, if at all. It's nice when this happens as it gives you peace of mind during your headline phase for most of the game. As a general rule, I am fine with playing this one for the operations points, as the 1 victory point lost to do so is easily recovered in the early or mid-war, and the USSR is usually ahead at those points anyway. But if you would rather not give up that VP and perhaps in the unlikely event that you don't have any other cards you need to send to the space race, you can certainly send it to space where it might be of some benefit to you. For the US player, Defectors is a card that most times is headlined almost as a reflex, but take a moment to give some thought as to what might be the best opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, it may not be worth headlining in turn 3 as that is just what the Soviet expects. If you are able to either hold on to it until turn 4 or even play it for the ops, you might be able to catch the USSR off guard and take advantage of an event that the Soviets were hoping you would cancel. The one downside to headlining Defectors is that it doesn't really move the ball forward for your side. Sure, it may spare you a negative card effect, but it just makes the headline phase a non-event. A lot of US players overvalue the effect of the Defectors card. So, double check your hand. Defectors just might not be the best headline that's available. If there's something that can really make a difference in the early war, like Red Scare/Purge, you might be better off headlining that instead. That said, there's nothing wrong with Defectors as a headline. It can disarm a Soviet combo that is to take place one after the other during the headline and first action round, which can be quite impactful. And if you don't have anything else that jumps out at you as an alternative headline event, Defectors is a solid choice. And it should go without saying that if the USSR has progressed far enough down the space race track that they can see your headline card, don't play Defectors, as it will allow the Soviet to get rid of one of their most inconvenient cards in hand. So in summary, Defectors is an event that the USSR should respect but not fear. Do your best to read your opponent and see if you can figure out if Defectors will be played this turn. And don't forget that if Defectors hasn't been seen by turn 3, you can gamble on the US playing it as their headline and cancelling an event or scoring card that would otherwise be hard to mitigate. For the US, this is a pretty good headline overall. Be careful about using it on turn 3 as the Soviet player might be trying to take advantage as described earlier. Part of the value of Defectors is in the threat of it, so hold it over to a turn when you think you'll get more value out of it if you can. If worse comes to worse, there's no shame in playing it for the operations points. Coups are a distinctive and memorable part of the game Twilight Struggle, representing attempts to overthrow a government or gain control of a country through military or covert action. They can be very effective, but there are some things you need to know when doing them. Let's look at their characteristics. To begin, let's look at exactly how they work. When a player plays a card for the operations points, they first pick a coup target. Your opponent needs to have at least one influence point in the target country, and the target country must be free of DEFCON restrictions. At DEFCON 5, coups can be attempted anywhere in the world. At DEFCON 4, Europe is off the table. At DEFCON 3, coups cannot be performed in Asia. At DEFCON 2, coups cannot be performed in the Middle East. Additionally, coups performed in a battleground country while DEFCON is at 2 will lower the DEFCON level to 1, which causes the phasing player to lose the game due to causing an undesirable nuclear war. Also, it is important to note that coups carried out in battleground countries worsen the DEFCON level, while coups in non-battleground countries have no other effects. If the coup target country is available, the operations points are added to a roll of the 6-sided die. A total of twice the stability value of the target country is subtracted from this, and that is the number of your opponent's influence that is removed from the space, until it reaches 0, at which point the extra points are added as your own influence. In this way, a country can swing from one side to another. If the total of operations points plus the die roll are equal to or less than the doubled stability number of the target country, there is no effect at all. This sounds more complicated than it actually is, and is straightforward once you get the hang of it. Now let's take a look at the strategic considerations. First of all, and this may seem obvious, coups can only affect one country at a time. One of the major subtleties of this game is knowing when to place influence or do realignments, and when to go for a coup. You're going to need to take the board state and the DEFCON level into consideration. Obviously, if you only have a bunch of low-value, non-battleground countries as potential targets, you'd be better off placing influence or playing a card for the event. By the same token, there may be a key country which is in prime position, weakly influenced by your opponent, and therefore a great opportunity for a coup, so the choice to carry out a coup is obvious. The reality of the situation is usually going to lie between these two extremes. The other thing that you are going to have to take into consideration is your odds of success. This is affected by the stability of the country, the ops of the card that you're using, and the amount of enemy influence already present. You want to make sure that your coup has the maximum odds of success. Interestingly, if you have a chance to play the digital version of Twilight Struggle, when choosing a coup action, the game shows you the odds of success so you can look before you leap, so to speak. It can be a very useful way to get a handle on and develop an instinctive sense of whether a coup will be effective. Obviously, you will want to use your 3 and 4 ops cards for the coups that are most important to your strategy and that can potentially best improve the board position. Cards that are 1 and 2 ops can be used to catch up on the mil ops track and or to potentially flip a vulnerable low stability country. The third consideration is the aforementioned mil ops track. It is very easy for players to be distracted and to play events and place influence due to a perceived pressing need and forget to coup enough to meet the mil ops requirement for the turn. A player can really put themselves behind the 8 ball by ignoring this, as it can lead to a loss of some valuable victory points each turn. Since the USSR typically conducts a coup in their first action round of every turn, the risk of victory point loss via the mil ops track typically lies more with the US player. Usually a coup using 2 operations points will do the trick, as that is usually where DEFCON ends up staying most of the game. Try and find at least a valuable non-battleground each turn to make a coup attempt, so as to avoid losing those points. Remember that a 2-point gain by your opponent is described more accurately as a 4-point swing in their favor, and that can really compound over the course of the game to turn it into a strong headwind against you. Make sure you learn which countries are common targets of coups. For example, as the US player, you can count on the Soviet player coupping either Iran or Italy in the first turn, so plan ahead for that. Any battleground countries that are 2 stability or less are also going to be common targets. For example, Pakistan and Thailand in Asia, Mexico and Panama in Central America, Brazil, Venezuela, and Argentina in South America, and every African battleground country except for South Africa. You will want to over-control these if you can, as both an insurance policy and as a deterrent against your enemy's coup attempts. If the stability number is 3 or more, it is generally safe, unless you have a small amount of influence there, in which case all bets are off. In general, however, if you control a country like Iraq or India or North Korea, it's probably safe as there are almost always juicier targets elsewhere that have better odds of success. Use the DEFCON track to protect yourself against enemy coups. When DEFCON is at 2, all battleground countries are safe, so be very careful about opening up opportunities for your opponent to gain access to a region via coup in a non-battleground country. For example, a play into Colombia when you already control Venezuela and Brazil is tempting fate. A successful coup in Colombia lets your opponent into the region and opens up opportunities for disruptive influence placement on their part. So be mindful of your influence placement in non-battleground countries, especially at DEFCON 2. Keep in mind the fact that 1 stability countries can be extremely swingy. If conducting coups and counter-coups back and forth, known as a coup war, one player getting a great role can put that country effectively out of reach. You can use this to your advantage, but remain vigilant against the negative possibilities that can occur when starting a coup war somewhere. And always keep in mind the possibility of DEFCON suicide, accidentally dropping the DEFCON level to 1, and learn the cards that put you at the greatest risk. Playing a card which allows your opponent to do a battleground country coup on your turn when DEFCON is at 2 is typically how beginner players lose Twilight Struggle by DEFCON. Don't let it happen to you. Finally, from a psychological point of view, don't stress too much about your opponent's successful coups and your failed ones. If a coup fails, it can be quite upsetting when you have played your only 4-ops card and roll a 1, but at the end of the day, it is rare that the game is won or lost on a single coup die roll, however disastrous it may seem in the moment. Your opponent is likely to miss on some of their coup rolls as well, and it all generally evens out in the end. Regroup and strategize anew based on the resulting board position, and find a way to win anyway. The DEFCON track is a game mechanism that feels pretty unique to the game Twilight Struggle. Causing World War III, losing the game suddenly and at any moment reflects the high stakes that were omnipresent during the Cold War. So how does the track work? Basically, it functions both as a way to raise the stakes of the gameplay and as a way to limit coups and where they can be performed. DEFCON, which is short for Defense Condition, is measured from 5, which is peaceful, and 1, which indicates the beginning of World War III and the end of the world. It drops to a lower level when a coup is performed in a battleground country, which are the countries viewed as being the most crucial to the Cold War, regardless of the result. DEFCON is not affected by a coup performed in a non-battleground country, as those were not seen as historically impactful. If the track sits at DEFCON 5, coups are possible anywhere. At DEFCON 4, it is no longer possible to conduct a coup operation in Europe. At DEFCON 3, it is no longer possible to coup anywhere in Asia as well. And at DEFCON 2, coups are not permitted in any countries of Europe, Asia, or the Middle East. And technically at DEFCON 2, coups aren't permitted in any battleground country anywhere in the world, as that would lower the DEFCON to 1, which ends the game. This highlights a key concept in Twilight Struggle. If DEFCON is lowered to 1, it results in an instant loss for the phasing player, that is, the player whose turn it is currently. This means that if a player, when it is their turn to play a card, coups a battleground country or plays an event that lowers DEFCON to 1, they lose the game automatically. More subtly, it also means that there are some cards that are known as DEFCON suicide cards, which allow the non-phasing player to cause the DEFCON to drop to 1. In this case, and this is something that is hard for new players to grok, it is the player whose turn it is that loses, not the non-phasing player who did the deed of lowering DEFCON to 1. So what are the DEFCON suicide cards you need to be aware of? Well, here they are, in a few different categories. First, there are events that degrade DEFCON directly, and as such are completely unplayable at DEFCON 2. For the USSR, there is We Will Bury You. For the US, there is Duck and Cover, and Soviets Shoot Down KAL-007. Then there are other events that give your opponents ops on your turn, which can be utilized to coup an available battleground country and degrade the DEFCON to 1, thereby costing you the game. Don't get surprised by these and make sure you know how this rule works. Also understand that these cards can be safe to play if there are no battleground country coups available, either through DEFCON region restrictions or by not having any influence in a battleground country in Central or South America or in Africa. For the USSR, the dangerous events here are CIA created, grain sales to Soviets, and Tear Down This Wall. Please note that Tear Down This Wall allows a coup in Europe in spite of DEFCON restrictions that normally apply. For the US, the only one they have to worry about in this category is Lone Gunman. There are also some cards that do not affect DEFCON themselves, but could result in a DEFCON suicide anyway, due to the way the card's event works. For example, the USSR might need to fear 5-year plan, which reduces hand size and may therefore force the play of a DEFCON suicide card. Star Wars can be risky if a DEFCON suicide card is in the discard and the US is ahead in the space race. Missile Envy could pull and trigger a nasty card from your opponent. And there are neutral cards like Summit and Olympic Games where death by DEFCON is possible, but only if misplayed or if you are a victim of a bad Missile Envy. So how does one deal with DEFCON suicide cards? One of the easiest ways is by utilizing the space race. This will work for the vast majority of these cards, but if they are low ops cards like CIA created or Lone Gunman, or sometimes if you are under Red Scare/Purge, the cards might not be eligible for space unless boosted by Containment or the Brezhnev Doctrine. The other option is to hold the card. Having the China card in your possession makes this much safer and easier, as you will be less vulnerable to cards that drop your hand size like 5-year plan, Blockade, or Missile Envy, which might force you to play the DEFCON suicide card before the turn is out. And if you are in this situation, be careful that a play of UN intervention doesn't leave you vulnerable in this way. Ideally, playing the China card will even allow you to hold 2 nasty cards that turn. Also, a card like SALT Negotiations can also potentially help in this regard by giving you an extra card to work with. But be sure to plan ahead. Holding onto a DEFCON suicide card is a temporary mitigation. It will need to be addressed eventually, and hopefully on a timeline that suits you. Get rid of these cards as soon as it is feasible. UN intervention is another way that one of these deadly cards can be dealt with, as long as you are lucky enough to have it in hand. The downside is that it will decrease your hand size, which could hurt if you have multiples of these cards, and it also doesn't get a starred event card out of the deck, meaning it will likely have to be encountered again at a later point in the game. A more daring and innovative way to deal with them is to headline one of them. As the USSR typically wants to make a coup in their first action round, the US can usually safely lower DEFCON in the headline phase. There is a risk for both players in doing this, however, and the USSR does have the ability to play things much more safely if the first action round is used to dispose of such a card instead of during the headline phase. This way the USSR can see what the US headlines and can make the move if the coast is clear. Sometimes events can be useful in helping you get rid of these cards. For example, Nuclear Test Ban and SALT Negotiations raise DEFCON by 2 levels, enabling you to play DEFCON suicide cards safely. Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You or even Aldrich Ames Remix can help you discard these cards without triggering their event. And cards like Nuclear Subs or Cuban Missile Crisis, if it can't be cancelled right away, can help prevent your opponent from dropping DEFCON with any ops given to them when they are not the phasing player. And, as mentioned earlier, Brezhnev Doctrine or Containment can make an otherwise unspaceable card spaceable. This tactic is usually utilized to get rid of CIA created or Lone Gunman, at least for the moment. If you sense your opponent may be vulnerable to DEFCON suicide, there are some things that you can do. For example, hold on to the China card as much as you can through the game, or use one of your events to steal it when the opportunity arises. This will put some pressure on your opponent because the space race will be their only way to deal with those events if in hand. You can add more pressure if you play cards like 5-year plan and terrorism for their events, which further lowers their hand size. The timing of this can be game-changing. For example, as the US player, if it is turn 3 and CIA created has not come out yet, you know that the USSR has it in hand. So playing a card like 5-year plan at that juncture can potentially help you to win the game and go home early. As well, the US should stay ahead of the USSR in the space race to make sure that the Star Wars event is playable and potentially game-winning. And consider playing cards like Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You, Brezhnev Doctrine, and Containment to the space race instead of late in the turn as is normally the case. You might be closing an otherwise easy escape hatch on them, forcing your opponent into some tough decisions in the last action round or to lose the game. You'll generally find that DEFCON will remain at 2 most of the time, most games. While this seems precarious, this is done on purpose by both players. Doing so makes your opponent's DEFCON suicide cards unplayable, giving them more to mitigate, but more generally it is used to protect otherwise vulnerable countries in Europe, Asia, or the Middle East from being couped. Also, with DEFCON at 2, coups will not be possible in any battleground country, regardless of the region, so it will be safe for the moment to place influence in those countries with operations points. So in general, DEFCON 2 is where both sides want things to be, as strange as that sounds. And because battleground countries are so important in the game, coups will naturally drive DEFCON down to 2 anyway. The USSR will typically do this with their first action round of the turn, as it is to their advantage to do a coup in a battleground country right off the bat. Usually there will be little short windows that game circumstances create, where a coup in an otherwise protected region or battleground country will be possible. These windows are going to be important to utilize to break an opponent's position that is otherwise safe due to DEFCON restrictions. This is why many people consider a card like ABM Treaty to be one of the best cards in the game. Nuclear Test Ban and Salt Negotiations are cards that can be used to raise DEFCON if you feel it is needed. But always remember that raising DEFCON is a double-edged sword and can give your opponent the opportunity to coup one of your otherwise safe battleground countries. Always count out the coup order, assuming your opponent will respond with a battleground coup followed by one of your own. This is why setting DEFCON to 5 usually hands your opponent too much momentum, where you only get 1 battleground country coup and your opponent gets 2, including potentially 1 in Europe. A great time to raise DEFCON is when your opponent is mired in a quagmire or bear trap, which allows you to take advantage of their helpless situation. How I Learned to Stop Worrying is another card that allows players to manipulate DEFCON. It is unique in that it allows players to set the DEFCON at any level. However, setting it to 1 is definitely not recommended. It can be useful in opening up the board or closing it shut, while giving you a bunch of military operations, which can perhaps add some victory points to your total at the end of the turn. In most games, when a deck is exhausted, it is simply reshuffled and flipped over without much thought or fanfare. But Twilight Struggle is different, and because of the structure of its design, there is some necessary strategy in understanding reshuffles. The first thing to grasp is that there will always be a reshuffle of the event cards in turn 3, and most times in turn 7, and once in a long while right before the last turn, turn 10, but we'll get into that part later. It's important to note that this reshuffle happens immediately when the event cards run out. That is why we know there will be a reshuffle on turn 3. There are 7 cards that are dealt out each hand in the early war, but there are only 35 cards in the deck at that point, plus 3 if you're using the optional cards. So a reshuffle on turn 3 is something that you can and should plan for. Turn 7 will usually be the next reshuffle. This is not a guarantee, as there are cards like Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You and Our Man in Tehran, in addition to how the China card is used in the first 7 turns, that can affect exactly when that reshuffle happens. But since the reshuffle happens most often on turn 7, let's assume for the sake of argument that that's the case for our analysis. So what does this mean in practical terms? It means that cards that are discarded on or after turn 3 usually won't have a chance to return until after turn 7's reshuffle, and cards discarded after turn 7 typically will not return to the game. To put all this in another way, all early war event cards will have been drawn in the first 3 turns, and any card played or discarded in turn 1 or turn 2 will be guaranteed to be drawn again at some point between turns 3 and 7. This can be dangerous in that safely discarding a strong opponent's event card in turn 1 or 2 might be back in play as soon as turn 3, a most unacceptable possibility. All the mid-war cards which are shuffled into the event deck on turn 4 will be drawn between turns 4 and 7. Any card played or discarded between turns 3 and 6 has a chance of coming back in turns 7 to 10. So in a similar manner to what was mentioned earlier about the early war, a nasty opponent's card discarded in turn 6 has a chance of coming back as soon as turn 7, which is usually, to put it simply, bad. The late war cards act a bit differently. These are shuffled into the event deck on turn 8 and may or may not even turn up between turns 8 and 10. This is why they made a late war variant to Twilight Struggle, as many players felt they don't usually get much of a chance to give these cards a spin, especially as many games finish before turn 8. And after turn 7, as mentioned earlier, unless you get one of those unusual games where there's a reshuffle on turn 10, a discarded or played card at that juncture is likely gone for the rest of the game. From a big picture standpoint, this means that if you have the opportunity to discard an important opponent's event, via the space race for example, do it on turn 3 and or turn 7, so you won't have to deal with those events for a while, if at all. As an interesting aside, if the turn 7 shuffle doesn't happen because there are still a handful of cards in the draw deck, the reshuffle will likely happen on turn 9 or 10 instead. This unusual situation happens because the late war cards are added and shuffled into the draw deck in turn 8, resulting in an interesting game state where the draw deck is almost entirely made up of late war cards. If that happens, players will certainly notice a different feel to the last part of the game. So which cards are most important for each side to discard after the reshuffle? Well, in the early war, for the USSR, you were looking at cards like Marshall Plan here. If you can kick the Marshall Plan can down the road to the mid-war or beyond, it renders it a much less effective event than in the early war. For the US, the classic tactic is to hold on to the two most dangerous Soviet events of the early war, Decolonization and Destalinization, until after the turn 3 reshuffle, before sending them to space. While decolonization is always a disagreeable event for the US, Destalinization hurts a lot less later on in the game. To get rid of these events, one can either use the space race, UN intervention, or to offset tricky events like Blockade at little cost. In fact, one of my favorite plays in Twilight Struggle is, as the US, taking the opportunity to discard Destalinization to pay for the Blockade event on turn 3 in a lovely 2-for-1 deal. Similarly, in the mid-war, if there are events that are particularly unwelcome, hold them until at least turn 7 so that they have little chance of occurring. The reason why I say there is still a small chance of event cards coming back after reshuffles is because of the pair of cards that allow recursion, SALT negotiations and Star Wars. These cards are also affected by the reshuffle schedule as they depend on having a robust discard pile to draw from. Playing SALT negotiations, for example, on turn 4 or 7 will be much less effective than it would be in turn 6, as the draw pile will be small or even non-existent. And Star Wars will be most effective for the US on turn 10, and perhaps a safe play for the Soviets on turn 8, although this would rely on some luck in having a completely desirable discard pile at that moment. Also of note here is that the Our Man in Tehran event is also affected by the reshuffle, but in reverse. It is best used when the draw pile is healthy, like right after the reshuffle on turn 7. I have come across some articles online where they discuss manipulating the timing of the reshuffle. While this can certainly change the dynamic of the game, I'm not sure how feasible it would be to build this into your regular gameplay, as it depends on a lot of variables. For example, a reshuffle could be forced in turn 6 if there have been a lot of cards drawn and discarded, like, for example, by using the maximum discard capability of Our Man in Tehran and Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You. Presumably, you would rush the reshuffle if you wanted the scoring cards back in the deck to hopefully score regions before the tide turns there, or to somehow end the game sooner. There may also be some events that you would like to see back in play sooner than later. The advantage of delaying a reshuffle, if you can possibly engineer it, is to buy time to catch up in some regions before the scoring cards re-enter gameplay. But ultimately, the reshuffle will happen when it happens, and it happens on turn 7 almost all of the time, so I would build a strategy around that assumption instead. So in summary, use the reshuffles on turn 3 and 7 carefully and wisely. Hold on to your opponent's events until after a reshuffle to minimize their effect, and be aware of how and when the mid or late war cards enter the game. In turn 4 of each game of Twilight Struggle, a fresh group of cards are added to the draw deck. Tonally, there should be a feeling of a slight shift towards the US, as there are some great events that are added to the deck, like Voice of America and Grain Sales to Soviets. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the mid-war cards. There are 7 1-ops cards, 4 of which are US events, 2 belong to the USSR, and 1 card is neutral. Of the 2-ops cards, 9 of them are American cards, 4 are Soviet, and 5 are neutral events. The 3-ops cards are more even. There are 5 of these cards featuring US events, 6 are Soviet, and 4 are neutral. Interestingly, there are 4 4-op cards in the mid-war deck, 3 of which are Soviet and 1 is neutral. Finally, and most notably, 4 new scoring cards are added to the mix. This opens up all regions of the board to scoring opportunities. There is a total of 48 cards that are added for a total of 15 neutral cards, 18 US cards, and 15 Soviet cards, which provide a total of 104 operations points. These are broken up relatively evenly with 27 neutral ops, 37 US ops, and 40 USSR ops. Partially because the hand size of both players increase, the average ops per hand will be close to 20, and after the headline and hold cards are taken into account, each player should have between 15 and 17 operations points to spend each turn. For both players, the mid-war is all about expansion, with Europe, Asia, and to some extent the Middle East remaining static outside of some brief flurries of activity due to some disruptive events. Central and South America and Africa will be the focus. All these regions are, for the most part, characterized by battleground countries that are 2 stability or less, making coups much more swingy, especially in Africa. But with the DEFCON level typically remaining at 2, realignments are going to be much more valuable, and events like Brush War being potentially quite disruptive. As stated earlier, in a normal arc of the game, the USSR will begin to feel the tide of the game slowly turn against them, mainly because of some great and powerful US events that are added to the draw deck, like Voice of America, Grain Sales to Soviets, OAS Founded, and Ussuri River Skirmish. Other early war events like NORAD also have the potential to make themselves felt. It can be difficult to give specific advice as the mid-war strategy relies so much on how both sides come out of the early war. In general, I would say that the USSR should go for an early win, the US should hang on and try to remain at least even in every region, and to vigorously defend spots where they have the advantage. At a minimum, make sure you maintain at least presence in every region, and keep watch for ways to deny your opponent access to regions while trying to create points of access of your own. For example, the USSR is vulnerable to being shut out of South America, and it isn't unusual for the US to lose access to the Middle East. As the US, be aware of the effects of the Muslim Revolution card, as it can undo a lot of good work in that Middle East region. This is why it is so important to control Israel and defend it strongly. And both sides can expect Thailand to remain a point of contention throughout the mid-war, either through direct influence placement or coups, as it will be a common target of the ABM Treaty event, for example. And in Africa, the US needs to protect against a realignment or takeover of South Africa by the USSR, as it is the one point of stability in the region. I find that if it falls to the Soviets, it is usually because of neglect and inattention, so don't ignore it. Find the ops to hold it, and aim to keep it as your main point of access to Africa. Brush War is an interesting event that most people would call swingy if they're familiar with the term. But it's a useful card that can help tip the balance in a region that is otherwise locked down. Let's take a look at it. The Brush War card is a neutral 3-ops mid-war event. If used for the event, it allows the player of the card to attack any country with a stability of 1 or 2, anywhere on the board. That player rolls a die and subtracts 1 for every adjacent enemy-controlled country. If their modified die roll lands somewhere between 3 and 6, the player gains 1 victory point and replaces all the opponent's influence with their influence. That player also adds 3 to the military ops track. There are some important aspects to this card that you need to be aware of. The first is that DEFCON limits do not matter when choosing a Brush War target. The NATO event, if in play, prevents Brush War from being played on any US-controlled country in Europe. Brush War does not degrade DEFCON if you use it on a battlefield country. It does not matter if you already have influence in the country being attacked. It is not affected. There are no bonuses applied for adjacent countries that are controlled by you, as is the case for realignments. And the Flower Power event generates victory points for the Soviet player if the US player uses the Brush War event. This is a fun and dramatic mid-war event for either player. It works well even if the target of your Brush War is over-controlled, and it is especially effective at DEFCON 2 in a region where things have been more or less locked down. It's a nice feeling when you flip a battleground country that was otherwise a lock for your opponent. The only spot it doesn't play well are in areas where your opponent controls the neighborhood. You could potentially work towards breaking through a bit before playing the event, but you do need to make sure that you don't overcommit, as this event still does come down to a die roll. Most players will use this event on a 2-stability battleground country. 1-stability battleground countries are very vulnerable to a coup and/or straight influence placement. Thailand is a very common target for Brush War. Pakistan is another, as long as it's not too surrounded by enemy influence. And as long as the NATO event is not in effect, Italy is also attractive for this event, as it is not normally subject to coups. But Brush War can be utilized anywhere that it is potentially useful, including the mid-war regions of the Americas and Africa. But because of DEFCON restrictions, I think you will find that Europe and Asia will be where this event can have the most impact. Because the US doesn't typically get a first-round battleground coup, and because military ops can be hard to get, the US player typically will get a little bit more out of this event than the Soviets, but it can be very useful for both. The only downside is the luck element. Missing the roll and giving up on 3 operations points can be painful, only offset by the potential gain if you are successful. This card is for the gamblers out there, and certainly if you find you are falling behind, you may not have anything to lose by going for it. So for either player, this card can, with a bit of luck, help you to regain a foothold or swing a region that was otherwise out of reach. It's a card that can potentially have a big impact, so make sure you surround potential Brush War targets with friendly influence. The Central America scoring card is the first of the mid-war scoring cards that we will cover. It's a volatile area of the board, and one that will be hotly contested. Let's take a look at it. Central America is composed of 3 battlegrounds and 7 non-battleground countries. Scoring presence is worth 1 victory point, domination is worth 3, and control is worth 5 victory points. From the Soviet perspective, Central America is an attractive region. Because Cuba and Mexico are next door to the US, control of either of them gives an extra victory point each time Central America is scored. And Panama is an easy coup target. For these reasons, the USSR will be very motivated to get domination, and so the US is forced to contest Central America, mainly to prevent the USSR from racking up the score. In the early war, Cuba normally falls under Soviet control because of the Fidel event, and most times it remains a Soviet stronghold in the region. Aside from a possible coup in Panama, usually that's most of the action this region gets in the early war. It is not recommended to waste influence from a great event like Destalinization in this region, which is of lower priority. In the mid-war, events like Junta, Che, and Liberation Theology can help you to get out of Cuba and spread more influence in the region. Liberation Theology in particular can be key, as can Soviet luck with coups in the region. I've seen Junta to be very powerful as well, sometimes with a coup, sometimes with realignments. The only event of note in the late war for the Soviets that affects this region is Ortega elected in Nicaragua. This can be a DEFCON suicide card for the US, if the US has any influence in Cuba. Otherwise, it's not a very notable event and is unlikely to sway the region much. The only challenge in all this is that Cuba, Mexico, and potentially even Panama, with US control of Costa Rica, are vulnerable to realignments. This can undo any potential good work done and foil Soviet plans. Also, both Mexico and Panama are vulnerable to other cards like junta or regular coups. To mitigate this, you can consider taking over some of the adjacent low-ops countries around them. The risk there is that it provides easy coup targets for the mil-ops-hungry US, but the benefit is that they are pretty low-priority countries overall, and the United States is typically not well served by wasting cards and ops on them. And all this highlights a very typical situation where one side gets 2 out of the 3 battlegrounds, and the other side tries to control more countries to prevent domination. When the scoring of Central America really comes into its own for the Soviets, you gotta be thinking about control, which is worth 10 victory points if you can pull it off. For the US, because of its low relative value, this is a region that you do not need to prioritize overall, but that doesn't mean you can or should ignore it. Domination, though, is usually only worth 3 victory points to the US, the best setup for that domination being control of Panama, Mexico, and Costa Rica because of its high stability. Also, for the US player, control of the region is worth 8 victory points, which is great if you can pull it off, but usually you have other things to attend to elsewhere. Both Panama and Mexico are potentially easy targets for coups, just as much for the US as the Soviets. Panama is especially vulnerable, especially earlier on in the game before you have the extra op or 2 to reinforce it. Costa Rica is a rock in a generally unstable region, but an expensive one. 3 influence can be a lot at some points of the game, but it is nice to control if you can. The other non-battlegrounds are of such low stability, however, that you're just asking for a coup by placing influence there, handing the USSR both military ops and territory that can count towards domination. In the early war, there usually isn't any ops to spare for Central America, and the situation doesn't necessarily get much better over the rest of the game. However, there are some mid-war events of note. Some events that might be helpful are Panama Canal returned to shore up Costa Rica and Panama, puppet governments to grab some of the one-stability non-battleground countries, or perhaps add an influence to Mexico at DEFCON 2, and junta, which if timed correctly can swing the region with its potentially powerful event. Latin American death squads can also be helpful for the US and for the Soviets as well, but in practice I haven't seen this event played very often. And don't forget that Ortega elected in Nicaragua can be a DEFCON suicide card for you if you happen to have any influence in Cuba. You'll have to hold on to it or send it to space to prevent a sudden, perhaps unexpected loss. Otherwise, this event usually results in a weak coup on Costa Rica that doesn't go anywhere. Overall, for the USSR, Central America is a point machine for you and a distraction for the US, which serves you well either way. And for the US, defending this region is a necessary evil. You have to spend enough ops there to minimize its impact, but no more. In a recent interview with designer Jason Matthews here at Legendary Tactics, he revealed that the Southeast Asia scoring card was an innovation that history demanded. How do you get a certain region to take on a certain importance for a certain time and then none after that? They came up with a scoring card that is like no other, and we will take a look at it now. The Southeast Asia scoring card is pretty straightforward. Whoever controls Burma, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, when the card is played, scores 1 victory point each. Whoever controls Thailand at the time of the card being played scores 2 victory points. After being scored, the Southeast Asia scoring card leaves the game permanently. It is a one-shot deal. The card is designed to reflect the fact that Southeast Asia became much less relevant to the Cold War after the United States withdrew from Vietnam. Because of the way history played out, it does not merit the scoring card sticking around for the late war, and the card is removed after playing it. Obviously, this gives each side yet another reason to contest Thailand, which is, in this case, a 4 victory point swing for whoever walks away with it. Vietnam typically scores for the Soviets, Indonesia and the Philippines for the US. Usually the US has an advantage in Malaysia as well, as the American player plays there early to secure a path of influence to Thailand from Australia. Burma and Cambodia-Laos will typically go to the player that gets there first. Generally, it's the one stability countries that are going to be contested in advance of this scoring card being played. For the Soviets, Vietnam Revolts and Decolonization will be key event cards to help you gain some control in the region. Indonesia, for example, is a common early war decolonization target. Other than that, the US has generally easier access to a lot of the region in the early war. Of course, if either player finds the Southeast Asia scoring card in hand, they should do what they can to play into the region and get as many victory points out of it as possible. Fortunately, even though it isn't obvious, a lot of these countries in Southeast Asia have utility beyond just contributing to or preventing domination with regard to the regular Asian scoring card, or the victory points they provide to the Southeast Asia scoring card. This is good to know, as it can feel like an investment in Southeast Asia just isn't that useful. For example, Burma and Laos Cambodia is a double choke point to slow access into the valuable Western Asian battlegrounds of India and Pakistan, or vice versa. Additionally, Burma can also be of some importance in influencing the Indo Pakistani War event. Malaysia is the key part of the American plan to get into Thailand, as mentioned earlier. By the time the mid-war arrives and the scoring card is in play, likely a lot of Southeast Asia has been decided. Event cards like the China card, Brush War, ABM Treaty, and the Ussuri River Skirmish can change that situation, however, so keep them in mind. If the Soviets get the Southeast Asia scoring card early in the mid-war, play it as soon as you can before the US has the operations points to spare to lock down the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and their associated VPs. It is rare for the Southeast Asia scoring card to make it to the late war, but as there are no specific events that affect it, any of the aforementioned strategy tips would help in managing its play. Interestingly, if for some reason the Southeast Asia scoring card makes it to the end of the game without being played, the region does not count in final scoring. So for either side, Southeast Asia is worth playing into, even just a little bit, to cancel out victory points that would otherwise be awarded to your opponent, and to gain or limit access to certain key battleground states. Arms Race is very true to the theme of Twilight Struggle, and the event does attempt to capture the nature of the battle of escalating weaponry between the Soviet Union and the United States of America. But how should each side use this event? Let's take a look at it here. First off, let's take a look at the event. This is a mid-war 3-up neutral event. If played, each player compares their status in the military operations tracks. If the phasing player, that is, the player who played the event card, has more military operations points at that moment, that player scores 1 victory point. If the phasing player has more military operations points and has met the required military operations amount, in other words, at least as many military operations points as the DEFCON level, that player scores 3 victory points instead. If you read the card carefully, you'll notice that it says nothing about whether the non-phasing player has met the requirements for military operations. All that matters is that the phasing player has more military operations points than their opponent. Obviously, if the circumstances are right, this is a card that can end the game if either player is close to 20 victory points. But either way, depending on the circumstances of the round, either player can benefit from the event. Most players will never bother playing it for 1 victory point unless they are that close to victory that it makes a difference. However, if the circumstances are in your favor, 3 victory points is worth 3 operations points any day of the week, especially late in the mid-war or in the late war. But, as with anything else in Twilight Struggle, it depends. Sometimes those 3 ops are just going to be too valuable in disrupting your opponent's momentum and denying them domination of a region, or staking a claim somewhere on the board with an urgently necessary coup or influence placement. The general rule is that if the ops are going to either give you domination or deny your opponent domination in a region, you should take the ops. Otherwise, if you can take 3 victory points, take them. Timing is a factor with this card, as the later you play it in a turn, the more likely your opponent will at least match you in military operations points and deny you the full victory point benefit. However, you may want to hold on to such a valuable 3 operations point card to see if it's needed as the turn progresses. That's obviously an easier decision if you have a hand that is rich in operations points. In the late war, this card becomes much more attractive as victory points become more and more crucial. You may want to consider holding this card until a later turn if circumstances allow, just in case you can grab those 3 victory points later. And if, for whatever reason, you wish to play a neutral headline that will likely have no effect, this is one of your best options. So in summary, this card is, for either player, situational but useful no matter what. The 3 operations points are always welcome, but if the game situation allows, so are the 3 victory points. It's kind of a limited event, but one is never unhappy to see it in their hand. The Cuban Missile Crisis card is a card that uniquely represents the terrifying events of October 1962, but in a rather detached way, as it feels very transactional in nature. But it's an event that can be used in a few interesting ways, and we will take a look at them here. This card is a neutral 3-op mid-war event. I haven't counted the words and compared, but this event card is one of the final contenders for the wordiest event text of any card in the deck. If you can plow through all the verbiage, the event works like this. DEFCON is set to 2, and any coup attempt by your opponent this turn, anywhere on the board, including non-battleground states, will cost your opponent the game. This event can be cancelled at any time by the USSR by removing 2 influence from Cuba, or by the US by removing 2 influence from West Germany or Turkey. There are a couple of things that need to be pointed out here. First of all, some people miss the fact that global thermonuclear war is triggered if your opponent attempts a coup, not the player who triggered the event. This sets up a potentially interesting situation. The second thing that needs to be pointed out is that removing the influence as directed to cancel the event is not an action. It can be cancelled at any time without the need for a card play, and it doesn't even need to be that player's turn, which has actually led to some disputes as far as fair timing. For example, is it fair for the USSR to announce the cancellation of the event by removing 2 influence from Cuba just before the US player rolls for a realignment there? Because this information is available to both players, I think it's fair to rule that it's an action that can be taken at literally any time, and that fact must be taken into consideration in both players' plans. Ultimately, though, a spirit of gamesmanship might be the ultimate arbiter of this question. This event is likely going to be headlined as it gradually becomes less effective as the turn goes on. It also tends to be of greater advantage to the US than the USSR. First of all, by lowering the DEFCON to 2, a Cuban Missile Crisis headline blocks the usual first action round battleground coup by the USSR. Second, in a normal situation, removing 2 influence in Cuba is a little more impactful to the USSR. Losing a couple of influence in Turkey or West Germany in the case of the US is not typically game-changing, and it can be mitigated fairly easily by over-controlling West Germany or letting go of control of Turkey. The damage can also be repaired fairly quickly and easily. In the case of Cuba, losing 2 influence there makes it much more vulnerable to realignment rolls if not immediately replaced. Where this event can be really tricky though is if the USSR has not yet played influence into Cuba because either the Fidel event was used for ops in the early war or was sent to space by the US, for example. If there's no influence to remove, the event cannot be cancelled and the USSR will be prevented from doing any coups for the entire turn. Also, While this situation is in effect, cards like Lone Gunman and Che lose their sting. Lone Gunman, in fact, is no longer a DEFCON suicide card for the US, as the Soviets cannot use the event for a coup as they normally would to win the game. The US can use an event to raise DEFCON once this situation is in force, and play event cards like SALT Negotiations or How I Learned to Stop Worrying, which opens up the board to the US conducting coups everywhere without fear of being countered. For the same reason, the Soviets can't play any cards that improve DEFCON, or they are handing the US a big opportunity to run wild. Also because of this, the Soviets are unlikely to reach their MILOPS obligation, which means that Cuban Missile Crisis is going to cost them victory points as well. If the US raises DEFCON throughout the turn, it can mean even more VP. And the US can spread through non-battlegrounds like wildfire, giving them greater opportunities to expand, especially in Africa and South America. The USSR can benefit from playing this event, but the problem is that it's just too easy for the US to cancel it. Even if the US doesn't have enough influence in either West Germany or Turkey, they usually have access to one or both of these countries. The US can put the influence in and remove it whenever they need to cancel the event. Another facet to headlining this event is that it can win you the game if your opponent headlines a card that both worsens DEFCON and that triggers after your Cuban Missile Crisis headline. This is one of the risks to headlining something like Olympic Games in the mid-war. Overall, this card can be very pesky for the USSR if the Soviets have no influence in Cuba. Otherwise, it's an event that needs to be dealt with by either player, but despite the events this card depicts, it's not the end of the world. Nuclear subs is an event that can potentially help turn the tide for the American player, and certainly the threat of this card is great. But is this card's bark bigger than its bite? Let's look at it more closely. Nuclear subs is a 2-op starred mid-war US event card that is pretty straightforward. Triggering the event means that US coups in battleground countries do not affect DEFCON for the remainder of the turn. Now, it's important to remember that the DEFCON restrictions still apply, so that if the DEFCON level is sitting at 2 after the USSR takes its first action round coup in the battleground state, US coups that look to take advantage of this event will be restricted to Africa and Central and South America. It's also important to keep in mind that the Cuban Missile Crisis event can effectively block nuclear subs by preventing coups unless you remove the requisite influence from West Germany or Turkey first. For the USSR, this is an event that can be mitigated in the same way that any cards with a turn-long effect can be dealt with, by playing it in your last action round. Unlike a card like Containment, the effect of nuclear subs in your last action round will likely lead to an undesirable coup, but you're hoping that the US player has a different plan in mind. Like spacing a bad Soviet event, or playing a scoring card that they've saved until last, or taking a completely different action round 7 play. Even if the US decides to coup somewhere to take advantage of the event, they may only have a low ops card in hand, which renders the coup likely ineffective. Or they may have one of your events in hand that the US player would really rather not trigger, and which might offset any benefit the coup provides. If the US headlines this card, take advantage of the fact that coups can only be done in one country per action round. Spread out your threats. Spend 4 ops breaking control in 2 different countries. Cause havoc in Europe or Asia, which are likely going to be protected by DEFCON restrictions. Take control of neighboring non-battlegrounds to set up a realignment opportunity in likely coup targets. Provoke and cause a reaction. If you do this well, The US player may not get much of a chance to benefit from the nuclear subs event because they are too busy reacting to your latest threat. Another interesting tactic you can use is increasing DEFCON. This is a good time to play How I Learned to Stop Worrying, or even better, SALT negotiations, which improves DEFCON but also imposes a -1 to all coup attempts made this turn. Summit could also be useful in this capacity as long as you control enough regions to make winning likely, and DEFCON is at 3 or 4. The goal here is to leave regions open to following up a US coup with a counter-coup from you. Nuclear subs can be a double-edged sword in that the US cannot use battleground coups to worsen DEFCON and protect vulnerable regions with DEFCON restrictions. Used carefully and strategically, this can potentially give you opportunities to take advantage from this event. If nothing else, you will get a chance to respond to whatever happens. But this can also be used to go on the offensive, especially if you have a hand with high ops. For example, let's say the Soviets are ahead in the space race and are able to see the US headline before choosing their own event card. Nuclear subs is chosen by the US, and so the USSR responds with How I Learned to Stop Worrying to raise DEFCON to 5, which exposes a vulnerable Italy. After a strong battleground coup in Italy, the US player is forced to over-control the next obvious target, Thailand, with an influence placement. After a coup attempt there, now Egypt looks suddenly vulnerable. A play sequence like this puts the US player on their heels when they should be the one on the offensive. In general, Africa is especially vulnerable to nuclear subs because of the low stability of their battleground countries and the fact that there are no DEFCON restrictions there, even at DEFCON 2. Again though, timing is everything. If nuclear subs turns up early in the mid-war, there may not be a lot of influence from either player in any of Africa, Central America, or South America, and its effect could be quite limited. And nuclear subs neutralizes CIA created as a DEFCON suicide card, as the US can't use the operations point for a coup in a battleground country to worsen DEFCON and win the game, as they normally would. It isn't a terrible idea to play nuclear subs yourself in Action Round 6, so you can dispose of CIA created safely in Action Round 7. For the US, the main benefit of playing this event as a headline is that typically it allows you the freedom to coup without negative consequence in Africa, Central and South America, which is perfect for the mid or late war. Theoretically, you could use this card for up to 7 coups, which could lead to a change in the momentum of the game. At the same time, don't get too excited. Coups still rely on some luck to succeed, which is why Africa is likely your best target because of the low stability countries there. Also, with a coup you can only act in one country at a time. If the USSR is smart, the Soviet player will likely be spreading threats out everywhere, which means you will probably have to respond in kind and potentially waste the potential of this event. Perhaps the best way to view this event is as a threat that forces another variable into the USSR's calculations for the turn. Even if you never use the effect of nuclear subs through the turn, the psychological warfare that it wages on your opponent should be more than worth the 2 operations points given up in exchange. The other aspect to consider is that this event prevents you from strategically lowering DEFCON with battleground coups, which can lead to tough situations if the USSR manages to improve DEFCON. For example, I've heard of nightmare scenarios where the USSR improved DEFCON to 5 and then proceeded to blast Europe with realignments. So you may not want to play this event if the DEFCON is high. It is an event best served at DEFCON 2. You can use this for ops if you are really stuck, but headlining this event is likely the better choice, all things being equal. If you have a better headline, as is likely the case, and can hold on to this card for a future turn, then take the ops. It's not going to be worth spending a valuable action round to take the event, unless perhaps you trigger the event in action round 1 or 2, and even then it will likely not be worth it. So, for the USSR,
This card is one that must be reckoned with if headlined by the US, but it is mitigatable if it appears in your hand by playing it late in your turn. For the US, it is a reasonably solid headline, if only for the threat it represents to the Soviet board position, even if you don't actually get to use the event effect much. If you don't headline it, use it for the ops.
The Quagmire event card is a card which can have anything from minimal to absolutely devastating, momentum-changing, game-winning effect. But timing is everything, as this card can be played in suboptimal ways. Let's learn how to use it well. Quagmire is a mid-war Soviet event worth 3 operations points. If the event is triggered on the next action round, the US player must discard an operations card worth 2 or more and roll a 1-4 to cancel the event. This is repeated each US player action round until it is successful or until no appropriate cards remain in hand. If the US is out of appropriate cards, the US player may only play scoring cards until the next turn. Some people don't realize that this effect carries over to the following turn if it is not cancelled before then. If the US player rolls particularly badly, in theory, they could be mired in this effect for the rest of the game. And the wording on the card is a little bit vague, but discarding a card to meet the requirements of the event costs you the action for that turn. So, in other words, you can't discard a card, get a favorable roll, and then take your turn in the same action round. To be honest, this card can be so powerful at times that I wish there had been an upper limit placed on how many rounds a player can lose to it, or some other mitigating mechanic. As a nice bonus, it cancels the NORAD event if it is in effect. Please note that it does not prevent the NORAD event from being played later on. For the Soviets, the main use of this event is to take back momentum from the US player, or even to move into a controlling position in the game. Most times, this event is going to be cancelled after 2 or 3 rolls, but occasionally it can go on for an extended period of time. This gives you the opportunity to take unanswered actions round after round. This gives you the opportunity to lock down or shift a region. Flip a battleground country, or score a region after spending some operations points to break control. The possibilities really are endless. The downside is that it's a wasted round if the US escapes it right away, and it might even allow the US to dump an event that was giving them some trouble in managing their hand. But where this event can be absolutely crushing for the US player is when it is paired with Red Scare Purge. This is because Red Scare Purge reduces the ops values of the cards in the US player's hand, meaning that only 3 and 4 ops cards will qualify for the discard requirement. The best way to pull this off is to headline Red Scare Purge and then drop Quagmire on the US about halfway through the turn. Twilight Struggle is a game with a high sense of urgency throughout, and so people are generally tempted to play higher ops cards towards the beginning of their turn and hang on to lower ops cards for the end of the turn. Dropping Quagmire halfway through means that there's a chance that the US player does not have any high ops cards left and must essentially sit there fuming while you run the board, and those low ops cards will remain in hand for the following turn as well. If you're lucky enough to have SALT negotiations, or if you're fortunate in the reshuffle, getting Red Scare Purge again ready to headline the following turn, that will likely mean game over and a glorious Soviet victory. Another option with the Quagmire card is to force the United States to skip a key action round. For example, you can play the event on your last action round to prevent the US from their usual action round 7 disruption and shenanigans. And a fun variation of this would be to time the event to play it on your last action round of the game, denying the US their last action round power play to try and gain victory. Another useful play using this card is if you headline Quagmire It will give you a minimum of 2 action rounds in a row, as the US action round 1 will have to be used up in canceling the event. For the Soviets, this is a great event and should be used most of the time. Sometimes you want to hold off though, especially if the US has played Containment, whose boost effectively mitigates this event, as even 1-ops cards would be available to discard to satisfy the event's condition. Or you may need the operations points, in which case 3 would likely come in very useful. As the US, the best move with this card is just to send it to space. I have seen instances where players drop Quagmire on themselves in order to rid themselves of a tricky Soviet event or two, but that comes at the cost of letting the USSR have multiple action rounds in a row, so use this tactic sparingly and only when desperate. And don't forget that playing it on yourself will cancel NORAD, which is an amazing and useful event for you. The one exception to this is if you end up stuck with Lone Gunman and Quagmire in hand. Then dropping Quagmire on yourself might be the only way to avoid DEFCON suicide by allowing you to legally hold Lone Gunman until the following turn. But these are desperate measures. If you get hit with this card, it might be a blessing in disguise, as you can get rid of a problematic Soviet event or two. I wouldn't wish for this, however. Getting stuck in the Quagmire for a longer period and watching a map slowly turn red is no fun. So for the Soviets, this is an event which you are generally going to want to take. Just make sure that you are playing it with a timing that makes the best sense with your hand and the overall board situation. For the US, space this card and hope it never returns. SALT Negotiations is a great event to have in hand for either player. It can potentially shape the course of the mid-war. There are timing and some other considerations to factor in, but overall this is a card that you want to make sure you understand clearly so you can take advantage of its effects. And so we will look at it more closely here. Let's take a look at the event first. SALT Negotiations is a neutral 3-op mid-war start event. Triggering it will improve DEFCON by 2 levels, and any further coup attempts throughout the remainder of the turn suffer a -1 die roll modifier for both players. The more interesting part of the event is that the player who triggered it can sort through the discard pile and reclaim 1 non-scoring card after revealing it to their opponent. This card has some great benefits overall. The first and most important part, in my opinion, is the ability to retrieve an event from the discard pile. So obviously, you don't want to play this on turn 7, right after the reshuffle, where all the discards get put back into the deck, leaving you with few, if any, cards to choose from. Turn 6 is ideal, because you will have the most choice. The most popular cards to draw back into your hand will be standard choices like Brush War, Red Scare Purge, and ABM Treaty. For the Soviets, you can add Destalinization, Decolonization, Fidel, OPEC, among others. And the US will take advantage by redrawing such great events as Grain Sales to Soviets, Colonial Rearguards, Ussuri River Skirmish, or the Voice of America, or any other great and useful event that was sent to space by your opponent. In fact, most times it's the start events that are the most powerful, and they're the ones that you're going to want to return to hand. Sometimes the choice is a little bit overwhelming, and this card can be tough for those of us who suffer with analysis paralysis. Red Scare Purge is another great one to return to your hand, especially if you played it on the current turn in conjunction with Quagmire or Bear Trap, with the view of headlining it the following turn. This might prolong Quagmire and Bear Trap for your opponent, or it might just hurt your opponent's ability to recover from its aftermath. In either case, you may simply cause your opponent to resign and you can walk away with a nice, easy win. The fact that this card improves DEFCON by 2 levels can be a help or a hindrance to playing it. Obviously, it can help you to escape from a DEFCON suicide situation, although a savvy opponent who knows what you're up to can reverse that situation by lowering DEFCON 2 levels using cards like We Will Bury You or Duck and Cover, by triggering the opponent's event in conjunction with a battleground coup.
And also keep in mind that the DEFCON improvement changes things for both players. It can be a hindrance if you're relying on things staying at DEFCON 2 to protect your holdings in a close game. So there are times when Salt becomes unplayable because of how it opens things up again and gives your opponent first dibs on a battleground coup. But improving the DEFCON level can open up some great options for a card like ABM Treaty. For example, the US can play SALT negotiations in their last action round, typically boosting the DEFCON from 2 to 4. At the end of the turn, DEFCON rises to 5. Then, after the Soviets take their typical first action round battleground coup, the ABM Treaty card can be used to coup or realign in Europe, which is normally a rare circumstance. Or the event can just be used to give you an extra coup opportunity in a given turn at a given DEFCON level. The -1 modifier will offset the effectiveness of any coups you or your opponent make, which is also a double-edged sword. It's always challenging when you open up the board for a key battleground coup and then the die roll modifier nullifies or mitigates your effort. For the Soviets, as an added event interaction, SALT can be a way to mitigate a US play of nuclear subs, both by giving all the American coups a -1 modifier and by lowering DEFCON to allow you to counter coup, albeit with the same modifier. A less obvious benefit of playing SALT negotiations is that it gives you room to hold an extra card to the following turn. This is potentially a nice opportunity to deal with Blockade, for example, if it comes out in the mid-war, or just to help with general hand management. You may even want to hold this card over a turn or two until something useful shows up in the discard pile, if you can manage it. And in the same vein, if SALT negotiations hasn't turned up yet, you may want to hold a potentially horrific enemy event in hand instead of sending it to space and leaving it vulnerable in the discard pile. You can play this card for ops, but if you do, you would be best to do that after the turn 7 reshuffle. You don't want this card turning up in your opponent's hand a few turns later with a variety of great options in the discard pile. As the Soviet player, don't forget that the US potentially has another card available to draw cards up from the discard, the late war event Star Wars. So for either player, SALT negotiations is a great event, but with some mitigating factors. The card recursion benefit is great, but as I mentioned earlier, the negative coup modifier and the DEFCON improvement are effects that can cut both ways. Play this for the event or hold it over until a better opportunity to play that event presents itself. This event is the exact mirror of the Soviet Quagmire event card, so my explanation of this card will necessarily be very similar to the one I gave in my video spotlighting the Quagmire event. This is a card which can have anything from minimal effect to an effect which is absolutely devastating, momentum changing, or even game winning. Timing is everything, however, as this card can be played in suboptimal ways. Let's learn how to use it well. Bear Trap is a starred mid-war US event worth 3 operations points. If the event is triggered, on the next action round, the Soviet player must discard an operations card worth 2 or more and roll 1 to 4 to cancel the event. This is repeated each USSR action round until it is successful or until no appropriate cards remain. If the USSR finds itself out of appropriate cards, the Soviet player may only play scoring cards until the next turn. Some people don't realize that this effect carries over to the following turn if it is not cancelled before then. So, if the Soviet player rolls particularly badly, in theory, they could be mired in this effect for the rest of the game. And the wording on the card is a little bit vague, but discarding a card to meet the requirements of the event costs you the action for that turn. So in other words, you can't discard a card, get a favorable roll, and then take your turn. To be honest, this card can be so powerful at times that I wish there had been an upper limit placed on how many rounds a player can lose to it. As the USSR, the best move with this card is to send it to space. I have seen instances where players drop Bear Trap on themselves in order to rid themselves of a tricky American event or two, but that comes at the cost of letting the US have multiple action rounds in a row. So use this tactic sparingly, and only when desperate. If you end up stuck with CIA created and bear trap in hand, then dropping bear trap on yourself might be the only way to avoid DEFCON suicide by allowing you to legally hold the CIA created card until the following turn, as the ops are too low to meet the discard criteria. But these are desperate measures. If you get hit with this card, it should hopefully and effectively be just a dead action round for both of you, and it might be a blessing in disguise as you can get rid of a problematic US event or two. I wouldn't wish for this, however. Getting stuck in the bear trap for a longer period and watching the map slowly turn blue is no fun. For the United States, the main use of this event is to steal the momentum from the Soviet player, or even to move into a controlling position in the game. Most times, this event is going to be cancelled after 1, 2, maybe 3 rolls, but occasionally it can go on for an extended period of time. This gives you the opportunity to take unanswered actions round after round. This means you can lock down or shift a region, flip a battleground country, score a region after spending some operations points to break control. The possibilities are endless. The downside is that it's a wasted action round if the USSR escapes it right away, and it might even allow the Soviets to dump an event that was otherwise hard to get rid of. But where this event can be absolutely crushing for the Soviet player is when it is paired with Red Scare Purge. This is because Red Scare Purge reduces the ops values of the cards in the Soviet player's hand, meaning that only 3 and 4 ops cards will qualify for the discard requirement. The best way to pull this off is to headline Red Scare Purge and then drop Bear Trap on the USSR about halfway through the turn. Twilight Struggle is a game with a high sense of urgency throughout, and so people are generally tempted to play their higher ops cards towards the beginning of their turn and hang on to the lower ops cards for the end of the turn. Dropping Bear Trap halfway through means that there's a chance that the Soviet player does not have any high ops cards left and must essentially sit there fuming while you act with total freedom, and those low ops cards will remain in their hand for the following turn as well. If you're lucky enough in the reshuffle or to have SALT negotiations in hand, getting Red Scare Purge again after the turn in which you triggered the Bear Trap Red Scare Purge combination can be very effective. Headline it the following turn, and it will likely mean game over and a glorious victory for the United States. Either way, it's potentially worthwhile and best to hold on to Bear Trap until Red Scare Purge turns up in your hand. Another option with the Bear Trap card is to force the USSR to skip a key action round. For example, headline Bear Trap, or play it in your last action round of a turn to block the USSR from using their usual first turn action round for a battleground coup. Instead, the US gets the first battleground coup of the turn and maybe more if the Bear Trap continues. In addition, playing it in Action Round 7 gives the US the rare opportunity to plan for their headline and their Action Round 1 card to work one after the other, which might potentially give the opportunity for a powerful combo. For the US, this is a great event and should be used most of the time, but sometimes you want to hold off, especially if the USSR has played Brezhnev Doctrine, whose boost effectively mitigates this event as 1-ops cards would be available to discard to satisfy the event's condition. Or, you may need the operations points, in which case 3 would likely come in very useful. An effective way to do this is to play it on turn 6, which at least gives you a chance of drawing it again, or even better, to have it turn up in the Soviet hand after the turn 7 reshuffle. So in summary, for the USSR, space this card and hope it never returns. For the US, this is an event which you are generally going to want to take. Just make sure that you are playing it with the timing that makes the best sense with your hand and the overall board situation.
Although the subject of the event might imply something more impactful, the Summit event card is one of the weaker cards in any of the decks of Twilight Struggle. While it might be one of the worst cards in the game, it doesn't mean that you can't use it for your benefit. We will take a look at that now. First of all, a quick look at the event. This is a mid-war neutral card worth 1 operations point. If a player triggers the event, each player rolls 1 die, and adds 1 to the roll for each region that they dominate or control. The winner gets to score 2 victory points and move the DEFCON marker 1 space either way. either improving or worsening the DEFCON level at their discretion. Interestingly, ties are not re-rolled and the event has no effect. Neither player should be especially excited to draw this card. One-op is never very useful, and taking the event could possibly lead to DEFCON suicide if you roll poorly. The way this could happen is if you played the event to DEFCON 2 and if you lose the die roll, your opponent can move the DEFCON marker one space to the right to DEFCON 1 and end the game. Because you played the card that essentially caused this, even though your opponent was the one to move the marker, the responsibility falls on you for causing global thermonuclear war, and you lose the game. So it's a big risk to play this event, even if you have a very positive modifier to your die roll, and this is why this card is so disliked. So let's take a quick look at the odds. If the modifier is 0, you each have a 41.7% chance of winning the roll with a 16.7% chance of a tie where nothing happens. If the modifier is +1, that player has a 58.3% chance of success while your opponent would only succeed 27.8% of the time with a 13.9% chance of a tie. And if a player can get a lead of 2 in regions, then the card gives that player a 72.2% chance of victory with only a 16.7% chance of your opponent pulling it off and an 11.1% chance of a tie. Where this card does have some value is as a headline. This only really works well if you dominate or control more regions than your opponent. In fact, based on the odds I passed on to you earlier, I would recommend a minimum die roll modifier of +1, although you could certainly give it a try at a lesser modifier if you're feeling lucky. Not only does that allow you to fill the headline slot to save better ops cards for the action rounds, but it can also allow you to change the board state in your favor. Let's assume that the DEFCON level finishes the turn at 2 and rises to 3 as part of the end of turn housekeeping. If you play it as the US and win the roll, it not only gives a valuable 2 victory point bonus that can help to claw back the momentum from the USSR, but it can also potentially deny the Soviets their Action Round 1 battleground coup as you shift the DEFCON from 3 to 2. As the Soviet player, a lucky roll can open up a coup or realignment in Asia as you move the DEFCON level from 3 to 4, in addition to the victory points. But always remember the risk that your opponent may headline a card which lowers DEFCON in the headline phase, such as We Will Bury You, How I Learned to Stop Worrying, Soviets Shoot Down KAL-007, or Duck and Cover. Cuban Missile Crisis could also be a nasty surprise here. These cards could certainly make for a stressful die roll, even at good odds, and could cost you the game. Also, this card can be used as a kind of Hail Mary pass if you need 2 victory points to either claim victory or stave it off. If the situation permits it, you may even want to make that roll at a negative modifier if it can potentially help you win the game, especially if you feel the game's momentum changing against you. Or, if you sense that the War Games event is coming, this card can help by giving you the opportunity to both improve DEFCON and catch up a bit on victory points at the same time, potentially preventing that event. If you have to take the op, perhaps there is a non-battleground in Africa or Central America that could be vulnerable to a coup. So, all in all, for either player, this is not a great card, but a potentially workable event, especially as a headline in the right circumstances. How I Learned to Stop Worrying is a disruptor. It can change the overall situation pretty substantially, but we need to make sure that we use it at the right time, preferably in conjunction with some other cards. Let's examine it closely. First of all, the event. This is a mid-war neutral starred event card worth 2 operations points. Triggering the event will allow you to set the DEFCON at any level you want between 1 and 5. Also, you get 5 military operations automatically for the purpose of required military operations. This is an interesting event which actually provides a good deal of flexibility. First of all, you can use it when your opponent finds themselves trapped in the bear trap or quagmire. If you trap them in the last action round of the previous turn, How I Learned to Stop Worrying can be a great headline, as it gives you the opportunity to improve DEFCON to whatever level you need, and do a battleground coup in an area that would otherwise be unavailable. It can also save you from losing the game to DEFCON suicide cards like CIA Created and Lone Gunman. By improving DEFCON to a safe level, you can play one of those cards with impunity and get it out of the game. It can also be used in combination with an opponent's headline that drops DEFCON, so you can get away with a sneaky win. For example, if the US headlines How I Learned to Stop Worrying, and if the Soviets choose to play Olympic Games as their headline, the US player can use their event to drop DEFCON to 2, and then boycott the Olympic Games for the win. How I Learned to Stop Worrying is nicer than most cards like it, because you have the flexibility to do whatever you want with the DEFCON level, and you can never be tricked or trapped like other cards that typically worsen DEFCON and can potentially cost you the game. The US will likely use this card to worsen DEFCON to 2 so they can protect their holdings, while the Soviets are likely to use this to improve DEFCON to 4 or 5 and open up the map for coups and realignments. But the player that gets this card in hand can really utilize the card in whatever way makes the most sense. The Soviets might also find this useful against a US event card like Nuclear Subs. Once Nuclear Subs is in play, the US cannot worsen DEFCON themselves to close off the map to counter coups or realignments, which not only neutralizes their event but might even potentially turn it into one that favors the Soviets. What if you had a whole turn to realign the US out of Europe? The US can also use this card as a headline in order to worsen the DEFCON to 2 and prevent the usual first action round Soviet battleground coup. And the MILOPs are a nice bonus. They can obviously help either side reach the required military operations, but there can be some nice moves with it as well. The US, for example, can play this on their last action round to raise DEFCON to 5. And this can, in this example, score them 3 victory points. In fact, either player can use this to score up to 5 victory points if their opponent has neglected to get their military operations, or if they were limited by the Cuban Missile Crisis event that turn. Keep an eye on that MILOPS track to see if there's an opportunity to take advantage. If you're looking for ops, 2 operations points is okay, but a bit of creative thinking should give you a lot more value out of the card than that. So for either player, this event offers a lot of flexibility and benefits, even at the low cost of 2 operations points. Look for where and when this event can best help you and use it well. Junta is one of the major event cards of the mid-war in Twilight Struggle. It is a strong card, and part of that strength is the range of options it gives you and how much impact it can have. Let's take a look at it now in more detail. Let's take a peek at the event first. Junta is a neutral 2-op mid-war event card. The player who chooses to take the event can place 2 influence in any one Central or South American country and then make a free coup attempt or realignment roll in one of those regions using the 2 operations points provided by the card. It's important to note that Junta does not provide MILOPs if it is used to coup a country, and normal coup restrictions still apply. If DEFCON is at 2, you won't be able to use this to coup a battleground unless you want to deliberately lose the game. Also, both influence have to go into the same country. You can't split it up. You can, however, split up the realignment rolls. The coup or realignment rolls can occur anywhere in Central or South America and are not tied to where you placed influence. This event ranks right up there with Brush War and ABM Treaty as a powerful neutral event, and even though Junta is restricted geographically, it guarantees influence placement equal to its operations point value, unlike these other 2 cards. And not only that, it allows placement of influence in South America, which is otherwise hard for either player to get into. One use of this card is obvious. You can certainly use it to place influence, and then simply coup a battleground state in the region if DEFCON allows. However, 2-ops is not that powerful, even though the stability ratings are generally pretty low in Central and South America. Please note that these operations points are affected by Red Scare Purge, Containment, and Brezhnev Doctrine, so if any of those card effects are in play already, please keep that in mind. Also, if the Cuban Missile Crisis event is in effect, you won't want to use this card to coup unless you want to lose the game. I think the more powerful option will likely be using it to set up a nice realignment opportunity, especially once DEFCON is at 2. For example, the US player could put the 2 influence in Nicaragua or Haiti, and then get 2 realignment rolls against Fidel and Cuba at +1. In this case, Haiti might be the better choice because it won't be affected by the Ortega elected in Nicaragua event later, and it gives you access to the Dominican Republic, an easily controlled non-battleground that can help with gaining or preventing domination of Central America. Or, the Americans could place the influence in Guatemala to realign the Soviets out of Mexico at the same +1 modifier. The Soviets could use it to counteract a play of Panama Canal returned so that the US doesn't get a strong foothold in South America. You could even put the influence in Colombia and get a couple of chances at realignment of Venezuela or Panama before the US can do a counter coup in Colombia to defend themselves, which would normally be the case. The most common realignments that you will see with junta are Costa Rica and/or Colombia realigning Panama, Colombia and/or Brazil realigning Venezuela, Venezuela and/or Uruguay realigning Brazil, Argentina and/or Peru realigning Chile. It's hard to recommend an exact course of action for this card though, because the best use of it will always depend so much on the situation on the board. In general, this will be a card that you will want to consider strongly as your headline. It gives you the opportunity to lower DEFCON if you want to, or to just take advantage of a realignment opportunity. For the Soviets, you can transform a region with a junta headline by placing the influence in a state, doing a realignment to weaken an over-controlled neighbor, and then taking advantage of your first round action coup to flip it. If the US headlines it, not only can the Americans steal the first action round battleground coup advantage from the Soviets, they can create or add to a dilemma that a wise US player has created on the board for their opponent in their previous action round 7. So, for both sides, junta is a useful, flexible, and strong event that can be a key part of your expansion into the Americas. Use it wisely. Kitchen Debates is not the most interesting card in the game of Twilight Struggle, and is more of a landmark of the typically gradual change of game momentum from the USSR to the US. But is there more that we can do with this card? Let's take a gander. The event is a US mid-war starred event that provides a single operations point. If the event is triggered and the US controls more battleground countries than the Soviets, the US scores 2 victory points and has the privilege of poking their opponent in the chest. I'm so glad they added that part, as it makes for a fun break in the tension and can be a memorable part of the game. It's important to note that, contrary to popular belief, this event does not trigger and leave the game if the US controls less battleground countries than the Soviets. Many people play that it leaves the deck regardless, but that is not the official ruling. The intention of the card is that it only happens if the US meets the prerequisite of controlling more battleground states. For the Soviets, there's not much that can be done with this card if the US is in position to score the 2 victory points. It can't be sent to space, so you just have to swallow the 2 victory points and do the best you can with it. Use the single operations point to solidify control of an existing position, or perhaps flip a 1 stability non-battleground in Africa or Central America with a coup. Obviously, if it is a close game and you can time the playing of this card after a couple of key coups, swing the battleground state balance in your favor, play it then. Otherwise, it's not really worth playing around this one, although flipping battleground states should be a key part of your plan anyway, so you might be able to make it work. If the USSR is ahead of the US in battleground states, then this card is clearly harmless, although it doesn't really help you out much either. For the US player, sacrificing one op for 2 victory points is always worth it, no question. On very rare occasions, you may want to use that single operations point, but otherwise take the event every time if you qualify for the VP. In general, I wouldn't say this is a card worth holding over to a future turn in hopes of scoring it later. This card can give you a good idea of how things sit in the game. If the US is in position to use this event, the Soviets should be worried. And if the US doesn't yet qualify, unless it's very early in the mid-war, it's time for them to do some catching up. So for the Soviet player, either the US will get the victory points or they won't. Use the single operations point to do something somewhat useful. And for the US player, take this event and the victory points if you can, as this card can be part of catching up and turning the game around as you move into the late game. And it is always a lot of fun to poke your opponent in the chest. Maybe it will be a form of psychological warfare that will throw them off their game. Missile Envy is a card that can be a lot of fun to drop on your opponent. It not only can give you a potentially beneficial event or operations points, but also forces your opponent's play to some extent for the next action round. But this can be a deceptively dangerous card, and it's important to take all that into consideration. Let's look at this interesting event now. Missile Envy is a mid-war neutral 2-op card with an interesting and unique event effect. The player that triggers it exchanges the Missile Envy card for their opponent's highest valued operations card in hand. If 2 or more cards are tied, the victim of the event, also known as the opponent, chooses. If the exchanged card contains the player's event or an event applicable to both players, it occurs immediately. If it contains an opponent's event, you can use the operations value without triggering the event. The opponent must use Missile Envy for operations during their next action round. For beginners, please note that the China card does not count for Missile Envy, as it is not technically part of your hand. This card is typically used as a headline by either player, although it is potentially riskier when played that way, which I will explain later on. Best case though, it can give you operations points to use in the headline phase, while getting rid of an opponent's high value event. While triggering an event that is beneficial to you is great, having the use of 3 or 4 ops, especially during the headline phase, is the most flexible outcome. Getting the opportunity to play your own event is second best. It's generally good, but it depends on the event that comes out. The good news is that high ops cards usually come with great events, so if you can draw out ABM Treaty or Muslim Revolution, Bear Trap or Quagmire, Brezhnev Doctrine or Ussuri River Skirmish, you will likely be happy with the exchange, and you will have removed a high ops, potentially high value event from your opponent's hand. The third best scenario is drawing out an event card which has no effect, or an effect that makes no difference to your strategy. An example of this might be US-Japan Defense Pact after the US has already poured enough influence into Japan for control. At the headline phase, a card like Arms Race is also non-consequential. However, you can still take some comfort in that you have removed a high ops card from your opponent's hand, and possibly force them to dramatically alter their plans as a result. Disrupting your opponent in this way is always a good idea. The worst case scenario is what you must be very mindful of whenever you play this event. Missile Envy is a potential DEFCON suicide card. You should never play this with DEFCON at 2, as there are plenty of cards like Duck and Cover or We Will Bury You that could easily be drawn out in the card exchange and triggered. Because you played Missile Envy, which led to that DEFCON worsening event being played, the game is over and you lose. There is a risk of DEFCON suicide even in the headline phase with DEFCON at its usual 3. This is because Missile Envy is only a 2-op card, and it is likely to go second in the headline phase, especially if you are the USSR.
The usual example given is if you headline Missile Envy as the US, and the USSR happens to headline We Will Bury You. If the card you get in the exchange is Duck and Cover or Soviets Shoot Down KAL-007, it's game over for you, and you lose. As the USSR, if your opponent headlines grain sales to Soviets, that card will go first, meaning that the US can use the ops for a battleground coup somewhere right before handing you the We Will Bury You card, which will trigger global thermonuclear war. And because the way the cards interact, it's all your fault. You lose. There are other cards like Olympic Games or Summit, which can lead to the same result, however unlikely. The US might be able to get away with a Missile Envy headline more often than the USSR, as the Soviets rarely want to degrade DEFCON in advance of their first-round battleground country coup. Either way, if Soviets Shoot Down KAL-007, Duck and Cover, and We Will Bury You are either out of the game or in the discard pile, you should be safe to headline it. There are some instances where an event that is otherwise innocuous can trigger with Missile Envy that is undesirable at that particular moment. For example, a card event that improves DEFCON when you want it to stay low can actually be disruptive to your plans and board position. Keep this in mind also. I would recommend that you do not headline this card if your opponent is ahead in the space race and can see your headline in advance. It's just too risky. For example, if the US player has We Will Bury You in hand, they can usually win by headlining any of Duck and Cover, Grain Sales to Soviets, Junta, and How I Learned to Stop Worrying. These cards all worsen DEFCON likely to 2, and then the US player will hand the Soviets We Will Bury You for the DEFCON suicide win. The Soviet player could do something similar if they have, say, Duck and Cover in hand. Interestingly, a headline of CIA created or Lone Gunman can give you some insight as to what a later play of Missile Envy will get you. That's the value of good intel. Speaking of intel, there's sometimes some great information that can be gleaned from your opponent with this event. For example, if you play Missile Envy and get a 3-op card in exchange, it means your opponent has no 4-ops cards. While this sounds obvious, knowing the overall strength of their hand may influence your play of the Blockade event, or Latin America debt crisis, or Quagmire, or Bear Trap later on in the turn, or it might just mean that you can more safely start an op war in a key country. An ops war is where each player places influence back and forth in an attempt to gain control of the country. If you are hit with Missile Envy by your opponent, best to exchange it with an opponent's event or a neutral one instead of one of your own. Obviously, choose where possible the event that has the least impact and that benefits your opponent the least. For example, it's fine to hand over Che if the Cuban Missile Crisis is in effect, which prevents your opponent from taking their free coup if they are unwilling or unable to pay the price to resolve the crisis. The other part of Missile Envy is also pretty powerful in that it means that your opponent only has 2 operations points to work with on their next action round. Knowing this in advance allows you to play accordingly and take advantage with a strong battleground coup or placing influence in a spot that you know your opponent will not be able to effectively counter. It's even more powerful if your opponent is under Red Scare Purge, in which case they only have 1 operations point to work with. In the case of the US, a headline of Missile Envy ensures that the Soviet first action round coup will be weak and hopefully completely ineffective, and it might even force the Soviets to forego that coup, giving you the opportunity to hit somewhere hard with a battleground coup of your own. Generally, this is the card that you want to play earlier in a turn if you don't headline it. Most times, players will play their high ops cards early in the turn, and you want to make sure to get the best potential value. Also, it's much more likely that DEFCON will be at 2 already,
which increases the risk of DEFCON suicide. So overall, this is a great event that can really disrupt your opponent's plans and their hand. Just make sure that you manage the risk of DEFCON suicide so you don't prematurely lose the game. We Will Bury You is a pretty aggressive card, as its name implies. The Soviet player can benefit greatly from either the ops or the event, while the US player needs to factor it into any plays they make in the mid-war. Let's take a look at it in more detail. We Will Bury You is a starred 4-ops mid-war Soviet event. Triggering the event will degrade DEFCON 1 level and give the Soviets 3 victory points if the US player doesn't play the UN intervention card for the event on their next action round. For those of you who haven't studied the rules, it's important to note that these victory points are given to the USSR in advance of any victory points given to the US. So if the US plays a scoring card after a play of We Will Bury You, score 3 victory points for the Soviet first, and then resolve the US play. If the game ends with those 3 victory points, then that is the game, and the winner is the USSR. For the Soviet player, this card is perfect for a game of chicken if you think that there's a chance that the US will play a card that worsens DEFCON during their headline phase. The only card in the game that can cause this move to backfire is the US event Soviets Shoot Down KAL-007, which would resolve first if they were both headlined in the same turn. And if they don't headline a card that worsens DEFCON, it's very likely that you will get 3 victory points out of it. The reason for this is that it's generally going to be pretty rare that the US is going to happen to have the UN intervention card in hand to prevent those victory points. But as a general rule, you will want to play this card for the ops, as 4 ops are always useful, and by keeping it in the game, it is likely to resurface again after the turn 7 reshuffle. If the US then draws it, it is a potential DEFCON suicide card that the American player needs to work around. But when should the Soviets consider triggering this event instead of taking the ops during action rounds? Why play an event to lower DEFCON when you can just use the 4 ops for a juicy coup in a battleground country and accomplish the same result? The main situation when this is useful is that you're close to winning the game by victory points. 3 victory points is pretty significant, and if it doesn't put you over the finish line as the winner, it can put some additional pressure on, especially if an event like War Games is in the mix. Also, lowering DEFCON can help you to lock down regions that would otherwise be vulnerable to coups or counter-coups. For the Americans, this is, as I said earlier, a DEFCON suicide event that you will likely have to work around, and you certainly don't want to give up 3 victory points. As a result, this is going to be a very good candidate for the space race. There are only 2 instances when you might want to play this card during your action rounds, and you must have the UN intervention card in hand as well. First, you can either play it along with the UN intervention card, thereby cancelling the We Will Bury You event effect. Or you can play it when DEFCON is at 3 or higher so that you don't prematurely commit DEFCON suicide, and follow that with a play of the UN intervention card cancelling yet another strong Soviet event. This allows you to effectively get rid of 2 Soviet events at the expense of DEFCON degrading 1 level. If it's safe to sacrifice a level of DEFCON, you could also play this on your last action round of the game on turn 10. Because the game is over after that, there's no next action round, and so the 3 victory points would not be awarded to the Soviet player in that case. And it would give you 4 ops to use to potentially make a final play for domination in a close region. So for the Soviets, this is a card that gives you a few different ways to put pressure on your American opponent. Lower DEFCON and score some victory points, or take the ops and use them for a strong coup in a battleground country. It works well for you either way. And for the US, unless you have the UN intervention event card in hand, send this card to space every time. Brezhnev Doctrine is a nice event for the Soviet player. While it is very similar to the American early war Containment event, there are some differences that stem from the timing of when this card can be played, and that's what we will look at here. First of all, the event. Brezhnev Doctrine is a starred Soviet 3-op mid-war event card. Triggering the event will increase the ops value of all further operations cards played by the USSR by 1 this turn. For the Soviets, this is a great headline, perhaps their best headline option of the mid-war. The only downside is timing. The US benefits more from the ops provided from the Containment event in the early war. The extra ops provided by Brezhnev Doctrine to the Soviets in the mid-war may be less effective overall, because control in a lot of places may already be more established. But from the perspective of dealing with the annoying one-ops US event cards that populate the mid-war deck, the timing of this card could not be better. These are, in no particular order, Sadat expels Soviets, Panama Canal returned, OAS founded, and kitchen debates. Suddenly, with Brezhnev Doctrine in effect, you can potentially send these cards to the space race, which helps you to better manage your hand in addition to the ops benefits over the course of the turn. Because the effect of this card is so useful, you may want to consider carrying it over to the following turn if your hand will not greatly benefit from it. For the US player, this is an easy choice. Play it in your last action round, which results in no beneficial effect for the Soviets. And you get to enjoy 3 operations points with no strings attached. So in summary, for the Soviet player, this is a great event overall and a fairly obvious headline. For the US, be very happy if this turns up in your hand, as you can play it at the end of your turn to no effect. Portuguese Empire Crumbles is an event that is part of the Soviet strategy to get into and to try to dominate Africa. Certainly, the American player won't like this card, but for the Soviet player, is it worth taking this event? Let's examine it more closely. First of all, let's take a look at the card. Portuguese Empire Crumbles is a starred Soviet 2-op mid-war event. Triggering the event automatically adds 2 Soviet influence in both the Southeast African states and Angola. For the USSR, this is a perfectly acceptable event, especially if the US managed to bury Destalinization and Decolonization on you using the space race or some other mechanism. Essentially, this is a card that can help give you access to Africa without having to coup, and is only one of 2 cards to specifically do so, the other being South African Unrest. Adding influence directly has the advantage of placing influence without worrying about the additional cost of placing influence where an opponent has pre-existing control. So it can potentially flip Angola for you regardless of DEFCON restrictions. So therefore you can generally view it as being worth 5 ops in total. I suppose if the US controls Southeast African states for some reason, it would have a potential value of 6 operations points. Even though this event has a fair amount of value in terms of straight operations points, especially if you find yourself under Red Scare/Purge, I would say that it's generally better for the US player to have to play this event for you. If you think about it, the really valuable part of this event is the influence placed in Angola, a battleground country. If you have access to Angola already, it is better to just place the influence there directly using the operations value of the card, which then keeps this event in the deck for later. While Southeast African states is potentially useful in adding to your controlled country count for the purpose of domination or control, it's not typically played into by either player, aside from this event. If you have the influence to spare, it can give you access to some reasonably stable African non-battleground countries, or other important ones like Zimbabwe, which can help in potentially realigning Zaire. The downside is always that non-battleground countries provide coup targets for a mil-op hungry US player. This card is an okay headline for the Soviet player if there really is no other great option, or if the African scoring card is potentially coming up soon and you need to get a head start in jockeying for position in the region. From the perspective of the US player, this is not a tremendously difficult event to work around. If you already control Angola, you can mitigate a lot of the damage by playing the 2 operations points as influence into that country before the event happens. This maintains your control. If you don't control Angola yet, you can play Portuguese Empire Crumbles later in the turn after you have had a chance to place some influence there. As mentioned earlier, Southeast African states are not typically crucial to either player's plans in the region of Africa. You may want to send this card to space to delay the Soviet entrance into Africa if they are not already there. Or you can control some neighboring countries to realign the USSR out of at least Angola with the operations points provided by this event card. So in summary, this is a middling event for the Soviets, but potentially useful in providing access to Africa and/or control of Angola, which is a pretty crucial battleground state in the region. And for the US player, you can generally work around it pretty easily, if not to keep the Soviet player completely out of Africa, then to at least maintain control of Angola, and therefore make it easier to preserve your influence in South Africa. South African Unrest is one of 2 cards that directly help the USSR to get into Africa without needing to coup. Though this card has enough operations points to send it to space, is it worth it for the Americans to do so? Let's find out more about how to play this card now. As always, let's look at the event card first. South African Unrest is a 2-ops mid-war Soviet event card. Triggering the event allows the USSR to add either 2 influence to South Africa, or add 1 influence in South Africa and 2 influence in any countries adjacent to that country. In other words, you can place influence in Botswana or Angola. Please note that if you take the second option, you don't have to put the 2 influence into the same country, and they can be split up. This event essentially gives you 4 options. First of all, placing 2 influence in South Africa. Second, placing an influence in South Africa and 2 influence in Angola. Third, placing an influence in South Africa and 2 in Botswana. And fourth, placing an influence in South Africa, placing an influence in Botswana, and an influence in Angola. Remember also that placing influence directly by event means that you don't have to pay any extra influence cost due to opponent control. This is why placing influence in this way can be really valuable, as it is very cost effective. For the USSR, this event is similar to Portuguese Empire Crumbles in that it gives you access to Africa without needing to coup. This is a great way to get around DEFCON restrictions. One of the main advantages of this event is that it is not starred, which means it never leaves the game. Having this event come up a couple of times over the course of the game makes it hard for the US to hang on to the valuable African countries in the south. For the US player, South Africa is a very valuable spot, but it can be hard to direct much influence there as there are so many other places in the world that need it. This event card keeps the pressure on. Also, South African Unrest is great because it targets valuable countries. Portuguese Empire Crumbles helps you to gain control of Southeast African states, but that doesn't really move the ball down the field very much. Having the flexibility to place influence in any or all of South Africa, Angola, and Botswana is great. The first 2 obviously are valuable as battleground countries, and Botswana is surprisingly useful as it helps many times with realignments. But in this case, the board situation will dictate how you use this card. If South Africa and Angola are strongly controlled by the US, or if you are already dominant in this region, you're likely better off playing this card for the ops. If you need access to Africa, or if the countries in the southern part of Africa are still up for grabs, this can be very helpful. This is especially true if you can, say, flip Angola and break control of South Africa. This might be the ideal move for South African unrest. And generally, you will want to take the extra influence provided by the second option in the event text, unless you're making a strong play for South Africa or if you already control Botswana and Angola. And if you are looking to start fires in many different places for the US to deal with, this can be a good headline, followed up with your usual first action round battleground country coup, or directly playing more ops into Africa in your first action round to gain control of South Africa, Angola, or somewhere else. You'll just have to assess the board situation and see what gives you the best benefit overall. For the US player, this card can be a pain to deal with. If the Soviets place the 2 influence in South Africa, then the end result is a dead turn, as you use the ops provided by the card to undo the damage. If they choose the second half of the event text, then you can't repair all the damage with the 2 ops provided by the card. And this is made trickier because you don't necessarily know where the USSR will place the influence provided by the event. I would usually say Angola. But don't forget that Botswana can be helpful in realigning you out of South Africa or Angola, so don't view it as a useless non-battleground. If you have the opportunity, this isn't a bad option for the space race. Sending this card to space can certainly take the pressure off if you are battling it out for control of the African region, or if you are looking to delay USSR access to Africa. So in summary, South African unrest is a great event for the USSR, partly because it's recurring and partly because it puts the pressure on in an area which is normally hard to get to. Take this event unless the board game situation makes it unnecessary. And for the US player, you're likely just going to have to suck it up and take this event unless you can free up a turn to send it to space. Use the ops provided by the card to mitigate the event effect as much as possible. Allende is one of a few cards that gives the USSR easy access to South America. It's definitely a card that the US player needs to mitigate, but how big of an impact will it really have in a game of Twilight Struggle? Let's find out now. First of all, the event. Allende is a Soviet one-op mid-war starred event card. Playing the card for the event gives the USSR 2 influence in Chile. For the USSR, this card can get you into South America without needing to coup, which is normally a bit of a challenging area to access for the Soviets. Unless a country like Colombia or Uruguay maybe has your opponent's influence and is therefore open to a coup, the region is pretty much locked down at DEFCON 2. There are some other cards that can do it, like Junta or Liberation Theology, but Allende has the advantage of being non-spaceable, if that is a real word. Well, maybe it is in Twilight Struggle at least. Unless the US has containment in effect, they're going to be stuck with playing it eventually. As it is worth only 1 operations point, taking the event is generally a very easy decision for the USSR. The only problem is that the 2 influence placed are vulnerable to realignment rolls, especially as the US might be particularly focused on kicking you out of South America and keeping it for themselves. If you are already in South America, obviously Allende loses a bit of its benefit. The 2 influence are still valuable, but the board situation might dictate that it would be better to take the operations point to keep it in the deck. This way, you can potentially have it come back in the late war, when it might be more useful both in improving your situation in South America, as well as clogging up the American hand. Because it's relatively remote, circumstances or your strategy might dictate that you would play into Chile later anyway. Allende is great insurance against the US expansion there if South America is contested. Don't forget that there's another late war card, Iron Lady, that can help you get into South America, specifically Argentina, so make sure that is part of the overall plan. If you think the South American scoring card is coming soon though, don't wait around for Allende and just spend the ops you need to take over Chile if it helps you. Don't miss out on an opportunity while you wait around for this event to turn up. If you don't mind giving up your first round battleground country coup, headlining Allende, and then following up with placing some influence right away in Argentina and Chile, might not be a bad move, especially if the US is not really in South America yet. This is a play best done at DEFCON 2. You may have to wait until after the US uses their first action round for a battleground country coup, so you're not as vulnerable to a coup in Argentina. And for the US player, you have a few options with this card if you get it. First of all, you can over-control Chile, using the op provided by the card if necessary to shore up your position before or after the event. And you can also take control of Peru and Argentina, and then easily realign the influence provided by this event off the board. Even if you can't take Peru and Argentina ahead of time, there's still some chance that you can realign the influence out using the operations point provided by the card. Or you can just hold on to him. I've had games where I've had to keep him in hand for a while, especially if the Soviets are having a tough time getting into South America. I see no reason to make it easier for them. So for the Soviets, this is a great card to help you gain access to South America, even if it is a little bit precarious. But take the operations point if you don't see the event providing you with an immediate benefit. And for the US, this card is going to be a pain in your side. At some point, you're likely going to have to suck it up and play it, so see if you can maneuver ahead of time to set up a realignment or otherwise challenge control of Chile with straight influence placement. Willy Brandt was a very influential West German politician, and that is why he gets his own card in Twilight Struggle. But how consequential is the event for either side in this game? Let's take a closer look at it now. As always, let's look at the event first. Willy Brandt is a Soviet 2-up mid-war starred event card. Playing the event gives the USSR 1 victory point, 1 influence in West Germany, and cancels NATO for West Germany as well. The event can be cancelled or rendered unplayable by play of the Tear Down This Wall event card. So how valuable an event is this for the Soviet player? The answer is not that valuable. Every victory point is welcome, but the 1 influence placed in West Germany is unlikely to make much of a dent in American control there, especially if West Germany has been reinforced by an event like Marshall Plan. Getting into West Germany does give you access to France, although why you would need it by the mid-war I couldn't tell you. There's likely been numerous chances to get into France provided by events over the course of the early war. Still, it can be helpful if you don't otherwise have access. The influence placement can be useful if, say, you headline Willy Brandt to break control of West Germany ahead of playing the European scoring card on your first action round. If it leads to domination of Europe, this play could be worth as much as 6 victory points, all things being equal. 4 points for the domination, 1 point for the card, and 1 point from denying your opponent a victory point for control of a battleground country. For the US player, this card is basically a wash. You can choose to send it to space if you want to, and if there's no other Soviet event in hand worth worrying about. But most times I would recommend that you take the 2 operations points and do what you can with them. This event is one of the reasons why you might place one of the influence provided by the Marshall Plan event into West Germany. If you neglected to do that though, the damage can easily be undone by using one of the operations points provided by the card. You could potentially wait to shore up West Germany if the European scoring card has already passed by, but I wouldn't leave it too long in case the Soviets try to have an op war there to challenge your control. So, for the USSR, this is a pretty innocuous event of limited use. you will want to take the operations points most times. And for the US player, if you play this card and have to repair the damage in West Germany, effectively it becomes a one-op card that happens to give the Soviets a victory point. It's not worth stressing over. Muslim Revolution is quite a powerful event on the surface, and the US may very well have reason to fear this card. It is one of many event cards that put a lot of pressure on the American player to maintain a foothold in the Middle East. But is it as bad as it first appears? Let's take a more in-depth examination of it now. First off, the event. Muslim Revolution is a 4-op mid-war Soviet event card. Playing the event allows the USSR to remove all US influence in 2 of any of the following countries: Sudan, Iran, Iraq, Egypt, Libya, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Jordan. In other words, most of the Middle East. This card event can be prevented for the rest of the game by the play of a late war event card, AWACS Sail to Saudis. For the USSR, there's no doubt that this is a powerful event. The threat of it alone is enough to give you an advantage in the Middle East, as the US will always be hesitant to overinvest there. But if the opportunity arises to use this event's effect, there are some things you should look for. First of all, look for the opportunity to cancel out big operations point investments. If the American controls Saudi Arabia or Iraq, or over-controls a country which would represent a big loss of resources on their part, it might be time to play the event. This can be further compounded in your favor if the US player doesn't have immediate access to replenish the influence. Second, if removing US influence from 2 countries gives you domination or control, it will generally be a good move to do it, especially if the Middle East scoring card hasn't gone by yet. Thirdly, sometimes you can remove influence and automatically take control of a country or 2 as a result. If you have the opportunity to grab 1 or 2 battlegrounds this way, it will likely be worthwhile. And last, if you can remove American access to the Middle East, this is likely a great play. For example, if the US has lost the Arab-Israeli War and hasn't invested in Lebanon, a play of Muslim Revolution can eliminate the American from the region entirely. Just remember that, unlike an early war play of Arab-Israeli War, which can potentially kick the US player out of the region with no easy way back in, the mid-war gives the US some events that allow them to get back in without a coup, like Sadat expels Soviets and Camp David Accords. Otherwise, if these options aren't attractive or effective, feel free to play this card for the ops. The mere threat of this event has likely been enough to give you a leg up in the Middle East, and therefore might not be particularly beneficial to you at the moment. For the US, this card can really dissuade a player from investing too much in the Middle East, especially because it comes up in the mid-war and can therefore be seen at least twice through the game. If you get it in hand, be glad, as you can easily send it to space. Or, if your position in the Middle East is limited to Israel and a spare influence or 2, you can afford to take the 4 operations points and let the event happen. Think of it as compensation for losing position in the Middle East. Interestingly, this card is not necessarily as powerful as it first appears. With a bit of preparation, it can be neutralized to a large degree. For example, if you have Muslim Revolution in hand and control of Egypt and Libya, take a turn ahead of playing it to ensure that you have influence in Israel and Tunisia. When the event wipes out the influence there, use the 4 ops provided by the card to put it right back in. Another less effective but viable strategy is to take the operations before the event at DEFCON 2 and, if you are not very present in the region, spread out the influence over 4 different countries. This effectively gives your opponent too many targets, and as your influence is too diffuse, it therefore weakens the event greatly. Remember that Israel, Gulf states, and Lebanon are the only countries in the region that are not affected by this event. In fact, throughout the entire game of Twilight Struggle, the American player needs to keep in mind that Israel and to some extent Lebanon are the key states for the US in the Middle East. Unfortunately, the Gulf states is too expensive and hard to access to be useful to the Americans. Because of events like Muslim Revolution, among others, it is tough to hold a dominant position in the region, but Israel and Lebanon will at least allow you to hold a position, even if it is only presence. For the USSR, this is generally a powerful event that will help you to control and consolidate your dominance in the Middle East. In the rare instance when the event isn't helpful, enjoy the 4 operations points provided. For the US player, this is never a card you like to see. Consider spacing it as first priority or otherwise setting things up in such a way that you mitigate its effects before the event triggers. ABM Treaty is arguably the best event card in the game Twilight Struggle. Its effect is so useful and flexible that it really warrants further examination by both players so one can get the best mileage out of it. Let's do that now. First of all, the event. ABM Treaty is a 4-ops neutral mid-war event. Triggering the event improves DEFCON by 1 level, and then the player may conduct operations as if they played a 4-ops card. Please note that if the NORAD event is in effect, playing ABM Treaty at DEFCON 2, followed by a battleground coup, results in the NORAD event effect triggering again, which is another potential benefit to the US player that both sides need to take into consideration. And to avoid any confusion, the effect of ABM Treaty would be reduced by 1 operations point if the player is under Red Scare/Purge. This card, if used correctly, can have a sizable effect on a player's momentum in the game. It is the best of what is known as the Big 3 events of the mid-war, the other 2 being Junta and Brush War. This card is mostly used for a coup on a battleground country. This occurs typically at DEFCON 2, but not necessarily, as its play temporarily allows access to battleground states in the Middle East, Asia, or even Europe, when they would otherwise be exempt from coup. Of course, ABM Treaty can always be used for coups in Central or South America or Africa. And the fact that it is a 4-ops card means that the coup is often going to be effective. I wouldn't say you can absolutely bank on it, but you are very likely to do some damage. But keep in mind that, even though this is how it is most commonly used, the event text allows you to play ops as though you had played a 4-op card. And this means that you can place influence or conduct realignments instead of the traditional coup. I find that I often forget about this, but it is this very aspect that gives this event its incredible flexibility. ABM Treaty can also be a great headline, as it allows you to conduct operations in the headline phase. As the Soviet player, a coup in Asia may be possible. Check for worthy targets in Asia such as Pakistan or Thailand, which could be potential targets if the turn begins at its usual DEFCON 3. For the US, there is a neat trick you can do with ABM Treaty, provided you have SALT negotiations available. Play SALT negotiations in your last action round and improve DEFCON to 4. Reclaim ABM Treaty from the discard pile, and then, after the DEFCON rises to 5 at turn's end, headline it for a coup in Italy or some potentially powerful realignments in Europe. A move like this is a bit riskier for the Soviets to pull off because of the existence of the Defectors card, which could cancel the ABM Treaty event. It is a small risk to be sure, but something to be mindful of. And just be careful that you're not putting other regions at risk with this play, as your opponent will certainly take advantage of the high DEFCON level for some coup opportunities in areas that would otherwise be off the table. So, for either player, rejoice if this card turns up in your hand. Keep in mind that it is a card that offers more choice than it is traditionally used for. You don't have to use it only for a coup. The Cultural Revolution event card is potentially a very valuable event for the Soviet player, or it can be relatively inconsequential. How can either player make the most of this turning up in their hand? Let's take a closer look at that now. Let's examine this card more closely. Cultural Revolution is a 3-op mid-war starred Soviet event card. Triggering the event has one of two outcomes. If the US player has the China card, they have to hand it over and the USSR receives it face up and available for play. If the USSR has the China card, they score 1 victory point. I find that the playing of this event is actually quite mechanical. There isn't a lot of judgment involved, as you will know the obvious best play depending on the board situation. For the Soviets, you obviously want to play this card when you don't already have the China card. 1 victory point just doesn't give you the same feeling as snatching the China card away from your opponent and gleefully flipping it face up to play anytime like a cobra ready to strike. So what happens if the Soviets already have the China card? Well, the USSR has two options here. Option 1 is that you can play the China card and then play Cultural Revolution to reclaim it, possibly for use later in the same turn. This comes at the cost of the 3 operations points that the Cultural Revolution card provides, but usually this is offset by the benefits of the China card to your hand management. Option 2 is playing the Cultural Revolution card for ops, keeping it in the deck to turn up again later when the timing is potentially better. This has the immediate benefit of 3 operations points in addition to the threat it poses by remaining in the deck, which is never a bad thing. This is obviously better employed earlier in the game, and never after turn 7's reshuffle. For the US, a similar play is recommended. Play the China card first, and then Cultural Revolution. It only sacrifices 1 victory point, which can be easily made up with the 3 ops provided by the card. If the USSR already has the China card, then play Cultural Revolution as early as you can. You want to play it before the USSR utilizes the China card, and luckily, 3 operations points are very useful and welcome early on in a game turn, so you are well compensated for the loss of a victory point. Surprisingly, this is one event that you will rarely want to send to the space race, as it is generally very easy to manage. The only time you might consider doing so is if the USSR plays the China card early in the round, meaning that you now hold it face down. Since you don't want to just hand it back to the Soviet player face up, you either have to hold Cultural Revolution until your next turn or send it to space, hoping never to see it again. So in summary, for the Soviet player, you will generally play this to claim the China card from the US player or reclaim the China card right after having played it. And for the American player, you will want to manipulate the situation so this card only costs you a victory point, which typically is easily done. Flower Power is the card that attempts to encapsulate the influence of the hippie movement on the Cold War. It is an interesting event card in the game, and we will take a closer look at it here. First of all, the event. Flower Power is a 4-op Soviet starred event card. Triggering the event will set in force a condition that continues until the An Evil Empire event cancels it. The USSR will gain 2 victory points every time the US subsequently plays a war card. The war cards are Arab-Israeli War, Korean War, Brush War, Indo Pakistani War, or Iran-Iraq War. These victory points are not scored if the card goes to the space race. It's also important to note that if Arab-Israeli War has been cancelled by the Camp David Accords event, it no longer counts as a war card for the purpose of scoring victory points. For the Soviet player, even though this event seems pretty strong on the surface, the 4 ops are just going to be too tempting and will likely be the path you will take. It's just too hard to tell how many points flower power is going to grant you over the course of the game, especially since the US can use the space race to mitigate its effect. The potential beneficial effect can be further reduced by the fact that the Korean war card may have already left the deck. And Camp David Accords cancels the Arab-Israeli war card for the purpose of flower power. It's not a bad event by any means, but it's just much better if the US player triggers it for you. Unless you know that the US player has 2 or 3 war cards in hand, I would recommend taking the operations points every time instead of the event. Hopefully it turns up later in the American player's hand, and the US will play it. If you are considering playing it for the event, as a headline or otherwise, make sure that it happens early enough in the game to have an effect. You obviously don't want to play it on turn 7, only to have the US cancel it on turn 8. The only way that this card pays off for you is if it is in effect for the longest possible time. For the US player, for the same reasons mentioned earlier, you will likely be tempted to spend the 4 ops and just deal with the consequences later. Realistically speaking, those consequences are likely around 4 victory points, maybe 6. Although you will always have the option of sending a war card to space instead of taking the victory point hit. Of course, if you have flower power in hand, you will play any war cards that you have before playing it, so as not to give up any unnecessary victory points. And then after that, you will have to evaluate the ops or event provided by your war card and the situation you're dealing with before deciding to play it for ops or on the space race. The only exception to this is the brush war event, which is likely going to offer up a great target or 2 that is well worth flipping in exchange for 2 victory points. It's just too bad that the war cards have an element of chance involved, which makes the decision more difficult. No one likes to get a bad roll and then have to lose 2 victory points on top of it. It's like rubbing salt in the wound. That said, the biggest risk, quite frankly, is forgetting that flower power is still in effect. If it gets played on turn 4 and an evil empire doesn't turn up until turn 10, that's a long time to keep it in your mind as a variable. It's likely that you're going to play a war card and lose 2 victory points by accident, by simply forgetting that it's in force. Not only that, you can play an evil empire to cancel it, but it is not a great event overall, so it seems a waste to play it just to get rid of the flower power event. It's obviously better to cancel flower power with an evil empire in, say, turn 8 instead of turn 10, but again, you will need to make that decision based on the board situation and the cards that you have in hand. If you decide to cancel flower power with an evil empire, at least you get a victory point out of it, even if it comes at the steep opportunity cost of 3 operations points. So, for the Soviet player, this card will generally be played for ops, but you can choose to play this for the event if you're looking to put some gentle pressure on the US and complicate their hand management. For the US player, you will likely need those 4 ops badly, and you'll have to mitigate the war cards as they turn up. You can deal with the event effect, but make those 4 ops count. The U2 Incident Event card is a very simple event, and its play will be very straightforward as well. It is a good card for the Soviets, though not that powerful, and the US shouldn't be too upset having it, but will feel like they still haven't found what they're looking for. Let's take a look. U2 Incident is a Soviet 3-op starred event card. If you desire, you can trigger the event, which will award the Soviet player 1 victory point, and a further victory point if UN intervention is played for the event by either player later on in the turn. It's a beautiful day when the Soviet player finds this in their hand and the victory point track is at -19. And the sweetest thing is having this and UN intervention in hand when you're at -18 VP. Headline U2 Incident, and play the UN intervention event in your first action round for the win. But otherwise, you'll likely want to take the ops. 3 ops is generally much better than 1 victory point, especially since the second victory point that the card potentially awards may not be guaranteed. If you do decide to take the event, you will likely want to play this one early in the turn, just in case your opponent has UN intervention and needs to use it to nullify a particularly negative event. For the US, there really is no mysterious way to use this card, unless the Soviets are on the edge of victory and you're stuck in a moment that you can't get out of by sending it to the space race. You're going to play this for ops. Obviously, if you have UN intervention in hand, play it first to avoid giving your opponent the extra victory point. You may also want to be careful if you suspect that the War Games card is lurking around, and if this card adds enough to the Soviet victory margin, you may want to either hold on to it or space it just in case. So for the Soviets, with or without it, the U-2 incident is not likely the card that makes the difference between winning and losing in Twilight Struggle. It's usually better to take the ops unless you are close to the finish line. For the US, take the ops unless you're handing the Soviets the win. 1 or even 2 victory points shouldn't be hard to offset with 3 ops. Otherwise, it shouldn't be too hard to send it to the space race. OPEC is a very strong card in general for the USSR. It is dependent on the board situation, but if the Soviets have been doing what they should be doing, this card will be great either for victory points or for forcing the American to play around it. Let's take a closer look at it. First of all, the event. OPEC is a 3-op mid-war Soviet event card. If either player triggers the event, the USSR gains 1 victory point for each of the following countries that the Soviets control: Egypt, Iran, Libya, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Gulf states, and Venezuela. The late war event North Sea Oil cancels OPEC and renders it unplayable. For the Soviets, this card is essentially their own private scoring card for the region of the Middle East and Venezuela. Most times you will want to take this for the event, unless the event is only going to give you 2 victory points or less. You will likely want to spend some ops in the target countries in advance of this card turning up, or even when it is in hand. Luckily, most of those countries are going to be on your radar screen anyway. The only exception is Gulf states, which is an expensive investment. Placing influence in Gulf states can make sense if you get OPEC in hand early enough that it is likely to score at least once more during the game. Otherwise, I wouldn't generally recommend it, especially as it signals a near-term play of the OPEC event which the US player may try to mitigate in advance by their play. If the victory point yield is not high enough, take the 3 operations points to do what you can to change that situation around. I see this card as something of a bellwether to show how well the Soviets are doing in general in the game, so if OPEC isn't worth much, make those operations points count. For the US player, this card has high enough ops value that it can be safely sent to space. This is likely what you will do with it unless you're in the fortunate situation of being able to play it at minimal victory point cost, which in my books means 2 victory points or less. Depending on the board situation, you could potentially use 2 of the 3 operations points provided by the card to break control of one of the target countries affected by the OPEC event. It may not be ideal, as it may only mean that it ends up being a dead action round, and it usually means giving up some victory points as well, but I thought it worth mentioning. This is certainly a card that you will want to hang on to until after the turn 7 reshuffle, if at all possible. This card is not a start event, which means it can come back to bite you repeatedly. Do what you can to make sure that it doesn't happen, especially as this card is generally worth 3 victory points or more to the Soviets. So for the USSR, see what you can do to boost the value of this card and make it more valuable for you and more unplayable for your American opponent. If you get 3 or more victory points from it, the event is worthwhile. Otherwise, take it for ops. For the US player, this is very likely a card you will be sending to the space race. The victory point cost is just too great to play it for the operations points. Lone Gunman is one of those cards in the game that both sides need to be very aware of, as it is a DEFCON suicide card for the US and can be seriously hard to work around. We will take a look at how both sides should play this card right now. First of all, let's take a look at the event. Lone Gunman is a Soviet one-op starred mid-war event card. It is essentially the mirror image of the early war CIA-created event card for the US, in that triggering the event forces the US player to reveal that player's cards in hand. Then, the USSR may conduct operations as if they played a one-op card. It is for this reason that this card is a DEFCON suicide card. Because this card allows the USSR to conduct operations during the US turn, a coup in a battleground country at DEFCON 2 will trigger thermonuclear war. Because this occurred on the American turn, even though the coup was conducted by the Soviets, according to the rules, the US player was the cause of that war and loses the game. For the Soviets, the play of this card is very straightforward. Play it for ops and keep it in the deck. This card is a DEFCON suicide card for your opponent, so do whatever you can to keep it an ever-present threat. That said, if you do pick it up after turn 7, it's very unlikely the US will find it in their hand at that point. In this case, it is a pretty good headline, allowing you to not only see your opponent's hand, but also to use one op in advance of your first action round in any way that you see fit, either by placing influence, a realignment roll, or a particularly weak coup, particularly if it helps you to avoid the triggering of the US NORAD event. For the US player, this card can be a real nightmare in exactly the same way that CIA-created troubles the USSR. Its op value makes it impossible to send to the space race, unless by some miracle the early war containment event survives and is played in the mid-war. So how can you deal with it? One of the ways you can get rid of it is by headlining it. This does give some advantage to the USSR, who will be able to essentially take 2 turns in a row, but at least it generally won't cost you the game. There is a small chance that the Soviet player will play a card like We Will Bury You to degrade DEFCON in the headline, but this is typically unlikely as they want to take their first action round battleground country coup. Junta is a real risk to this plan, however, as it is a likely headline for the USSR in the mid-war. If you can, make sure that it is accounted for before headlining Lone Gunman. Many times, though, this will be a card you will need to hold from turn to turn to turn until you can figure out how to rid yourself of it. The China card can be invaluable in this capacity, in essence expanding your hand so you're not forced to play Lone Gunman until a better time. There are a couple of moves that can be utilized to stave off death by DEFCON, and we'll take a look at them now. Cards that raise DEFCON can be the easiest way to get you out of the jam. How I Learned to Stop Worrying, SALT Negotiations, ABM Treaty, Nuclear Test Ban, or even a headline of Summit can work if you are the gambling type. The whole point is that you need to play Lone Gunman when the DEFCON is at 3, 4, or 5, which is not a common situation in a typical game of Twilight Struggle. Any card that can improve DEFCON can potentially give you a way out. Another life-saving event card is Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You. This will allow you to discard Lone Gunman along with any other undesirable cards safely to the discard pile. UN Intervention is another way out. Using its event to cancel Lone Gunman is possibly the best use of UN intervention in the game. Cuban Missile Crisis could also be helpful here. As long as the Soviet player does not have any influence in Cuba to remove, the USSR cannot cancel the event and cannot use the operations point provided by Lone Gunman to do a coup on a battleground country to win the game. If you are really stuck, I've seen situations where players will drop Quagmire on themselves with only Lone Gunman in hand in their second to last action round. Because Lone Gunman doesn't meet the ops requirement of Quagmire, you simply skip that action round and head into the next turn. It's definitely not ideal, but desperate times call for desperate measures. So for the Soviet player,
Play this one for ops anytime before the turn 7 reshuffle to keep it in the deck as an ever-present threat. And after turn 7, you can play the event, typically in the headline phase. And for the US player, you may be stuck holding this card for a little while, as there's generally no shortage of coup targets in the mid-war. Get rid of it as soon as you safely can, and do what you can to create the board situation that allows you to get rid of it without losing the game.
Colonial Rearguards is the US equivalent of the Soviet event Decolonization. Although it works the same way, because it arrives in the mid-war, it is necessarily utilized differently, and the USSR will need to know how to manage this card. We'll take a look at that all here, right now. First of all, let's take a look at the event. Colonial Rearguards is a 2-op US mid-war event. Triggering the event allows the American player to place one influence in each of 4 different African or Southeast Asian countries. Because this influence is placed directly, there are no considerations about existing control. In other words, there is no additional cost to placing the influence in a country already controlled by your opponent, as there usually is. For the USSR, it is likely that you will send this one to the space race. 2 ops are just not enough to offset the 4 influence provided by the event to your opponent. As this card arrives in the mid-war, the more likely target of this influence will be in Africa, as Southeast Asia is likely locked down and may already be more or less under American control. So consider the situation in Africa if you are unable to send this card to space, and shore things up there if you must. As the US player, I'm always glad to see this event. It is just too bad that it arrives in the mid-war, potentially as late as turn 7, when its impact is much less than the Soviet equivalent, decolonization. This is a card that is perfect for play in your last action round, or even as a headline, to break control in multiple places, forcing the Soviet player to react and giving you some positive momentum. It can also be used just to reinforce positions that you already hold. It might be better to hold on to this card into the next turn if you don't have any immediate use for it. The 2 ops that you get are not tremendously exciting or impactful, and you're going to want to take this event basically all the time. You don't have to worry about it leaving the game, but you do generally want this great event to do something useful for you. Because of the timing of the arrival of this card, which might even be after the Southeast Asia scoring card has been played, you are likely going to be using this influence in Africa. If you've been locked out of Southeast Asia for some reason, this is an effective way back in. For example, placing influence in Burma can help you to regain access to India and Pakistan if you lost access due to the typical first-round coup of Iran. It doesn't hurt to put one of the influence provided by the event into Thailand. This can either break Soviet control or put yourself in a position to go over the top with the ops provided by the China card when the opportunity presents itself. And certainly placing influence in Southeast Asia ahead of the Southeast Asia scoring card being played is a worthwhile investment. But again, typically this is going to be to consolidate or disrupt the situation in Africa, especially with all those one stability battleground countries. This card can be used effectively in combination with the event Puppet Governments. For example, play Puppet Governments on your last action round, play into some empty countries, and then follow up with Colonial Rearguards to hopefully lock things down. So in summary, for the USSR, this is almost always a card you will send to space. And for the US, you will almost always take this card for the event. Use it to destabilize things as much as possible, especially as an Action Round 7 play. Panama Canal Returned is an example of one of the events that can turn up in the mid-war that are extremely annoying to the Soviets, mainly because it's only worth one operations point and can't be sent to space without a boost from the Brezhnev Doctrine event. But how does each player play this card? We'll take a look at it now. First of all, let's take a look at the event. Panama Canal Returned is a one-op, starred US mid-war event. Triggering the event adds one influence to Panama, Costa Rica, and Venezuela. For the USSR, the pain this event will cause you depends on the board situation. If the US is already well established in the region, it may be of minimal impact. Or, if you need to, before you play this event, you can shore up Panama and/or Venezuela if you are in control there. But Panama Canal Returned is never a welcome event to see in your hand. Because it is only worth one operations point, it generally can't be sent to space unless it is boosted by the Brezhnev Doctrine event. And if the US isn't really in the region at all, say on turn 4, this event can be a real problem. One operations point is not great if you're looking to realign with it in Panama or Venezuela after playing Panama Canal Returned. The odds are really against you. Whatever you do, Venezuela is going to be your likely target because of the American influence that begins the game in Panama. So, even though I'll reference both of them here, it's likely that Panama will not be your likely coup or realignment target because of the reduced odds there. If you end up having to play it, one creative solution is to headline it, and then do a coup of Panama or Venezuela in your first action round of the turn. Or, if you have to, you could play it in the first action round and then use the one operations point provided by the event card to do a coup in either Panama or Venezuela. Not a great solution, but possibly effective if the gods of the dice are with you. For the US player, your use of this card depends on the board situation. If you are already well in control of the area, you can take the op and keep the card in the deck as insurance. If you do take the event, it is best to utilize it when DEFCON is at 2 so the Soviets don't just take advantage and coup, usually in Venezuela. This card can be excellent as an Action Round 7 play, especially if it breaks Soviet control of Panama and/or Venezuela. As a side note, the influence placed in Costa Rica, while seemingly next to useless, does help you to work towards control of the most stable non-battleground in Central America, potentially denying the Soviets domination or control of the region. Not only that, it also allows you to re-access Panama if you get kicked out. So, for the Soviets, this is a card that you're going to have to work around. You might want to consider headlining it and take advantage of the coup opportunity in Action Round 1. For the Americans, this is an event that you can play when it's useful to you, and take the operations point when it's not. Camp David Accords is a welcome event for the US player, who is likely finding it hard to maintain presence in the Middle East. The USSR would love to get rid of this event if they can, as it can be an undesirable event to trigger. But is it worth sending to space? Let's take a close look to see how both players should handle this one. First of all, the event. Camp David Accords is a 2-op starred US mid-war event card, and triggering the event has some interesting effects. First of all, the US scores a victory point, and then 1 US influence is placed in each of Israel, Jordan, and Egypt. Not only that, but after this event is played, the Arab-Israeli War card event is rendered unplayable for the rest of the game. For the USSR, this is obviously not a great event to trigger, especially for just 2 operations points. The effect isn't so bad that it is going to ruin your day, but it is the combination of all the little benefits that it gives your opponent that will make you think twice before playing it. It really depends on your board position. If Egypt has already seen the Sadat expels Soviets card, and if the battleground country somehow still remains in play, you will likely want to repair the damage there. One interesting play that might work in some circumstances is doing what you can to keep Nasser in the deck. If you can get away with that, Nasser can help you to work towards regaining control of Egypt without a coup after the Camp David Accords event has been played. Jordan is likely not worth worrying about, but Israel is another matter. Provided the US already has control of Israel, blocking the Arab-Israeli War event with this card effectively allows the Americans to lock down the key battleground for the rest of the game, denying the possibility of Soviet control of the region. But if the USSR got lucky earlier with a win in the Arab-Israeli War, then it may be worth fighting for control of Israel, which would certainly help your position in the region. Repair the damage if that is your situation. And you can always follow up with a play of Muslim Revolution to undo most of the damage in one play. If this event is going to be really troublesome, you can always kick the can down the road and send it to the space race, provided you don't have any other unwanted events to send there first. Hopefully, if it turns up later, the situation in the Middle East will be well in hand and you won't care if it's played or not. For the US player, this event is great. For example, you will need to play this event if you need access to the Middle East. In some games, the USSR will coup Iran, win an Arab-Israeli war, and suddenly you have no presence in the region. This is one of the cards that allows you back in. Otherwise, it is still a nice event to take. It allows you to potentially break Soviet control of Egypt. Or reinforce your position there. It's even better if you can play Sadat expels Soviets right afterwards to really shore things up. Likewise, it is good to reinforce or break Soviet control in Israel. And, I guess, Jordan. It's just too bad Muslim Revolution can undo most of this good work, but hey, that's the game. Also, canceling Arab-Israeli War allows you to safely take and control Israel if you were hesitant before, in the same way that you can confidently play influence into South Korea after the Korean War event has happened. It is a valuable and underrated benefit, especially if Camp David Accords turns up early in the mid-war, which maximizes the impact. So, for the USSR, this is a card that is manageable, and if it hurts too much, can be safely sent to the space race. And the US player will likely want to take this event, as Camp David Accords will not be as impactful if played later on in the game. Puppet Governments is a solid event for the US, and a tough one for the Soviet player to manage. It isn't disastrous, but it definitely gives the American a foothold in some areas that would otherwise be unreachable. Is it worth sending to the space race, though? And under what circumstances? We will examine this all now. First of all, the event. Puppet Governments is a 2-op mid-war starred US event card. Triggering the event allows the US to place one influence in up to 3 different countries which do not currently have any influence from either side. For the USSR, this is a bad event to give to the US in general, but it does depend on how far along you are in the game. Obviously, this is a card that can be tremendously impactful early in the mid-war, but it loses some value over time as more and more of the world falls under the influence of one power or the other, and options for American play become more limited. So, especially if there are some battlegrounds that are otherwise out of reach for the US player, you will likely have to consider this card for the space race. Even if the US isn't using it to get a foothold in a region that they are otherwise locked out of, there are almost always one stability non-battlegrounds that can be targeted, which can gain them presence in a region or can prevent your domination or control. If you choose to play the card and not send it to space, do you take the ops before the event or vice versa? It's tough to say. Taking the ops first might allow you to drop some influence where it is needed to block the US from placing event influence there, which is a good thing. The bad thing is that this approach gives the American player essentially 2 turns in a row, a 1-2 punch where they can follow up on a move which places puppet government influence. One of the big risks here is realignment. For example, where the Soviets take the ops first, the US could follow up with a puppet government-funded influence in Nicaragua and Haiti, and a strong realignment of Cuba immediately afterward. So, do you take the ops after the event is triggered? This is perhaps a generally better approach, but it still gives the US 2 more potential targets for the event's influence placement that could have been blocked beforehand. And 2 ops will not be good enough to repair the damage caused, so perhaps the preventative approach of taking the ops first would be best? The jury is out on this one, as there is no clear answer. Just do the best you can based on the board situation. Try to limit the targets out there in advance, or leave a particularly obvious choice open that can be immediately couped with the card's operations points after the fact, like a 1 stability battleground in Africa. For the US, this can be a great card and you're going to want to use it for the event. From a certain perspective, puppet governments can be viewed as the US version of Destalinization, although you don't need to relocate influence and it only affects 3 countries, not 4. But it mainly works in a similar way, in that it can get you to places that are otherwise out of reach. It is generally better if the USSR plays this one for you, but if you see opportunities with this event, then by all means use it. This is an event that certainly becomes less effective the longer the game goes, so keep that in mind. Obviously, if you are placing in battleground states, you will want to play this event at DEFCON 2 so that your gains can be consolidated before a Soviet coup can be attempted. If it is not used as a way to get into battlegrounds, it can also be used, as stated earlier, in helping to prevent Soviet domination or control of a region, or to set up a cool realignment opportunity. The classic example is placing influence in Nicaragua and Haiti, and following up with a realignment in Cuba, as mentioned earlier. Keep an eye out for less obvious spots to aid in realignment, such as Peru, or maybe even Czechoslovakia. These countries will generally require further investment, but at least puppet governments gives you the access you need. So in summary, the USSR will need to consider this card for the space race, especially if you are early on in the mid-war and there are likely lots of potential candidates for the event. Play the event with caution and with some preparation. Later on, the card may be useless, more or less, and you are fine to play it for the ops. And for the US, this card is great the earlier you get it. Later on, there just may not be enough juicy targets for the influence provided, and you will take it for the operations points. Grain sales to Soviets is a tremendously flexible event,
And while it can sometimes be innocuous, it is never bad for the US and it is almost always trouble for the USSR. Let's take a good look at how it should be handled by both players. First of all, the event. Grain Sales to Soviets is a 2-op US mid-war event card. Playing the card for the event allows the American player to draw a card randomly from the Soviet player's hand and either play it or return it. If the Soviet player has no cards or if the drawn card is returned, the US player can take the 2 ops provided by the card and may conduct operations normally. Please note that to play the card you choose does not mean you must play it for the event, as some people have thought. It just means play the card as though you had played it from your hand in any normal action round. This includes playing the drawn card on the space race if it meets the requirements. This is an important and often missed aspect of the card. For the Soviet player, this is a card that you must send to the space race. This card is not good for you no matter what the result of the event. People don't normally think of this card as a DEFCON suicide card, but it absolutely can be. Never play this at DEFCON 2. If you trigger the event and the US player uses the operations points provided by the Grain Sales to Soviets card or the card that they draw, a coup in any battleground country will worsen DEFCON to 1. This will cost you the game because the battleground coup happened on your turn, even though it wasn't conducted by you. One would also initially think that you could just hold on to it until the end of the turn when you have no cards left to pull, but don't forget that because with this card the US has the option of taking operations points on your turn, they can do a battleground coup at DEFCON 2 and you have lost the game. So this can work, but you have to be careful. The event also has the negative effect of potentially reducing your hand size, which can make your hand management problematic. For this and other reasons, it is always a good idea to keep the China card around, just for these sorts of contingencies, as it gives you a bit of wiggle room to manage your circumstances. SALT negotiations can be especially helpful in getting rid of this card from your hand, either by increasing DEFCON to make Grain Sales to Soviets safer to play, or by giving you an extra card in hand so you can hold on to it until a more convenient time. But any card that improves DEFCON can be of use, like How I Learned to Stop Worrying, Nuclear Test Ban, or maybe Summit if you feel lucky. Space it if you can, hold it if you must, but if you must play it very carefully at DEFCON 3 or above. For the US player, rejoice if this card comes to hand. It is arguably the best overall US event in the game. It is extremely flexible, especially as a headline. It can give you operations points to use, even in the headline phase. It doesn't leave the game, as it is not a starred event. It reduces the hand size of the Soviet player. It is a DEFCON suicide card for the USSR. And there's really nothing you can do to inadvertently mess it up. If the USSR gets it, it is an unplayable card they will have to work around. Red Scare Purge can make this impossible to send to space, so if you have a suspicion that the USSR might have it in hand, say in turn 7 when the reshuffle happens, a headline of Red Scare Purge would be perfectly timed to mess with the Soviets' glorious plans. And if you get it in hand, it is one of the best headlines out there. If the timing isn't right for you to headline it, you may want to consider hanging on to it to headline next turn. The main question is, when you take the card from the Soviet hand, do you always play it? Do you ever return it? In general, you want to play it. The reduction in the hand size of the USSR potentially makes the entire turn a nightmare for them. If you can somehow pair it with the 5-year plan event, even better. Not to mention the fact that if it is a favorable event of yours, or best of all, if it's a great neutral event, you can take advantage. Even if you draw a tolerable Soviet event, it is likely worth playing the card in some fashion. If you end up taking ops or sometimes the event provided by Grain Sales to Soviets during the headline, strongly consider doing a coup in a battleground country to take away the first action round coup advantage of the USSR. If the event isn't great for you, you're still best to take the operations points provided by the drawn card, even if you simply dump it on the space race. Reducing the Soviet hand size, especially if you hold the China card, is an opportunity too good to pass up. There are some instances when you may want to return the card. The first one that comes to mind is if it is a scoring card for a region that you dominate. In that case, you'd be better off taking off some operations points, unless you feel the Soviets might try to contend there this turn. But if you return it, you still have the benefit of the information provided by the drawn card. If you draw a scoring card from the hand of the USSR in a region where the Soviets are ahead, you'll have to read the board. If you think you can catch up in that area with the cards you have in hand, return it, and take the operations points from grain sales to Soviets, possibly to make headway in that region. Use the information gathered by the card play to your benefit. If it's a region that is in balance and not worth many victory points to either side, you can possibly play the scoring card after drawing it to dash Soviet plans of gaining ground there before they can score the region. You can also return a card if the event you get isn't great and you can really benefit from taking the 2 operations points provided by grain sales to Soviets right now. A draw of, say, Kitchen Debates or Summit qualifies as an example here. Or, if you draw a strong, spaceable Soviet event but you have something in hand that really should be spaced instead this turn, you can feel free to return the card and take the operations points. Sometimes there are cards you want to leave in the Soviet hand to give them a hand management headache, like Panama Canal returned, OAS founded, or Sadat expels Soviets. Remember that what makes these cards especially painful is that the USSR can't generally send them to space. Or sometimes you just feel you need the 2 ops provided by grain sales to Soviets instead of the 1 op provided by the card that you drew. No matter what, you will be happy to see this card in hand. There really is little downside, so take advantage of the flexibility this card offers you. In summary, for the USSR, this card is pretty much unplayable. Send it to space if you can, or hold on to it until a later turn, when you can then send it to space. And for the US, this is arguably your best event in the deck. Its flexibility means that you can benefit from it in many different ways. Use it well, use it wisely, and enjoy it. John Paul II elected Pope is a great event for the US, as it signals the impending destabilization of the Soviet grip on Eastern Europe, which comes along in the late war. This card can be mitigated by the USSR, but it still opens the door a bit to the US changing the state of Europe, which has been typically pretty locked down since turn 1 or 2. Let's take a look at it now. First, let's take a look at the event. John Paul II elected Pope is a 2-op starred US mid-war event. Triggering the event results in the removal of 2 Soviet influence in Poland, and the addition of 1 US influence there. The John Paul II elected Pope event also allows the future play of the Solidarity event. For the USSR, this event is not good. It isn't so much the immediate effect on Poland that is the issue, as most Soviet players will over-control Poland anyway, and the effect can be countered by the ops provided by the card, resulting many times in what is called a dead turn, where you simply repair the damage caused with the ops provided by the negative event card. However, it is more of a problem that John Paul II elected Pope allows the play of the Solidarity event, which places 3 influence in Poland. It can be a real hazard, especially in conjunction with other powerful US late war events that hammer your influence in Europe. East European Unrest, for example, is an event card that combos well with Solidarity. So you may want to consider this a reasonably strong candidate to send to the space race, if only to potentially prevent the play of Solidarity later on in the game. If you have to play the card, use the influence to immediately repair the damage, and hope Solidarity doesn't become more of an issue later. For the US, this card is an attractive event because of the disruption it immediately causes in Poland, and also because the USSR has to worry about the Solidarity card at some point. I find that this is a great card to play in your last action round of the turn, because the potential loss of control of Poland, a country the Soviets have controlled for the whole game, is emotionally a hard thing to take.
Add to this the fact that Poland is adjacent to Mother Russia and therefore worth an extra victory point at the time of Europe's scoring, and this event demands an urgent response. This may mean that the USSR will forego their first action round battleground country coup in order to shore it up, which is great for you. A great combination, if you happen to have the cards, is to play John Paul II elected Pope on your last action round and then headline Truman Doctrine at the beginning of the following turn. While it isn't impossible to recover from this, the USSR will be scrambling to deal with it, and will have to spend a bunch of ops in order to do so. If you can win the ops war, control of Poland will also give you a great modifier later on in the game when European realignments become a thing with cards like Tear Down This Wall. East European Unrest is also a good follow-up as a headline on the following turn, especially if you are in the late war. In addition, because of all the reasons mentioned earlier, Poland is a great spot for NORAD influence to be placed, if it is still in effect at this point. And John Paul II elected Pope happens to give you the influence you need to take advantage of it. The only caution I would add here is that you have to ensure that the Warsaw Pact event card is no longer a threat. Perhaps it has left the game, perhaps it is in the discard pile shortly after the turn 7 reshuffle and SALT negotiations has already been played for the event. This is the one card that can foil your plans in Eastern Europe, and a wise Soviet player will do what they can to keep it in the deck for as long as possible. So, for the USSR, this is a bad event made worse by the fact that it later allows a solidarity event. While it can be mitigated, you will want to consider this one for the space race if you can make it work. And for the US player, this card will almost always be taken for the event, and it is a perfect Action Round 7 play, especially if you can follow up with a great headline. Latin American Death Squads is a card that I rarely play for the event in Twilight Struggle. I don't mind seeing it in my hand, as any ops that can be spent guilt and consequence free are worthwhile in my book. But there is some value to this event, and we will examine it more closely now. Let's take a closer look at this event card. Latin American Death Squads is a 2-op neutral mid-war event card. If either player triggers said event, all of their coup attempts in Central and South America are +1 for the remainder of the turn, while all opponents' coup attempts are -1 for the remainder of the turn. Please note that this affects the events on such cards as Junta and Che. Because the event lasts for the remainder of the turn, if either player is going to play it, they should play it as a headline to get maximum effect. It certainly isn't a strong enough event to waste an entire action round play on it. Whether you take this event is entirely situational. Obviously, if neither player has made much headway into Central or South America, as is likely the case, say on turn 4, the event will be of minimal benefit. Where this card can be potentially useful is later on in the game when Central and South America are contentious and coup targets abound. In that case, this card can be viewed offensively or defensively. If you are looking to make headway in either region, then this card can certainly benefit you in a big way. Because of the +1 modifier, your coups are not only going to succeed more often, but they are going to swing the influence more strongly in your direction when they do. And from a defensive perspective, not only are enemy coups going to be less successful, they will also be less effective in that the influence swing of a successful coup will be less pronounced. Not only that, but your opponent will be more hesitant to conduct coups in these two regions because of that negative modifier, which helps you to protect your holdings there. And the more holdings you end up with, the more juicy realignment opportunities open up, and the more resistant you will become to your opponent's realignments. Of course, dominating or controlling a region is always based on the non-battlegrounds that you control, so locking them down is important, especially in Central America where the stability values are so much worse. The downside is that with DEFCON likely hovering around 2, as usual, the card's event effect is mainly going to be a factor in non-battleground coups. Are you going to spend your turn and your operations points on many non-battleground coups for a whole turn?
to extract the maximum advantage from Latin American death squads? I would suggest that if you have the time and extra ops to do that, you are already positioned to win the game, and this event becomes just icing on the cake. But this is where you will have to read the board and assess the potential advantage that can be extracted from this event. The key to maximizing the usefulness of this event may actually be to utilize other events that give you more opportunities to coup battleground states in these regions. And these are the DEFCON improving cards like How I Learned to Stop Worrying, ABM Treaty, and SALT Negotiations. If you are the US player, you can also combine Latin American death squads to good effect with the nuclear subs event. But use these event cards deliberately and strategically to make sure that you are not going to be giving up too much ground elsewhere in the world by playing them. So for either player, Latin American death squads is an event with some potential use. While it is likely to be utilized for the ops by both players most of the time, don't disregard the event. Assess the board, your hand, and your opponent, and this could be a potentially solid headline. OAS Founded is, despite its low ops value, an extremely valuable and potentially game-changing event. The US gets a lot of value out of it themselves, and also from the fact that it is tough for the Soviets to mitigate it. Let's take a close look at it now. We'll take a glance at the event first. OAS Founded is a one-op starred US mid-war event card. Triggering the event allows the US to place 2 American influence in Central America and or South America. This influence can be placed in 2 separate countries or all in one country if the US player prefers. For the Soviet player, this card is a tough one. Like other cards in the mid-war deck such as Sadat Expels Soviets and Panama Canal Returned, this card doesn't meet the op requirement to spend it on the space race. So unless you have Brezhnev Doctrine in force, which would boost the ops value enough to allow it to be dropped on the space race, the USSR needs to find another way to mitigate it. And if you do play the event, one op is not enough to repair any damage caused, nor is it enough to preempt anything. Timing can also be an issue. If Central and South America are free of US influence, especially earlier in the mid-war, this card will give them access at any entry point the dastardly American player chooses. This is obviously undesirable. Even if it is later in the game and the Americas have both of your influence, it is still a disruptive card, likely removing your control in 2 vulnerable countries which you don't over-control. If you are the one who has played this card, the US will inevitably follow up to flip at least one of them. So how best to mitigate this card? Well, obviously, if you have the Brezhnev Doctrine card in hand, you can either send it to space or use the extra op provided to nullify any damage done. Another card that could help you to mitigate it is 5-Year Plan, which is always a surprisingly good event for the Soviets. Even though it is ostensibly an American event, just hang on to both 5-Year Plan and OAS Founded until the end of your turn. Play 5-Year Plan and discard OAS Founded. The OAS Founded event will still happen, but now you have 3 ops to deal with it instead of just 1, and it's now out of the deck, never to return until your next game of Twilight Struggle. But if you aren't lucky enough to have either card in hand at that moment, you may want to consider it as a headline with a view of using your first action round battleground country coup to strike at one of the countries where the US influence is placed. This can work well provided the US doesn't lower the DEFCON during the headline phase. But be prepared for the US to counter this by simply putting both influence in Chile. If that's the case, you'll have to look at realigning them out at a later point. For the US player, this is a solid event that you will want to take most of the time. There is some value in potentially leaving it in the deck as a landmine for the Russian, but that has to be weighed against the value of the event at that particular time in the game. Do you need to get into South America? Maybe even Central America? Or have you got things under control there already? The situation will need to be assessed first. At least you're not giving up a lot of ops to use this event. This is a great card to play in the middle of a turn, after DEFCON has been lowered to 2.
That way, you can capitalize on opportunities without immediately attracting a counter-coup. That said, it can still be a decent Action Round 7 play if you have nothing else that jumps out at you. The only downside is that the Soviets will likely be able to use their first Action Round battleground country coup to jump on one of the countries you played into. But it can work under certain circumstances, or if you have a follow-up headline in mind to, say, lower DEFCON to protect your new holdings. If you're worried about that, as stated before, place both influence in Chile, where they will be safe. With Chile's high stability, it's unlikely the Soviets will try to coup you out of there. Just remember the Allende event and take that into consideration. So for the Soviets, this card is a real pain in the neck. If you don't have the ability to send it to space, you're just going to have to deal with it, hopefully with the Brezhnev Doctrine event allowing you to send it to the space race. And for the US, take this for the event in a mid-turn or final action round if it makes sense. Otherwise, take the op to leave it in the deck if it is before the turn 7 reshuffle. Nixon plays the China card is one of the events in the game that forces your opponent to give up the China card, which is obviously one of the most important cards of the game. Controlling the China card and the dynamics around it is key to winning at Twilight Struggle, so we will take a close look at this event card here. First of all, let's take a look at the event. Nixon plays the China card is a 2-op, mid-war, starred US event card. Triggering said event has one of two effects. If the US player has the China card already, the American scores 2 victory points. If the USSR player has the China card, the US player receives it now, face down, and unavailable for immediate play. For the Soviets, if you can, you will want to send this to space, obviously. That's probably going to be the advice for most US events worth 2 operations points. But if that's not possible, or if you are ahead by a lot of victory points, you may want to play the China card first for the operations points, and then play the Nixon plays the China card event, giving the US the 2 victory points. With the use of potentially 7 operations points between these 2 cards, you should be able to do something to make up the victory points that are lost. Using the China card to go over the top and flip a battleground country is technically worth 2 victory points to you. Outside of domination and control considerations, flipping a battleground country and then scoring it would be worth 1 point for the battleground country and 1 less victory point for your opponent who is controlling that country beforehand. For example, if you can use the China card to go over the top in Thailand, which is an attractive play, that should be enough to set up a scoring opportunity for you that is worth at least, if not more than, 2 victory points. For the US player, this is a good event either way. 2 victory points in exchange for 2 operations points is worth it, especially if played later in the game or if either side is close to victory. If it's late enough in the game, you can also consider the China card to be worth 2 victory points as well, as whoever has the China card at the end of the game scores a victory point, which also necessarily denies that victory point to your opponent. But arguably, the China card is worth more than a couple of victory points. It can always be utilized to great effect as a hand management tool and as a way to make a power play, especially in Asia, which makes it much more valuable. So if you do use this event to steal the China card away from the USSR, that is always a good thing, as it effectively reduces their hand size, making their hand management a little more challenging, and obviously because it is a high ops card that is better in your hands than theirs. If you want to do this, you will generally want to play this as a headline or at least early on in your turn, before the USSR has a chance to play it. This event is a little less exciting in that you get the China card face down and you can't use it this turn, but you can't have everything in life. And don't forget the classic move of playing the China card and then following up with this event card to steal it right back. This maneuver does come at the potentially high cost of an action round though, so you'll have to consider that when evaluating whether it will work for you. So for the Soviet player, this card might be worth sending to space, but If you can't, ensure the US has the China card ahead of playing it and take the 2 victory point hit. And for the US player, use this event in whatever way serves you best. If you need some victory points to creep closer to victory or just stave off defeat, there's nothing wrong with using it to grab the victory points. Otherwise, take the China card away from the Soviets before they can do damage with it. Egypt is a key battleground state in the Middle East, and there are several cards that target it. Sadat Expels Soviets is one of them, countering the early war Soviet event card Nasser. But this event is different and one we will need to learn more about. First of all, let's look at the event. Sadat Expels Soviets is a one-op, mid-war, starred US event card. Triggering the event results in the removal of all USSR influence in Egypt and adds 1 US influence there. For the Soviet player, this is yet another annoying mid-war American event. Like OAS Founded and Panama Canal Returned, its low op value means that it can't normally be sent to space. If you can play the Brezhnev Doctrine event to boost the operations point value of the card, you can send it safely to the space race. It is certainly a worthy candidate, as it can negatively affect Middle East scoring or your OPEC event card. There are a few ways to defend against this card. If you control Egypt, or at least have some influence there, make sure that you expand that influence into a neighboring country so you can get back in there if you get wiped out. Libya would be a great option here. Israel might also be good, especially if your influence there came from a successful Arab-Israeli war event, as every bit of Soviet influence there makes it even more expensive for the American player to control. Sudan is more problematic as it doesn't add much value otherwise, but it may be pretty safe as it is a low-value coup target for the Americans. There are certain event cards that can help you as well. If you've managed to keep Nasser in the deck, it's a reasonably good antidote. And Muslim Revolution is useful in wiping out the American influence there. Otherwise, if you get him in hand, you may as well bite the bullet and play him when you can control the timing. One possible power play is to headline this card and then follow up with a first action round coup in Egypt. This can allow you to effectively neutralize the event as long as you roll decently. If you don't have him in hand, keep in mind that it is very likely that he will turn up and be played at some point in the mid-war, so plan for it accordingly. For the US player, Sadat Expels Soviets is a great event, and it comes at a great time in the game. Egypt, like Thailand, is a 2-stability battleground country that will likely change hands often through the course of the game. It is worth fighting for, and Sadat is a great opportunity to catch up if you've fallen behind greatly there. Playing Camp David Accords along with Sadat Expels Soviets is a great combination, as it will give you control of Egypt if the Soviets don't respond immediately. Camp David Accords along with Sadat Expels Soviets is a great combination, as it will give you control of Egypt if the Soviets don't respond immediately. Play Camp David Accords first. It's generally better as it means that a follow-up play of Sadat will give you control of Egypt. If you already control Egypt, or if you see opportunities to do so in the future, you may want to leave Sadat Expels Soviets in the deck, as long as it is before the turn 7 reshuffle. It is a card that can be a serious threat for the Soviets through the game, not to mention the hand management problems it presents if the USSR happens to draw it. So in summary, it's generally best for the Soviet player to plan for this card and play it when it arrives to get it out of the deck so you can move on with your life. And for the US player, if the Soviets control Egypt, use it, especially in conjunction with the Camp David Accords. If you control Egypt, leave it in the deck as insurance or as a threat. Shuttle Diplomacy is a card like no other in Twilight Struggle, and I am still trying to figure out the best way for either player to utilize it. It is an event that can be reasonably powerful or barely have any effect at all. it calls for some deeper analysis. First of all, the event. Shuttle Diplomacy is a 3-op starred mid-war US event card. Triggering the event causes this card to be placed in front of the US player. During the next scoring of either the Middle East or Asia, whichever comes first, subtract one battleground country from the USSR total, then put this card on the discard pile. It does not count for final scoring at the end of turn 10. Please note that the US gets to choose which battleground country to deny the USSR, if it matters. If the USSR is in the unfortunate and perhaps unlikely position of only controlling a single battleground country in one of the affected regions, it can lose presence as a result of this event. Also note that the US cannot gain control as a result of the Shuttle Diplomacy event, as the US must control all battlegrounds in the region being scored. Shuttle Diplomacy doesn't allow you to disregard this condition. For the Soviet player, this is likely a card that you will just have to play for the ops. The event is likely uncertain unless you either clearly dominate both regions, or if you are getting blown out in both Middle East and Asia for some reason. For example, if you are up 4-2 in battlegrounds in the Middle East when it is scored, Shuttle Diplomacy will have no effect at all, other than reducing your victory point haul by 1 because you count one less battleground country. Its event is speculative otherwise, although both the Middle East and Asia have an even number of battlegrounds, so this event can potentially tip the scale towards the US in scoring the region. If you look at a breakdown of each region as provided by TwilightStrategy.com, you can see the range of effect. The minimum, best, and most likely effect is a 1 victory point loss, as mentioned before, as you count one less battleground country, assuming you control at least one. The second best outcome is if Shuttle Diplomacy denies Soviet control, which costs 3 victory points in either region. Or it can cost you 3 victory points as well if it prevents domination in the Middle East. If it denies you presence in either region when it is scored, that is not only a bad situation, but it will cost you 4 victory points in either case. The absolute worst case scenario is if it prevents domination in Asia, which sets you back 5 victory points in total. I'm not sure how common this is, but that is a pretty big effect for what is normally a relatively benign event. So pull out your crystal ball and try to read your tea leaves. A glance at the board situation and the discard pile to see what region is likely to be scored next should give you some idea of what the risks are in playing it. I think most times Soviet players are willing to take the risk. It's good to know as well that if you are late in the game and the Middle East and Asian scoring cards have been played for the last time, you can play this card for the ops with impunity because Shuttle Diplomacy doesn't have an effect in final scoring. For the US player, this is also a card that you will likely take for the operations points. The problem with a card like this is that it's just so speculative. You can play it for the event, and by the time the region is scored, the USSR may have been able to mitigate it by savvy gameplay, especially since it is face up in front of you and therefore not much of a surprise. Or, in an unlikely event, playing it may not even have an effect because the Soviets have a lock only on the non-battlegrounds in a region. The 3 operations points are just too valuable unless you see a great opportunity, as in you have a scoring card in hand that you can play more or less right away, maybe in combination with a board situation that favors this event. So in summary, for the USSR, it's likely that you will play this card for the ops and work around any loss of victory points involved. You may want to space it if your position is especially vulnerable, but that is likely going to be a rare circumstance. For the US, you will also want to take the operations points, unless there's a situation where you can either deny the Soviet player presence in either region or prevent domination of Asia. But you had better have the scoring card in hand to make sure that things go according to plan. The mid-war comes as a welcome relief to the US player, as they get great events like Voice of America to wreak havoc on the Soviet position that otherwise seems entrenched.
But one has to be careful not to waste this powerful event effect. And that's not even mentioning the Soviets and what they will have to do in order to work around this one. Let's take a closer look. First of all, the card itself. Voice of America is a 2-op mid-war US event card. Triggering the event allows the US player to remove up to 4 USSR influence from any non-European countries, no more than 2 influence per country. So, as the Soviets, how does one best deal with this card? Well, somewhat obviously, this is a card that you will want to prioritize for the space race. Because of the extensive damage that this card can do, unfortunately playing it really isn't a choice. And Voice of America isn't even a start event, so you can't even play it once to get it out of the game. This is as close to an unplayable event as you can get. Even with the Brezhnev Doctrine in effect, there aren't enough ops available to mitigate the damage, and in the worst case, you can lose access to a region of the board. You may be forced to play it at some point though, either because the space race has advanced to where spacing cards requires 3 operations points, or if you are under Red Scare/Purge, for example, and can't hold it over to next turn. So if you have to play it, the best thing to do is to plan ahead. If you see any vulnerable regions, shore them up. Make sure there is at least 5 influence there, or at least 3 influence in the key countries. For example, don't count on holding Brazil and Venezuela with just 2 influence each, or holding on to African battlegrounds with a single influence each. You have to plan ahead, look for vulnerable areas, and do what you can to reinforce them. For the US, Voice of America is an amazing event, arguably one of the best American events in the game, a voice of hope that the game will soon turn in your favor. And this is compounded by the fact that it isn't starred and doesn't leave the game, leaving it a prime event for you to bring back via SALT negotiations or the Star Wars events. The absolute best use of this event card is as your last play of the game. If you can play it on action round 7 of turn 10, after which no Soviet response is possible, it can lead to big victory point swings, often by 10 or more. Pick the most vulnerable regions to remove Soviet domination or control, or maybe even presence in some cases. This might lead to a mathy final moment in the game, as you add up all the victory point differences of different potential moves, so your opponent might have to be patient just before they lose the game to you. Take your time. Let the Soviets stew a bit. It is worth holding on to the Voice of America for a while in order to pull off this powerful play. There is some risk, though, to losing the card to late war events like Aldrich Ames Remix or the terrorism event, so keep this in mind. Play Voice of America as soon as you can if you are concerned, and if you don't know where these events currently are. Better to have a less effective event than no event at all. The next best use of the card is to remove Soviet access to a region, often by removing all of their influence there. Sometimes the targets for Voice of America are obvious, and other times you'll have to set it up with some coups or realignments in advance. But that is the second best way to get the most out of this event. And the other best use of Voice of America is to threaten the loss of Soviet control in at least 2 important countries. Cause havoc by threatening to flip multiple countries and force the USSR to choose between them. As such, Voice of America is a great card to play on the last action round of your turn, forcing the Soviets to respond and likely giving you the first action round battleground country coup, among other opportunities. Make sure you hit the Soviet where it hurts the most. So for the USSR player, this card is pretty much unplayable. Send it to the space race every time, and if you have to play it, mitigate it by shoring up your vulnerable countries ahead of time. And for the American player, this card is great. Try and use it in the last action round of the game, or to remove Soviet influence entirely from a region. If this card is well played, and especially if it turns up more than once, it can decide the game in your favor. Use it wisely. Liberation Theology is a great event for the USSR, essentially acting like a Central American decolonization event card. The Americans will have to work around this one if they can. Let's now take a gander at how all that might work.
First, we'll examine the card itself. Liberation Theology is a 2-op Soviet mid-war event card. Triggering the event allows the Soviet player to add 3 USSR influence in Central America, no more than 2 per country. For the USSR, this is a great event card, made even better by the fact that it is not starred and stays in the game for the long term. It can be a godsend if you need or have lost access to Central America, and could potentially even help you access South America more easily, as long as you can cross the rickety bridge that is Colombia. You will likely play this for the event every time, unless the Central American scoring card has just gone by and won't be coming around for a while. This is a good candidate for a headline event, especially as you can follow up your influence placement with your first action round battleground country coup, or, even better, if it is favorable to you and if you have it in hand, you can follow up with the Central American scoring card in your first action round. And you can cause havoc with this card by breaking US control in multiple countries at the same time, likely forcing the US to respond. Hopefully, the response will be inadequate and you will be able to take advantage and flip 1 or 2 of them. This can be especially potent if DEFCON is at 2 and the US cannot immediately coup. Early in the mid-war, it's likely that Mexico will be an early target for you to use this event. It's a little hard to get to normally. Fidel gets you into Cuba, and Panama is usually vulnerable to coups, but Mexico is otherwise a long ways away from those 2 countries. Also, a less popular but potentially useful play would be to use this card to gain control of a bunch of non-battlegrounds in Central America, as these are key to dominating or controlling the region. At least these countries will be less important to the US as coup targets, so this might be a reasonable play if the DEFCON level is better than 2. For the US, this event is a real pain. It's not a high priority to send to the space race, although you certainly could and no one would argue with you. It becomes more likely you will send it to space if the Soviet player does not yet have access to Central America, or if you feel your position is vulnerable and the Central American scoring card has yet to come out. The ops provided by the card are not enough to repair the damage caused by the event, as you might expect. However, it's also arguably not worth playing much into the region in advance to preempt this card's effect. The only exception to this would be playing into Mexico, as you don't want to lose control of that key battleground country to this event. You might otherwise spend a lot of ops on coups, realignment attempts, or ops wars that force you to spend more on Mexico than it is really worth in the game. So, for the Soviet player, this is a nice card that can get you into Central America or reinforce your position there. Try and play it in advance of the Central American scoring card coming out. For the US player, this may be a candidate for the space race if the Soviets don't have any influence in Central America yet. Otherwise, you might have to let it happen, but don't forget to take control of Mexico before you do. Ussuri River Skirmish is one of the 3 cards in the game that can affect the ownership of the China card. However, this is the best of the 3 because the effect is so good for the American player no matter what happens. This is one card that the Soviets need to be aware of and to know how to work around. Let's examine it further. First of all, let's take a look at the event card. Ussuri River Skirmish is a 3-op US mid-war starred event card. If you play it for the event and the Soviet player has the China card, it is passed to the US player face up and ready for immediate play. If the US already has the China card, the US can place 4 influence in Asia, no more than 2 per individual country. For the Soviet player, this card is a tough one. While it can obviously easily be sent to space, it is not necessarily an easy choice. The downside to doing this, as with all cards sent to the space race, is that it can turn up in the US hands a few turns later, when you may have less control over it and less time to undo its effects. Not to mention that the operations points are a lot to give up, and you can't space race every negative American event. So how can you work around this card if you have to play it? The best time to play this card is on the same turn when you have already played the China card and the American has it face down. The ops provided by the card are not going to be enough to repair the damage done, but it is arguably better than to hand over the China card at no benefit to you, ready for use by the dastardly American. In this case, at least you can use the ops provided by the China card to reinforce your most vulnerable controlled countries, and then the ops from the event card to undo most of the damage. And you won't have to immediately worry about the US player using the China card to go over the top and take control of a battleground country. Worst case scenario, this card can lose you control of Asia, and it hurts your hand management, making you more vulnerable to DEFCON suicide cards. But sometimes you just have to make the best of a bad situation. For the US player, this card is great no matter who plays it and when they play it. If you get the China card, the great thing is that you get it face up and available for immediate play, unlike the Nixon plays a China card event. But in my opinion, it's even better if you get to use the alternate effect. The influence placement provided by the event is not affected by control or adjacency considerations. In other words, you don't have to pay the extra cost that is normally involved with placing influence in a country controlled by your opponent, and you don't have to have access to the target countries. So, this card can be used to break control in up to 4 countries in Asia. But it will be more effective for you to focus on 2 of them, placing 2 influence in each. And follow up with the China card to go over the top, gaining control of at least one of them. The timing of this event is especially useful. Asia typically becomes pretty locked down by the end of the early war, and generally remains fairly static throughout the rest of the game. What Ussuri River Skirmish represents is an opportunity to flip a battleground, likely Pakistan or Thailand, or sometimes one of the Koreas. Even more than just a battleground, this card can be extremely useful in helping you to flip the region to your domination. However, because any old 4-ops card can counter this effect, you'll likely want to play it towards the end of the turn, after you feel the big high-ops Soviet cards have been spent. Plan ahead for this to give yourself room to jump on the advantage the card provides. Ussuri River Skirmish is also a great play in the last action round, and decent as a headline as it forces the Soviet to respond and to give you the initiative, typically in the form of the first round battleground country coup. It can work really well as a headline if you do some work with another card in your last action round to destabilize the region and pile on with Ussuri River Skirmish. This way, the damage is not quickly or easily reversed, which again gives you an opening in Asia. You can also play this event just to take the China card away from the Soviets, especially if you've just played the China card yourself. This can be done to mess with their hand management, if you need the extra card to avoid DEFCON suicide, if Asia has already been scored, or if you already have that region well in hand. With Ussuri River Skirmish, you benefit either way. So in summary, for the USSR, if you can, you may choose to send this card to the space race. Otherwise, if you have to play it, play this card after you have used the China card already. Use the ops to repair at least some of the damage and get this card out of the deck. For the US player, there really isn't a bad time to play this card, although arguably it is better if you can play it when you have the China card already in your possession. Remember that your main goal with this event is to flip an enemy-controlled battleground country in an otherwise fairly static Asian region, so use it wisely to that end. Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You is a unique card in Twilight Struggle. Though there are other cards that allow you to discard cards from your hand, This is an event that allows you to potentially dump an entire bad hand, which has the capacity to reverse your fortunes as the US. There's not much that the Soviets can do about this one, but let's take a closer look regardless. First of all, let's take a look at the event card. Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You is a 3-op US mid-war starred event card. Triggering the event allows the US player to discard any or all cards in hand and draw the same number of cards from the deck. The number of cards discarded must be decided prior to drawing any replacements. For the Soviet player, the path to managing this card is an easy one. Simply hang on to the card until your last action round, when the US has the fewest cards in hand, and play it then. It is counterintuitive, but you may be the one to get lucky here. It is possible for the US to draw a DEFCON suicide card or more scoring cards than they have action rounds to play them, either of which can result in a sudden auto victory for you. You don't need to send this to the space race, especially as those 3 operations points will certainly be quite useful, and you really don't want this card to stay in the deck. This is a tempting card for the US to bring back with SALT negotiations or Star Wars, so it is better to get it out of the deck than to risk it coming back in the American hand. Unfortunately for you though, this card can help the American player get rid of DEFCON suicide cards like Lone Gunman, or disadvantageous scoring cards which may be held until last as the US tries to mitigate them. To some extent then, this is a risk you will have to take in exchange for getting this card out of the deck, but you may wish to either space this card or hang on to it until the following turn if you divine from your opponent's furrowed brow that the US player has something awful in hand. For the US player, when you get this card, don't be overexcited. Look at your hand and figure out how necessary it is to play this card for the event this turn. You may want to hold it over to the next turn, maybe even using the China card to carry over a nasty card or two, build up the worst possible hand, then play this to get rid of it. It is also best played after the turn 7 reshuffle, as the discarded cards are not going to return. This card should obviously be played in the headline phase if possible, as doing so frees up an action round that can be used to play one of the shiny new cards that you draw, and it also gives you the maximum choice of cards to discard. As mentioned earlier, obviously you should prioritize discarding DEFCON suicide cards like Lone Gunman, and scoring cards in regions that will cost you a lot of VPs. Next up are the powerful recurring Soviet events, especially ones like Socialist Governments, OPEC, and Muslim Revolution. After that, you should assess how useful it is to discard starred Soviet events like Fidel and We Will Bury You. Depending on the situation, you may want to play these to get them out of the deck. For example, U2 Incident and Cultural Revolution might be just fine to play. Fourthly, you should prioritize dumping weak neutral events like Summit or Latin American Death Squads. Finally, you may also consider discarding low-ops, low-value American events like Kitchen Debates, and you may also consider, before the turn 7 reshuffle, discarding US events that are valuable but, because of the board situation, are best kept in the deck as insurance, like Sadat Expels Soviets. The only downside to this card is that its effects can vary. It's not uncommon for you to draw a fresh batch of cards that is about the same value or even worse than the cards you discarded. And as mentioned before, it is possible for you to draw a DEFCON suicide card that you can't work around or draw up more scoring cards than you have action rounds remaining. Still, it's generally a risk worth taking, and this risk can be minimized the earlier you play the event in the turn. If you have a workable or even a great hand, you will want to carry this one over to the following turn. Luckily, if you do have a solid hand, it's more likely you're going to be able to do this. If you must play this for the ops, it's not a terrible decision provided you do so before the turn 7 reshuffle or if cards like SALT negotiations or Star Wars are still in the game. While it may not be necessarily the best target of SALT negotiations' card recursion ability, it's good to know that it's available there if you need it. So in summary, for the USSR, this is a great US event that is generally easily mitigated by saving it until your last action round, or at least late in your turn to minimize the impact. For the US, this card can be a lifesaver. Play it as a headline to discard a bunch of distasteful Soviet events and weak neutral cards, or carry it over until the next turn if you won't get enough value out of its effect this turn. The Alliance for Progress card in Twilight Struggle provides a potentially great event for the US to score some VPs in a way that ties in nicely with their broader goals. How and when the US player and the USSR player plays the event is very important, and we'll take a closer look at it now. First, we'll have a look at the event. Alliance for Progress is a 3-op mid-war US starred event card. Triggering the event gives the US 1 victory point for each US-controlled battleground country in Central and South America. For the Soviet player, the fact that this card is a starred event is key to understanding how to play it. Typically, as the US expands its influence, this card becomes more valuable to them. So if you can play this for the event early on in the mid-war, before the US has had a chance to establish any sort of impactful presence in the Americas, the better it is for you. It can be a freebie in turn 4, or very low cost in turn 5. But by turn 10, it can be a disagreeable monster. The breakpoint seems to be around 3 victory points depending on how well you're doing. This means that if you are giving up more victory points than you're getting operations points in return, it might be better sent to space unless you are quite far ahead or if those operations points will be particularly useful. Obviously, it is better if you are able to space it after the reshuffle on turn 7, and not only because it will be generally worth more to the US at that point, but because it is unlikely to return. If you can't send it to space, see if you can use the operations points provided by the card to break control of a Central or South American battleground first, lessening the value of the card and giving the US a crisis to respond to. To that same end, it can also be useful as a first action round play, utilizing the operations points first to do a coup in a US-controlled Central or South American battleground. For the US player, Alliance for Progress is a solid event, sometimes compared to OPEC. The unfortunate thing is that it is a starred event and leaves the game after play. But as the game goes on, especially if you do your job in both Central and South America, this event becomes very attractive. I like this event because it lines up exactly with what you are trying to do in the mid-war, which is to expand and control the Americas. It's a nice reward if you do. Again, the breakpoint here seems to be 3 victory points. It's certainly not worth playing this event for less than that, unless it can save you from a certain loss, or put you over the line for the win. So in summary, for the Soviet player, the earlier you can play this card and get it out of the deck, the better. If it gives your opponent less than 3 victory points, trigger the event and take those ops. If it gives the US more than 3 victory points, send it to space. For the US player, you want to keep this card in the deck as long as possible and hope to draw it in the late war when it can be worth a lot of victory points. So take the ops if it's not going to get you more than 3 victory points. Africa is a very interesting region, and not only because there are so many one-stability battleground countries to fight over. In many cases, Africa is an extension of your gameplay in the Middle East and Europe, and so both players will need to understand it well. Let's take a look. First of all, let's look at Africa as a region. It is composed of 18 countries, of which 5 are battlegrounds. Presence in Africa is worth 1 victory point, domination is worth 4, and control is worth 6. Of course, each controlled battleground is worth 1 extra victory point to whomever controls it. Africa as a region is a bit deceptive. Because it appears to be lower scoring than the other quote-unquote major regions like Asia or Europe, it's easy to write it off and look at it as a much lower priority, perhaps in a similar way that one might view Central America. But you ignore Africa at your peril, as there are many early and mid-war events that can lead to one side or the other scoring big when this scoring card turns up. In most cases, Europe and Asia become quite balanced and then deadlocked, and the victory point differential when the scoring card turns up is likely not more than 5 victory points. But the situation in Africa is more fluid, mainly because the stability of the countries there are mostly one, and so it's not unusual for one power or the other to quietly and almost covertly work their way towards domination or even control of the region, which can be worth a bunch of VPs. For this reason, either player is going to want to be the first to move to dominate the region and to establish themselves. Turn 2 is not too early to begin to place influence there if you can. Don't wait until turn 4 and the beginning of the mid-war period. Get a good head start if possible. Africa can be divided into sub-regions based on the way the battleground countries are laid out. Algeria is one of them. Nigeria is another. And then you have the battleground countries in the south, namely Zaire, Angola, and South Africa. Each of these subregions are connected by one stability non-battlegrounds, namely Saharan states and Cameroon. Because of this, it can be tricky to get to an adjacent subregion by direct influence placement, in the same way that Colombia makes for a rickety bridge to Venezuela and beyond. If you find yourself in Nigeria, and if you find yourself to be a gambler, you could play into Saharan states and Cameroon in the same action round, with the view that you will get access to either Algeria or Zaire, as your opponent will not be able to respond to the threats in both directions with a single coup. When it comes to the southmost subregion, the country of Botswana is far more important than it first appears, mainly because it will be useful in realigning both South Africa and Angola. As we look across the rest of the region, interestingly, there are a lot of countries that really will not get much play. For example, Morocco is generally way too expensive to control, although it does offer a stable option that will be difficult to contest if you need a non-battleground for domination. West African states and Ivory Coast, Kenya and Somalia are also expensive, low-return investments. There just isn't enough ops in the game to fight over these. Although Ivory Coast could potentially be useful in helping you maintain access to Nigeria in case you get realigned out, or if you get hit with Voice of America as the USSR, or if your opponent gets a weak roll for their coup. If you somehow can afford to control Ivory Coast, it could also contribute nicely to a realignment role of your own in Nigeria. Occasionally, I have seen play into Tunisia, Sudan, and Zimbabwe, and very rarely into Ethiopia, but this is only because they are low cost to control, not attractive for coups, and help contribute to either domination or control. Now that we've looked at the region in general, let's look at the major themes. One of the principal considerations when DEFCON has dropped to 2 are realignments. The region offers many permutations and combinations when it comes to realigning your opponent, and control of neighboring countries can usually be achieved inexpensively. Always keep an eye out for opportunities to realign when you place influence anywhere in Africa. If you get lucky, you might be able to realign your opponent completely out of the region, which could make it tricky to get back in. If this leads to your control of Africa, and if your opponent no longer has presence, that means 11 victory points for your side, which is, needless to say, substantial. Truth be told, the 3 key battlegrounds that you will mostly be fighting over are Nigeria, Zaire, and Angola. These are all one stability and are easy targets for coups or even direct influence placement. It only takes 3 operations points to flip control, so you will want to over-control these countries where you can, but even then they will be vulnerable. Move into them, obviously, when DEFCON is at 2. For the USSR, decolonization and, to a lesser extent, destalinization will be your likely method of entering Africa. Also, France is a gateway to Algeria, which is usually a desirable but unattainable goal for the United States, as the USSR can afford to grab it earlier than the US. When the mid-war arrives,
So do a bunch of great Soviet events that affect Africa. South African Unrest is the one that I like best, especially because it is recurring. It is also an opportunity to get control of Botswana. Or perhaps to flip Angola if there is the opportunity. Not to mention the pressure that it puts on the US maintaining control of South Africa, their all-important base down there. Portuguese Empire crumbles is also useful, mainly as a way to possibly gain control of Angola. A savvy US player will over-control Angola in anticipation of this event, in addition to South African unrest. Che is also great in Africa, as it can flip a couple of non-battlegrounds to help you gain domination or to stave off US domination, or to give you simultaneous access to different parts of the continent, so you can stir up trouble. Even though it is an early war event, decolonization remains powerful and useful here, especially as it may be only of limited use in Southeast Asia by the mid-war. You can use it to destabilize battlegrounds controlled by your opponent, or grab a bunch of non-battlegrounds at once to help with your domination or control of the region. For the US player, the starting point in Africa tends to be South Africa. Using South Africa as a base, it's a good idea to expand into Angola and Zaire as soon as you can, preferably in the early war. And grabbing control of Botswana is also smart. You don't want to get trapped in South Africa, as it can be very vulnerable to realignments. As soon as you can spare the operations points, make sure to play into South Africa to control it, as it will be an anchor for your position in the region. Do this in turn 3 if you can, before the Africa-focused Soviet event cards arrive. Alternatively, you can spend ops to control the always useful country of Botswana, which should give your position in South Africa some measure of protection and buy you some time. Although it may not be possible to realistically afford, if the USSR gets any influence in France, you'll want to snag Algeria at the first opportunity, as it will certainly be on the Soviet radar. In the mid-war, you will get some events to help you in Africa. Colonial Rearguards, the US decolonization is, of course, perfect here in the same way that it benefits the USSR, to destabilize enemy-controlled battleground countries. Or to get control of a bunch of non-battleground countries to either gain domination or control, or to deny it to your opponent. Puppet governments can help out as well, as long as it's played early enough that there are some choices available to you, and especially since it can give you control of a country like Nigeria without having to cross the one stability non-battleground states to get there. And nuclear subs will likely find its best use in helping you to repeatedly coup the low-stability battlegrounds in Africa, as long as you have the ops and the opportunity. Voice of America is an event that is useful most anywhere on the map, but if you refer back to when I mentioned the different subregions of the continent, you can use this event to eliminate Soviet access to one or more of them. So, for either power, Africa will be contentious for the entire game, especially as the mid-war begins. Do not underestimate how much this region can play into your victory or loss at Twilight Struggle. Its volatility is matched only by its high scoring potential. One Small Step is a card that is one of a handful of cards that influence the space race directly and give you a boost. This can be both good and bad for either player depending on the situation. Let's look at it here in more detail. First of all, let's look at the event. One Small Step is a 2-op neutral mid-war event card. If you are behind on the space race, triggering the event has a simple effect.
move your marker 2 boxes forward on the space race track, gaining the value in victory points of the second box only if applicable. Please note that this card does not count towards your 1 card per turn limit on the space race. And if this card skips past a space race bonus, you still get it unless it is victory points. For example, if you use this card to move from Earth satellite to be the first one to reach man in space, you would get the 2 victory points and the bonus that you may play 2 space race cards per turn, which is granted by the animal in space square. Now in this case, it would cancel the benefit for your opponent. Alternatively, if you move from man in Earth orbit to the eagle or bear has landed, you don't get the victory point provided by the lunar orbit square, but you do get the bonus provided by the eagle bear has landed, which is that you may discard 1 held card. This event can be useful for both players, and it generally speaks to managing the space race track well. Obviously, you will be taking the 2 ops if you are ahead in the space race, but what if you're behind? An instance when the event can be useful is to grab a victory point square before your opponent gets there, usually either the 2/0 square, man in space, or, even better, the 3/1 square, lunar orbit. The further you move down the track, obviously the more useful it will be, because the ops requirements of the discarded cards increase as you go. It thereby saves you lots of high ops cards to get some of the later space race bonuses. It is also generally best to play when you are 1 square behind your opponent, so you can get some benefit from the square you land on. Otherwise, you will just cancel the benefit your opponent has or get a lesser victory point reward, 0 in the case of man in space. Or, you might use this card to jump ahead in the space race in a big way. If you are doing this, and if you are far behind in the space race, you might as well space a card first, hopefully to advance, as the ops requirement will likely be lower before following up with 1 small step to get you to where you want to go. A classic move is to jump ahead of your opponent who is in the man in space square to man in Earth orbit, so you get to see your opponent's headline in advance of playing your own, an obviously massive advantage. It's not a terrible move in your last action round or after your opponent has already sent a card to space. If your opponent is already in the man in Earth orbit square, spacing a card first and then following up with 1 small step will cancel that bonus for your opponent, but also give you 3 victory points from landing on the lunar orbit square. So there are plenty of opportunities to catch up, as it generally doesn't serve you well to fall too far behind in the space race. The main disadvantage to advancing too quickly down the space race track is that you may reach a point where you are unable to send 2 ops cards to space. Once you reach man in Earth orbit, you need to have an event card with 3 ops or more. As a result, you may be stuck with cards like Liberation Theology or Decolonization in hand as the US, or the USSR may not be able to easily get rid of Voice of America or grain sales to Soviets. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to be behind in the space race a little bit. This is the balance inherent in the space race track. It will be something that each player needs to manage, and we will look at that in more detail in an upcoming video. South America is a challenging region for both players. It can be hard to get into, hard to hold on to, and hard to dominate, but it also offers a lot of potential victory points that can swing the tide of the Cold War in your favor. Both players will need to understand optimal play in the region, and we'll take a look at that here now. First of all, let's take a look at the region itself. South America has 10 countries, of which 4 are battlegrounds. Interestingly, the battlegrounds are arranged in a set of 2 pairs, Venezuela and Brazil in the north, and Chile and Argentina in the south. If you split the battlegrounds between you both, the scoring will essentially be a wash. However, if you dominate the region with only a 3-to-1 differential, It is worth 5 victory points to you, which is similar to, say, scoring a typical Europe domination. For that reason, you're not going to want to neglect South America. Arguably, South America is simultaneously the hardest region for both sides to get into, and perhaps because of this fact, the easiest to control. And it sounds strange to say, but South America is also quite swingy, and it's not unusual for domination to go back and forth over the course of the game. Part of the reason for that is because, like Africa, it is notoriously vulnerable to realignments. With a bit of an investment of influence, easy realignment roles can be set up. The ones to look out for will be Chile and Uruguay realigning Argentina, Peru and Argentina realigning Chile, and Venezuela and Uruguay realigning Brazil. If either player locks down the battlegrounds in the north or the south and controls some adjacent countries, it will be hard to take them out, as any lucky coup can then be realigned out right away. For the USSR, you need to make the most of your limited options to get into the region. Destalinization is both your earliest and likely best opportunity to get in there. Use it to get into places like Chile, where it is hard to coup you out. Make sure you play it at DEFCON 2, reallocate some influence to South American battlegrounds, and follow up with more influence in a later action round in the same turn to reinforce them. If you don't get destalinization in hand, your only other option in the early war is to look for a coup opportunity. If the US is unwise enough to try to access the region via Colombia, make the Americans pay and hit him with a big coup there. When the mid-war arrives, things only get marginally better for the Soviets. Allende is a solid card to help you get into the region, especially because Chile has such a high stability that it's unlikely that the US will chance a coup attempt there. There is also the optional card, Che, which can give you a lot of flexibility in that it can create or respond to 2 threats at once. But other than that, you'll need to rely on some neutral events like Brush War, ABM Treaty, and Junta, or any opportunities for coups that show themselves. Latin American death squads can, in theory, help with this, but in practice it isn't used very much. If you weren't able to get Destalinization or the aforementioned event cards into your hand, it's going to be tough to break even in the region, let alone dominate it. Additionally, as it scores for OPEC, Venezuela will be especially important for you. Do what you can to prioritize and grab control of it. In the late war, there are a couple of events that can be of help. Interestingly, one of them is a US event, the Iron Lady. While it costs you the ability to play Socialist Governments, gaining 1 influence in Argentina can be helpful. Headline this event and follow up with an Action Round 1 coup, and hopefully you will be able to flip the battleground country to your side. If you have some influence in South America, the other event that is helpful is Latin American Debt Crisis, which either forces the US player to drop a 3 or greater operations card, or allow the Soviet player to double USSR influence in 2 countries in South America. Obviously, this one is situational, as it could be amazing on one hand, or on the other hand, completely useless, depending on the board situation. But if the region is hotly contested, this is a pretty good event, again, especially as a headline. For the United States, this is a region that generally tends to tilt your way, much as the Middle East tends to fall more under Soviet control as the game progresses. You have numerous great event cards in addition to the neutral ones that can keep you in contention there. In the early war, placing influence from Panama into Colombia is your only way in, and this is less than desirable as Colombia is not the most stable country on which to build your bridge across to the continent. A savvy Soviet player will coup Colombia right away, which might worsen your position if they have already landed via their Destalinization event. Luckily, you won't likely have a lot of ops to spare for South America anyway, so it's not really something you'll be looking at seriously. The mid-war is really when the US makes headway into South America. There are some obviously great events like Panama Canal Returned, which helps you get into Venezuela and can be particularly good as a last action round play. OAS Founded is a great event to help you get into the region, provided you play it at DEFCON 2 so the Soviets cannot respond right away. Puppet governments can also be helpful as long as you get it early enough in the mid-war and you play it at DEFCON 2. Remember that all these events will require some influence reinforcement. The opportunities they provide will not be enough on their own to carry the day, so make their play part of a greater plan. Other US event cards can also be helpful, like nuclear subs, which can help you out with the odd coup in the region. And Voice of America is great to remove Soviet influence from the region, hopefully entirely. On the scoring side of things, the US also has Alliance for Progress, but this is generally best saved for later in the game, when it is likely going to be worth more points to you. By the late war, you are hopefully consolidating your position in South America and are beginning to rake in the points. There aren't a lot of events that really help you, but hopefully you have a few left over from the mid-war that can continue to be of assistance. So in summary, the USSR might have some trouble getting into South America, as they don't have many entry points and the US can potentially defuse those in the course of their play. Make it a priority to get in there with the Destalinization event early and fight hard for the region. For the US, you've got a good quantity of events to help you get into the area and to reinforce it. South America is a spot where follow-up is necessary as soon as possible after an event, so don't neglect to reinforce one of your good events with influence to really lock it down. This can be a great region to help you gain ground on the Soviets in the mid-war and afterwards. I know many players of Twilight Struggle who don't feel they understand the realignment action, and play their games as though it doesn't really exist, unless it is part of a card's event. Even experienced players won't do more than a few realignments per game. Realignments can certainly feel like a waste of ops sometimes. Even if you miss, at least a coup gives you military ops and affects the DEFCON level. Furthermore, realignments never add to your influence and even take it away sometimes. They're restricted by DEFCON and never seem like the best use of the ops they use. So what good are they? Well, in the right circumstances, realignments can help you win the game. Let's first look at how they work. Realignments are designed to be used to reduce enemy influence in a country. This is decided by each side rolling a die for each operations point spent on a realignment. There are modifiers that apply. For example, each neighboring controlled country gives a +1 to that side's roll. The US and Soviet Union, being clearly controlled by each particular side, acts as a permanent +1 to realignments done in any country next door. Also, there is a modifier of +1 given to whichever side has the most influence in the target country. Countries may be targeted multiple times in the same operation if one likes. The results of each roll are compared, the modifiers are applied, and the difference in result is the number of that side's influence that are removed, and this can include the side that initiated the realignment. No influence is ever added as a result of a realignment. So, for example, let's say the US plays a 2-op card, Olympic Games, and attempts a realignment roll in Angola. Because the US controls South Africa, that player gets +1 to their roll. But the USSR has more influence in Angola, which gives the USSR a +1 to their roll, effectively cancelling out the US modifier. The US and the USSR both roll their die, and the US beats the USSR roll by 1, successfully removing one Soviet influence and control from Angola. A successful realignment. Please note that the US still has another operations point to use on a realignment roll, either once again in Angola or somewhere else. Realignments typically happen at DEFCON 2 because, up until that point, there are likely battleground countries that players would prefer to coup, which is generally a more powerful move. But once coups become limited, realignments come more into play as the only way to affect your opponent's battleground countries outside of events or direct influence placement. And you're also likely to see realignments happen in higher stability countries, which are tougher to flip by placing influence or by coup. Although they seem risky, realignments do have some advantages. As mentioned earlier, they can be done at DEFCON 2 without fear of losing the game. They can be used in advance of a nasty enemy card, like a disadvantageous scoring card, Alliance for Progress, or OPEC, to mitigate or even neuter it. The ops can be used to affect multiple countries in one turn, and, if one prepares properly, can be more effective than coups in removing your enemy's influence. And if they remove a player's influence entirely from a region, that access might not be easily restored, which I will get into later. To really work, realignments require some setup. The tough part is that this setup usually requires controlling some non-battlegrounds next to your target, which signals your intentions and also opens you up to coups in those countries that will flip the modifier on you, making you now potentially vulnerable. Also, it is important to note that the risk of bad die rolls can be mitigated by choosing realignment targets that don't contain your influence. Be very judicious in using realignments where you have influence, as you can just as easily help your opponent as hurt them. If your opponent is busy elsewhere, it may not be a problem, but if you have the ability to control multiple non-battlegrounds at once or take multiple action rounds in a row, it makes your job easier. It often makes sense to play a larger ops card than you need as well. Lady Luck can be fickle, and I would rather waste a couple of extra ops than an entire action round, not to mention the realignment opportunity itself, which might be quickly countered by my opponent. And if you are lucky, you can try using the leftover operations points for realigning elsewhere, which is a nice bonus. The best use of a realignment is when you can eliminate your opponent entirely from a region or the access to it. Once your opponent loses access to a region, you are free to take over the country they were in and dominate or control that region for a large amount of victory points. For the USSR, an example of this is after the play of the Fidel event, which provides strong but isolated influence adjacent to the enemy's home country, so it is doubly valuable. It's a common play to see the US trigger Fidel and then use the 2 influence provided by the card to try to immediately realign the newly placed influence away. The US being next door provides a permanent positive modifier to the roll. It only has a slightly higher chance than 33% of success, but if it works, the USSR will be hard-pressed to get back in there. For the US, the Middle Eastern countries of Iran, Israel, and even Egypt are potential targets, albeit at DEFCON 3 or higher. South Africa is also vulnerable. If the USSR can get into Botswana and Angola, they should have no trouble eliminating the isolated US influence in South Africa, possibly kicking the US out of the entire region as a result. Of course, this is generally best when you have a great modifier in your favor, but if your opponent is the first to enter a region, it may be worth attempting to realign away that influence before it can spread, even with a -1 modifier. Just make sure to spend enough ops to offset the modifier and some potential bad luck. The other time realignments are a really attractive play is when you have a positive modifier. These are worth considering even if your opponent can place the influence right back, especially if you have influence in the target country already and can take immediate control. If you're lucky, you can realign a couple of countries in this way, overwhelming your opponent with multiple fires to address. Aside from the aforementioned Cuba and South Africa, South America will be the hotspot for realignments. Battlegrounds can be lost and taken using these realignments, and because of this, interestingly, countries like Colombia and Uruguay become quite important in supporting them. Further, card events like Junta and Che can also be of help here. Other countries to keep an eye on are Algeria, if France is controlled, Angola, and Mexico. Finally, although it is less common, Europe is vulnerable to realignments if DEFCON goes to 5, with Italy, France, and East Germany being the most common targets. European countries that are of importance in the game tend to be high stability, making coups there ineffective. However, realignments can be absolutely deadly. There are also some events that facilitate realignments in Europe, like Tear Down This Wall or COMECON at the outset of the game. Used in combination with events like Socialist Governments or East European Unrest, a key realignment or two can win you the game. Because European countries tend to require a lot of influence to control, it is not unheard of for 3 or 4 ops spent on realignments there to wipe out 7 or more of your opponent's influence. All this said, realignments are generally viewed as being weaker than coups, but with some luck and preparation, you can use them to devastate the enemy's position. Finally, for a more detailed breakdown of the odds of successful realignments, check out the article on twilightstrategy.com and the mathematical analysis by Ken Watson that the article links to. The space race is a thematic mechanic that adds a lot of flavor and interesting choices to the game Twilight Struggle. But how do you use it well? We'll look at some ideas on that very question today. First of all, let's look at the track itself and review how the rules around it work. The first space, Earth Satellite, takes a 2-op card and a roll of 1 to 3 to advance here. It provides 2 victory points to the player that first arrives in this space and 1 to the runner-up. The next space, Animal in Space, takes a 2-op card and a roll of 1 to 4 to advance here. It allows the player who has arrived or passed this space the ability to play 2 cards on the space race each turn until the other player has reached or passed Animal in Space as well. After that, we have Man in Space, which can be reached with a 2-ops card and a roll of 1 to 3. It grants 2 victory points to the first player who reaches this space, but nothing to the second. Next, we have Man in Earth Orbit, which is reached with a 2-op card and a successful roll of 1 to 4. This space grants a powerful ability, which is that your opponent must choose and show their headline card before you, allowing you to make your play with full knowledge of what your opponent is planning. This stays in effect until the other player reaches or passes Man in Earth Orbit as well. Then we have Lunar Orbit, which is reached by discarding a 3-ops card and rolling between 1 and 3. It grants 3 victory points to the first player to reach the space and 1 to the runner-up. The next space is the Eagle or Bear has landed, which requires discarding a card worth 3 operations points and a successful roll of 1 to 4. Being the first to reach this space allows that player to discard 1 held card every turn. After that, we have Space Shuttle, which is reached with a 3-ops card and a roll of 1 to 3. It gives 4 victory points to the first player to reach this space and 2 victory points to the second. Finally, we have the last space on the track, Space Station. To get here, it requires a discard of a 4-ops card and a roll of only 1 or 2. But the ability is quite powerful, which is that a player may take 8 action rounds every turn, which is a decided advantage if one actually can get here. At first glance, playing the space race seems obvious. Just send your opponent's events there to avoid having to deal with them. But one of the worst mistakes a new player makes is overusing the space race. Now, there is some debate about this, but in reality, advanced players rarely make it to Man in Earth Orbit, which is the 4th space along the track. The reason is simply that a round spent discarding on the space race, even if successful, generally yields momentum to the other player. Ops are needed every turn if possible to pressure or counter your opponent, but this won't happen if you play a card on the space race. Remember that cards sent to the space race are likely to come up again. If it is one of your opponent's starred event cards, wouldn't it be better to control the timing of the event, have a chance to mitigate it, and then get it out of the game? If it stays in the deck, it may reappear at a bad time or even in your opponent's hand, so the maximum damage can be wrought with it. There are some events, however, that are simply unplayable and must be sent to space. These are DEFCON suicide cards, cards that grant victory points when your opponent is close to winning, or any other card that would lose you the game. Cards like Destalinization or Decolonization that provide your opponent easy access to a region. Cards like Voice of America or Marine Barracks Bombing that could remove you entirely from a region. Cards that don't provide enough operations points to repair any damage caused, thereby mitigating the event. You may also consider spacing cards that do provide you with the ops to mitigate them, like Socialist Governments. This is because the card would leave you with an empty action round either way, and the thinking is that you may as well try and get something of value from it. Cards like Quagmire and Bear Trap that could, with some bad luck, give your opponent many turns in a row. Or cards like OPEC, which, given the board situation, would give your opponent a ton of victory points. The victory points provided by the space race are nice, but not game-changing. The USSR, who is generally trying to end the game in the early or mid-war, or even with a play of war games in turn 8, might be more inclined to want them. But the challenge, especially for the USSR, is getting to Man in Earth Orbit too quickly. This can prevent the spacing of the truly nasty US mid-war 2-ops events, like Grain Sales to Soviets and Voice of America. Having to play these events can quickly undo any advantage a temporary lead in the space race may have gotten you. For the US, it is also advantageous to keep options open, and to not advance too far, thereby rendering it unable to space a tough 2-ops USSR event. The abilities granted by the space race are helpful, but not all powerful. For example, the ability to space 2 cards with Animal in Space is nice to get rid of multiple bad cards, but will also exacerbate the issue just mentioned of advancing too far too fast. The ability to see an opponent's headline is the best ability the space race grants you, mainly because it is within easy reach on the track if you want it. It completely neuters surprise headlines like Defectors, and forces your opponent to completely change how they play against you. If your opponent gets this ability early, you will want to put a good effort into catching up as soon as you can. Being able to discard a held card or taking 8 action rounds per turn are great if you can get them, and that is the key. It will cost you a lot of operations points and action rounds to get there, even if your rolling is relatively lucky. The momentum you give up in getting there will likely cost you the game before you can really enjoy the perks the space race has granted you. The website Twilight Strategy has provided a great list of all the cards you should consider sending to the space race, so please feel free to reference that great site for that and all sorts of Twilight Struggle strategy tips. I have covered a lot of the space race considerations elsewhere in the card-by-card breakdowns, but I will touch on things briefly here. For the USSR, the potentially unplayable cards which must be sent to the space race include CIA created if the Brezhnev Doctrine is in effect, Duck and Cover, Grain Sales to Soviets, Voice of America, Bear Trap, Soviets Shoot Down KAL-007, Star Wars, and Tear Down This Wall. For the US, Lone Gunman comes immediately to mind as long as you have Containment in effect, We Will Bury You, Quagmire, and surprisingly, Ortega elected in Nicaragua if the US has influence in Cuba. There is also the classic US move of sending either or both of Decolonization and Destalinization to space after the turn 3 reshuffle. This should be done whenever possible. The rest of the turns will be situational and will depend on the score, the board situation, and the game turn. Knowing how and when to send them to the space race will come with experience through repeated play. It should be noted that there are other ways to think about the space race. One of these is to treat the track as a region unto itself, and that playing aggressively into that region is a valid option. If you think about it that way, you will be avoiding more enemy events and going for the victory points and the bonuses which, with some lucky rolling, could help in significantly swinging the game your way. For example, successfully spacing a card like Defectors on turn 1 can be viewed as not only giving you 2 victory points, but also denying your opponent those 2 victory points, as well as the 1 victory point for avoiding having to play the Defectors card. So arguably a 5-point swing. This could be viewed as effectively scoring a region. It doesn't suit my style of play, but I understand that there are going to be other approaches to this. I remember when I first played Twilight Struggle, I was really struck by the idea of the headline phase. It is such a unique and interesting part of the game. And the action rounds, while more conventional, are interesting as well. Let's dig deeper on how they work. After the players receive their hand of cards, they must select a card whose event is triggered before the action rounds begin. These cards are placed face down and revealed simultaneously. Each revealed event must happen, and they do so in the order of their operation point value. Take note, as this is a key part of the strategy with headlines. Once the events have been resolved, the game moves into action rounds, in which each player plays a card, beginning with the Soviet player, resolving operations or events as required. How many action rounds are conducted depends on the turn of the game and certain game circumstances. Generally though, each player will have 6 action rounds in the early war and 7 for the rest of the game. One of the key decisions in Twilight Struggle is when to trigger events and when to take the operations points. This is such a nuanced decision that changes with every action round, but there are some general principles to follow. Firstly, as the website Twilight Strategy aptly puts it, events create opportunities and operations are how you take advantage of those opportunities. In other words, events and operations are complementary. Events allow players to disrupt a country, a region, or another aspect of the game that can then be exploited with operations points. By the same token, operation points, used well, can be enhanced with the timely play of events. The main downside of events is generally that they are not as precise or flexible a tool as operations. Take puppet governments as an example. It gives the US 3 influence, which is better than the operations value of the card, but that influence must be placed in countries that don't already have influence from either power, and is limited to 1 influence placed per country. Operations, by contrast, can be directed as a single strong coup against a target country, or spread out as needed to place influence or realign in a manner that directly addresses your biggest concerns and opportunities. However, as the game goes on, the operations can become more limited, as many regions of the board tend to become locked down, either through DEFCON restrictions or because countries become too expensive to take over by influence placement alone. Or perhaps the game state is such that a player has no access to place influence in 1 or more regions of the board. This is where events can be used to shake things up. Maybe the event adds influence, allows coups or realignments where they would otherwise be unusable, or removes influence and opens up a country to take over by influence placement. Not all events are created equal, however. Some are so great and powerful, like ABM Treaty, Decolonization, and Voice of America, that players will almost never take the operations points and use the event every time. Other cards, like Summit, are so weak that players will rarely play them for the event. Most events, however, are in between and situational, and knowing when and how to play them will make you into an expert player. A great example of this is Red Scare/Purge. A beginner will automatically play this event for their headline, hoping to hamper their opponent's play for the whole turn. This is generally a great move, but it depends on the game situation. What if those 4 operations points could be used to a greater benefit elsewhere? Can the US play more events from hand, so the USSR will not be in a position to capitalize on and make the most of this card? With headline events, one will want to play the best event one can to reap the benefit, but there are factors to take into consideration. The goal of the headline is to set up a favorable situation for the coming turn. Great headline event candidates will give you access to a region you weren't in before, remove influence from your opponent to make them more vulnerable, or to give a card effect that can last for the entire turn. Balance this out with the operations points you are giving up with the headline event. This can only be done with proper planning of your upcoming turn. You might end up taking a lesser event in order to execute your overall plan for the turn. It should go without saying that you will be choosing one of your events, or a neutral one, for the headline, but occasionally circumstances might require headlining an opponent's event. Obviously, pick one that can't otherwise be safely sent to space that turn, and that has minimal and manageable downsides to you. Make sure the headlined card is not likely to lose you the game by DEFCON as well. After that, the action rounds begin, and with it the classic Twilight Struggle balance between events and operations. To help with our understanding, it's useful to categorize events into 4 different types: your start events, your opponent's start events, neutral start events, and everything else, which we will call recurring events. First of all, let's look at how to handle your own start events. Most of the time you'll want to keep your own start events in the deck so you can use the ops, and then they can turn up in your opponent's hand later, thereby complicating their turn. This is especially true if they are weak events like NATO, which neither side particularly cares about, or if they remain useful as looming threats like Nasser or Truman Doctrine. Some events like CIA Created and Lone Gunman are best kept in the deck because they are more dangerous for your opponent to have in hand than they are effective for you. This is especially true of the so-called DEFCON suicide cards, which can cost a player the game if forced to use them and degrade the DEFCON to level 1. Make sure you know what cards are DEFCON suicide cards for your opponent, and do your best to keep them in the game as long as possible. Other events lose value as the game goes on. Marshall Plan, Puppet Governments, Vietnam Revolts, and Destalinization are all events that are simply more effective when played early in the game. So when you get them, you might as well play them. And there are other events like Containment, Brezhnev Doctrine, and Ask Not What's Your Country, which can be effectively mitigated if they turn up in your opponent's hand, and are therefore best played by you. So play these for the events if you can benefit, or hold them for a future turn in which you can. Some events like Decolonization, John Paul II elected Pope, and Destalinization are cards that your opponent, if they find these cards in hand, will most certainly send to space or get rid of them some other way without triggering them. So in most cases, you are better off playing these events if you have them in hand. Finally, there are some events where the board state demands that they get played for the event. Remember that after turn 7 it is very unlikely that event cards are going to return, so if you can greatly benefit from a card like CIA Created, you should consider playing the event. Don't be precious about it. If the event serves your purpose, play the card for the event. So what about your opponent's start events? These events tend to be powerful in aiding your enemy, but the good news is that they can only happen once per game. So, the general rule is that before the last reshuffle of the game in turn 7, you should aim to play as many of them as you can to get them over and done with. The main reason is that, although the effect is disagreeable, you have control over how and when they are triggered, and this can go a long way to mitigating their effect. If you send them to the space race or neuter them with another effect like UN intervention, you give up this control if they later make it into their opponent's hand. Some cards deserve special attention here. The US should always trigger the Warsaw Pact event, as this, strangely, becomes an immensely powerful endgame card. For that reason, the Soviets should always try to keep this in the deck for as long as possible. When a card like Sadat or De Gaulle leads France turns up, and the target country for the effect is empty, the effect can safely be played and then mitigated immediately afterwards with the operations points provided by the card. Always take the opportunity to play opponent's events when the effect is nullified or minimized. Some events are easily mitigated by playing them on the last action round of a player's turn. Cards like Brezhnev Doctrine, Containment, Iran-Contra Scandal, and the like will be effectively and easily neutralized in this way. Keep an eye out for the words remainder of the turn as a reminder. This way the events are safely removed from the game and won't be later picked up by your opponent. Blockade is a card that the US should prepare for and get out of the deck as soon as possible, even at the cost of a 3-ops card. This is a card you don't want to be hit with in the mid-war, and the looming threat of it will force you to alter your play. There are some of your opponent's start events that simply are unplayable, however, and must be sent to space. DEFCON suicide cards, Destalinization, The Reformer, Quagmire, or Bear Trap are all examples of events you cannot allow to happen. In the case of neutral start events, there aren't that many of them, and you are usually best to take them if you can make use of them. Keep in mind that if you don't take the effect and get them out of the game, they may turn up in the hand of your opponent later. And then there are the recurring events, which are basically everything else. The decision as to what to do with these cards is mainly to weigh the benefit or penalty of playing the card for the event versus the operations points the card provides. Junta is a great example. This card is almost always worth playing for the event, as the influence and benefit it provides is greater than the operations point value of the card, but it is limited in where the effect can be applied, and the game state might dictate that it be used for the ops value. When you are looking at one of your own event cards, a similar calculus must be performed. Which aspect of the card will provide the better benefit? Will you benefit more from using the event or the operations points? This depends on and changes with the game state. For example, one might need the operations points provided by 5-year plan or duck and cover early on, but the event might be more or less powerful and useful as the game goes on. When deciding what to do with your opponent's recurring event cards, it depends on how much you can live with the negative effect that comes along with those operations points. Sometimes it can be mitigated, at least to some degree. For example, with Socialist Governments, provided you have access to the negatively affected countries, the damage can be completely undone with the ops provided by the card, though it results in a dead action round. The main question with this mitigation is whether to take the operations points before or after the event, which will, once more, depend on the event itself and the situation on the board. But some cards like Voice of America, Muslim Revolution, or Grain Sales to Soviets can have such a negative effect as to be unplayable, and getting rid of them via the space race or some other option is really the only viable choice. The only challenge is that you usually only send one card per turn to the space race, so you will often be left with some tough choices. Now that we have a framework for making decisions about events and operations, how does the structure of the turn affect all of this? A typical turn starts with the USSR conducting a coup in a battleground country. This is because the DEFCON level improves by 1 at the end of the previous turn, and most times improves from 2 to 3. The Soviets will normally take the opportunity to coup somewhere in the world outside of Europe and Asia, which will still be under DEFCON restrictions. This gives the Soviets military operations points, potentially a new country under their control, and the initiative. Seeing as the USSR always goes first, how can the US player take that initiative from the Reds? The secret lies in the last action round of the previous turn. If played well, the last action round of a turn can be used to overwhelm the Soviet player with too many fires to put out, and overwhelmed with too many options that can possibly be accomplished. If played skillfully, the US can use the last action round of the turn to create a crisis that must be immediately addressed by the USSR in the first action round of the following turn. This opens up the possibility that the US can take a coup in a battleground country in their first action round. If the Soviet side takes their usual battleground country coup in their first action round, it allows the US to take advantage of the crisis they created. It makes for a tough choice for the USSR, which is exactly what the US player wants. There are 3 ways that the US can do this. Number 1, break Soviet control of an important country. This is the most common way to do this. The US places influence in a weakly held country, threatening to take control of it next turn by brute influence placement. You will likely do this in Asia or Europe, as you don't want the crisis to be corrected with a coup by your opponent. it may still be a viable option to attract your opponent's attention to a certain country, as you have a plan elsewhere that would otherwise be threatened. While this can be accomplished with operations, some events can help you achieve the same effect. Panama Canal Returned, OAS Founded, and other events that place influence can be quite disruptive and are naturally best played at the end of the turn. Number 2. Play into non-battleground countries. There are some non-battleground countries that, if played into, will solicit a response from the Soviet side. Colombia is a typical example of this. As the gateway to South America, it can be one of the few entry points into this valuable region for the USSR. If the US plays into Colombia on their last action round, the Soviet side faces a choice of coupping Colombia to gain access to Venezuela and beyond, or if the new round begins with business as usual, ceding that to the US. If the coup is successful, however, the US might find itself in the same position in their first action round. So this move would have to be impactful to the US strategy in some way, and shouldn't just be done without an overall plan. Playing into some non-battleground countries can help set up realignment targets as well, like playing into Nicaragua as the US's last play of the turn. As Nicaragua is not a likely target of a response, the opportunity to realign will be there for at least one action round. Finally, playing into non-battlegrounds can force your opponent to respond to avoid domination. If the US player owns all the battleground countries in a region and then plays into a non-battleground as the last play of the turn, the threat of a massive scoring opportunity will usually be enough to lure the USSR into responding, likely with a coup war going back and forth, which hampers the Soviets' dastardly activity elsewhere. Number 3, the last action round can be a dumping ground for bad Soviet events. If you have no choice but to trigger a bad event like Muslim Revolution, Vietnam Revolts, or Liberation Theology, best to do it in the last action round. This essentially means that for the Soviet player to capitalize fully on that event by placing influence, the US gets a battleground country coup opportunity in compensation. There is one instance when the US has the undisputed advantage in taking the last action round of a turn. If the game makes it to final scoring, the US should have the last play of the game. This can be used to great effect to manipulate the scoring of a region. For example, breaking control of the only non-battleground controlled by the Soviets will degrade control or domination to merely presence. Or, adding some last-minute influence to a region can result in US control or domination instead of presence. The absolute best card for the US to play as their last card of the game is Voice of America. This is because it can deny the USSR control or domination of a region, or even multiple regions, or it can give you domination of a region in final scoring. This can also be less elegantly accomplished with a high ops card or events like Ussuri River Skirmish, Colonial Rearguards, OAS Founded, or North Sea Oil. The USSR needs to keep this possibility top of mind in the late war. The best Soviet defense is to end the game before final scoring by getting 20 victory points, via war games, or by forcing the US into DEFCON suicide, or to use a card like Quagmire as your last play of the game, which wastes the final action round available to the US player. Hopefully, you ruin your opponent's perfect plan. In turn 4 of each game of Twilight Struggle, a fresh group of cards are added to the draw deck. Tonally, there should be a feeling of a slight shift towards the US, as there are some great events that are added to the deck like Voice of America and Grain Sales to Soviets. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the mid-war cards. There are 7 one-ops cards, 4 of which are US events, 2 belong to the USSR, and 1 card is neutral. Of the 2 ops cards, 9 of them are American cards, 4 are Soviet, and 5 are neutral events. The 3 ops cards are more even. There are 5 of these cards featuring US events, 6 are Soviet, and 4 are neutral. Interestingly, there are 4 4-op cards in the mid-war deck, 3 of which are Soviet and 1 is neutral. Finally, and most notably, 4 new scoring cards are added to the mix. This opens up all regions of the board to scoring opportunities. There is a total of 48 cards that are added for a total of 15 neutral cards, 18 US cards, and 15 Soviet cards, which provide a total of 104 operations points. These are broken up relatively evenly with 27 neutral ops, 37 US ops, and 40 USSR ops. Partially because the hand size of both players increase, the average ops per hand will be close to 20, and after the headline and hold cards are taken into account, each player should have between 15 and 17 operations points to spend each turn. For both players, the mid-war is all about expansion, with Europe, Asia, and to some extent the Middle East remaining static outside of some brief flurries of activity due to some disruptive events. Central and South America and Africa will be the focus. All these regions are, for the most part, characterized by battleground countries that are 2 stability or less, making coups much more swingy, especially in Africa. But with the DEFCON level typically remaining at 2, realignments are going to be much more valuable, and events like Brush War being potentially quite disruptive. As stated earlier, in a normal arc of the game, the USSR will begin to feel the tide of the game slowly turn against them, mainly because of some great and powerful US events that are added to the draw deck, like Voice of America, grain sales to Soviets, OAS Founded, and Ussuri River Skirmish. Other early war events like NORAD also have the potential to make themselves felt. It can be difficult to give specific advice as the mid-war strategy relies so much on how both sides come out of the early war. In general, I would say that the USSR should go for an early win, the US should hang on and try to remain at least even in every region, and to vigorously defend spots where they have the advantage. At a minimum, make sure you maintain at least presence in every region, and keep watch for ways to deny your opponent access to regions while trying to create points of access of your own. For example, the USSR is vulnerable to being shut out of South America, and it isn't unusual for the US to lose access to the Middle East. As the US, be aware of the effects of the Muslim Revolution card, as it can undo a lot of good work in that Middle East region. This is why it is so important to control Israel and defend it strongly. And both sides can expect Thailand to remain a point of contention throughout the mid-war, either through direct influence placement or coups, as it will be a common target of the ABM Treaty event, for example. And in Africa, the US needs to protect against a realignment or takeover of South Africa by the USSR, as it is the one point of stability in the region. I find that if it falls to the Soviets, it is usually because of neglect and inattention, so don't ignore it. Find the ops to hold it, and aim to keep it as your main point of access to Africa. Iranian hostage crisis is a potentially game-changing event, although it also can be relatively innocuous, depending on the board state and the cards in hand. Both players will need to understand this card well, and we will take a good look at it here. First of all, the event. Iranian hostage crisis is a starred 3-op late-war Soviet event. Triggering the event removes all US influence in Iran and adds 2 Soviet influence in Iran. It also doubles the effect of the terrorism card against the US player. Please note that this card event, if played, remains in effect for the rest of the game. For the USSR, the effect of this card really depends on the circumstances when it turns up. If the US is in control of Iran, congratulations, Iran is now yours. In addition to that, you get the bonus effect of the terrorism card costing the US 2 cards instead of 1, which can be devastating, especially in the late war when every card and action round counts. The best thing that this card can provide you, if in hand, is security in knowing that you don't have to fight for Iran, if that is what is happening on the board. Let the unwary Americans coup or place influence there if they like. You can focus elsewhere and play this event at your leisure. If you already control Iran, the next best thing is having the terrorism card in hand. If you play this for the event, in this case, you will likely lock up Iran for the rest of the game, and then you can hit the US with the now enhanced terrorism event. While it's not worth carrying this card over turn to turn in hopes of getting the terrorism event in hand as a nasty surprise combo or anything, it is a nice little bonus if things come together. If it's turn 10 and the terrorism card is nowhere to be seen, or if you just decisively control Iran, you may want to take the ops at that point. Similarly, for the US player, the play of this card will depend on the board situation. If the Soviet player already controls Iran, you may be safe to play this as long as you can account for the terrorism card, either being on the discard pile or in your hand. Otherwise, it might not be worth the risk. That depends on whether you're still looking to fight for control of Iran, what turn it is, and the overall situation. If you control Iran, this card will likely be a candidate for the space race, as doing so will save you at least 2 victory points in final scoring, maybe more. So in summary, for the Soviet player, if this card flips Iran, it can be worth at least a 2 victory point swing, possibly more if the Middle East scores in the late war, or if flipping Iran gives you domination. Or it can reinforce and lock down Iran for you, so you can move on to focus on other things. And the additional bonus of giving you an enhanced effect on the terrorism card can be very impactful if the timing is right. For the US player, you will generally want to send this to space if you control Iran. If you don't, you may want to run the risk of being hit with the double discard terrorism event if you can do enough with the 3 operations points to make it worthwhile. The Iron Lady is an event that is mixed, benefiting both sides in different ways. There aren't many events like this, but it's a good idea to know how this card could potentially be used against you. Let's take a look at it closely now. First of all, the event. The Iron Lady is a starred 3-op US late war event. Triggering the event gives the US 1 victory point, adds 1 Soviet influence in Argentina, and removes all Soviet influence from the UK. It also blocks the Socialist Governments event, which is rendered no longer playable. Please note that if you play this event and get an influence in Argentina, unless you already have influence there, this then does not allow you to immediately play influence into neighboring countries. The reason for this is that you can only play into adjacent countries where you have influence at the beginning of your action round. For the USSR, unexpectedly, this is a great event for you. While losing the ability to play socialist governments is unwelcome, this card is one of the ways that the Soviets can access South America and potentially challenge a battleground. If that's what you're looking to do, you may want to headline this and follow up with your first action round battleground country coup in Argentina. Or you can take the operations points and force the US to respond to the threat created in Argentina. Obviously, if you have socialist governments in hand, you will play that first before you play this card for ops. The other event effects can be lived with. While losing a victory point is never fun, it's not a huge deal, and it's very, very unlikely that you will lose any influence in the UK. So unless you're going after Argentina, you will likely be playing this card during the action rounds for the 3 valuable operations points and triggering the event. For the US, it is likely that you will play this event card for the operations points. This is especially going to be the case if the Socialist Governments card is in the discard pile. There are some very specific circumstances when you might trigger this event. For example, if you are really close to winning, really close to losing, by the War Games event or otherwise. If you have already given up hope of controlling Argentina. If you are worried about the Socialist Governments event destabilizing a fragile Europe. Or if, for some bizarre reason, the Soviets have competed with you for control of the UK. It may be an okay headline if the space race has granted you the ability of seeing your opponent's headline card and they've chosen to go with socialist governments, or if you strongly suspect they will be running with that card during the headline phase. If you have socialist governments in hand, it's probably not worth triggering the event here in order to make it safely playable. Essentially, this benefits the Soviets more than you, and you don't get any benefit in terms of ops. Much better to play the Iron Lady for ops and send socialist governments to space instead, perhaps gaining some victory points that way. You may want to over-control Argentina in anticipation of this event being played by the Soviets. You wouldn't want to lose control of a key battleground if you can help it, especially at the meager cost of a single influence. For the most part, it is not worth foregoing 3 ops for a single victory point, and at the same time potentially putting a key battleground in South America at risk. Do what Maggie Thatcher would do, and take the operations points. So for the Soviet player, this is a card you will certainly take for ops, or perhaps even headline in the right circumstances. This is the rare US event which you will be generally happy to trigger. And for the US player, this is almost always a card you will play for the operations points, unless very specific circumstances, as I outlined earlier, apply. Reagan bombs Libya is a relatively uninteresting event, but there may be some benefits to the US depending on the timing of its play, and there is one trick that the US can pull to get the most value out of it. We'll take a look at that here now. First of all, let's examine the event card. Reagan bombs Libya is a starred 2-op US late war event card. At the moment this event is played, this card gives the US 1 victory point for every 2 Soviet influence currently in Libya. For the Soviets, this card isn't really anything to worry about. Even if you have influence in Libya, it's likely only going to cost you 1 victory point to play, and while you never want to give your opponent any VPs, 2 ops is reasonable compensation in exchange. If you don't have any influence in Libya, you can obviously play this card guilt-free. For the US player, you will likely play this card for ops. For you, this is likely only going to net you 1 victory point, if any, so unless you are close to winning or trying to avoid losing, the ops are a better use of this card. One trick play that you can potentially pull off is especially effective if you are about to win the game. First, using ops from another card, invest some influence in Libya, challenging control. In doing so, you may force the USSR's hand to reinvest a couple of influence there to regain control of this key battleground country. A follow-up play of Reagan bombs Libya, then, will give you 1 extra victory point over what you would have gotten before. If you are at 18 victory points, you can pull off a sneaky win simply by using human psychology against your opponent. Beyond this, though, the US player is only going to use this event to either seal up a sudden victory or stave off a sudden defeat. So in summary, for the USSR, unless you have really overinvested in Libya, this is not going to move the needle much. Take the likely 1 victory point penalty and do something useful with the 2 operations points. For the US player, you also likely take the ops unless you are really close to victory or looking to avoid defeat by the War Games event or otherwise. Again, it doesn't move the needle much, but it's nice to have it there as an option, and if the Soviet plays it for you, it's nice to have at least a small benefit from the gameplay of your opponent. Star Wars is a great event for the American side. Anytime you can draw a card back from the discard pile, it's a good thing, purely from the standpoint of flexibility. The Soviets will have to mitigate this card well. Let's learn more about it now. First of all, the event. Star Wars is a 2-op starred US late war event card. The event can only occur if the US is ahead on the space race track. If that's the case and the event is triggered, the US player can search through the discard pile for a non-scoring card of their choice. The event on the drawn card occurs immediately. Please note, if the condition on the card is not met, the event is not considered played and is instead placed on the discard pile instead of leaving the game. For the USSR, this card speaks to the space race and how best to manage it. Usually the Soviets don't want to advance on the space race track as far as the man-in-Earth orbit square, as that is where the ops requirement to space race a card increases to 3. This complicates Soviet hand management and makes the US 2-op mid and late war events a real pain to deal with. At the same time, if the Soviets don't stay at least tied with the US player, they are vulnerable to this card, which is a strong US event. Unless you get it early in the late war and can play it when there aren't a lot of cards in the discard pile, this is always going to be a bad event for you. It just gives the American too much choice and flexibility. There are some game-ending cards that you should be aware of as well. If you are thinking of triggering this event, beware of cards like War Games, which could end the game prematurely with a US victory, or any number of DEFCON suicide cards such as Duck and Cover, CIA Created, or even How I Learned to Stop Worrying, which could be used to set the DEFCON to 1 on your player turn, costing you the game. It may be that the state of the discard pile is such that the Star Wars event is unplayable for you, and you may be stuck holding on to it if you have no other way to get rid of it. If you are well down the track and the US is 1 space ahead of you, as a desperation move you might space a card ahead of playing this one and hope that you can draw even with your opponent beforehand. But obviously there are risks to this strategy, and everything depends on that die roll. If the US is not ahead of you in the space race at the moment, play this card as soon as you possibly can. Things can change, especially if an event like One Small Step is still around, so don't risk it by putting off playing it for a later time. For the US player, this is an amazing event, though obviously dependent on where the space race currently sits. You don't necessarily want to hold on to this card for too long, but if you have a comfortable lead in the space race, you might want to wait until a nice event turns up in the discard pile that you can use. Otherwise, play it before the USSR has a chance to catch up. Of course, it's always fun to play Voice of America or East European Unrest on the last action round of a turn, and then follow up with Star Wars as a headline, grabbing it right back to play again. Or headlining Red Scare/Purge, then using Star Wars in the first action round to pick it up again and hit the Soviets once more. This results in a -2 modifier to their cards for the rest of the turn. This is just a few examples of the fun that can be had with this event, but there really are too many potential examples to mention. One hilarious combo that I came across was to headline Red Scare/Purge, pick it up with Star Wars in Action Round 1 to play again right away, then pick it up again with SALT negotiations, only to play it in Action Round 3, and then hit the Soviets with the Bear Trap event. Totally impractical, but the thought of it alone made me laugh. If you are not ahead in the space race, it may be hard to catch up in time to use this card. The exception would be if you have one small step in hand and can jump ahead suddenly, or draw even and then play another card on the space race to hopefully pull ahead. But in general, unless you are just one box behind, catching up can be a slog and requires some luck as well. If that's the case, you would be best just to take the ops. So in summary, for the USSR, this card is potentially quite dangerous. It may be unplayable if there are deadly DEFCON suicide cards in the discard pile. Somewhat ironically, you should send it to space if you can, or play it safely for the operations points if you are ahead in the space race. For the US, this card is obviously useless if you are well behind in the space race, and you will use the ops. However, if you are ahead, many possibilities open up for you to do some damage with this event. It may even be worth attempting to catch up and pass the USSR in the space race, but don't overcommit to that goal. North Sea oil is an interesting event card. Outside of a big and inefficient investment in the space race, this card is the only chance for the American player to gain an extra action round. The Soviet player will have to tread carefully with this one. Let's learn how to play it. First of all, let's look at the event card. North Sea Oil is a starred 3-op US late war event card. Taking the event blocks the Soviet OPEC event and allows the US to play 8 cards this turn. Please note that the card says may, and so playing the extra card is optional. For the Soviet player, your first instinct is likely to send this to space, but don't panic. Save it for the end of the turn and surprise the US player with it, who likely won't have been able to prepare for it properly. The only exception to this is playing it on turn 10, where you definitely don't want the US to get 2 consecutive turns in a row right before final scoring. This card can be neutered if the American doesn't have the China card and/or you've been able to hit him with something like the terrorism and/or Aldrich Ames remix event. This card presents the American player with an interesting choice. Do you take the 3 ops, which are so valuable at this stage of the game, or do you take the event to get 2 consecutive action rounds at the end of the turn? If you are playing the event, it is probably best as a headline. Or, if you have the time and opportunity, you could take the event mid-turn, effectively trading a mid-turn action round for 2 at the end. It's best if you have the China card in hand, or even something like Star Wars or SALT negotiations, to make sure that there are plenty of cards to choose from and to avoid having to play a disagreeable event in order to capitalize on North Sea oil. This event also could be wasted if you're planning on holding a card over to a future turn, like Voice of America for your turn 10 coup de grace. In turn 10, this event is a no-brainer. The opportunity to play 2 action rounds in a row right at the end of the game will perhaps allow you to snag, say, domination of a region, or to deny the Soviet the same. Doing so means you will likely be placing influence in a battleground to remove USSR control and changing the balance in a region. Or you are following up a great event like Voice of America, Ussuri River Skirmish, OAS Founded, and the like with some influence placement via operations points. And the fact that this card also blocks OPEC is a nice bonus and can potentially make a big difference, especially if the game is close. If OPEC is still in play, and if you do some math and find out that it could have a big impact, you may want to play it for this reason alone. If you are making your way through the late war, and if you haven't seen this card yet, it is fair to assume that the Soviets have it in hand and are looking to drop it on the last action round, hoping to catch you off guard. Play your Space Race card early and hang on to a couple of decent cards for the end of your turn, just in case, so you can take advantage of it. If the USSR doesn't have it in hand, there's very little downside to playing this way anyway. So in summary, as long as it's not the last turn, the USSR can likely get away with playing this card and giving the US an extra play. Those 3 ops are pretty valuable as the game winds down. And for the US, this is best played as a headline on turn 10, but could be useful in other turns as well, provided that you see a path forward to take advantage of it. If you don't, or if you are short of cards because you've been forced to discard, you can take the ops. The OPEC block is also nice, but not necessarily reason enough to take this event, as it is a more speculative effect. The Reformer is a very strong card, a bit like Ussuri River Skirmish for the USSR, only in Europe. It is one of a couple of cards that can help resist the American onslaught in Europe that happens in the late war. Both sides will need to know what to do with this card, so we'll take a close look at it now. First of all, the event. The Reformer is a 3-op starred Soviet late war event card. If the event is triggered, the Soviets can add 4 influence in Europe, no more than 2 per country. If the USSR is ahead of the US in victory points, then 6 influence may be added instead. This event, if played, improves the effect of the Glasnost event. The only downside is that the USSR may no longer conduct coup attempts in Europe, which is not much of a downside as by now the NATO event is likely in effect and the countries in Eastern Europe are pretty stable overall. For the USSR, this is an amazing event, arguably one of their best in the game, especially if the enhanced effect occurs. The Reformer will likely be one of the antidotes to the inroads that the US generally makes into Eastern Europe in the late war, but you can also use it to destabilize the Western European battleground countries as well. France and Italy, because of their lower stability, are particularly vulnerable, although it is possible to make an unlikely play for West Germany as well, depending on the situation. Remember, this influence placement can even reach as far as Canada to prevent or halt the NORAD effect, if that is still a threat at this point in the game. Or it can be used to take control of or destabilize some of the low stability non-battlegrounds in Europe like Turkey, Greece, or Spain-Portugal to help you gain or maintain domination, or help prevent the US from dominating Europe. Because of the interaction with Glasnost, you will likely want to play this as soon as you get it, even as a headline. You don't want Glasnost to come out first if you can help it, as this makes a formidable 1-2 punch. Waiting for you to have the edge in victory points is an unpredictable gamble that may not pay off. It's far better to take the unenhanced effect and make Glasnost unplayable for the US. The other reason why you might want to play this as a headline is that you can follow up in your first action round with a high ops card to flip control of a country like Italy or France. Or you can follow up with the Europe scoring card after breaking control in a bunch of places for a big victory point payday. For the US, there is one rule of playing this card, and it's simple. Send it to space. Every time. Don't even consider playing it for the ops, which aren't even enough to negate the unenhanced effect, not to mention how it benefits the Soviets with an improved Glasnost event card. So in summary, for the USSR, even if you don't have the edge in victory points, You should take this event early so that you can improve Glasnost and in general make life much harder for the American player. I like this as a headline, but it can really be played at any time. Just make sure that it's early in the turn so the US doesn't play Glasnost first. For the US, send this card to the space race. Enough said. Marine Barracks Bombing is a decent event card for the USSR, depending on the situation. It is yet another card that makes it very difficult for the US to hang on to real estate in the Middle East, and both players will need to learn how to utilize this card. Let's take a look at it now. First of all, the event. Marine Barracks Bombing is a 2-op starred Soviet late war event card. Triggering the event removes all US influence in Lebanon and removes 2 additional US influence from anywhere in the Middle East. For the Soviets, you are generally going to take this card for ops. If you do take the event, it is best if this card happens to remove the United States entirely from the region, although that might be unlikely in the late war, as Israel is usually locked down for the US. Lebanon is, strategically speaking, a marginal country, unless for some reason the Arab-Israeli war event is still playable. Lebanon is helpful for the US, albeit more so in the early war, in mitigating the die roll involved in that event. Otherwise, this effect may help in gaining domination in the region under some circumstances. The removal of 2 additional US influence anywhere in the Middle East can certainly be helpful, especially if it results in either breaking control of a battleground country or aiding in flipping one of them. But otherwise, this effect is easily reversed in the next American turn. If you can headline this card and follow up with Middle East scoring, it can potentially be beneficial in real victory point terms. As the US, this card essentially becomes a dead turn, as you can use the 2 ops provided by the card to replace the 2 influence removed. As the Americans typically control Israel, control of Lebanon is easily regained if you want it. The temporary loss of control in Lebanon, as well as the 2 influence removed by the event, can hurt if the Middle East is scored before you have a chance to replace it. And of course, you will need to decide whether to play this card if it means that you will be wiped out of the region. With all the Soviet event cards that help in the Middle East, with the situation that dire, you may just want to give it up as a lost cause and focus elsewhere. Otherwise, this card is not much of a problem and is pretty easily mitigated. So in summary, for the USSR, this is a decent event. You'll need to weigh your options and see whether the 2 ops are more valuable at that particular moment. If you can use the event to favorably score the Middle East, it would be worth playing in that case. For the US, as mentioned before, this is likely an event that results in a dead action round as you replace most of the influence removed with the ops provided by the card. The Soviets shoot down Korean Airlines 007 as a powerful US event, and can make a difference in Asia as the game winds down towards final scoring. The Soviets are going to need to be careful in handling this one, and we'll take a look in depth at the card right now. The Soviets shoot down Korean Airlines 007 is a starred 4-op US late war event card. Triggering the event will result in a few things. First of all, DEFCON will be worsened by 1, and the US will be awarded 2 victory points. If South Korea is US controlled, the US may then place influence or do realignments as though they had played a card worth 4 operations points. For the Soviet player, this one can obviously be tricky. While it isn't exactly a DEFCON suicide card owing to the fact that it can almost always be sent to space, it's still not fun to deal with. If the US controls South Korea, I think it's a safe bet you'll want to send this to the space race. If they don't, then that decision becomes a little less obvious. It depends on the state of the game and the score. 2 victory points might matter at this stage of the game because there is less time to catch up and the War Games event enters play at this stage of the game. But if the DEFCON allows and you think you can accomplish great things with the 4 ops, and if the US doesn't control South Korea, then go ahead and do your thing. If you have to play it because you have another DEFCON degrading card, it's a relatively safe headline as it will trigger first in most cases, lowering DEFCON from 3 to 2 ahead of the US card. I hope the Americans don't choose another DEFCON degrader to headline for their sake. Of course, this comes at the cost of generally denying you your first action round battleground country coup. If you play this card during action rounds, and if the US controls South Korea, you might want to spend some ops from this card to break control there before triggering the event, obviously when the DEFCON level is in a safe range. For the Americans, this is another reason, as if you needed one, to maintain control in South Korea. It can be a very strong headline. It worsens DEFCON, potentially blocking the USSR from their usual first action round coup shenanigans. It gives you 2 victory points, which are always welcome, especially in the late war. And if you have South Korea securely under your influence, it can essentially give you the 4 ops anyway, and during the headline phase to boot. And if the Soviets make the mistake of headlining a DEFCON worsening card like We Will Bury You, it can cost them the game, as Soviets shoot down Korean Airlines 007 is guaranteed to trigger first. So for the Americans, this is a safe headline. If you're in the middle of action rounds, you will obviously take the ops if DEFCON sits at 2 or if control of South Korea is out of reach. It's not a bad play, although you do forego the 2 victory points. Just make sure you use those ops effectively. So in summary, for the Soviet player, you'll most likely send this card to space. If circumstances allow, you might consider a trade giving up 2 victory points in exchange for 4 operations points. For the US, this event will be a no-brainer if DEFCON allows and if you control South Korea. It would be best used as a headline. If you can't take advantage of the event, 4 operations points is a pretty good consolation prize. Glasnost is a potentially powerful event for the Soviet player, and is the second half of the 1-2 punch that begins with the Reformer. The US is not going to want to play this one if they can avoid it. Let's take a look at it more closely now. First of all, the event. Glasnost is a 4-op starred Soviet late war event card. Triggering the event gives the USSR 2 victory points and improves DEFCON by 1 level. The event stops here unless the Reformer event has been played and is in effect. If that's the case, the USSR may place influence or attempt realignments as if they had played a 4-ops card. For the USSR, this is a more or less exciting card depending on whether the Reformer event has been played. If it hasn't been played, it is much less attractive to you, as it potentially gives the US a battleground country coup on their turn in exchange for only 2 victory points. Not to mention the 4 operations points that you give up for taking the event. The only time you might take this event during action rounds in this case is if you can win by using the War Games event or if you're close enough to win by automatic victory. If you really need those victory points, then it would be best to headline this event and see what you can do to take advantage of the lowering of DEFCON in your first action round of the turn. It's a whole different ballgame if the Reformer event has been played. Glasnost then jumps out as an outstanding headline, which you can then follow with your usual first action round battleground country coup, only this time the DEFCON will typically be at 4, opening up opportunities in Asia for you. Interestingly, for the US player, this card potentially opens up some interesting possibilities. If the Reformer event is in effect, you will very likely send this to the space race, as the effect of the event can't be repaired by the 4 operations points that it provides. That much is obvious. If the Reformer event is not in effect, however, there's an interesting trade-off possible. Taking the event first before utilizing the 4 operations points does hand the Soviet player 2 victory points, but it also lowers DEFCON, allowing a powerful battleground country coup, likely in one of Africa, Central, or South America. It's almost like the ABM Treaty event. It just costs you some victory points in exchange. You'll need to take a look at the board situation, but if the situation is right, you could certainly make an argument for trading 2 victory points for a coup in a key battleground country, especially if it gives you domination or control, or prevents the same of your opponent. Or, taking those 4 operations points might be worth 2 victory points if the right situation presents itself. You'll have to read the board and where you are in the game to be sure. So for the Soviets, Glasnost is not an incredible card unless the Reformer event is in effect. If it is, Headline Glasnost to get 4 ops during the headline phase, 2 victory points, and your choice of any country outside of Europe to coup in your first action round. For the US, there's no question as to what to do if the Reformer event is in effect. Send this card to space. If it isn't in effect, then you may want to trade 2 victory points for a powerful coup or even just the 4 operations points, depending on the situation. Ortega elected in Nicaragua is a card that is generally pretty innocuous, although it can have one potential game-winning effect that most players wouldn't think of. Generally speaking, it is easily managed by both players, but let's take a closer look. First of all, the event. Ortega elected in Nicaragua is a Soviet 2-op starred late war event card. Triggering the effect removes all US influence from Nicaragua, and then the USSR may make 1 free coup attempt with this card's operations value in a country adjacent to Nicaragua. For the Soviets, even if the US has a lot of influence in Nicaragua, there's not a huge benefit to this card. The countries that you can choose from for the free coup are Costa Rica, Honduras, and Cuba. Costa Rica is very tough to coup with 2 ops because of the high stability. Honduras is also relatively stable, which makes it a bit unattractive that way. And most games Cuba has been uncontested and under your control since you played the Fidel card in the early war. Ortega elected in Nicaragua has marginal use in protecting Cuba from a sneaky realignment attempt from the American player by wiping out the influence in Nicaragua, or in potentially shifting the balance of domination if the non-battlegrounds are especially hotly contested in Central America. If you want to decrease DEFCON during the headline phase, you could conceivably use this event to coup Cuba if there is American influence there. But almost every time you will want to take the operations points provided by the card, meager though they may be. For the US player, this event is generally fine to play, with one very notable exception. If you have any influence in Cuba, this card becomes a sneaky DEFCON suicide card at DEFCON 2, as playing the event will result in the Soviets conducting a coup in Cuba, thereby winning the game. This is because even though the coup that lowered the DEFCON to 1 was done by the Soviet player, it happened on your turn, resulting in a loss for you. Don't forget that as the phasing player. But if you don't have influence in Cuba, as is the case most times, you can safely play this event. Any coup attempt against Costa Rica will be pretty weak, and even if you control Honduras, it has a reasonable chance of holding out. Timing-wise, if you have influence in Nicaragua for the purpose of realigning Soviet influence out of Cuba, you can obviously wait until after your realignment attempt before you play this card and trigger the event. So in summary, for the Soviet player, you are most likely to take this for the operations points, unless Central America hangs in the balance and domination depends on control of some non-battlegrounds like Nicaragua and or Honduras, in which case, this can potentially help you to swing things your way. For the US, make sure that you never play this card at DEFCON 2 if you have influence in Cuba, as it will cost you the game. Otherwise, it's not an event that is worth worrying about, as it will have little to no effect in most games. The terrorism card is one that you are always happy to have in hand and hate to have your opponent play against you. Its enhanced effect is especially nasty for the US, and both sides will need to play it competently. Let's take a closer look at it. First of all, let's look at the event. Terrorism is a 2-op late war neutral event card. Triggering this event causes your opponent to randomly discard 1 card. If this event is triggered by the USSR and the Iranian hostage crisis event is in effect, the US player must randomly discard 2 cards. The events on the discarded cards do not occur. Please note that the Iranian hostage crisis event, once played, remains in effect for the entire game. It is not spent or cancelled by the terrorism card, and so the US must be especially careful. It is entirely possible for the enhanced terrorism card effect to happen more than once. For either player, this event is pretty good. While you can play this card for the operations points, the event effect is generally going to more than outweigh the benefit provided by those ops. This event is generally going to be solid, hopefully forcing your opponent to drop one of their great events, a scoring card in a region favorable to them, or a neutral high ops card onto the discard pile. This card can even win you the game if you force your opponent to play, for example, a DEFCON suicide card that they are unable to hold on to and carry over to the next turn because their hand size has been reduced. This is especially useful if your opponent does not hold the China card and therefore cannot mitigate their smaller hand size. The only downside is that sometimes your opponent will end up discarding a card that could have benefited you, like a scoring card in a region that you dominate or one of your unmitigatable events. If you have an inkling that it might be the case that your opponent has that kind of card, you may want to hold off until next round or use the terrorism card for ops. The terrorism event can be especially deadly if you combine it with other cards that reduce your opponent's hand size, like Aldrich Ames Remix, Grain Sales to Soviets, or 5-Year Plan. And if the Iranian hostage crisis event is in effect, the USSR will almost always take this for the event. No matter how you get there, if your combo can force your opponent to discard 2 or even 3 cards, that will be painful in the extreme. This is especially true because it's likely you will get to take a few consecutive action rounds that your opponent will be unable to answer, as they will have an empty hand. And if you can pull this off in turn 10, even better. As far as when to play it, there are really 2 good options. The first is that you play it early in your turn, possibly as a headline. This will give you a chance to potentially force your opponent to lose a favorable event or scoring card, or even to drop an event of yours that they were planning to send to the space race, denying them that benefit. The second is that you can play it for the event late in the turn, especially if you feel your opponent is building up to score a region or perhaps is holding on to a great card until the end of the turn for some reason. The only real defense you have against this card is the China card, which effectively expands your hand. The good news is that you are likely hanging on to the China card anyway at this point in the game, especially to have an impact on turn 10. Arguably, you could also use something like Salt Negotiations to restore your hand size as well, although that is much more situational and more of a lucky break than anything else. So in summary, Terrorism is a card that you will generally take for the event, as forcing your opponent to discard a card and shrink their hand size is always a good idea. Hang on to the China card to defend against it, especially if you are holding a card in hand that you really don't want to play. The Iran-Contra scandal card in Twilight Struggle doesn't have a splashy effect, but most people don't realize how effective this card can be. This is a solid event for the USSR, although the US can easily mitigate it. Let's examine it in more detail now. First of all, let's look at the event. Iran-Contra Scandal is a Soviet 2-op starred late war event card. Triggering the event results in a -1 die roll modifier for all US realignment rolls for the remainder of the turn. Please note that some people misinterpret this card as reading that the US only applies the -1 modifier to their own realignment attempts, when in fact it applies to all realignment rolls for the rest of the turn, including those initiated by the USSR. For the Soviets, this card is surprisingly good. Because some people don't interpret this card properly, as I noted earlier, players unfortunately don't view this card as being that valuable. If you get this card in hand, it can be a good headline, especially if you had planned on doing some realigning this turn. This will give you maximum benefit from the event effect.
Because of the modifier, there should be a lot more potential realignment targets, typically in the mid-war regions of Central America, South America, and Africa, where realignments are much more common anyway. Look for areas where, before the event, the realignment rolls were even. Now you magically have a 1 pip advantage on the dice. Also, you can now and for the rest of the turn set up realignments much more cheaply than would be the case otherwise. Often just controlling a single neighboring country is enough to give you decent odds of succeeding. The modifier can also discourage the Americans from doing any realignments they had planned. Although the modifier is not crippling, it will likely be enough to steer the US strategy in less effective directions. For the US, this card is relatively easy to mitigate. Just save it for your last action round and have the event trigger after you take the operations points. There's some risk to playing it any earlier than this, but you can maybe get away with it if you have saved up a special end-of-the-turn play. So in summary, the USSR can potentially benefit a fair bit from this card, as long as they had planned to do some realignments this turn, or to discourage the US from doing them as well. Play it early in the turn to get the maximum benefit. And for the US, simply play it on your last action round to no effect, and do what you can with those 2 operations points. The accident at Chernobyl was the worst disaster in the history of nuclear power. But in Twilight Struggle, the effect is both powerful and gamey. I'm not sure how the disaster itself is reflected in the card's event, but if I'm playing the US, I'm happy to see the card turn up in my hand. The Soviets will need to be aware of how to counter this card's effect. Let's take a close look at it now. Chernobyl is a 3-op starred US late war event card. If the event is triggered, the US player may designate one region, such as Europe or South America. For the remainder of the turn, the USSR may not add additional influence to that region by the play of operations points to place influence. It's important to note that the USSR may still place influence in the affected region via coups and event card effects, and may still conduct realignments there. Also, note that events that allow you to add influence as if you had played an ops card would not be allowed in this case. For the USSR, if you are fortunate enough to get this in hand, it is easy to mitigate. Just play the card in the last action round of the turn, proudly declare that you are taking the operations points first, and you get rid of it without suffering the effect. The real issue in mitigating this card's effect is if the US gets it in hand instead, likely headlining it and likely using it to affect Europe, potentially in an effort to win the game by controlling Europe. As the late war begins, the Soviets will have plenty of reasons to overprotect their holdings in Europe. It is unlikely that holding on to both Poland and East Germany by a majority of only 3 influence will be enough to prevent them being taken over by the US after a play of Chernobyl, especially if there are supporting events like Tear Down This Wall, East European Unrest, or Solidarity. So make the most of events like COMECON, the Reformer, and most importantly, Warsaw Pact formed, which will be your primary defense against a US play for Europe control. Whatever region the American player chooses as the recipient of this event, your best play is to distract the US as much as possible to prevent them from playing much in the region. If the US is going to focus on a single region at the expense of all the others, make the Americans pay that cost. Break control of key countries, weaken the American position with realignments or coups if possible, and generally be as much of a nuisance as you possibly can. If the US can't focus their efforts in the region protected by the Chernobyl event, then you have effectively mitigated its effect, along with likely moving your agenda forward in other parts of the world. For the US player, Chernobyl is going to be used almost exclusively as a headline in order to maximize its effect over the course of the turn. You're going to have to take a look at the board to see where this event might potentially be the most useful. Europe is a natural choice because of its obvious importance in the game, especially if you already dominate there and if you have some great Europe-focused events in hand. Take a moment to assess how easy or difficult it will be to take over the Soviet holdings there. The costs involved may just be way too high,
and likely will be. Remember that going for the win by Europe control means that you will probably need to have a singular focus on that region, at the expense of dealing with crises caused by your opponent in the rest of the world. If you don't succeed, you may end up losing the game in other ways before the Europe scoring card comes out or before the end of turn 10. Don't forget that the USSR can still place influence by playing events, so there will be potentially counters in the form of the Reformer or Warsaw Pact formed that will throw off your careful calculations. It might be more generally useful to use this event to simply allow you to flip a region from your opponent's domination to your own, especially if you happen to have that scoring card in hand. Asia will likely be the best choice after Europe, as it is usually fairly locked down and it doesn't have the strong late-war Soviet events that the Middle East does. Choosing a mid-war region for the event effect, such as Central or South America or Africa, as the target of Chernobyl can potentially work, but it is more problematic. This is because coups and realignments can still be performed in the region by the Soviets, which is likely not the case in Europe or Asia. However, if you can see a clear benefit for you, and especially if you have the scoring card in hand, it can be of benefit there as well. And remember that a singular focus in that region means that you lose ground elsewhere, so don't feel you have to make every play in the affected region. Set conservative goals for the turn, but make sure that you hit them. So in summary, as the USSR, if you get Chernobyl in hand, just play it on your last action round after taking the 3 operations points. If the US plays it, make use of the events that you have in hand that can help you defend the affected region and stir up trouble as much as possible in the rest of the world to distract the US from taking full advantage. As the US, this is a strong event, best used as a headline. Don't get too over-focused on the region that is affected, as you might lose significant ground in the rest of the world. And if you have a solid chance to win by snagging control of Europe, especially if you have the Europe scoring card or if it is turn 10, then go for it. Latin American debt crisis is an event that veers wildly between being quite useful and having little to no effect at all. It all depends on how things are going in South America for the Soviets. For the Americans, this card is usually easily mitigated. It just depends on how things are going in South America for the Americans. Let's get started by taking a better look at the event now. Latin American debt crisis is a Soviet 2-op late war event card. Triggering this event results in a decision point for the US. The US player must either discard a card worth 3 operations points or more, or if not, the Soviet player may double their influence in 2 countries in South America. For the Soviet player, this is probably a card that you will take for ops, but it depends. The event can be useful, but it's an event that at best only puts mild pressure on the US to discard. First of all, it's not a card chosen by the USSR or determined randomly, but instead it is chosen by the US player. That discard might be a great Soviet event that they were looking to mitigate anyway, for example, or it might be giving your opponent a way out of a potential DEFCON suicide situation. Still, if the US is dealing with a reduced hand size, it can be a disagreeable event effect to deal with. This also depends on the current state of the board. This event could help you to jump ahead of your opponent in influence in a couple of countries. It could help you to reinforce your position there. Or it could have little to no appreciable effect at all. It's much more fun when you have been embroiled in any kind of an ops war, as this event will likely put the disputed country out of reach of your opponent. It's just too bad the influence placement doesn't seem to escalate that often in South America. For the US, the advice would be similar, but just from the opposite perspective. If the event effect doesn't hurt your position in South America that much, feel free to play it for the ops. If your position is vulnerable, and if you have a juicy Soviet 3 or 4 op event card to get rid of, This could be a perfect opportunity, especially if you have already sent a card to the space race this turn. If you have to play the event, the doubling of Soviet influence might be a problem, but it might just lock down a couple of Soviet-controlled countries that you weren't going to compete for anyway. Or, it might only be doubling a single influence, which can be offset by the operations points provided by the card. And if you need to, you can send this card to the space race if you haven't progressed too far down the space race track, although it's not the strongest candidate. In summary, the Soviet player will most often take this card for the operations points, but the event can be situationally useful. For the US player, this will likely be an event you can mitigate one way or the other, and if you can't, there is always the space race. Tear Down This Wall is yet another card that the Americans can use to swing the balance of power in Europe. It's a card that many say is overpowered. So how does the US player take advantage? And how do the Soviets manage it? Let's take a closer look. Tear Down This Wall is a 3-op starred US late war event card. Triggering the event has a bunch of nasty effects. The first is that it cancels or prevents the Willy Brandt event card for the rest of the game. Next, the US adds 3 influence in East Germany, and then may make a free coup attempt or realignment rolls in Europe using this card's operations value. There's often a lot of confusion around the concept of a free coup. A free coup is one that can be done in a region regardless of DEFCON restrictions. It still lowers DEFCON if performed in a battleground country, but it does not receive mil-ops for the mil-ops track. This means that with Tear Down This Wall, a coup attempt would be possible in Europe, which is normally off limits for coups after DEFCON goes either to 4 or lower. For the Soviet player, you're going to have to send this card to the space race every time. Triggering the event results in an unpredictable but potentially disastrous result for you, not to mention the fact that if you are unwise enough to play it at DEFCON 2, it will cost you the game. Yes, it is a DEFCON suicide card. From a defensive perspective, the only thing that can really be done to protect against this event is to over-control East Germany and make sure that you have a good amount of influence in neighboring countries to ward off strong realignment rolls. It is unlikely that the US will take the coup offered by this event, as European stability is generally too high and it's a lot to gamble on one roll of the die. 3 operations points isn't quite strong enough for that purpose to make it a compelling choice either. Every battleground country will be potentially vulnerable to the realignments granted by this event, and while it can on rare occasions lead to the US eventually getting Europe control, it is more likely to give them domination, which is still bad for you from a victory point perspective. This means that you will have to fight for control of the key battleground country of Poland in the face of the mid-war event John Paul II elected Pope and the late war Solidarity event. Control of Czechoslovakia can also help in offsetting the realignment rolls that are likely against East Germany and Poland, if you have the ops to spare. It is always a good option to place there if you have extra influence to place in Europe, like from the COMECON event. Warsaw Pact Formed is another great event to help you here, provided it has not yet been triggered and has survived until the late war. It will allow you to replace lost influence, or to boot the US out of Eastern Europe if they are making inroads. Do whatever you can to keep this card in the deck until the late war. For the US player, this card is representative of the onslaught of great events that benefit you in Europe. After being static most of the game, the region returns in the late war as the centerpiece of US strategy. This card should lead to you flipping at least one European battleground, and hopefully weakening the Soviet position beyond that. Tear Down This Wall should be seen as a combo card that sets up your next play or two. Most times you don't want to play it in isolation unless you have a strong follow-up. Combine it with cards like Chernobyl, Solidarity, or East European Unrest, for example, to get the most out of it. Because of this, you may want to hold Tear Down This Wall until a later turn when you have other cards that help you in Europe. The key to taking this event is taking the realignment roles. DEFCON considerations aside, not only is it hard to pull off a coup in Europe outside of Italy, you would be gambling a lot on a single role. Better to take the 3 realignment roles, even if it can't result in you taking control of any of the target countries. This is why a strong follow-up is important. France is likely a prime target, possibly Italy, and possibly East Germany. France you will probably already have good odds on, as you likely already control some neighbors. Italy is another option, but it depends on the board state. The USSR usually has a way back in via Austria or Yugoslavia. East Germany is a gamble, especially as you might realign away your own influence that was provided by the event. Make sure that you do realignments there only when you have a positive modifier or when you are willing to swallow the risk. As far as tear down this wall cancelling and preventing the Willy Brandt event, this is of marginal benefit but a nice bonus. So for the USSR, count your lucky stars if you got this in hand, and send it along promptly to the space race. This is not a playable event card for you. And for the US, this is a card that is key to shifting the balance in Europe in your favor, but it must be properly set up. Make sure that you have invested influence in Europe so that you can have a positive modifier on the realignment roles the event provides, and make sure this card is played in combination with 1 or 2 of your other strong Europe events. In Twilight Struggle, an evil empire is a card that doesn't move the needle very much either way. It has some marginal utility for the US, but the USSR is likely not to sweat this one too much. Let's take a close look at it here now. First of all, the event. An Evil Empire is a starred US late war 3-op event card. If the event is triggered, it cancels or prevents the Flower Power event, and the US gains 1 victory point. For the Soviet player, this is a card that you will take for the operations points, unless you are on the brink of losing the game by automatic victory. You may also want to get rid of this event to the space race when you stand a good chance of winning via the War Games event next turn if it happens to come to hand, but the score is close. This is a gamble though. And of course, you will space it if you could lose to auto victory. If the Flower Power event is in force, you may want to make this one of the last cards you play in a turn, just in case the US has to play some war cards this turn and you want to snag those victory points before the event is cancelled. For the US, unless you have a mitt full of war event cards and Flower Power is in effect, you are probably going to do more with those 3 operations points than you can with 1 victory point. Of course, if you are in a situation where you can win the game by the War Games event, by auto victory, or even if you are looking to minimize the impact of the Reformer event card, you can take the event. And sometimes in turn 10, when every victory point is useful and necessary, this could be headlined if you have nothing else better to do. So in summary, the Soviet player can generally play this card for the operations points, unless one of the specific special situations mentioned earlier are in play. For the US player, you will likely take the operations points unless that victory point helps you to win the game or if you desperately need to cancel the Flower Power event. Aldrich Ames was a spy that shared a lot of sensitive CIA information with the Soviets for many years. This is reflected nicely in the design of this event card that will be very problematic for the American player. But how can the Soviet player best take advantage? Let's take a closer look at it now. First of all, the event. Aldrich Ames Remix is a starred Soviet late war 3-op event card. Triggering the event forces the US player to expose every card in hand to the USSR player for the remainder of the turn. The USSR then chooses 1 card from the US hand and discards it. For those not in the know, the reason for the word remix at the end of the card's name is because before the deluxe edition was released, there was originally a different event card effect. It was a 4-ops Soviet starred event which read, US player must display his or her hand. USSR player then orders the US player's cards. US player must play hand in that order. US player may not play the China card for the rest of the turn. This was modified in later editions as it was seen to be too powerful and could easily lead to a premature end to the game. It also took too much time and was just no fun for the American player. It is not recommended to play with the old version of this card. For the Soviet player, Aldrich Ames Remix is a superb headline. It does still retain the ability to potentially end the game early, as the US hand size will be reduced, which might leave them stranded with either a bad scoring card or a DEFCON suicide card. The best card to discard will likely be a strong scoring card or whatever you judge to be the best US event they have in hand. And seeing the US hand throughout the turn is also helpful, as you don't have to remember what cards the American player holds. Also, you can recalculate and adjust your strategy as the turn progresses with full knowledge of what the US player is capable of. For the US player, there isn't a way to mitigate this event if the Soviet player drops it on you, but it can be mitigated if you are lucky enough to get it in hand. While this card can usually be sent to the space race without a problem, it is likely better to play it on your last action round. Not only will this mean that the information provided to your opponent will be minimal, it may also allow you to discard a card that would otherwise be inconvenient, like a scoring card in a region which is not favorable to you, or a strong Soviet event. So in summary, for the Soviet player, this event is great, and it is a pretty compelling headline no matter when it turns up. And you also get to discard the best US card they have that turn, which is always handy. Use this one wisely, and it can help you win. For the American player, if you get this card in your hand, save it for the last action round when you can get rid of a scoring card, a good Soviet event, or at least an innocuous neutral one. Pershing II Deployed is an event card that the Soviet player will likely be able to make good use of, but it does depend on the board situation. And for the American player, this is an event card that, in a lot of cases, unfortunately needs to be mitigated. Let's take a close look at it now. Pershing II Deployed is a Soviet starred 3-op late war event card. Triggering the event gives the USSR 1 victory point and allows them to remove 1 US influence from up to 3 Western European countries. For the Soviet player, this is a pretty neat event overall, reminiscent of the Socialist Governments event. Its effectiveness depends on what the state of play is in Europe and in the game overall. Obviously, if 1 victory point is going to help you win by auto-victory, or perhaps by the War Games card, then by all means, take the event. Other than that circumstance, the next best use of this event is as a headline that opens scoring opportunities in Europe. Take the victory point, reduce the influence of the US in 3 countries, removing their control there, and then follow up with the European scoring card in your first action round. If the US player over-controls their holdings in Europe, this play won't be effective. The advantage this card might have is that most US players simply don't remember it's there, and so may leave Europe vulnerable to this play. Another fun combination is to headline this card and follow up with Socialist Governments as a first action round play. Although in theory this gives the US the first action round coup, the American will likely be scrambling to repair Europe instead. If the US player neglects to do so, feel free to move in and flip a battleground country or two. If the event is otherwise ineffective, you're better to take the operations points instead of the 1 victory point, as you can likely do more with those 3 ops to improve your score. For the US player, this event is annoying. Mitigate it in advance by over-controlling your battlegrounds in Europe, and maybe some non-battlegrounds as well if you have European domination to protect. If you get it in hand and haven't overprotected your European holdings, you can offset the damage done with the operations points provided by the card. But if that's the case, you might as well send it to the space race instead. The space race might give you victory points instead of playing this event as a dead turn, which will cost you 1 victory point. Remember, this is the late war, and every victory point matters. If you have overprotected your European holdings, you can safely play this one for the operations points. Just make sure that you use them well to offset the 1 victory point cost. So in summary, this is a decent event for the USSR. It can be played any time, but keep in mind some of the nifty combos that I mentioned earlier, and consider it as a headline.
If you're not going to get much advantage from it, then take the operations points. For the US player, you can take this for the operations points as well, as long as it's not going to damage your position in Europe. If it will, then send it along to the space race. War Games is arguably the most fascinating event in the entire game of Twilight Struggle. Its effects are so thematic and powerful that both players must take this event into account in the late war. It is both a mercy rule and a catch-up mechanic rolled up into one. Let's take a better look at how players should be using this card. First of all, the event. War Games is a starred, 4-ops, neutral, late war event card. If the DEFCON level is at 2, either player can trigger this event. Doing so can end the game immediately without the final scoring phase after giving your opponent 6 victory points. Please note that you are allowed to trigger the War Games event without ending the game or handing your opponent 6 victory points. You might want to do this if you want to get it out of the deck, as your opponent is in a position to take advantage of it. It is not enough to just take the operations points, because if it is in the discard pile, it is vulnerable to being recovered by either SALT negotiations or Star Wars. You might also want to do this if you've drawn the War Games event card with Missile Envy and your opponent is in a position to win the game from it. Also, please note that this event only works if the DEFCON level is at 2. The event cannot be triggered at DEFCON 3 or higher, and therefore would not be removed from the deck in that circumstance, as it did not meet its prerequisite. For the Soviet player, as a general rule, this is a good card for you. As the game goes on, the US typically gains ground and sets up an advantageous final scoring situation. This card allows you to bring the game to a quick end while you are still ahead. For the US player, the good news is that if you can use War Games for the win, you are likely in a position to win the game at final scoring anyway. So there are some interesting decision points here depending on the state of the board. Let's look at some potential scenarios. The first is if you have War Games in hand and have at least a 7 victory point lead, or you think you can get there this turn. The key then is to worsen DEFCON to 2 without accidentally overdoing it and losing by DEFCON suicide. Remember that as the late war begins and War Games enters the card mix, your savvy opponent will likely be looking to assist you in overdoing it. This is an aggressive approach and you must be judicious in its application. For the Soviet player, one straightforward but somewhat risky way to do this is to play a DEFCON lowering card as a headline and play War Games for the event to win the game in the first action round before the US can respond. This is vulnerable to aggressive US headlines like Soviets shoot down KAL-007 though. The Cuban Missile Crisis card event, if it's still in the deck, can be a safer way to accomplish this same goal. The US player always has to allow for the fact that the Soviet will get at least one action round to respond to the threat of a loss by War Games. I would expect a scoring card on their first action round, or some other action that gets the victory point differential to 6 or less. If you suspect that the Soviets have a favorable scoring card to play, you may want to avoid degrading DEFCON during the headline phase and instead take a battleground country coup to get DEFCON down to 2 and set up your win. Don't take unnecessary risks in the headline phase if you don't need to. Think it through and assess the board state to make your best possible decision. If you think the Soviet player will need a few action rounds to counteract the threat, however, you will generally want to worsen DEFCON to 2 as soon as you can to limit the USSR response time. You can use the headline phase to do this, but again, be aware of potentially losing to DEFCON suicide, as your opponent may try to trick and trap you into rushing you into lowering DEFCON. There's no doubt that this is a risky option and you need to weigh that risk against how the game is going in general, and if you don't need to hurry it, don't take the chance. The second scenario is if your opponent likely holds War Games and has a 7 victory point or more lead. If you have any advantageous scoring cards, obviously score them as fast as you can. Use the headline phase for this if necessary, even if the DEFCON requirements haven't been met yet. You have no idea what other tricks your opponent may have up his or her sleeve.
If you don't have a scoring card, take a look to see if you have a DEFCON lowering card that you can play in the headline phase. Your opponent will likely be trying to degrade DEFCON to meet the requirement for war games, and the idea is to catch them off guard and have them lose by DEFCON suicide. It can be a risky play, however, as if the ploy doesn't work, you may be accidentally helping them along. Another option is if you have a card event that forces them to discard or otherwise manipulates their hand. Cards like Terrorism, Aldrich Ames Remix, and 5-Year Plan can potentially send war games to the discard pile at the best possible time. Other cards like Missile Envy and Grain Sales to Soviets can potentially help you extract the war games event so you can use it for your own nefarious purposes, including playing the event without handing over the victory points or ending the game, as mentioned earlier. Or you can buy yourself some time with either Quagmire or Bear Trap. Hopefully you can get some victory points somehow in the meantime to counter the danger the War Games event poses. And there's also cards that potentially help you with managing DEFCON by keeping it at 3 or more. Managing DEFCON is, in many ways, the trickiest way to go, as generally there's nothing you can normally do to stop your opponent conducting battleground country coups and lowering the DEFCON to 2. While it doesn't help you manage the DEFCON level, a card like Yuri and Samantha might give you the victory point or 2 that you need to avoid a loss via the War Games event, so that is an alternate play if the score is close. However, if you're looking to actively manage the DEFCON level, there are some options. The Nuclear Subs event, for example, can be extremely useful in preventing the US from lowering the DEFCON to 2 via coups. And if they're still in the deck, SALT Negotiations or How I Learned to Stop Worrying can also potentially help buy you time and options by improving DEFCON significantly. If you ever see your opponent doing pointless coup after pointless coup to lower DEFCON, you know that they are likely going for the win by war games and can respond appropriately. Try to get some victory points from scoring cards, events, or even the space race while your opponent is distracted. If you get either of them in turn 7, it might even be worth holding on to SALT Negotiations or How I Learned to Stop Worrying if you find yourself vulnerable to a potential loss to war games in turn 8 and use them then. The final scenario is more straightforward. If whoever holds war games is not close to the victory point threshold of 7 or more, that player has the choice of either hanging on to war games for a potential use in a future turn, or to take the 4 operations points and go for the win in final scoring. If you want to improve your chances of getting war games, some events like Our Man in Tehran or Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You can help you to mill the deck to get it into the game sooner, although there's no guarantee that you will draw it. Playing cards like SALT Negotiations or the China card slows down this process by limiting your card draw, although I doubt that consideration will be top of mind if you're using these 2 powerful cards. So in summary, War Games is a powerful event that beginners might find either too swingy or anticlimactic, as it can feel like it brings the game to a sudden end just when things were getting good. For people who have some experience with the game and know the card is in the deck, this card is an incredible source of tension that you must play around and prepare for, even if it never comes out. The Cold War was a high-stakes game, and an event like War Games can certainly bring out that feeling in the players. Don't underestimate this event, and use it well. Solidarity is a great US event that adds to the pressure that is put on the USSR and Eastern Europe in the late war. The Soviet player will need to be aware of this one and need to prepare for its arrival, and the US will need to know how to time this event to use its effect to the maximum extent. Let's take a look at it. Solidarity is a starred 2-op US late war event card. For this event to occur, John Paul II elected Pope has to be in effect, meaning that event has to have been triggered earlier in the game. If Solidarity occurs, place 3 US influence in Poland. For the USSR, as mentioned earlier, Solidarity only comes into play if the John Paul II elected Pope event has been triggered. Hopefully, you did everything you could at the time to send that card to the space race, and so you can play Solidarity for the ops consequence-free. If it is in effect, then you have a couple of options. The space race might be one of them, provided you haven't advanced too far down the track to where 3 operations points become necessary to send a card there. The other option is to simply use the ops provided by the card to repair the damage and offset the event effect. This assumes that you have overprotected Poland, which is always a great idea in the face of the late war onslaught of US events that affect Poland and the rest of Eastern Europe. In this case, the card simply becomes a dead action round. Solidarity, combined with the influence provided by John Paul II elected Pope, gives the American the influence necessary to control Poland, provided you didn't overprotect it. And another card to watch for, as is always the case in the late war, is East European Unrest, which makes it even harder to hold on to Poland. If you sense that the US player might make a push in Europe, you might want to lean towards sending Solidarity to space to prevent the event effect and hamper the Americans' efforts. Hopefully, you still have Warsaw Pact formed in the deck, or even better, in hand, which can reverse the damage done in Poland by this card event, not to mention helping out elsewhere in Eastern Europe. This card, even though it turns up in the early war, is one of the best late war USSR event cards. Don't waste this event by playing it early. For the US, this card is useful and potentially game-changing. Always make sure to play John Paul II elected Pope for the event, thereby seeding the late war deck with this strong American event card. Likely the best use of this card is as a last action round play or as a headline, but look for cards you can use in combination with it. For instance, in the unlikely circumstance that it's still in the deck, the Truman Doctrine event is incredibly useful here. Play Solidarity in your last action round and headline Truman Doctrine to gain instant control of Poland. But it can also benefit from cards like East European Unrest, as mentioned earlier, or Chernobyl. East European Unrest, for example, can potentially give you the edge and help win an ops war to gain control of Poland, which is not only a battleground country, but one that is adjacent to the USSR, granting you an extra victory point at scoring. If it breaks control of Poland, this can additionally make the alignment rolls provided by the Tear Down This Wall event more effective, especially in leaving East Germany more vulnerable. Or you can use it just to put pressure on the USSR. Poland is an important country in the game and the Soviet player never wants to lose it. Drag the Soviets into an ops war there and their influence won't be placed anywhere else where it might be just as or even more effective. It can be a great distraction if you are ahead in other regions and looking to keep the Soviet from playing influence into them. So in summary, for the USSR, if the John Paul II elected Pope card is in effect, this is an event that you will generally send to space, although if you decide to play it to get it out of the deck, the damage caused by the event can generally be repaired by the ops from the card, as long as you over-control Poland in the first place. Obviously, if the John Paul II elected Pope event is not in effect, you can play the ops with impunity, and likely, joy. For the US player, this is a great event, but don't play it without having a broader plan in place. Make sure that you have a good follow-up event if you can to get the most out of Solidarity. The Iran-Iraq War event is very similar to other war events like the Korean War or the Indo Pakistani War. The main difference between it and the others is the timing. With its arrival in the late war, many times it comes too late to be of consequence, but it still merits a close look and we'll do that now. Let's look at the event. Iran-Iraq War is a starred, neutral, 2-op late war event card. A player who triggers the event picks a target of invasion. Iran or Iraq invades the other. Roll 1 die and subtract 1 for every opponent-controlled country adjacent to the target of invasion. The player wins on a modified die roll of 4, 5, or 6. That player adds 2 to the military ops track, regardless of the die result. If a player is victorious by getting a favorable die roll, that player gains 2 victory points and replaces their opponent's influence in the target country with their own. Please note that you can still trigger the event if you control both countries. This would be done to get either or both of the military ops and the victory points. This event's effectiveness depends on the board situation, which, at this stage of the game, is somewhat predictable. The Middle East in the late war tends to be dominated by one superpower, typically the USSR. That's because of all the card events that pop up from the mid-war onward that favor the Soviet position in the Middle East. If that's the case, the need for this event will be limited. You could use it for the mil-ops, but only if there isn't a decent coup target anywhere, which is unlikely. You can get the same amount of mil-ops either way. If you control both Iran and Iraq, as the USSR typically does at this point, it would be best to use the ops value for a coup somewhere else, even in a non-battleground country where it'll have more of an impact. You can also use it to try for the 2 victory points if you control both Iran and Iraq. It's a 50% chance provided your opponent doesn't control any neighboring states, but that chance might be worth taking in order to ward off war games or to approach or stave off auto-victory. Every victory point counts at this stage. This card can also be a source of victory points for the Soviets if the flower power event is in effect, so the US player will need to factor that into the calculus as well. Of course, if the fate of the Middle East still hangs in the balance, this can be a valuable event, especially if your opponent doesn't control any neighbors of your target country. Please note that Afghanistan and Pakistan count as neighbors to Iran here, even though they're in a different scoring region. All things being equal, Iraq will likely be a more attractive target as it is a higher stability and therefore harder to coup. It also may have less of its neighbors controlled by your opponent compared to Iran. For instance, it's very likely that Afghanistan, Iraq, and Pakistan are controlled by the late war, but it would be unusual to see Gulf states and sometimes even Jordan controlled by either player. So in summary, this event can potentially be useful if the Middle East remains up for grabs or if you are desperate for victory points. Otherwise, it's likely you can accomplish just as much with the operations points. The Cambridge 5 represents the spy ring that made it to fairly high levels of government in Britain. The event reflects the information that those spies might have sent to the USSR. In game terms, this event card gives the Soviets information about which scoring cards the US is holding, which can be very useful information indeed. Let's take a closer look at this card now. First of all, the event. The Cambridge 5 is a Soviet 2-op early war event card. Triggering the event forces the US to expose all scoring cards in their hand. Then, the USSR player may add 1 influence in any single region named on one of those scoring cards of their choice. This card cannot be played as an event in the late war. Please note that if the US holds multiple scoring cards, the USSR can only pick one of the regions in which to play that influence. For the Soviet player, this is an okay event card. It is best used as a headline before the US has a chance to play their scoring cards, but the event effects will be random. If the US doesn't happen to have any scoring cards this turn, the event has no effect and will have been a waste of a perfectly good headline phase. However, if it does work, it can work brilliantly. For example, it can give you access to a region that you have been kicked out of. Or it can give you an influence point that can be parlayed with your first action round play into flipping a battleground in a region that you know will be scored this turn. Sometimes you will know for sure that the US has a scoring card. This occurs in both turn 3 and turn 7, when before the reshuffle has occurred, and by process of elimination, you will have the opportunity to know what scoring cards the US holds. You could also try headlining it on turn 6 when a lot of the cards have already gone past, but the game is not yet at the turn 7 reshuffle. If there haven't been a lot of scoring cards yet, your odds are pretty good that the US will be holding at least one of them. Also, it goes without saying that if all the scoring cards are sitting on the discard pile, don't play this card for the event and take the ops instead. For the US, this is an event that is easily mitigated. Just make sure that there are no scoring cards in hand when you play it. Even better, play it in your last action round. This is done so the Soviet player doesn't get the small nugget of information that you don't have any scoring cards left in hand, which might be somewhat useful to them. In summary, for the USSR, this card is a decent little event, generally best used as a headline in turns 3 and 7, when you can be certain it will have a positive effect.
See if you can make that one influence count and use it as part of an effort to flip a battleground country in a region that is about to be scored. For the US player, if you have the Cambridge 5 card in hand, play it after you have played all of your scoring cards, preferably in your last action round. But even if you play it any earlier than that, at worst, the event only gives a marginal amount of information to your opponent. The Special Relationship card is representative of the close political, diplomatic, cultural, economic, military, and historical relations between the United States and the United Kingdom, as referenced in a speech in 1946 by none other than Winston Churchill. But how does this card work in Twilight Struggle? How do both players manage it? Let's take a look at it now. Special Relationship is a 2-op early war US event card. Triggering the event requires the UK to be controlled by the US. If that's the case, and the NATO event is not in effect, the US adds 1 influence to any country adjacent to the UK. If NATO is in effect, the US adds 2 influence to any Western European country and gains 2 victory points. For the USSR, the effectiveness of this event will of course depend on whether NATO has been triggered yet. Obviously, the effect without NATO being in place is only a minor irritation, while the post-NATO event can be much more impactful. Since the US will inevitably wait for you to play their NATO event, knowing that you won't be able to let those 4 operations points go unused, you can control the timing on that. This is made infinitely easier if you send the Marshall Plan to space and hold off on using the Warsaw Pact for the event. You should be keeping the Warsaw Pact event in the deck until the late war if you can anyway, as that is when it really shines. But something that the USSR player may not remember is that this event is only effective if the UK is under US control. While it doesn't make sense for the Soviet player to actively enter into an ops war over the UK, it is very possible that the Socialist Governments or Suez Crisis events will, at least temporarily, cause the US to lose control of the United Kingdom. This can allow you to play Special Relationship for the ops with no negative consequence, at least until the US player restores control of the UK, which might take a while as operations points are extremely valuable in the early war. Regaining control of the UK is not top priority. The primary advantage of this event before NATO is triggered is that it allows the US to place an influence in France or Canada. If the US already controls those 2 countries, the influence will mainly be used to reinforce their control there, as states like Benelux and Norway are not likely worth the effort. So if they already control those 2 countries, you may choose to play this event for the operations points at a small cost to you. The only reason that Canada is important for US control is to activate the NORAD event card. If the US doesn't yet control Canada, you might want to hold back on playing Special Relationship if you can, or perhaps send it to space, as you want the Americans to have to spend their own influence there instead. There may also be a situation where you control France, in which case you may have to use one of the operations points to repair the damage if the US chooses to place the influence there. Play the event first before the ops so you know what the US decides to do. Things change a bit once NATO is in force. One nifty idea, if you have influence in France, is to use the 2 ops provided by the Special Relationship card to break control of the United Kingdom in advance of letting the event happen. This will force the Americans to respond to reclaim control of the UK, and you avoid a somewhat nasty event. When NATO is in effect, this card becomes a great candidate for the space race, provided you haven't advanced too far down the track where you require a 3-op card to play there. If Europe hangs in the balance, or even if you have domination, you want to avoid playing this event if you can, and the space race is the only viable option. Otherwise, if you can't mitigate it, take a look at the board. If Western Europe is pretty solidly under US control anyway, then effectively the event becomes a trade, 2 ops in exchange for 2 victory points. It's hardly desirable, but it is what it is. For the US, Special Relationship is a mixed bag. Before NATO is played, it's nothing really notable, but after NATO is played, this card becomes quite good. So the rule of thumb is that before this event is boosted by NATO,
You should take this card for the operations points, which is worth at least the same as the 1 influence placed by the event, but gives you much greater flexibility. If the event is played for you, as it often is, use the influence provided to boost France, a key European battleground. Or Canada, setting up the NORAD event, whichever is best for you. You might want to hold off on spending any of your own operations points on Canada if you can, and use the special relationship influence to help out your cause there. Once the event has been boosted by NATO, it is likely better to play it for the event. Not only are the 2 victory points welcome, but you can use the 2 influence to control one of the non-battlegrounds in Western Europe, like Greece or Spain-Portugal. You can reinforce your control of Italy and/or France, or you can break Soviet control of any of these, perhaps allowing you the opportunity to flip the control there. That said, it's not worth triggering the NATO event specifically to allow for a better special relationship event. Even though special relationship is made much better by NATO, the NATO event itself is not very good, and it's much better to use the 4 ops. Let the Soviet player trigger NATO for you each and every time. So make sure that you control and maybe even over-control the United Kingdom if you have the boosted special relationship event in play, as you don't want the Soviet to break control of the UK temporarily so they can sneak this event through. In summary, the USSR should do what is needed to avoid triggering the NATO event for as long as possible, to keep this special relationship benign for as long as possible. You will have to begin to pay real attention to this event once the NATO event is in play, so send special relationship to space or use the ops on the card to break US control of the United Kingdom to prevent the event from happening. The US should play special relationship for the ops before the NATO event improves the special relationship card. Afterwards, it will likely make sense to play the event every time. In Twilight Struggle, the NORAD event is perhaps the most interesting of the optional cards included in the game. It is thought to be overpowered by some, impractical by others. But once set up, it can be a very effective event for the US, and the USSR will need to know how to mitigate this one. Let's take a look at this event now. The NORAD event is a starred US 3-op early war event card. Triggering the event causes a persistent effect as indicated by the underlined event title. If the US controls Canada, the US may add 1 influence to any country already containing US influence at the conclusion of any action round in which the DEFCON marker moves to the 2 box. This event is cancelled by the Quagmire event card. For the USSR, this is not a great card for you. While it would be nice to just send it to space, it may be difficult to give up the 3 operations points, especially in the early war. But send it to the space race if you can, especially after the turn 3 reshuffle. If you can't do that and you need the operations points, you may be able to get away with it in the short term. It's unlikely that this event will be of much use to the Americans until the mid-war, as the US may not have the spare ops to control Canada until then. But by then, the antidote, the Quagmire event card, will be in the mix. If you can't protect against this event coming into play, there is something you can do once it arrives. Oddly, the Socialist Governments event is actually a great counter to NORAD, which makes perfect sense in game terms but is pretty nonsensical otherwise. Use the Socialist Governments event to remove US control of Canada and, at least temporarily, nullify the event. This tends to work perfectly if you play Socialist Governments for the headline, prevent the NORAD event by removing American control of Canada, and then follow up with your usual first action round battleground country coup, which typically lowers DEFCON to 2, with no negative consequence to you. But if that event card is nowhere to be seen, and NORAD is in effect, you will need to prepare for it by spending some operations points to over-control countries where the US has some influence. What makes the NORAD event especially troublesome for you is the fact that the US usually gets to place the influence from the event and then take their play immediately afterwards, which can lead to situations where the Americans can flip control of countries on you. To avoid this back-to-back play, it is better for you if the US lowers DEFCON to 2, as you will get to play right afterwards. So, if NORAD is in effect, you will have to make an effort to manage the DEFCON level. In other words, you might have to forego battleground country coups at DEFCON 3, and particularly in the first action round. If you get Quagmire in hand and NORAD is in effect, you'll likely need to play it as soon as you can. This is true even though it is usually much better to hold on to Quagmire until you draw Red Scare/Purge for maximum benefit. But you'll need to cancel the NORAD event as soon as you have the opportunity. It just gives the US too many opportunities to cause havoc. For the US player, this is a fun event. The drip-drip nature of NORAD can slowly help in swinging things your way, breaking control of a key battleground at an inconvenient moment for the Soviet, or allowing you to reinforce your position somewhere useful. The only downside is that the event requires you to control Canada, which otherwise is a substantial, long-term, and somewhat speculative investment at a time in the game when operations points are precious and necessary in your attempt to contain the USSR. Hopefully, you can use events like Marshall Plan and Special Relationship to give you the influence you need. This is usually the best way to gain control of Canada in the early war, so take advantage if given the opportunity. It is best if the NORAD event is triggered by your opponent, as it can be hard for the US to give up the 3 ops in the early war in order to activate the event. If you're the gambling type, you could take the ops on turn 1 or 2 and hope you get it back in hand after the reshuffle. If you succeed in picking it up for the first or second time in turn 3, you're best to take the event as you may not see the card again for quite a while. Take advantage if the Soviet gives you the back-to-back play of first placing the influence from this event, followed by your action round. Perhaps there is an opportunity to use the influence to break Soviet control somewhere and then follow up with a high ops card or even the China card. Ideally, you can flip a battleground country in an area under DEFCON restrictions so that the Soviets cannot respond. Somewhere like Italy, Thailand, Pakistan, or even South Korea could all be perfect in this regard. And some cards will combo well with NORAD. For example, ABM Treaty, SALT negotiations, and How I Learned to Stop Worrying, among others, give you the opportunity to hit DEFCON 2 again in a turn, thereby activating NORAD each time. If you want to activate this event, could it be a workable headline? Yes, I guess so, as long as you have no better alternative and a good number of ops in hand. You'll have to use your discretion on this one, but it certainly seems preferable to activate it during the headline phase as opposed to during action rounds, which would effectively hand your opponent 2 consecutive plays in the early war, which seems disproportionately expensive to me. What makes the effectiveness of this event even harder to judge is the fact that one doesn't know if and when Quagmire will be played for the event. It could never happen, or it could be played as early as turn 4, which would certainly be disheartening. Certainly, a safer bet would be to trigger NORAD after Quagmire has already been played for the event. Please note that Quagmire cancels NORAD but does not prevent it, so if you can hold off until after the Quagmire has been dealt with, NORAD would be completely safe to play. The only downside is that there will be less time in the game to get the full benefits of the event. The absolute best case scenario for this event is if you can get it going early, and if you can send Quagmire to space after the reshuffle on turn 7. Theoretically, it's possible to gain 7 or 8 influence or so over the course of the game. If you are breaking Soviet control with this influence, the value of NORAD can be quite substantial. So in the end, NORAD ends up being an event of great potential value, but only if circumstances line up that make it workable. In summary, for the USSR, this card event is a pain. You will likely need to use the card for ops, and if and when NORAD goes into effect, it will be something you'll need to work around until you can cancel it. For the US, this is a great event as long as you can gain control of Canada inexpensively. Use the influence to break control of contested Soviet-controlled countries or reinforce your positions in key regions. Che Guevara is a controversial figure, a hero to some and a villain to others, but he was instrumental in revolutions and coups, not just in Cuba but in other parts of the world. His event card in Twilight Struggle is surprisingly good for the USSR, and the American player will need to mitigate this one well. Let's look at it now. Che is a 3-op mid-war Soviet event card. Triggering the event allows the USSR to immediately make a coup attempt using the 3 operations points provided by the card against a non-battleground country in Central America, South America, or Africa. If that coup removes any US influence, the USSR may make a second coup attempt against a different target under the same conditions. This coup may be undertaken in the same region as the first one, or in a different region. Please note that these coups provide the USSR with military operations points, as the coups are not free coups. Also, it might be worth noting that the event gives the Soviet player the option of making 1 or 2 coups. They're not forced to do so by the event, as this might matter if the Cuban Missile Crisis event is in force, for example. For the USSR, this is an event that gets better as time goes on, especially as it isn't a start event and may occur more than once. Its main power is in swinging 1 or maybe 2 of the affected regions away from your opponent and towards your domination. This can be done with the coups themselves, helping you access countries that weren't easily available to you, or by flipping non-battleground countries that set up great realignment opportunities. Because a lot of non-battlegrounds tend to be weakly controlled, a coup with 3 operations points can be pretty powerful and should be successful in helping you lock down that non-battleground for a while, if not the rest of the game. It should go without saying that once you have identified your 2 targets, your first coup should be against the country with the lower stability. This is because the second coup only becomes possible if the first is successful in removing American influence. Even if the roll isn't great, you want to make sure to remove at least 1 American influence so you can get the second opportunity. Make sure that your 2 targets set up a crisis of some sort for the US, where it creates 2 spots where an urgent response is desirable, but only 1 is possible. This then allows you to take advantage of the situation the US is not able to respond to, hopefully by taking a battleground by direct influence placement or by utilizing a realignment role in some way. This event is effectively worth 6 operations points to you, so it's good if you trigger it, and even better if your opponent does. The mil-ops provided by these coups are an added bonus. If there are no good targets, you can of course take the operations points. It may be worth holding on to, but it really depends on the board situation at the time. For the US, this card is only safe for you to play if there aren't any good targets. So this would happen either early enough in the mid-war that you haven't had the chance to play into the affected regions, or you may only have influence in high-stability non-battleground countries like Costa Rica or Morocco. You can also get away with playing this card without dealing with the event if the Cuban Missile Crisis is in effect and if the Soviet player is unwilling or unable to cancel it. Remember that if you let the event happen first, you will have the opportunity to coup one of the affected countries right back with the same ops value, but not both. That is the challenge of letting an event like Che happen. For that reason, once you get to the point where the Che event can be utilized against a bunch of potential targets, you will likely have to consider sending this to the space race. If you don't, keep in mind that this is the equivalent of handing your opponent 6 operations points, even if they can only be directed against a limited number of non-battleground countries. So in summary, for the Soviets, Che is a card event that can be of great benefit, especially as the Cold War drags on. It can be taken for the operations points, but only if there is another pressing need or there are no good targets available. For the US, early in the mid-war, this event might be playable as there are limited targets and there is still plenty of game ahead for you to recover. But as the game goes on, it will become more and more unplayable, and you will need to send it to the space race. Our Man in Tehran is a fun event for the US player, not too dissimilar to Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You, but not quite as good. The USSR will likely need to play this card to get it out of the deck, but the timing here is important. Let's take a look at it more closely. First of all, the event. Our Man in Tehran is a starred 2-op mid-war US event card. If the event is triggered and the US controls at least one country in the Middle East, the US player draws the top 5 cards from the draw pile. The US can then reveal and discard any or all of these drawn cards without triggering the event. Any remaining drawn cards are returned to the draw deck and the draw deck is reshuffled. For the USSR, this card is likely one you will want to send to space. The question is whether you can afford it, given that there are probably other, less mitigatable events in your hand. While it can be a great event for the US, there is nothing here that is guaranteed. They could draw a bunch of your events, or they could draw a bunch of theirs. The good news is that your event cards, including your starred events, remain in play, even if they are dropped onto the discard pile for now. This card also loses a bit of its punch if a lot of your best events are already on the discard pile. It is, of course, safe to play in the unlikely event that the US doesn't control a single country in the Middle East. If the US only controls one country, the sneaky play would be to use the ops provided by Our Man in Tehran to break control of that country before triggering the event, which, of course, would resolve to no effect in that instance. The only downside to this would be that Our Man in Tehran would remain in play, likely to return later, after the US has had a chance to establish some presence in the Middle East. So keep this in mind unless it's after the turn 7 reshuffle and the card is unlikely to return. And for the US, this is an event that is always worth the gamble. 2 ops is a small price to pay for potentially kicking the can down the road. The can in this case being Soviet events and unfavorable scoring cards. Even if it doesn't work all that well, it's a risk worth taking. This card is not as great on turn 6 when most of the cards you would want to get rid of might already have passed. If that's the case, if you can, hang on to it until after the reshuffle on turn 7. But to play devil's advocate here, late in the mid-war, it may actually be easier to identify which Soviet events haven't turned up yet, which you can then get rid of with Our Man in Tehran. Use your discretion here. If this card doesn't get triggered until the late war, it can be especially powerful, as the Soviet event cards and scoring cards discarded are not going to come back to haunt you, unless SALT negotiations is still in play. It also tilts the draw deck in your favor, making subsequent card draws somewhat more friendly to you, which is a subtle effect but always a welcome one. So in summary, for the Soviet player, this is likely a card that you will need to play for the ops and hope the US has a bad draw. And you want to play this card before the turn 7 reshuffle, so at least any of your discarded events will be returned to the draw deck in time for the late war. And for the US player, this is an event that is always worth taking, likely as a headline. If it can help you delay or prevent some powerful Soviet events or avoid scoring a region where your opponent dominates, it is worth it. The Yuri and Samantha event card represents a nice, human event that occurred towards the end of the Cold War, when Samantha Smith, an American schoolgirl, struck up a correspondence with Yuri Andropov, the General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. In game terms, this event is actually not a bad one for the USSR. Let's take a look at it now. First of all, the event. Yuri and Samantha is a starred 2-op late-war Soviet event card. Triggering the event results in the USSR receiving 1 victory point for each US coup attempt made for the remainder of the current turn. For the USSR, this is a card best used as a headline to maximize its potential effect. Beyond the victory points that now become available, this card can disrupt the Americans' plans at a time in the game when the US is looking to finally turn the tables. Because every coup now will have a cost of 1 victory point to your opponent at a time when victory points are top of mind, the US is likely to limit their coups for the turn, only sticking to the ones that are absolutely necessary. The result is that you can expand aggressively, especially in the non-battlegrounds in the mid-war regions of Africa, Central America, and South America. It is unlikely that the US will coup in non-battlegrounds if it is going to cost them a victory point every time. This card can also be a way to defend against events that improve DEFCON, or events like nuclear subs by at least exacting a price from US coup activity, whenever and however it occurs. For the US, this is an easy one. Simply play this card in your last action round to no effect, or when you feel your coups are done for the turn. Even if you do end up playing it late in the turn and needing to coup somewhere, as long as that coup is necessary, the downside is minimal. If it is played on you, typically you will need to adjust your calculus in making your plans for the turn. One victory point is not the end of the world, but if you had big plans and potentially some helpful events involving coups, it certainly will give you pause. So in summary, for the USSR, this card is a solid headline that not only awards you victory points, but disrupts your opponent's play. And for the US, simply play it as late in your turn as you can, and there shouldn't be much of a downside, if any at all. AWACS Sale to Saudis is an event card that can be utilized to reasonable effect by the US in the game Twilight Struggle. Its effectiveness depends on the board position and when it comes out in the game, but it's going to be a card that the USSR will need to reckon with. Let's take a look at it now. AWACS Sale to Saudis is a starred 3-op US late war event card. Triggering the event gives the US 2 influence in Saudi Arabia, and the Muslim Revolution card may no longer be played as an event. For the USSR, this event would not be too bad if it wasn't for the fact that it cancelled Muslim Revolution. Otherwise, if you control Saudi Arabia when this event happens, you could just repair the damage there using the operations points from the card. So it depends when the event comes out. If Muslim Revolution is safely on the discard pile, it is not likely to return in the game anyway, and so AWACS Sale to Saudis is relatively safe to play. It also matters who controls Saudi Arabia. If it's already well under US control and you feel you can get by without Muslim Revolution, you can play this safely and use those 3 ops. If you really need the Muslim Revolution event to hold on to or reverse your fortunes in the Middle East, you could send this to the space race. The only issue here is that there is likely other more pressing candidates to space instead, but it is a viable option. So whether you play this card and trigger the event is really situational. If the event is played against you, there really isn't much you can do except to shore up any influence damage done in Saudi Arabia by replacing it as soon as you have the opportunity to do so. For the US, this card is also pretty situational in terms of its effectiveness. Obviously, if Muslim Revolution is still in the deck, and if the USSR controls Saudi Arabia, this is going to be a great event for you that could pay off depending on how much time you have in the game to make some moves in the Middle East. After the event, you can do so safe in the knowledge that your influence is not going to be forcefully removed by the Muslim Revolution event. If Muslim Revolution is not in the deck but Saudi Arabia is under Soviet control, you'll have to assess the situation in the Middle East. Wresting control of Saudi Arabia is still going to cost you further operations points after the event, and if it is just for a single battleground victory point, it's unlikely to be worth it. It might be worth the investment if it hands you domination or control in the Middle East though, so use your discretion here. If Muslim Revolution is in the deck and the US controls Saudi Arabia, I would still lean towards playing it. This is certainly true if you have domination or control of the Middle East, but it is also arguably beneficial if the Middle East is in a delicate balance. Muslim Revolution can be a devastating event and can certainly and instantly tip the scales in favor of your opponent in the region. It is generally best to avoid this and the influence lost, which in the late war is likely irreplaceable. Finally, if Muslim Revolution is not in the deck and if you control Saudi Arabia already, then you can take the 3 operations points and use them wisely elsewhere. So in summary, for the Soviet player, this is a card which is situational, mainly depending on whether the Muslim Revolutions event is still important to you in the late war. You can certainly play this if the situation allows, even using the influence to replace the damage done in Saudi Arabia by the event. And for the US player, this is a great card, mainly as a way to remove Muslim Revolution as a threat to your position in the Middle East. It's generally best to take the event, unless Muslim Revolution is on the discard pile when AWACS Sale to Saudis turns up. Sankt, which is also known as the Chinese style of play, is an intriguing alternative way to play and win Twilight Struggle. It certainly can surprise an opponent who is not ready for it, although it has inherent risks as it is considered to be quite an aggressive style. In and around 2016, players began to notice that a completely new style of play was emerging from some players that used Chinese characters as their usernames, and that this style was trouncing the traditional way to play. Chris Sankt Wei is seen as being one of the early and key proponents of Sankt, and that is where the name of the style derives from. What makes this playstyle so notable is how different it is from the so-called standard way to play. Let's take a look at some aspects that make it distinct. If I were to sum up the so-called Western approach, it can be described as more defensive, prioritizing map control with the eventual aim to win in final scoring. This includes valuing non-battleground countries to block access to regions and dominate country counts. In contrast, Sankt-style players prefer short-term point accumulation over long-term positioning, and avoid non-battlegrounds unless needed for battleground access or immediate domination, with the goal of getting an early auto-win or a win-by-war games event in the late war. For example, card events which provide victory points are prioritized over their operations points if possible. An example of this would be the US playing duck and cover for the event instead of the ops, or either player playing nuclear test ban for the event. Card events that provide your opponent with victory points are typically sent to space. Play should also generally revolve around getting mill-ops for yourself while denying your opponent opportunities to get them. This is a side effect of Sankt-style players focusing primarily on battlegrounds, which means coup targets will be limited by DEFCON restrictions. Also, any events that provide your opponent mill-ops should, as you might have guessed, be sent to the space race. In action round play, the Chinese style focuses heavily on the ops to expected VPs ratio, or in other words, the core philosophy is to maximize VP swings per op spent. This means, for instance, more aggressive play in Europe, particularly France, and investing heavily in the space race early on. So how does this translate onto the board? Chinese Twilight Struggle League champion Aragorn has estimated the expected VP value of battlegrounds across different regions. While the exact methodology is unclear, these numbers offer insight into how this playstyle assigns importance to regional battlegrounds. Interestingly, in Europe, the third battleground taken is worth anywhere from 6 to 10 victory points, while the fourth battleground is worth only about 2 victory points. And according to Aragorn, Europe control is worth 4,982,921,093 points, or, in other words, automatic victory. The takeaway here is that winning a third battleground in Europe is crucial, but pursuing a fourth too early may not be worth the ops. Soviet players may not rush to take France if Italy is strongly controlled, for example. In Asia, Aragorn estimates the value of battleground countries at about 5 victory points each, while Southeast Asian non-battlegrounds are worth 1 each due to the special scoring card, and are also important in going for domination. Thailand's strategic importance makes it the most important battleground in the region. In the Middle East, battlegrounds are estimated as being worth slightly less than in Asia, but still worth around 5 victory points each. The factors that reduce the value are that there is a higher risk of coups in the Middle East, and that domination in the Middle East scores less than Asia. Offsetting this are the bonus points that the OPEC card provides with control of key countries. In Central and South America, battlegrounds are worth about 5 victory points each, but come with a higher volatility because of the lower stability values, and are also more vulnerable to realignments. The same can be said for Africa, which has battlegrounds valued at 4 victory points each for the same reasons. Africa also suffers from some powerful attack events like South African Unrest, which diminishes their value. The other major difference is in how non-battleground countries are viewed and treated. In Europe, the Mediterranean non-battlegrounds are not invested in by either side, as is typically the case, although Spain can be helpful in preserving access to France. The view of a Sankt-style USSR is that US control of the UK and eventually Canada makes it very hard to win domination in Europe, and a Marshall Plan event makes it even more so. So why even try? Only if the USSR is up 4-1 in battlegrounds would a Chinese-style player even make the attempt. Use those ops elsewhere instead. In Asia, Malaysia and Afghanistan are important for the US to provide or maintain access to adjacent battlegrounds, but only one influence there is required for that purpose. If the Southeast Asian scoring card is coming soon, it can be worth investing in more countries like Indonesia, Laos, and the Philippines. That said, as Asia is costly to dominate with many cheap non-battlegrounds that can't be couped or realigned, Chinese-style players often settle for an even score there while focusing ops elsewhere. In Central America, the only non-battleground worth investing in is Costa Rica to maintain access to Panama and to some extent South America. In the Middle East, Syria can be worth investing in for the USSR only if it secures domination. For the US, Lebanon is better than Jordan, but either should be used to maintain access to Israel for the US. For South America, Uruguay and Paraguay are the only non-battlegrounds worth looking at purely because they protect or threaten battlegrounds. But overall, Chinese-style players see South America as being too ops-intensive to be much of a priority, and positions there are apt to be cut off without influence in Uruguay as insurance. In Africa, Botswana and Cameroon are important for the same reasons. The oft-overlooked Sudan can also be easily taken if it helps win the country count for scoring. There are also some differences in the philosophies of the setup. For instance, the USSR will take Poland as usual, reinforce East Germany, and play into Austria or Yugoslavia, as access to Italy is prioritized. The US setup depends on whether the Americans hold the Marshall Plan event. Whereas most US players fear the Suez Crisis or De Gaulle leads France event cards, the Sankt Style US player should use the Marshall Plan to dominate Europe immediately. After setting up with 3 influence in West Germany, 2 in Italy and 2 in France, the Marshall Plan headline event will place influence in West Germany, Italy, France, Turkey, the UK, and Canada, and either Greece or Spain. This secures control over key battlegrounds and limits the USSR's chances of breaking US dominance in Europe. Additionally, the extra UK influence protects special relationship, Canada helps enable NORAD, Turkey provides Middle East access, and Greece or Spain are only useful due to a lack of better options, although Spain can protect access to France, as mentioned earlier. Without the Marshall Plan in hand, it might be advisable to protect Italy with 4 influence. The reasoning is that 4 in Italy prevents the USSR from easily flipping it with a headline of Socialist Governments, followed by a first action round coup. Certainly, it makes it far from a sure thing. An influence could also be placed in France, which would both further the goal of locking it down and still retaining access to Italy if needed. However, they may still use the 4-3 setup in most cases, especially when the US holds socialist governments, which can be safely sent to space, or if they plan to headline Red Scare/Purge. Some Western players leave West Germany empty to avoid blockade issues. However, the Sankt Style player would not do this unless forced to because of a terrible opening hand. If that is the case, something like 3 in France and 1 in West Germany could work, so the USSR can't take West Germany in one move. And if you are fortunate enough to get it, holding Truman Doctrine until the right moment helps to punish the USSR for investing ops in West Germany. Losing Iran isn't seen as devastating, as the US can easily shift focus to South Korea and Thailand to block Asian domination and expand into Egypt and Libya to maintain a Middle East presence. Remember that this strategy prioritizes early European control and long-term Southeast Asian dominance over traditional Middle Eastern coups. Headline strategy will also be affected by this playstyle. Let's look at turn 1. The best headline for Sankt-style Soviet players is by far Socialist Governments, which can be followed by an immediate and strong coup of Italy. The Italy coup is preferred due to its higher VP impact. The Iran coup, while common, is more easily countered and doesn't provide as strong a return on investment. If the Socialist Government event reduces influence in Italy to 1, the best move might be to take it via direct influence placement on Action Round 1 instead of risking a coup. If there is no headline of Socialist Governments and the US setup gives Italy 3 influence and access to Italy from, say, France, the next best option is influence placement in both Israel and Afghanistan with a mere 2-op card, which forces the US to react on 2 fronts at once. A 4-op card could even be directed against West Germany or other key locations. Without control of Italy, France becomes the biggest turn 1 priority for either side due to its 6 VP swing potential in Europe. The Sankt-style Soviet Union should coup Italy right away and use favorable events to gain access to France as soon as possible. However, as the US, while France is still a priority, if the USSR doesn't coup Italy or otherwise have access, you can afford to delay a bit before securing it. The best headlines in the first turn for the Americans are Marshall Plan, which, as detailed earlier, provides immediate control of Europe. Containment, which provides extra ops and makes Blockade less of a threat, and Captured Nazi Scientist, which advances the space race, a key goal. The Middle East scoring card can also be headlined because of the fact that the Iran coup is a likely first move by the USSR, and it gets it harmlessly out of the way, and Red Scare/Purge for obvious reasons. The Chinese approach to the space race in Twilight Struggle differs significantly from traditional Western strategy and gets the most attention. Western players primarily use it to discard bad events and avoid advancing too far early on to save room for mid-game spacing. In contrast, Chinese players aggressively push for space race victory points and abilities, treating it as a 7th region due to its scoring potential, and even spacing in their first action round if they feel it necessary. There are some good reasons for this approach. Advancing early can create a 6 to 10 victory point swing before the mid-war, making it a valuable source of points and is worth around the same as 2 dominations. Also, the discard held card ability is a major goal, especially for the USSR, as it compensates for losing the ability to space 2 op cards. For this reason, Captured Nazi Scientist should always be played for the event due to the importance of the space race. And care should be taken to avoid entering the mid-war with a lead of only 1 space on the space race, as this activates the 1 small step event, which would allow the opponent to easily leap ahead. Powerful recurring events like Containment or Nuclear Subs should be removed via play rather than spaced, while weak early game events like Vietnam Revolts and enemy war cards are ideal for spacing. This aggressive space race strategy helps secure long-term advantages and mitigate harmful event effects. Generally, as the Sankt Style player plays into regions as needed to affect an imminent scoring card, this style can mean playing at a geographical disadvantage in many cases, where there are regions where one falls greatly behind. Fortunately, there are some card events that can be used to safely get rid of the scoring cards of regions where you have fallen behind, like 5-Year Plan for the Soviets and Ask Not for the US. Hold these cards as long as necessary, as these cards can offset the positional disadvantage that might be caused by a focus on the space race, for example. And a note on a much debated event, NORAD. While most players value NORAD, Sankt Style players argue that it has too high an opportunity cost. First of all, you must invest in Canada, which requires quite a few ops. Second, you lose 3 ops from playing the event instead of using it for influence or coups. Third, it doesn't activate if DEFCON drops during the headline phase, which is common with events like Junta, We Will Bury You, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying. However, NORAD is too strong for the USSR to trigger, so if they draw it, they should space it instead. Finally, the China card should be held at all costs, as it not only denies your opponents a lot of operations points and a potential victory point, but it is your insurance against a potential DEFCON suicide. So to summarize, Chinese-style players prioritize short-term gains, the space race, and battleground control over long-term positioning. Europe is key early on, especially with aggressive play into France. Non-battlegrounds are only taken when necessary for immediate benefit. Chinese-style players play less around potential USSR coups than Western players. Adaptability is key. Strategy changes based on scoring cards, opponent's play, and the board state. A Sankt-style player's card philosophy revolves around maximizing strategic benefits over raw ops. While some events seem obviously strong or weak, deck dynamics, opponent style, and long-term impact often change their true value. It should also be said that this is not a style for beginners. The Sankt playstyle demands a deep understanding of game flow because it involves taking big risks on the board. To play this way effectively, you must know the deck well and be aware of what cards remain. For newer players, it's better to avoid overusing the space race since ops are too valuable early on. However, as you gain experience, strategically spacing cards for VPs becomes more viable, and players can dive deeper into this playstyle and see how they like it. So how does one counter a Chinese-style Sankt player if one is encountered? Firstly, be more aggressive in the space race than you normally would to prevent your opponent from being able to space 2 cards per turn and rush to the discard a held card bonus. If your opponent is the USSR, keep them in the kill zone, where they can't space 2 op cards but also can't discard a held card for as long as possible. Also, don't let them repeatedly gain the headline reveal or discard bonuses. Leading in space is ideal, but even if you're behind, don't ignore it. Always play Captured Nazi Scientist and One Small Step for the event to stay competitive. If your opponent is aggressively gaining VPs, you may need to prioritize VPs over board position. How aggressive you should be depends on the situation. If your opponent builds a big VP lead while you have a strong board, you must seek VPs to avoid an auto loss and reduce their lead below 7 VPs before the late war to avoid a loss by war games. Red Scare/Purge is always a strong headline, but it's especially effective against a Sankt Style player, as it limits the cards that can be sent to space, forcing them to use higher op cards to advance. And since the style depends on precise ops efficiency, this event throws off their calculations and makes it harder to execute their strategy. When playing against a Sankt Style Soviet, the USA should always play Bear Trap as an event on Action Round 7 or as a mid-war headline, rather than saving it for ops. This guarantees an Action Round 1 coup, which then ensures military ops, since Sankt Style players won't give easy opportunities for them. But don't use it in the late war, since Chinese-style Soviets can't space 2-op cards late game. Bear Trap lets them get rid of bad cards, so it's better to remove it from the deck early. CIA Created is also especially great against this style, so save it for the mid-war when it is more useful and most disruptive to a Chinese-style player. Sankt Style Soviets are more prone to DEFCON suicide risks until they reach Space 6 on the space race with its discard held card bonus. If the US draws CIA Created in the mid-war, use it as a headline to steal the Action Round 1 coup, since the main concern against Sankt is preventing an auto-victory or wargame win. Securing the first coup is more valuable at that point than worrying about late-war deck manipulation. Use events like 5-Year Plan or grain sales to Soviets to disrupt the Soviet player, even by forcing them to discard an American event card that may slow down their pace on the space race, or make them have to space a playable card instead of an undesirable one in order to keep their strategy moving. Either way, the Chinese or Sankt style offers a completely different way to play Twilight Struggle, and might suit the style of some players better than the traditional way, which keeps it interesting and fun for them. Players can experiment with these ideas and see how they do. Hopefully this little overview has been a good place to start. Today we're going to walk through the digital tutorial for the game Twilight Struggle. This is an amazing game and well worth the investment of learning how to play, although it will take us a few minutes here. This game is about the Cold War between the USA and the USSR. It's played over 10 turns, and to win you need to get to 20 victory points, or at the end of the game end up with more victory points than your opponent. So in this tutorial we're going to play as the USA, and our AI opponent is going to play as the USSR. At the start of each turn, we're going to be dealt a hand of cards. For the first turn you get 8 cards to start. And to look at each card has an operations value in the top left. Okay, and there's also a text there that's an event that can be played. And there are events that are US events. They have the white star. There are other events that are going to be Soviet events or USSR events. Those have the red star. And there are those which are neutral events, which have a combination white and red star. Now we begin in the early war. We have 8 cards in hand and 6 action rounds. Okay, so that means that there's going to be 1 card that is used in the headline phase, which we're going to cover in a second. You play 6 cards from your hand and you get to hang on to one of them, generally speaking. So we move on to the headline phase. And this is one of the unique aspects of Twilight Struggle that I really like. It's a really interesting mechanic. So the first phase of every turn is called the headline phase. And each player chooses a card secretly to play face down and reveal at the same time. Now we're going to choose Marshall Plan as the headline event. And so in this interface, we drag and drop it into the headline box here. And it moves over to the side and both cards get flipped up. Our opponent headlined COMECON. So in this case, the operations values are compared, and whoever has the highest operations value plays their event first. You never take or very rarely take operations in the headline phase. It is only playing the event, so that's very important. Generally, you're not going to be playing your opponent's events at this stage of the game. You want to choose something that's favorable to you. So the Marshall Plan event allows us to play 7 influence onto the board. And we can place that into any country in Western Europe that the USSR doesn't control, and each country only gains one influence. Now, I know there's some terminology there that you're not familiar with. We're going to cover that right now. So if you look at Europe, which is the purple zone here, it's divided into two subregions. Countries in Western Europe are shaded dark purple on the map. Eastern Europe is shaded light purple. And please note that Canada is considered to be Western Europe on this map. And it's a bit of a subtle difference, but you should be able to see the color difference there. Austria and Finland are considered to be in both Western and Eastern Europe, and so they're shaded both colors. And if an event allows you to play influence into either Eastern or Western Europe, you can always place in Austria and Finland. So we're going to place one influence in Turkey. Now, I'm just going to highlight here that Turkey has two stability. So when I place an influence here, it matches the stability number. So I have an edge in that of 2-0 over my opponent, the USSR. The USA is blue in this case. And so that allows me to control this country, and that's why it flipped to the darker color. If you look at Greece, for example, I only have one influence there. I need 2 more than my opponent in order to control this. Yugoslavia needs 3 more, so the USSR would have to invest 2 more influence into Yugoslavia in order to control it. UK is 5. So just to gain control of this country, the USSR would need to put 10 influence into the UK. So the UK is very stable that way. So once you have that control, then it flips over, and it can be used for things like scoring and so forth. So when we look at some other examples here, so in Peru, with 1 U.S. influence, there's no control. The stability is not matched. However, 1 additional influence would allow you to control Peru. Now, in the bottom left example, 2-1, you need to have 2 more than your opponent. So the U.S. does not control Peru even if they have more influence there. It's only when the 3rd influence is placed that control is maintained. So we're going to place an influence in Greece here, and one in Italy, just to shore that up. You can have more influence than you need to control. It's called over-controlling a country. And sometimes that's useful just to scare off your opponent and make it harder for them to take over that country with their influence. And we're going to play in France, and we're going to play in Benelux and Spain. So this event is great. It allows us to place a lot of influence. So now that effect is complete, and once a card is played for either events or operations points, it's put into the discard piles discard pile afterwards. However, in this case, if you look, Marshall Plan has an asterisk, a star, beside it, which means that if you play it for the event, after the event is resolved, the card is removed from the game, and it never comes back until the next game. Whenever the draw pile is out of cards, the discard pile will be reshuffled to form a new draw pile. However, if a card is removed from the game, it will not be included in that reshuffle. Okay, so that card is now removed entirely from play. COMECON is played. Our opponent places some influence into Austria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. And so if you look at the card as well, it is also a starred event, so it is removed from play after it is resolved. Now, after both players have played their headline card, the headline phase is over. The next phase is action rounds, and the players basically alternate playing 1 card each for 6 action rounds, and the USSR always takes the first action round. So the USSR is up first here and plays this card for influence, which means they take the 2 operations points, and they can place influence on the board. So this essentially means that they've chosen not to take the event and instead take 2 operations points, placing influence, which has to be placed adjacent to either the USSR itself or where they already have influence. You can't just place influence anywhere you like on the board. So when placing the influence points here, you can see They want to get into Italy because they already have some influence in Austria and Yugoslavia, which are next door. If you look very carefully in the map, you can see these lines that are connecting the countries together, and those lines have to be followed. Those countries are considered to be adjacent. So, for example, the UK is adjacent to France, Benelux, and Norway. And so those lines are really important. They give kind of the map. They give the map a kind of integration, and it's not meant to be necessarily that they're geographically connected, but more politically and economically connected. So normally, placing an influence, you can place one influence per operations point that you spend. However, if you're playing it into a country that your opponent controls, it costs 2 operations points to place that one influence. So in other words, playing it, if the USSR plays into Italy, the both of the operations points that are provided by the Indo Pakistani War are used up entirely to place the one influence into Italy, and then that's the end of the action round. And in this case, it didn't even switch control or break my control of Italy, because I still have 2 more influence than the USSR. And so, because this card was used for the operations points, it goes onto the discard pile and can be reshuffled in. Now we get our first action round, and we've got some cards which are associated with our opponent, specifically Fidel, Arab-Israeli War, and captured Romanian Abdication are the 3 USSR events. The 2 neutral events we have are captured Nazi scientists, Olympic Games. We have a scoring card, which is Europe scoring, which we'll touch on, and we have an event of our own, U.S.-Japan Mutual Defense Pact, which is a start event and provides 4 operations points if we choose not to take the event. Okay, so now one of the neat things, one of the neat mechanisms of this game is that if we play an event that is the opponent's event, then that event happens. We have no choice. So, for example, when I play Romanian Abdication, that event is going to happen either before or after I take the operations points. And as the person playing the card, I get to choose whether it happens before or after my operations points. So, just looking at the map, I may want to attempt a coup to improve my position. One of the uses of the operations points is just placing influence, but another use of it is to attempt a coup. And this is where all the operations points on a card are spent in a single target country, where in this case our opponent has influence. And the lower the stability number of the country, the more likely it is that the coup attempt will succeed. And that's kind of reflective of, general, the stability of the government in general. Obviously, in this case, the UK with stability 5 is going to be very tough to coup. When in this case, we're going to play Fidel, and we're going to choose to take the operations first to attempt a coup. And we're going to attempt a coup in Syria. Now, Syria has a stability number of 2, which is, not the lowest possible, but it's reasonably low. So we're going to pick this one as the target for our coup. So we get a little summary on the digital version of what the situation is with regard to the coup. They can be dangerous, as you'll see. So in this case, the DEFCON status will remain at 5, and again, I'll go into that. The coup defense is 4, so you take the stability number and double it, and that becomes what they call the coup defense, and it shows the result preview. So it says on a 1 or 2, nothing changes. On a 3, the USSR influence will be removed. On a 4, it'll actually flip to 1 U.S. influence. 5 and 6 are obviously great for us. And so what happens with this is that we take the operations point value of the card, we add it to the die roll, and then whatever that die roll is, combined with the operations points, it flips the influence in that space. So I know that was a bit unclear, but essentially if we look at an example here, so the coup defense is 4, right? So if we spend 2 operations points and we roll a 1, that's 3. It's not enough to make a change. 2 and 2 is 0, so again, not enough to make a change. However, 2 and 3 is 5. The difference between the coup defense and the roll, the coup itself, is 5 to 4, so it's 1. So we would flip the influence 1 level or 1 influence towards the side conducting the coup. So if it's a 6, for example, 2 plus 6 is 8, minus the 4 coup defense means it flips 4. So the 1 influence is removed from the USSR in Syria, and 3 is added by the US. Once you do a couple of these, you'll see exactly how it works. So essentially, as it says here, your opponent must remove influence equal to the difference between the values of the coup defense and the coup attempt. If the difference is greater than your opponent's influence, then the remainder will be added to your influence. So we're going to click and go on the coup attempt. We roll a 4, so we get some luck. So the 2 plus the 4 is 6. The coup defense was 4, so the influence swing. We remove the 1 Soviet influence and add 1 U.S. influence as a result. Okay, so because that was the only reason that really worked was because the influence that the USSR had there was fairly weak. So as it says here, we succeeded by a margin of 2, but your opponent only has 1 influence in Syria. The remaining difference is instead used to add your influence to the country. So Syria is left with 0 USSR influence and 1 US influence. Now, each turn, to avoid a victory point penalty, both players must conduct military operations. Now, coups add to your military operations for the turn, and you gain the number of operations points used for the coup attempt. So we now have 2 military operations points, or we shorten it to mil-ops points. At the end of the turn, if you have fewer military operations than the DEFCON status, which is from 5 to 1, although 1 is World War III, so it's not used very often, then we lose the difference in victory points. So you need to either gain 3 or more mil-ops points or lower the DEFCON status before the turn ends. And we'll cover that a little bit more. So now that we've finished using the operations points for the coup attempt, our opponent gets to play the Fidel event because we chose to take the event after our operations points. And so the opponent event happens and it places 3 influence in Cuba. And now Cuba is controlled by the USSR. Now, because the event happened and Fidel is a starred event, it will be removed from the game, even though it was the US player in this case playing it. Now, the USSR actually plays one of our events and takes the influence first and just places 2 influence, 1 in Iran and 1 in France. Okay, so that's very straightforward turn. I think we've covered that. Now we get the event, and so after they use the operations points, we take advantage of the event where we can match USSR influence in either Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, or Czechoslovakia. And so we're going to pick Yugoslavia for this. And so we match their influence there. Now, the scoring in Twilight Struggle happens with scoring cards. Now, we have a scoring card in hand, the Europe scoring, and they must be played in the same turn that you draw them. They cannot be held over to the next turn. If you recall, I said earlier that there's going to be likely 1 card held this turn or most turns. But scoring cards must be played, and this gives you a little pressure and that you have to try and make sure that the scoring situation in a region is not too terrible before you play it, because it could cost you a lot of points or even the game in some cases. So if you find yourself with a scoring card in your hand after all the action rounds have been played, you immediately lose the game. Now, when played, Europe scoring gives points to each side based on their strength in the region according to the card. So to basically to specify, there are two types of countries on the board. There's one type of country called a battleground and one that's called a non-battleground. And the battleground countries have a red background behind the country name. The non-battleground countries have a darker region color background. And the idea behind this is that a battleground country historically was very impactful with regard to the Cold War, whereas a non-battleground country had less involvement in the Cold War, or just was less geographically or economically impactful compared to other countries. So it's not a reflection on the countries themselves. So if you look here, it says on the scoring card that the Europe scoring card, both sides score for presence. They can score domination or control. And these are really important concepts here. So presence just requires that either side, the US or the USSR, has control of one country in that region. So in this case, both sides would have presence in Europe because both countries control at least one country in Europe. Just to look here. So the US controls 5 countries in Europe, and so we'd qualify for presence and gain 3 victory points. The USSR also has control of at least one country, so they qualify for 3 victory points. So it's a wash. Basically, it's a net 0. To qualify for domination, you need to control more total countries and more battleground countries in a region than your opponent does. And in addition, you must control at least one non-battleground country. So you can't just have all the battleground countries and you control 3 and your opponent controls 2. You must also have control of at least one non-battleground country in a region. So if we look at the situation in Europe, each side has 2 battleground countries under their control. So it's a wash in this case. Neither side can claim domination. However, if the US had something like France, they would actually claim domination because they have more control of more battlegrounds in that case and at least one non-battleground country. And then to qualify for control, which is hard to get, you need to control more total countries and control all of the battleground countries in the region. So that's something that, if you'll note, there's no mention of non-battleground countries in that case. So, but you need to control more total countries and all of the battlegrounds in that case. It's, again, pretty tough to get. Now, Europe is special. Typically, control just gives you a lot more victory points, but controlling Europe actually will result in an automatic win for the player that has control. And there's also a few other sort of bonuses. So for every battleground country in a region that you control, you get an extra victory point. And so in this case, so we control 2 battlegrounds, and so we'd gain 2 victory points along with the 3 for presence. And finally, any regions that are controlled that are adjacent to the enemy superpower are worth 1 additional victory point. So in Europe, we have Poland, Finland, and Romania are adjacent to the USSR, but as the US, we don't control any of those countries. And again, just refer to these lines here that are connecting the countries to figure out adjacency. So for example, Turkey is not adjacent to the USSR, neither is Czechoslovakia. Canada, again, is next to the US, obviously. The USSR does not control it, so there's no victory points awarded for that adjacent country. And so if we add up our score for the current state of Europe, there's 5 victory points, 3 for presence and 2 for battleground countries. The USSR gains 5 VPs as well for presence and control of 2 battleground countries. So the final result of playing Europe's scoring during this action round would be even, 0, and the victory point track would stay at 0. The victory point track is here at the top, right in the center. And since you have to play Europe scoring during this turn, you want to gain as many points as possible for it, and domination of the region is the best way to do that. So with France being the last uncontrolled battleground, this one would be the key to getting domination of the region. And so we could attempt a coup here since the opponent has influence, but it's a fair. France has a 3 for stability, which is reasonably high. Its coup defense will be double that, which is 6. So it's a bit hard to get a good. We'd have to get a great roll to make something happen there. So the safest routes would be to just place enough influence in France to control it. So we're going to take the 4 operations points from the U.S.-Japan Mutual Defense Pact, and we're going to place 3 influence in France. And that's perfect. We now control France and qualify for domination in Europe because we have 3 battleground countries, West Germany, Italy, and France. And we also have control of the UK, Greece, and Turkey as well for non-battlegrounds. So the USSR does have an action round to respond those. So we'll see what they get up to. Now we still have 1 other operations point left. So we're going to place it in a different region. We're going to place it in Lebanon. Lebanon has stability 1, so we actually control it just with 1 influence, as you can see. So the USSR takes a coup against France and rolls a 1. So 2 plus 1 is 3. It's not enough to overcome the defense, which is, again, double the stability number, which is 6. So the coup was ineffective. Now, because he couped a battleground country, which is France, the DEFCON will degrade to 4. So this is something that is really important here. So DEFCON went from 5, which is peaceful, to 4. So it ramped up. We're a bit the tensions are mounting, and we're a bit closer to potentially World War III. So any coup attempt in a battleground country will automatically lower the DEFCON status by 1. Keep a close eye on the DEFCON status, because if it reaches 1 during your action round, you will lose the game. And this can happen. There's a few concepts that you'll need to know about. There's a few dangerous cards that can lower DEFCON status on you. And even if it happens, even if your opponent does it, if it happens on your turn, then you lose the game. So as DEFCON status gets lower, more of the map becomes off limits to coup and realignment attempts. We haven't talked about realignments yet, but we will. Now that we're at DEFCON 4, Europe is restricted. So that means that there is no coups or realignments allowed in Europe. And that's because the tensions are rising. And so we went to DEFCON 4, which means that it's now off limits. And in this case, the coup attempt also granted 2 military operations points to the USSR. And so remember that you lose victory points when you compare the DEFCON status track to the number of military operations that you took, the number of operations points you spent on things like coups throughout the turn. So if the turn ended right now, both players would lose 2 victory points, since you each have 2 military ops points, and the DEFCON status is at 4. So you'll need to gain some mil ops points, or else further lower the DEFCON status to avoid this penalty. Now, if you both lose 2 victory points, it's a wash, so it doesn't matter necessarily, but anyway, it is something to consider. So the opponent used Vietnam Revolts for the operations points. So even though it was a starred event, it will be placed in the discard pile because the event was not played. So if we click on continue here, we move on to our 3rd action round. Now, the Soviet coup in France failed to work, so we can play Europe scoring for the big score here. And it gives us a nice scoring breakdown. So we have domination, which is worth 7. Our opponent has 3 for presence. When we add up the battleground countries, we control 3. Our opponent controls 2. So this is worth 5 victory points for us, which is the differential between the amount that we score minus the amount that our opponent scores. So this is worth 5 victory points for us, which is pretty good at this stage of the game. So we will take that. This button, if you're playing online, this is the commit button. So once you click on this, it commits a card to play. You can't undo at that point. And we gain 5 victory points. And we need just 15 more victory points to win the game. Now our opponent will play Warsaw Pact formed for the event and place a bunch of influence in Eastern Europe. And basically they're gaining control of some countries and solidifying things over there, which is great. And we get our next turn. Now, realignments are often misunderstood as an action, but I'm hoping to clarify them a bit here. So for each ops point you spend, you can make one roll to remove influence in a country, provided that country isn't restricted by the DEFCON status. And so it will remove influence. It will not place influence. And just a little bit about the DEFCON restrictions there. At DEFCON 4, you can't coup or realign in Europe. At DEFCON 3, you can't coup or realign in Europe or Asia. And at DEFCON 2, the Middle East is also closed to realignments and coups. You can coup in other countries, Central, South America, Africa. However, if you coup a battleground country, DEFCON 2, it will lower the DEFCON to 1 and lose you the game. But it'll touch on that in a little bit. So we're going to play Olympic Games, and we're going to attempt a realignment in Cuba. So we're going to pick Cuba. Now, with Cuba, because it's next to the U.S., there's a modifier of +1. And because the Soviets have more influence there, it's +1. Now go into the modifiers here. So it's one six-sided die that you roll per ops point spent, and whichever side rolls higher can remove the difference in influence from the country, and they can never add influence. So in this case, you can see the modifiers cancel out. So it's a 58.3% chance of nothing happening, 13.9% chance of losing USSR losing one influence, all the way to 16.7% chance of losing it all. So now the modifiers do affect this greatly. So once again, if whoever has more influence in the country gets a +1, and each adjacent country that is controlled by that player gives +1. And so the U.S. counts as being under U.S. control. So that's why it gets +1. So generally speaking, before you do a realignment, you want to try and have some neighboring countries to increase the modifier to increase your odds of actually succeeding. The other thing that you need to keep in mind is that if you have both players' influence in a country, either player can lose influence. So it's not like a coup where you're safe and guaranteed not to lose influence. With realignment rolls, you might actually end up wiping out your own influence, which is kind of important to remember. So we're going to roll the die, and we roll 4 to 3. So that difference is then 1, even with all the modifiers. So the USSR influence in Cuba drops by 1 to 2. So that breaks the control of Cuba anyway, but that influence can then be replaced at a later point. So we have one more realignment attempt remaining because there was 2 ops with Olympic Games. So we get a second roll, and let's see if we can finish the job here. It's the same odds and everything. So let's or same modifiers. So let's see, and we happen to roll really, really well. We roll a 5 to 2. The difference is 3, so the USSR loses 3 influence. There's only 2 present. So both influence are removed from Cuba, which is great. We accomplished what we wanted to. And again, realignments are not used as often, but they can be quite important, especially as you move into the mid-war where DEFCON is 2 and there's not a lot of opportunities for doing coups anymore. Next up, we have the China card. And the China card is an interesting card. It's something which is kind of unique. It's not held in your hand. It essentially starts with the USSR. Once the USSR uses it, then it flips to U.S. control. Now, it can't be used in the same turn that the other side uses it, but basically this is a card that gets traded back and forth. Once a player plays it, it goes to the other side, who then can use it in a following turn. It's important to note that it's a 4-op card. However, you get 1 more to the operations value when all points are used in Asia. And whoever holds on to the card at the end of the game gets an extra victory point. So It's kind of an interesting card. So yeah, as it says here, you may now possess the China card, but it's face down and unavailable for play at the end of the turn. It will flip face up and you'll be able to play it next turn. There are card events which allow you to steal the China card, and it will either come to your side, either face up or face down according to the event instructions. Then we have this one. So we're going to play Arab-Israeli War, which puts the U.S. position in the Middle East at risk. So this is something which we may not want to play. And so we look at the options. The fourth and final way that we can spend operations points is on a space race attempt. So if you spend the ops points on the space race, the event is not played. So you can only make one space race attempt each turn. In general, there's one way that you can play more than one, but we won't get into that for now. Your current position on the space race track will determine which cards you may use for the space race attempt. And to advance to the next box, you need to play a card worth in this case, 2 ops or more, and then roll between 1 and 3 on a 6-sided die. That will change. The roll will change, or the required operations points will change as well. So we're going to drag the Arab-Israeli War to the space race, and you can see it here. And you can see how the space race progresses. It just requires 2 ops until you get to lunar orbit. Then it requires a 3 ops card for those two. Space Shuttle's only 2 ops, and then it's a 4 ops card to get Space Station. And also you'll notice the required roll also changes. Now there is also different benefits that you get for advancing to the space race, along the space race. So first of all, you see here Earth satellite. There's 2 victory points for the first player that reaches it, 1 victory point for the second. Man in Space gives 2 victory points only to the first person to reach that spot, and so forth. You'll see a couple other spaces here. Also, there are some bonuses. If you are ahead of your opponent on the space race, and you have reached or passed the box, then you get the benefit until the opponent catches up. So Animal in Space gives you the opportunity to play 2 space race cards per turn. That's what I mentioned earlier. Then if you get to Man in Earth orbit, then the opponent chooses and shows the headline card first. Very powerful ability. So you get to see your opponent's headline before choosing your own. Then Eagle or Bear has landed. You may discard 1 held card. So you can just discard a card that you would otherwise hold. It allows you to get rid of some nasty cards you don't want to play. And then finally, if you get to Space Station, you can take 8 action rounds in a turn, which is pretty powerful. You get more turns than your opponent, so that's great. Okay, so let's see how we do here on the space race. And we roll a 2, so that allows us to advance along the space race. You can see the blue box has advanced. And we get 2 victory points because we're the first player to that spot. And so we avoid playing the event. So the space race is kind of a safety valve for you to play cards that you otherwise would find very awkward to play or difficult to play. You can play them onto the space race provided they reach the op value requirement, and you can play the card on the space race to sort of kick the can down the road. The card may come back later though, just to warn you. So the last card is Coup for the USSR, and they're going to coup in Iran, and that's a very good roll. So just to go over this again, so that the operations points is 3. The coup defense is double Iran's stability value of 2, which is 4. So the roll was 5. So it was 8 to 4. So the influence flipped essentially by 4. So we removed the 1 U.S. influence and then added 3 to the USSR influence. So again, with coups, they're safe to take because you're not going to lose influence, unlike realignments. And you can, if you get a good roll, they're pretty effective. So that is a great move for the Soviets. Now they get the military ops points, and they also degrade DEFCON to 3, as you can see here. Oops. So that will then allow us to play the event. Now this is a start event that gives us an extra 1 to the value of our cards. So it's best played early in the turn, obviously, but the Soviets minimized that card and they mitigated it by holding it onto the final action round in the turn. So we only really get the benefit of this for a single action round. So very strong play on the part of the USSR to minimize that event. Okay, and so we get the +1 for this turn. So our cards in hand were worth 1 operations point each, but now whichever one we play is actually going to give us 2 because of the containment event. So we're going to... this is a neutral event that advances us on the space race track. So we may not want to use that. We may want to use that event. So we may want to save those operations points and use it instead on the Romanian abdication. So this gives the event when played for the USSR will give enough control or enough influence for control of Romania, and so that will be removed from the game as well. And sometimes you just have to play events that are your opponent's events. Sometimes you just got to grin and bear it and play it and just deal with the consequences because you don't have a choice. So we're going to play this card, and we'll let the opponent take the event first. So we're going to trigger the event first, and that gives 2 influence into Romania, so they've now gained control there. And now we're going to drag the card to place influence, and we're going to place in to work towards Thailand. So Thailand is a battleground country. It's a very key one in Southeast Asia. It's usually very key. So we can't place influence because we don't have any neighboring countries to build on or build from. So we're going to play into Malaysia. And now we have influence in Malaysia. Next turn, we can play into Thailand. You can't chain everything together in one turn. So, because you have to be adjacent at the start of the action. But let's spread out to more to Southeast Asia. Indonesia, it's a low stability country, but only requires 1 influence to control. So that is our turn. And that's the first turn of the game. And so at the end of the turn, we compare military operations to the DEFCON level. So DEFCON is at 3. The U.S. only did 1 coup worth 2 operations points. So they actually lose a victory point in that case. The Soviets were much better at getting military ops. They got 5. The DEFCON is 3. So they do not lose any victory points. This ends up as a net gain for the Soviets of 1 victory point. Something to remember, especially if you're playing the analog version, something to remember is the doing the mil ops and tracking that. So, okay. And then the containment event disappears, and we move into turn 2, which is, again, the early war. And at the end of every turn, DEFCON improves by 1. So we were at 3 before. It now goes down to 4. And we choose our headline phase here. And at turn 2... we draw enough cards to have 8 in hand. So we had 1 left over from last turn, so we draw 7 new cards. We also have the China card flipped over and available for us to play. And we got a lot of neat cards to play this turn. So we have 9 cards available to us this turn, and we'll choose 1 of them for the headline and then 6 for the action round. So we should have 2 cards left over at the end of our turn. Now, there's only 6 cards left in the draw pile, so the discard pile will be refreshed and reshuffled at the time of the draw pile runs out. Now, one thing that's important to note is that as you get into later turns, so once you enter turn 4, that begins what they call the mid-war, and you have a fresh deck of card events that are mixed into the deck. And the cards are dealt out as usual, and after turn 7, the last 3 turns are the late war. So you have the late war cards added to the mix as well. So the deck evolves as the game goes on. So a lot of times you'll become very familiar with the early war event cards because they'll be in every game. Sometimes the game will finish before you get to the late war. So This is basically the overview of how to play. Obviously, refer to the rules and poke around, especially if you have this app to play against the AI and just kind of get things figured out. I've tried to cover all of the rules. I'm sure there's a few other little things I've missed, but I hope this was useful in helping you to understand how to play this great game.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go. Go.